this buck. Is in her.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into the SCA qualifiers for TI12, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John X5 joining you. Jonathan, you've been put on the left side today. You've been put in my spot. How the hell do you feel over there?
Feeling great. You know, the Southeast Asian qualifiers should be an interesting one to watch. We've already had pretty much 4 qualifiers done. 2 left, Southeast Asians, one of them, and this is a rather interesting region to watch. I think it's hard to say who's going to be on top. I've watched the Southeast Asian DPC for 2 tours, at least Div 1, Div 2 not quite. But let me tell you, what happens with games in Southeast Asia is very questionable sometimes. You just don't know what's happening. So NA was a wild ride. Southeast Asia is equally as rough in the seas, and I'm keen in seeing who manages to climb their way on top. Because a few of these teams, at least in the upper division, have managed to start scrimming in Western Europe in that time being. You know, while the qualifiers weren't going on, they were scrimming. A lot of them were scrimming out from Turkey. So I believe that's 3 teams: Bleed, Boom, and I want to say Geek, perhaps, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe SMG, one of them. So some teams have kind of set themselves up, and some of them have not. We can take a look at some of those teams that have already qualified, though, from the past few qualifiers and from our points so far. You can take a look over there, of course. Talon representing Southeast Asia from the qualified teams into team.
Wow.
With our regional qualified teams on our right side as well. We did see Nouns take that. We have Azure, the veterans are back in the pool. VKS, the surprising squad from South America, kind of pushing through. Virtus Pro and Thunder Awakening as well for that second slot in South America. So we're looking to fill in. Only 1 slot left in Southeast Asia. Might to join Talon Esports. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I was about to ask you where all the other SCA teams were, John, but here they are. Apparently, all still in the SCA qualifiers, and as you can see, we're going to be starting off at the very least with UD Vessuwan against Spawn Team at the bottom in the lower bracket. And then later on, we can go back up to the upper bracket and start playing out those games. I believe you and I in particular are going to be doing Execration versus Neon Esports. But yeah, here we are, John. Second SCA team to qualify to TI12. It's a bit of a sad year for SCA, but hopefully one of the teams that does make it through to the SCA qualifiers can perform well at TI12. And well, I sure hope so, John. It's rather depressing only having one team coming from the region at the moment. Very depressing.
Well, to be fair, I'm not sure if our region's in the healthiest position. It's been really topsy-turvy. The other reps we've had in the majors have bombed out. Execration's been gatekeeping by taking the slot and also going back to the airport, so they get a very fast round-trip ticket every single event they go to. I mean, this is all from love. I love every single one of these guys. They're just underperforming so badly. So I'd want to see that perception change. Of course, that first lower bracket round 1, we are starting off with UDV Spawn. That is a best of 1 for UD Vessuwan against Spawn. So that should be fairly fun. And as you mentioned, we've got the rest of our matches. It's a long day here. One lower bracket, best of 1, 4 best of 3s after with Execration, Neon, Geek Fam up against SMG, Blacklist up against Army Geniuses, and Boom versus Bleed. All of them pretty exciting to watch out for. Yeah. Especially, I have to say, this Boom versus Bleed matchup is probably the most interesting one because both of them have spent at least 8 days outside of Southeast Asia. Yeah. So I think that's the one that's really interesting. I think the new Boom squad is a dark horse coming in. I mean, they've had a really rough year past here, Mike, but this new squad seems to have been whipped into shape. Who knows? That's the last one to close out, of course. So it should be rather interesting. I think all of these games are fascinating. Like SMG up against Geek Fam. Geek Fam, I haven't really seen. I think they're pause 1 carry. I haven't seen SMG with no one at all. No one plus mid one sounds like a very strong combination that can also be very strong and pressing 2 letters in their keyboard very early. So I'm keen on seeing that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very fun time. I mean, there's no place like SEA, Jonathan. There's no place like the SEA qualifiers for TI12 to see how everything pans out. And I've got to say, after a year of doing other regions, I'm happy to be back at SEA to do some fun stuff at the very least. I can't wait to see what these teams have for us as well. I mean, there's just so many good teams here in the qualifiers, and like you said, I mean, I don't know what to expect, quite frankly, Jonathan, because I haven't done any SEA Dota this year, so I don't, I haven't seen as much as you have. I don't know what to expect. You've been telling me a lot of how the region's slowed down and it's a very slow Dota now, and all the teams aren't looking the healthiest, and you like to tell me how great talent is all the time, and
yes.
It is what it is. We'll see what happens, Jonathan. I'm coming in with zero expectations, but I'm very happy to be back in the region. Very happy to see what happens.
I would say even lower than 0, and then you'll be very satisfied with games. This is me giving tough love, because they've disappointed me every single step of the way. Watching them in Tour 2, watching snippets of them in Tour 1 while we were in Romania, watching Tour 3, it's lower the expectations. I'd say be like a very disappointed father already, Mike. Just be disappointed already, and if it's something surprising, you'll be happy. It's outside your expectations. You're already expecting to be let down. That's the mindset. I think that's the healthiest right now for Southeast Asian fans, unfortunately. This first matchup, of course, of Spawn versus UDV is rather interesting. They are two of our Div 2 teams. They haven't placed the highest in Div 2 as well. I believe UDV was lined up for relegation out of the DPC, so the next tour they're going to have to play through open qualifiers, placing 7th, and Spawn barely hanging in there. I think it's going to be a pretty interesting test. UDV, you would have to remember as well, is pretty much old Motivate Trust minus Masaros and minus Jackie. So you've got Fearless, Boomboy, Lanak, and then you've got KNP and BB to tie in the pause 1 and offlane, which is rather interesting. Side of Spawn, of course, they've got 2 Vietnamese players on the Indonesian squad here, 458 and Red on the safe and offlane, along with Mamang Daya, Dalol and Travins kind of playing the other positions. And Spawn was an interesting one because they used to have in your Dreamo Cell. I mean, Dreamo Cell. Why am I saying in your Dreamo Cell? They used to have good old Randy, and he left after a tour, which is very Randy-like. I'll be frank, but very Randy. So I think the chemistry of this squad is a little bit better. I'm keen on seeing if that carries through. Again, they barely make it past the cutting line to stay in Division 2, which is not where you want to be as a team. But we'll find out between these two teams rather soon, Mike.
We shall. I believe Draft 1 is, I should say Game 1 of a Best of 1 is underway very, very soon. Draft number 1 here between Spawn Team and UD Vessuwan set to get underway. And I suppose Draft 1 does make enough sense, John, because we have a lot of drafts happening today. As you saw, many series happening for the first day of SEA qualifiers. So let's see if we can bring up the game number 1's draft and see exactly how this one's going to pan out. Obviously, we are still in a pretty new meta, so there's a lot to discover, I'm sure, here in this these new patches that have been coming out. Some very broken stuff, to say the least. I've got to say, Jonathan, I've been spamming pubs a hell of a lot, especially in the SEA server, of course, even with my terrible ping to the server, Jonathan. And let me tell you, there's some very busted heroes right now. I'm not a very big fan.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet, Invoker, Gyrocopter are probably the best bets. Razor can be a menace with a shard, so I don't think we're shifting too hard out of these prime picks. I think Venge can be really strong, and I'm pretty sure a lot of those heroes I just mentioned were banned out if we get to see the draft in a little bit. Spoiler alert, a lot of those heroes are banned out. So it's let me tell you, I've baby raged a lot in my games because I get into Turbo. Right, I see some idiot pick NP in the NVT. I'm like, why are you picking that? What is wrong with you? Why are you playing NP on Turbo? Well, what can I do about it? Nothing. And then there's this guy, you random lone druid mid. How do you deal with that hero? It doesn't. This patch is interesting. I think the fundamentals are fun. There's a couple of really bad things that just have no good answers, and I think it's interesting we're playing the qualifiers in this patch. I think that's the best way to put it, as we do have our draft on hand. Again, spoiler alert, Razor, Invoker, Gyrocopter, NP, Venge all banned out with Dark Willow and Shaker on top. Spawn team will pick up the Phoenix. We've seen a resurgence of the Phoenix across the regions. Really solid support to have. Lots of healing coming out. Pretty good anti-carry. as well coming out with the Fire Spirits. Don't really fault teams for going into this. I'm curious what Spawn will pick to kind of tie in some team fight here. They do have some options later on if they're not banned. Something like Puck Mars are still available. Even something like a Tide could be something they look for. But again, pretty open here. UDV, not too much time left. I mean, they have their full reserve time. Not the Broken here is really sticking out here. Snapfire if you want the solution for Phoenix Egg, but it doesn't feel like a top priority pick nowadays. But could still be a solution for UDV if they want that.
I mean, if they wanted the direct counter, I certainly agree. Snapfire has been feeling really bad as of late, but if you want an easy way to deal with the egg, and they do, they'll take it for themselves. The question is, though, do they run a core snap, or is it expected to be a support? Because the core snap, ever since those talent changes, just look terrible, right? Like the switch up between level 20 and 25 talents, just a terrible for core Snapfire, but... support Snapfire, is it really good? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but is it good?
Support Snap is better, I think. The timing delay on core Snap is just really awful. The fact that your attack damage is on 25 means you're probably never going to get there. And that's, that's where we always talk. You're like, oh, it's the triple shot when it feels great. No, it used to be the level 20. Now you get the triple shot earlier, but it's useless without the level 20 talent at 25. And that timing's too slow. So I don't think you want to run this core. I don't think you're looking. I mean, I've said Southeast Asia plays slow games. You don't want to play a slow game up till 25 of Snapfire, because that ramp up feels awful. So we shall see. We shall see what they build up. I think it's going to be really...
Well... It seems like we're going to have one more band to come out before we can see some more, maybe two more bands to come out. We're going to bring John X5 back in just a moment. Well, one more band at least for Spawn Team before we can see some more picks to come out. This new band stage always always drags out just a little bit. The Spawn Team's still thinking about it. Maybe a position one to get removed here before we do get to continue. But they'll have a think about it for now. And they'll get rid of the Doom instead, so never mind that pos one. Doom's still proving to be quite popular, regardless of whether it did get nerfed recently. Johnny, are you back?
Yeah, I am.
Hello, John.
Didn't miss out on too much. Sven being banned out with Doom. Nothing too big there. Again, I'm still looking for what you tie in with this Phoenix Egg. It doesn't feel like you have the most options available here. I believe we've flipped our team names. That is definitely not Fearless up there. NBB, I'm feared here. Where's Mamang Daya? Mamang Daya looks even younger now. What is up with that? He's wearing an oversized shirt, so he looks really young for some reason. I felt like pointing that out. We see the Slark ban by UDV. Fair enough. Slark's been a pretty major here as well to kind of deal with. It does scale up very nicely. Still a lot of options left, I think, for Spawn and for UDV. It kind of ties in there as well. Something like a Mars offlane kind of works out here. A Tide can work out. So I want to see what UDV's priority is, because I feel like you don't want to hold on to this potential flex for Snapfire just because a mid-snap is really not the best. They will go with the Elder Titan. So perhaps an off-lane Snapfire. I think if you had to play a core snap, off-lane still works, just because you do get a little bit of utility with itemization and levels. A Snapfire ET lane's not too bad, but chances are you are running an ET5 Snap 4, and ET is one of those heroes that has popped up as well. Again, for UDV, you don't have the best setup here, so you will want some more stuns, and Spawn does pick up a very hard stun in that line, which again has also been popping up in popularity. You have a very stable support duo on Spawn, or even just an offlane duo if you did want to run the core Phoenix. But it should just be your supports. I don't see anything major. Again, you're counteracted by Snapfire into the Egg. But beyond that, your control is looking a lot more reliable with a Lion on hand in comparison to ET Snap on UDV.
Who was it that loved playing Order Titan on UDV? Was it Leonak, was it? Because I remember there was one player that was part of this stack that used to really enjoy Order Titan quite a bit, and I could have sworn it was Leonak. Mind you, this is a couple of years back now, and now that I think about it, it was quite a long time ago we used to cast him quite frequently, so I think... I mean, it is still a pretty nice combination, right? Like the Kisses plus the magic resist removal with the Astral Spirit seems kind of busted, but kind of harder to execute than anything, I'm sure. So we do see Spawn Team go for a Dawnbreaker pickup now. Looks like it should be a core Dawnbreaker pickup we're looking at here from Spawn Team. This hero has felt very busted as of late as well, might I add, Jonathan. Like, it feels, this Dawn pick feels very strong at the moment. And I say that regardless of whether it's a core or support. No matter what role I've seen it in recently, it just feels way too strong during the laning stage at least.
Yeah, it does so much damage. I think it's really surprising how much output the Dawnbreaker has once more. It reminds me of when it kind of freshly launched. The hero did feel really strong, and it is strong once more. So I like seeing that for Spawn. We've seen it across regional qualifiers now. Dawnbreaker being a top-tier pick. That is some form of setup for Egg. That can shape up pretty nicely here for Spawn team. Their team fight is looking really solid.
Oh, this hero.
UDV just goes into the Beastmaster though, and now you've got the dive bombing Hawks, which is always funny to see, never fun to play against. So I love the solution from UDV.
This might be my most hated offlane to play against in the past couple of years, honestly. Like, this Beastmaster just keeps getting more and more annoying, no matter how many times they change it. This dive bomb Hawk, it's crazy. Like, you jump this hero and suddenly you just get rooted, and that's it. The gang's over. Congratulations. That's what it feels like every time I'm against this hero. We'll see what they followed up with UDV. What do they want? I mean, 2 more cores to go. Mid laner, safe lane is what they're looking for. Probably about time to pick up that safe lane hero for old UDV, but no, they're going to go down the Ember route instead. So they'll go ahead and pick up the mid. Should be the Fearless Ember we're looking at, which really takes me back quite a bit, John. I might add, I do miss casting these boys. You know, it was always fun to cast the old Motivate Trust back when they were still Motivate Trust.
Yeah, they always had some quirky stuff with some flex for Fearless, like, say, running Ember 4, Ember offlane, Storm offlane for Masaros. So we're not getting that this time around, fortunately, but Mamudaya does have the chance to get a favorable matchup. Instead, we get the Spectre first. And again, this hero has kind of reappeared because they swapped her Haunt with her Shadow Step, and you're basically swapping the old Ags around with the old ultimate, which is really interesting because when trying to make a viable Spectre, you almost always had like a Falcon Blade Ags or Falcon Blade Blade Mail Ags rush, and removing the Ags from that step makes Spectre feel a lot better. Like, it does have early presence, it can look for pickoffs. There's no real hard, squishy hero to kind of go for from UDV, though. And you don't really have the biggest global strat, but you do have something like Shadow Step into Solar Guardian. So there is some global gank potential that can come out here for Spawn. Again, I'm digging what they have coming out here. I think their lanes are looking pretty solid. Spectre into Beastmaster lane might not be the easiest of times, but I don't think there's any easy solution to the Beastmaster right now anyway. So you kind of just want to scale up. We will have to see Spawn connect a little bit more around these cooldowns, like Solar Guardian and Shadow Step, I think are the big ones. If you can kind of sneak in the egg there, then all the better if these team fights break out bigger, but it does feel like Spawn kind of want to play up-tempo, and it depends on what UDV want to close out with. Arguably, Spectre still wants time to scale, but again, with Shadow Step being as short of cooldown as it is, it's not stuck just AFK farming for at least like 20 minutes now.
Yeah, this is one of the changes that I actually completely agreed with. I even though people seem to believe the Shadow Step, replacing Haunt is like too much value, it just feels like a much better ability for Spectre to have. It suddenly becomes this, it's still a farming hero, but at least he can do something. One might argue Haunt was still better, which I think it is, but the low cooldown on Shadow Step sure feels pretty damn nice. In fact, looking back at Haunt's cooldown, 180 seconds. I didn't even realize it was that long. But there you go.
It's awful. It's longer than Golem. It's longer than Black Hole. It's longer than Ravage. It is insanely long for what it was. But I suppose Spectre had to have a weakness somewhere. Yeah, this rebalancing does feel pretty good. Keen to see what Spawn picks up last for their mid. What is our Mamudaya hero up against the Ember? You've got the Storm option if you wanted to. Honestly, you lack such hard lockdown UDV. You could go for Quap Puck if you felt the need. They go with the DK instead, so just a straightforward lane for DK versus Ember. Dragon Tail, deny, and just control the lane. Mamudaya should be perfectly fine in that matchup. There's some rotation potential coming out from UDV. They've got enough magic damage, I suppose, and some armor reduction with their Elder Titan. So they can kind of handle that Dragon Knight to an extent. What is the safe lane? What options do you have? PA's there if you wanted it. Although I have heard word that a lot of pros are calling PA trash, which is fair. I think it still has its shortcomings. Okay, into Lion's also always kind of awkward as well, and into Phoenix. What else is there? Drow doesn't feel amazing into Spectre and into Dawnbreaker. There's a Terrorblade option, I suppose.
They still have Naga as well, surprising. No, they do go to the TB route. I was kind of shocked Naga was still left, considering how popular it's been. But there you go. Terrorblade is the pickup. What are you thinking? Like, the TB against the Spectre, the way it is now, like, I mean, I realize it's not all about a 1v1 matchup, but in terms of drafts between these two teams, like, are you preferring one of the over the other?
I think this Terrorblade ET lane can be pretty annoying to deal with. It's not the comfiest of times for something like a Phoenix and a Dawnbreaker to kind of deal with. So I don't think you're going to be able to shove out the Terrorblade as hard as you'd want to here for Red and Dalol. But it should be a pretty steady lane regardless. I think for UDV, a lot of this comes down to how well Fearless's game goes, because that was always the thing with old Motivate Trust. It felt like Fearless had to set tempo to buy Jackie space. Same thing has to happen here. This Ember has to come out to a pretty decent start in lane, start to get some side lane rotations out, relieve the pressure that could come out top, because there is a lot of chain control that can come out if you land your spells here for Dalol and Red. And try to slow down 458. Like, you need to stop the Spectre from building up farm, because it doesn't take too much farm now. Like, what are we looking at? Maybe something like a Manta, Falcon Blade Manta, or the Blade Mail still works, a Radiance Rush still works. Like, the Spectre can itemize in a lot of different ways, and your Terrorblade, while it does have early presence with, like, Dragonlance Yasha, it needs so much more. So you will need to try to slow down that spec by considerable amount, and ease of execution, I would say, is on Spawn side. I think their draft is a little bit easier to play, but I think UDVs are equally matched in power spikes as long as the laning phase kind of shapes out at least even here.
Yeah, it should be very interesting. I mean, we do have game number 1 underway now between Spawn and UDV. It is a best of 1, of course, so one of these teams does have to leave the qualifier already, right after this game. It's going to be a rather sad start for one of these teams, but obviously a much better start for the other. And this is the only series in... What is it, John?
Look at Spawn. Sponsor name. Spawn. 458 sponsor name. Spawn. The LOL sponsor name. It's like, guys, if you have a sponsor slot here.
Oh. I mean, that's one way to put it, I suppose. They're not being very subtle about it, are they? Do you want to sponsor them, John? You and I? We're just... What do we throw like a couple K over? They can put our names there? You know, that's what we'll do. If they...
Spawn at Momangdaya.John X Mike podcast? What podcast?
Don't Mike. Oh, I knew this was going to come up. I know I forgot to tell you a date, all right? I know. Anyway.
You should have known to tell me. You know? Should have known to tell me about a date. Do you remember that you forget?
I literally woke up, Mike. I literally woke up today and I thought to myself, oh no, I forgot to tell him a date. I'm going to go see John X Fire today. I forgot to talk to him about the date. Spawn? They're not going to deal with an Elder title with 3 stacks of that Astral Spirit bonus damage. They'll just leave him be. I'm telling you though, John, if they qualify to TI, you and I will throw a bit of money at Spawn. We'll sponsor them. That's it.
I don't think we can meet their sponsorship demands, Mike. You know,
well, why not, John?
These are lads that know their value. They're not going to accept a $5 sponsorship, all right? That's all for salary. You know, slow down, Mike. I'm not committing to that just yet.
Mid lane, Momangdai and Fearless going to be going at it here. Now, this is a very boring lane. You and I have talked about this many, many times, but Ember versus DK, probably going to be a very close matchup. Nothing going to happen in this mid lane, I'm sure.
Yeah, unless someone makes a mistake, we can look elsewhere. Down bot, you do have a Travens on the Phoenix and 458 on the Spectre up against BB and Boomboy on the Snap and Beastmaster. And this lane does get sillier as time goes on. You know, once the dive bombing Hawks are there's some really weird things that can happen. If you dive as a Phoenix, Icarus dive, and you get into the range of the Hawk, you can potentially get rooted. And then you're stuck in a really ugly position as a Phoenix. So there's a lot that can go on down there. I think this lane should be pretty stable for Spondo as long as they don't play overly aggressive. Focus on the farm, focus on building up in 458, hit those initial farm spikes, and start to play around with a Shadow Step. But in lane, just take what you can get. Don't push the envelope too hard. You have to respect the burst damage and control that UDV does have here.
Look at that top lane. Oh, in fact, hold on, KMP. KMP's dead. Top lane, Delol, he hit level 2. He just Earth Spike into Hex, and Red took care of it. Leonak at least able to find a bit of a trade, but it won't really feel that great. You just lost your TB, and I mean, props to Delol. He just, as soon as he hit level 2, he just jumped right in.
And that's what you have to respect here as the Terrorblade. Like, that chain control from a Lion Stun into just Starbreaker here for Red can be pretty devastating. So you have to play back. You do have a pretty big spike when Metamorphosis is up. There's a lot of pressure here on Leonak to just try to get this Echo Stomp off. If he doesn't, then it's a pretty open lane for Spawn to just run down. And you have to kind of watch yourself there, as we do get a call out to fix a cam.
I mean,
come on, boys, Fearless fix his cam.
He probably just slammed his table after that death, let's be honest, John. Cam probably just fell off the screen for a moment. It's all right. We get a KMP. I've slammed a few desks in my time as well, don't you worry. He'll be fine. He's back in the lane now, but it is a very hard lane, to be fair. Like, this lane doesn't get any easier as time goes on. I feel like for UDV, this top lane, because the Dawnbreaker, the spell she has, like, as you level up Celestial Hammer, the damage gets insane. And the thing is, this Lion never gets easier to deal with. It's just the thing, with those the double disable it has available to it. I feel like you're going to be struggling for a lot of farm here for KMP.
That you will be. And that's already reflecting in the CS, having a bit of a rough time. A little bit better than 458, but your Spectre hasn't died yet, so you're still happier here on the side of Spawn. Mid lane has been going pretty smoothly as well for Mamangdaya, so overall a very strong start here for Spawn. And UDV, where they really need to kick in is maybe by around level 5. Once they approach initial level 6s, we do have to see some play. I'd like to see some aggressive vision coming out down the line as well. Right now, not too much coming out. You have a lot more aggressive vision coming out from Spawn.
Here we go. KMP. Stomp's going to be out at least to stop the Starbreaker that was to come out from Red. Now Delol getting chased down, but oh, in fact, he's in trouble. Leonak's going to keep trying to chase him down. Earth Spike will be out from Delol. In comes Red to try and help out. He has another hammer. Leonak, he'll go for another stomp. But I think Leonak's just dead. The chase onto Delol, he ends up paying for it. Sure, he'll save KMP for now, but the thing is, Red, once he has a bit more mana, the harassment starts again.
Yeah, it's not going to be the smoothest of times here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I think he's just dead. They're trying to get there to help him out, but they'll dive him past the tier 1. Leonak, he might get a stomp. Can he actually get a kill? I don't necessarily think so, but no, never mind. Delol's out of mana. Nice body block from Red, but Delol's, he kind of turned back around for a moment. Regardless, I mean, you got KMP, so who cares about this Lion die?
Yeah, it's no big deal. Like, again, you're winning out in trades here for Spawn. I'm a little bit surprised KNP is so conservative with Metamorphosis. Like, in that turnaround play when Leonak was chasing, I think he was waiting for a meta out from KNP for him to try to dance around, get that kill, maybe threaten onto the Dawnbreaker as well. And now they managed to get that rotation onto Fearless.
That's a great rotation from Delol. This Lion already having so much impact. Just at this level 4 mark, and he's level 4 at 5 minutes already on this Lion. That is huge. That's going to be sub 10 minute level 6 timing easily. And that's a huge problem. Like, this finger is not going to feel very good for KMP, who's currently sitting at 280 HP. He gets stunned once, he's dead. Oh, and Delol, he almost found it. KMP is just getting 0 farm, even with the Metamorphosis popped. This is just such a sad state of affairs.
That it is. No relief coming out for KNP anytime soon. No stacks being built up either. Delol's still stealing away a bounty rune, getting some forward vision going, ensuring that the mid lane is going to be pretty smooth for Mamangdaya. They rotate Boomboy onto mid now as well. They could try, but...
KMP. Are they going to dive every time, KMP? Oh, boy. Where's Leonak? Leonak, he was trying to stack, I think. He'll be in time for a stop at the very least, so KMP will survive for now, and the rotations, they will start coming. KMP! He turned around! Oh, he'll survive. The hammer wasn't long enough. Oh. Delol should die for this. Red will go for a run. Red might be dead himself as the cookie is going to land, and the stomp will be around to follow up, so this time around they will punish. Surely. Red, he'll go for a hammer. Run away. Meanwhile, Fearless dies again. Traven's rotating. on the Phoenix to make that happen. Really, this laning start is terrible for UDV.
Yeah, it's not going well. Like with the supports distracted, they see this opportunity mid. They just land that kill on the Ember. Good read coming out here from Travens. And UDV not getting too much breathing room. Like it was Fearless's lane that was kind of coming out okay. Now he's 2 levels behind in comparison to Mamangdaya. Should have a 6 shortly at the very least. But no early spikes left for the Ember. And he's got the remnants to play with. They need to look for an opportunity. Down bot? BB?
BB, you don't want any more deaths happening here for UDV. He'll cancel his TP off at the very least, so does get to stay in the lane for now. Meanwhile, mid lane, like in terms of dealing with Mamangdaya, it's a Dragon Knight with a double bracer and strength treads build. Like there's not really much you can do about this guy right now. They'll try to stomp, they'll rotate more heroes into the mid lane to delay this mid tier 1 tower going down. But overall, it seems like the DK is going to have his way with it eventually. Meanwhile, top lane, KMP gets left alone, so Red immediately starts harassing the TB out. And that's kind of the choice you have to make right now as UDV. Like, do you defend the mid-tier 1 tower, or do you go back top and protect KMP and allow him to at least hit some creeps in the top lane? Well, Travens is going to find him. KMP in trouble, Delol going to cut him off as well. The TB really has not too much gameplay. They'll go for the Solar Guardian to boot just to make sure that they've got the damage. And it just keeps getting worse. Like, this TB has no support at the moment. They've chosen to defend the mid-tier 1 tower instead. But it's a 3v1 in the mid. That there's 3 heroes to stop Mamangdaya from pushing a tier 1 tower. And he hasn't even got Dragon Form yet. I feel like this is a huge misplay from UDV.
For sure. I mean, even outside of just defending mid versus a side lane tower, the side lane towers feel a lot bigger right now. This is something we've seen with a map change. They'll smoke out in UDV. Fearless again, he has a 6, he has an Urn up. They need to find a kill somewhere.
Maybe they'll find 458 bottom lane. They have found the Spectre. This will be a huge one, and they'll get him. BB just committing the Raw to ensure there's no games to be played. And I don't quite blame him. With the start they've had, they needed everything they can get.
That they do. They will sacrifice their mid, but again, mid tower not the biggest in comparison to the side lanes. So if they'll trade for the bot tier 1, and if they manage to use that space, you're still in an okay position for UDV. You are 3k behind. This is giving Mamangdaya a lot of room to just build up on this DK, and they're still coming in for the defense.
Yeah, they want BB. Cookie is going to be out. Daggers are out though, and BB is too slowed up. Stomp will come in from Leonak, but now Mamangdaya is joined into the bottom lane. Boom Boy doesn't seem like he'll make it. Another 2 kills to go the way of Spawn. And now you've officially got the level 6 timing on the line. So expect to smoke up towards the top lane, I think. Find the Terrorblade again and just finger him down.
Yeah, not much KNP can really do about that. He has a 6, he's pocketing that point in the Sunder to see if he can get away with a bit of a greedier skill build, try to farm up. But the map is shrinking, and you haven't managed to trade for that tier 1 bot, so the bot lane's not opened up the farm. You are getting some room for BB to just try to stack up and try to get some build up. He is rushing the Ags here in this game as the Beastmaster, which does make sense up against the Spectre and the clump up you are expecting from Spawn. Let's see if that timing does line up, but no auras to come out. Nothing to relieve that pressure that's on the Terrorblade, on the entire team right now. Just playing in for himself. Oh.
They're looking at BB, but a nice cookie away. Solar Guardian still committed. The stun will land, and they should have enough damage. Finger will come out, no messing around. They'll take the kill, but now the rotations. Fearless is in. Travens will be the target. Travens, he'll get the egg off in time, but it will be left to die. Boomboy will take care of it with the little shredder is now Red. Red will go for a run. In fact, he'll turn right back around on Boomboy. Takes a kill for himself. Red, he'll run towards the west, but it won't be enough. He does go down, but not before claiming a mega kill streak for himself.
That is not as worthwhile as it seems. When you give a bigger streak back to Fearless, so suddenly this Ember has a little bit more of a game. It's going to get a few more items up. His path towards his Spirit Vessel isn't too slow now for Fearless. And KNP does get to show up in lane with some activity coming through. Can start to focus in on that tier 1. Again, they still have some tools on hand for Spawn, but this should be a tower take now for the side of UDV. And again, this bot tier 1's so important. Open up more map space for KNP, chase down.
Yeah, Travens, he'll try to put the dive. It's not going to work out, though they are still going to go for a fight. Fearless, oh, he's the one caught. The Ember is just gone. Leonak, he's going to try to jump in to trade, but there's no damage on the Order Titan. And Boom Boy is not making it out either. The Starbreaker lands, he's down. Mamang Daya with a triple kill on the Dragon Knight. And that's going to be another T1 tower. They are just running all over UD Vessuwan. It is just not even close. Oh, look at this, John. Look at the stacks. BB. Those were BB stacks, John. They're bullying this damn Beastmaster. They took his lunch money away. BB can't get a roar either. Fearless is going to jump in, at least maybe finding Delol, but Delol's going to go for a run himself, that the Axis will take him down. But can they get a stop? They want red. They want both of them. Mamang Dai is slowed up. He'll get stopped. Fearless still chasing. Mamang Dai low now. Surely goes down. The Axis will land. Into the Roshan pit he'll go. Mamang Dai, how lucky can you get? Roshan not hitting him. He'll get taken down. KMP will be the one to claim the kill on the Terror Blade. And it seems like UDV are finally fighting back.
They are, but losing the stacks, having to pop Roar onto a DK that's in Roche Pit, doesn't feel amazing for UDV either way. They still have a lot to try to compensate for. They need to get that D ward on this Obs ward. Like, it's the Obs ward giving them so much vision. Again, we talked about this, but Spawn has had such great aggressive vision in comparison to UDV, who don't have the best reach across the map. Spawn, going for a little bit of smoke with just the lull. He does have the finger ready.
I mean, why not? Get those stacks up. Oh, and he's going to run right into KMP. Yeah, he's found him, John. This is depressing.
Oh, no.
KMP, they'll know it's not an illusion because the Hex would have deleted it, and there he goes. This is a depressing carry game to watch.
It is. It's not an easy time for KNP. Spawn have been playing so damn well. Their off lane's just fully enabled. They've been getting a lot of value out with Red and with the lull. There's not much room for UDV to breed. Like, they don't manage to connect onto this movement of Fearless, and that is one shining point. I suppose outside of the line, the Ember is sort of free to dance around, but that is only if the Lul's not around. Like, if the Lull is there, the Fearless is not going to have the best of times until some defensive items start to come true. This is buying a little bit of space out for UDV, but it doesn't feel like you have any big spikes that feel good to play with. Like, Ags is going to come out for BB, sure. It's going to be up in like 40 gold, but does Ags fix a lot of your issues? Not quite yet. I think maybe once you start to stack up some auras on the Beastmaster, make him more durable, that's where things can really start to count, and he is going for that Pipe of Insight next. So some of the auras will be coming true, but it'll take more time. KNP, he's just trying to go into a Yasha. He has even a Midas up, just to really try to get some farm to catch up. And just you need to solve.
Oh, Fearless. Oh boy, I gotta give Red credit. Like, Red and Delol have been doing a fantastic job here. In particular, as you can see by the tips, Delol's the one who's getting most of the credit on the line. But quite frankly, yeah, he has been doing a fantastic job setting up. And speaking of that line, Delol's gonna have a blink up in 200 gold. That's a real concern. So the line with the blink up, you've got all the initiation you could ask for as Mamang Dai just blinks out. What? He just blinks out.
Yeah. Just reacts fast enough. There's a little bit of a delay on that scatter blast, so sees it, manages to jump away. And this is what we were just talking about a while ago. Fearless has to really be careful about the line. Like, that's the lull without the blink. He has his blink flying out now. The fact that he even manages to find that setup for something like the Ember is a pretty ugly look for UDV right now. Again, and they've got the Ags on BB, but he needs more auras. The Ags alone is not going to really help him survive too long here. It feels like you're going to need a pipe. You're going to want your Guardian Greaves up. At that point, it starts to feel better. For now, it's still a heavy farm game. 3K lead for Spawn. At the very least, this lead hasn't grown for Spawn. Like, UDV are keeping it equal, so they're not losing any more than they already have. They are keeping up the farm pace at the very least, but my concern is still this forward vision. Like, these wards coming out from Spawn have just been causing so many issues. No one's playing up top, but they've also got the info that no one's playing up top.
Red.
They can
chains elsewhere. Miss. They missed the chains. They missed the chains. Small mistakes, John. Very small mistakes, and now you've wasted the kisses for another 2 minutes. But without the kisses up, Red's not going to die. It's just, for UDV, it's just another 2 minutes where Spawn can feel very safe.
Yeah. No kill threat. You need to tie in with all of your spells, and to be fair, it's a little bit awkward trying to dive that deep anyway. Not sure why UDV were trying right by the tier 2, a TP point, shadow step ready. Like, it's pretty scary to try to force a fight that way. So they miss out, but they don't lose heroes at the very least. Again, keeping up in that word, at the least not losing out anymore in map efficiency.
They're looking at top. The Law was waiting for Fearless. Fearless may show himself again, but realizes something is a little bit wrong here. Looks like he's going to back off. He's going to be just fine. $15-9 right now, like a 3k advantage. At least KMP has been given a lot more space on the TB to farm up now, so you've got that going for you, as it seems like Delol has finally been spotted. They're going to ward down, they'll see the line, and they will punish Delol, so happy days here for UDV. I suppose with the game state the way it is, you're playing the slow game now as UDV. Just buy time, give as much space to your cores as you can, to split push the lanes as much as possible. Though I question whether you have the better late game scaling kind of drafter as UDV as well, because you're up against a Spectre. You know, even DK and Dawnbreaker scale quite well these days, and I question how well UDV can do scaling into the late game at this point.
I think they can scale pretty well. You can just kind of get a silver edge on KNP if you can find a farm, and get a little bit of that break action onto 458, prevent the Spectre from being a massive issue. But it'll take time. They drag down the lead to just 2k. And I think once you have some defensive items up in Fearless and a little bit more of that aura play on BB, and the play starts to line up for UDP. Just preventing these solo pickoffs that they've been bleeding out is really the key here, as Daya.
Out. Yeah, they've got the Solar Guardian to come in, but it's not going to be enough. In fact, a nice stomp. Leonak, he's got the splitter as well on 3. This could be a big cleanup for UDV if they can get it. But can they hold anyone down? 458 is still just running. They've got at least the Dawnbreaker Red. Red trying to get out, will not make it, and now the egg drop right in the middle, so the little Shredder just takes it down. What a mess. Spawn just panicking a little bit. Do pay for it with 2. Now Delol shows up, but he doesn't have the damage. Leonak will survive the finger output. A little bit unfortunate for the Lion.
And it's starting to line up. Again, UDV, they've got that play ready. They've got their Terrorblade ready to join in with Sanj and Yasha. Just enough stats for him to feel safe in the middle. And now they've got Roche opening. Not too much time left on that Metamorphosis, but they've got the output. And without that egg, without that Shadow Step, without that Solar Guardian, there's no opening for Spawn to contest.
Here we go. Roshan freely taken. This just feels like it should not be happening, but UDV get away with it. Fearless will take the Aegis for himself and the Ember. And suddenly the game looks like it's just flipped on its head. You've got KMP's second in net worth now as the TB, and he's very close now to just working on towards that IF Skadi. Once you've got the Skadi timing on the TB, things change quite a bit. It's the power spike he gets is pretty insane, as Delol, who was playing a perfect game, is now being chased by an Astral Spirit. He's going to find an Invis Rune though, so should be okay to leave. But as Spawn, it felt like they were playing a perfect game. And just a couple mistakes, and suddenly it's turned right back around, but they're going to make the jump in on the Beastmaster. No finger to play with this time, but they won't need it. That is the one advantage. At least with the Shadow Step, you can still play fairly quick.
Yeah, you still have this global gank potential. And where Spawn shines right now is when they can isolate UDV into these solo pickoff opportunities. They still have this really good forward vision playing in the top jungle. So UDV still has to respect that. But I think it's fine. Again, as long as KNP is farming, as long as BB and Fearless are kind of allowed to catch up, like, your item spikes are still set. BKB on Fearless is going to be massive. The Ember's not going to be pinned down. You have nothing to pierce outside of Solar Guardian if you can kind of connect, but without setup stunts. Connecting that onto the Ember feels optimistic. And you've got the egg as well, but easier said than done for Travens this game with a Snapfire on the enemy side. They're shoving in bot, top's being shoved in as well by the side of Spawn. And they will defend successfully with BB. So relieving some of that pressure, not fully committing on either side yet. Got the Echo Saber up now for Red. Going into that Harpoon. This Dawnbreaker is still really scary if you are isolated. So for UDV, what we need to see is maybe just a little bit more emphasis on team fight. That's where they've been shining. They will take the gate across to dodge out bot. Of course, KNP might be left a little bit alone, but they don't seem to have a read on that just yet.
Well, they're bringing him back. Fearless is here. Leonac stuck around. They'll go for the chains with the DK, but this seems like bait. Mamang Dai, though, no, never mind. They want to leave. They'll just pop the BKB and get out of there. They just didn't have the numbers to really take that fight, and sadly for them as well, Red was about 5 seconds away from having Solar Guardian available. Now, had you had that Solar Guardian available at the time, I think they would have happily made that jump. But without it, you don't really want to risk it.
Yeah, just play it safe. You pop the BKB, charge down to 7 seconds here for Mamangdaya, not the best feeling in the world, and you get a little bit of an opening for mid. With KNP around, with Metamorphosis still ready to go, shouldn't be too tough to take out that objective, although...
Jump in, they have found themselves a Beastmaster, and he is just bursted down. BB immediately gone, but now a huge Earth Splitter going to fly in, landing on 2. Just doesn't do enough damage, though. Everyone's still walking out. Fearless is threatening to go back in. Kisses are out. Fearless, dropping very, very low, does still have the Aegis, is going to be okay. They do have to commit the kisses to allow him to get out of that. But I suppose Fearless is just wanting to play on the edge right now, considering the state of the game.
Yeah, just trying to look for opportunities, trying to look for any overextensions from Spawn that they could punish. And it doesn't quite pan out, but you force out the BKB use from Red.
Oh, the lol. X out. He has no finger. Would have been hard to get the kill anyway, with the flame guard up. So it looks like he's just gonna leave. Stun out now from Mamang Daya. I mean, Fearless is still perfectly fine. I suppose they just don't want him around this area.
Shoving out. Scare him off a little bit, cut off that farm. This is still space once more for KNP. You're perfectly happy, and he does get the Arcane Rune bottled up here, Fearless. So more spell spam coming out. Mid still set to fall. BKB not too far off for BB. Fearless still diving pretty far just to shove him away here.
Well, they do call him Fearless for a reason. No longer Gacha Boy. Cookie out, they've caught the Phoenix, they'll get the kill. Travens is gone. Onto the T2 tower they'll go. UDV, I mean, they've got the Metamorphosis available on KNP, so he can pop that to get the extra damage if he needs to, but it seems like UDV are very confident now in their ability to just take this Tier 2 mid tower for free. And that, it seems like they will. No real contest here from Spawn.
Yeah. Maybe feeling a little bit unsafe without the Shadow Step. So 458 can't just join in on that Spectre. They do have the Guardian ready. They've got the Harpoon ready on Red as well. They managed to sit through the Aegis expiring. There is that, and they managed to get a free shard for Red on top of that. So he does have that debuff immunity from the Starbreaker now as well, with a little bit more magic res. But UDV, they've clawed their way back into this game quite nicely. And if you look at the graphs, it's not in their favor just yet, but they've managed to equalize the game in terms of net worth and EXP. And they're starting to get some spikes going. You know, like, again, that BKB not too far off for BB. Scotty's up for KNP into his own BKB. The debuff immunity is going to be huge because you're so reliant on landing that Dragon Tail or Earth Spike and Hex that once you take those tools away, it's going to be a lot tougher.
BB always targeted first. The Beastmaster still alive for now, but not for long. He's just gone. UDV, I mean, they'll try to defend him, but there's... Oh, 458? That's an aggressive jump, 458. 458! He's running. He might just make it, but he's lost all his HP. He needs a reset. No more fighting, 458. Get the hell out of there.
Ah. And
everyone in this game is crazy. They're crazy here, John.
He decides to commit the real hero. I mean, maybe they were looking for that bait play into the egg, but no one bites into the bait from UDV. So now you're down egg, you're down Solar Guardian. Shadow Step not the longest cooldown, but there's an opening here with a respawn coming out on BB. They could look to play. I mean, they still have Aurora ready. He's just not been able to use that spell. Just needs an opportunity.
He's got to get there too. He does have a TP available. Jump in from Fearless. They found Travins at the back, but Travins not going to get chained up. There's now Red being targeted, but Red is just perfectly fine, at least for now. Though they do get an Earth Splitter out, Red is going to be able to avoid that completely, however, and now the Shadow Step comes back in. At least Travins has gone down, but KMP's been caught. KMP, he could not sunder. He could not sunder in time. KMP is down again, and now the cleanup crew is here. Fearless out of Remnant's going to try and chase down the line, but he blinks away. Meanwhile, Red does take too much damage and ends up getting taken down himself as now Fearless.
Fearless!
Yeah. Get stunned. Bye-bye, Fearless.
He stood around his BKB for a moment, trying to look for that line. It takes a second too long to think about that TP, and it comes off. I mean, you just get stunned up after it fades. And it's so much easier to catch these heroes that try to BKB TP out. Just happens. UDV. They've lost a little bit of that equalization now. Spawn definitely in a solid lead, 4K up. Managed to increase that by a good amount. They've got the Scotty up in 458. They don't have a source of break just yet in UDV. KNP is going for that Shadow Blade into presumably the Silver Edge here to have that break source up. But you really need some of these BKBs to line up. You need to line up these BKB uses across your cores, at the very least with BB and with Fearless. Because it feels like every single time BB just dies, you can't take these fights without the roar. You need to have that Pipe of Insight pop. BB dies before he can even pop that. And you're not getting value from your Ags. We'll have to see if UDV can kind of find that kind of opening. And with the BKB up and BB, Spawn, they are still feeling great. Butterfly next for 458. They're going to get the blink up on Red. And the Ags, it's already done in Mamang Dai, going for the full AC. This is where that DK starts to feel like a very scary court to play into with his own damage output. Still smoke out from UDV here.
They might run right into him. Mamang Dai. He's just going to walk away though. To be fair, he does have BKB TP available, though I suppose the Roar is also available from the Beastmaster. TP's coming up top, so it seems like Spawn are prepping for a fight, or more so prepping for Roshan, which is available. Comes UDV. Fearless will get to the high ground of the Twin Gates, but there are wards around from the Radiant side of things, so Fearless does get spotted. They might jump him. Delol, he'll barely miss out. Fearless, he'll get the BKB in time, and he'll chase down the line immediately. Delol is gone. No buyback. So now you don't have to worry about that. But Fearless, he's lost his BKB now. Boomboy's gonna get jumped by the Spectre. In comes the Solar Guardian to boot, but they do roar up the Spectre at least, as now the Starbreaker landing on two, but 458 is gone. He has buyback, but does he have a way to get back to the fight? His TP's on 10 seconds worth of cooldown, so he actually can't get there in time. Roshan goes the way of UDV for free, basically.
That is insane. Like, Fearless baiting out a lot of its spells, instantly locking in that line, taking away a lot of their hard control, was actually the right play. Like, he finds that squishy target, he forces out the egg in a really awkward position. They're not able to play around this chain stun that we've been seeing Spawn succeed in, with the egg combination, with the line kind of protecting it, doesn't come out. And 458, he gives a massive streak out to KNP. Like, that is a huge amount of gold to feed onto this Terrorblade. Eclipses everyone else as #1 in net worth once more. Silver Edge not going to be too far off now for KNP, and this game does get a lot tougher for the Spectre once that break is online. Like, you are relying a lot on Dispersion to just let you live through these engage and split that damage apart, but the break just nullifies that. We need to see Spawn kind of try to land this combination again. It's just down to having like Solar Guardian Egg threatening the same area overlap. So you have this big area control onto even just one. Like, these plays onto BB were the right call, but now that Fearless is taking point, it's a lot tougher to pin down that Ember. Like, as long as Fearless is smart with his BKB use, then catching the Ember in that 6-second span is going to be a lot tougher And it provides so much room for UDV to think about how they want to approach those fights.
Now the Silver Edge up on KMP, that could be a bit of a problem here for the DK. And the Spectre for that matter, in fact. And suddenly, UDV looking like the much stronger team. It's been very back and forth this game though, to say the least, as UDV aggressive posturing once again, looking towards the bottom tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not gonna last very long, there'll be no defense to come from spawn.
Radiant's bottom tower has
They are pushing the top lane, so Fearless is gonna be forced to rotate to defend this. Meanwhile, the rest of the team does just smoke up, and KMP is actually TP back towards the mid-tier 2 to try and scout out somebody early on, and he's gonna find 458. With the Silver Edge, 458 has no idea that he's around, but he seems to sense that something is wrong, so he does back his way out underneath his own vision. He'll see the Terrorblade right now, but KMP has no idea. He has no idea he was being watched. It's the UDV around Mamang Dyer at the moment. Mamang Dyer, and he's not the easiest target to try and take down, but maybe with the break available from KMP, they could. And in comes KMP. Roar is out. They've got the break, and they've got the DK. Very, very nice.
Yeah, not the biggest commitment out for the Earth Splitter and a Roar. Roar low enough cooldown that you don't care for it too much. Gonna be able to get that shove up top. Creep wave coming in. No early cuts coming out from UDV. They should be able to get one creep cut off, but that is going to be a tier 2 take. All outer towers gone for spawn. And from their start, that's not what you expect at this point in the game. Losing out on both Aegises, losing out on all outer towers. UDV have this good opportunity to just siege.
458. And 458 gonna commit a shadow step to get back towards the base. KMP has not popped Metamorphosis yet, though in his defense he does have the Aegis for another minute and a half, so he'll just wait that one out. Try and do it the old-fashioned way. It's out on Fearless, but Fearless is going to be just fine to walk away from this. That'll be the tier 3 tower gone. And Spawn have no choice but to fight, and now, well, without the lull available, I suppose now they can't fight. But they do have buybacks on both those cores. 458 will get locked down for a moment. Sunder out from KMP. Red trying to force him back just a little bit, but KMP still has the Aegis. He's more than happy to die if he needs to. And they go again. They know the meta won't be popped until the Aegis is gone, so they'll jump the Beastmaster. BB is gone. Fearless, he'll just BKB and run. No Basher, I do believe, so everyone else just gets out. Worth.
Good little hit and run. BB sacrificed, but you save the Aegis, although it doesn't have too much time left. The follow-up fight wouldn't have been clean for UDV if they opted to utilize that. They cut their losses early. They take a melee racks for their trouble, and suddenly they're in the advantage. 6k up here for the side of UDV. Win probability at 62% their way to pretty much what Spawn had for most of the game here. Although, Fearless.
Oh, Fearless. Oh, he eats the cheese. He's got the cheese. He'll eat it. He's all right.
Dyer's middle tower is under
That was close.
He plays on the edge, forces out the finger, forces them to show their position here on mid as well. So that, again, provides some relief for KNP to keep this farm game up and some time for BB to be back in this game. 22-19. In this matchup, on paper, it was supposed to be pretty close. It looked pretty one-sided coming out from the lanes. Not gonna lie to you, Mike, but UDV reel it back in. And again, with the map state the way it is, with the tier 2 still up, with all the scaling left for KNP, it gets a little bit scary. Like, the team fight still feels better for Spawn, but they haven't seen a lot of those opportunities here.
Yeah, certainly not. Win probability right now is like basically 50-50. 51% the way of UDV at the moment, to be exact. So a very close matchup here between these two teams. So the chase is on now for 458. 458 should get hit by KMP. They won't pop the Metamorphosis again, though. There's no real point anyway. They just did not have the lockdown to follow up here with the Terrorblade. But can they just go high ground again? Like, even without the Aegis up, they still have meta. It seems like they may not risk it.
They need a pick off to really feel safe. If you take even one tool out of that equation of a team fight for Spawn, it starts to feel a lot better.
Being targeted is okay though. 458 was forced to BKB to try and get that kill safely, and he doesn't even get that. So now you know the BKB's down for a bit of time. There's that at least, but I suppose that even that's not going to be enough really to try and force a high ground yet. Still looking for that kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But I suppose if you are UDV, considering the start you did have, like you're probably just very happy with the state of the game at the moment.
Yeah, that you are. When you force out the BKB on Leonak as well, but it's a support BKB, it probably doesn't matter as much. He's going for his own Echo Saber. No Ags Rush coming out here for the ET just yet. You know, all UDV needs is one pickoff with a roar. They get that, the high ground opens up. Like finding even something like the Phoenix is massive, as you take away that big egg area denial here. Still playing it safe. You are getting some split push action coming out here from Amgdaya, sieging onto a tier 2. We'll find it. With the Ags fully done on their DK along with the Assault Curious up. So the DK is starting to become a split push monster if you do leave it alone for too long. Is going for that Manta build-up as well for the illusion spam. So a lot still left for Spawn to reach into. Side of UDV. Probably just waiting for that next Roche. 20 seconds away until we see that respawn timer. If they can secure next Roche here for UDV, find another find another high ground opportunity. If they play their cards right on that high ground, then it could potentially go into the tier 4s, into the Ancient. Like, as long as Metamorphosis is smartly used by KNP, that possibility never disappears here.
Still the big group up in the Radiant Triangle. UDV, they're almost hoping somebody shows up here in this triangle. Pings up for 458. They saw him underneath some vision. 458, he's got no idea they're coming. UDV, just gonna jump right in. How do you save the Spectre? The answer is you probably don't. The Earthspitter will get the job done, and now Red needs a way out, but so much damage. Red is gone. 2 down.
Yikes.
There are buybacks at least, but you don't want to pop them like this.
No, this is the opening. UDV take 2 tools away from that team fight. Solar Guardian down, even with a buyback. So you have this opportunity to just siege. Rangetrax goes mid next, and they buy back, but Solar Guardian's still down for his respawn anyway.
Oh, chains out. They've got the Dragonite locked down. Mamangdaya going to be targeted with the break. They've got plenty of damage now. Mamangdaya, he'll BKB away. At the very least, will survive a little bit longer. Sunder out. KMP dropping very, very low. KMP might just be dead, and he is gone. This is the fight that Spawn needed. Spawn can try to turn it now. They've lost to Lowell, but they'll get BB. Leonak, go for a run. Stun will not be out in time. Or rather it was, but the BKB was still going. And now Fearless will be able to get himself out. So they'll lose 2 cores for the price of a support, but it's a good fight for Spawn. And they do also successfully protect the mid racks. They'll only lose the T3 tower.
This puts a lot of pressure in Spawn, though. They've got to find Roshan. 40 seconds till respawn. It's going to be a south side spawn as well. So they've got to make their way down there. There's enough time for UDV to actually potentially contest. It's not going to be the smoothest times for Spawn to just go for Roche here. A little bit scary. If they lose out on Roche for Spawn, the high ground opens up once more without buybacks on your Spec and your Dawnbreaker. And that defense looks a lot shakier. So they've got to find their bodies down here. They've got to secure it. They've got the right idea, but they're scouted out already by Leonak.
Yeah, they are. Mamangdaya going to move in, stun out. They have found Leonak, in fact, so Leonak's going to drop. There's another one right by the tree line. Boomboy's just hiding in the corner. As we have a buyback from Leonak, I suppose, for Roshan. That's fair.
They know how important it is. Like, this is make or break. If Spawn manages to find a Roche, they're back in the game. They can force out a fight, force out these buybacks in UDV. They're not sticking around to secure it.
Well,
I'm surprised they're giving up this position. Mamangdaya and Travens are hanging around, but respawns are up. KNP's back along with BB. And they're free to take Roche if they want to. No vision even. Like, what? Spawn just backs off without vision drop as well. They will smoke.
yeah, they actually had a ward on Delol, but he didn't place it. Maybe now he'll do it by the Twin Gates. Should at least. There you go. They'll get the vision down now. So luckily for them, they still have the time. Both sides gonna wait for the other one to go first by the looks of it. Nobody wants to start the Roshan themselves. Because the one big positive you do have for Spawn is the Spectre can farm while you're doing this. Like, while you're waiting for Roshan, 458 is still accumulating a lot of net worth. Can always Shadow step back into the fight. But Fearless can do the exact same. He can always remnant back to his team. So he's going to just deal with the top wave. UDV, they are going to 4-man smoke. A bit of a wraparound. Mamang Daya may have his own smoke broken in just a moment, and does. Blink away, blinks the wrong way, but has the Shadow Blade, or rather the Silver Edge, so will survive. But now 458's been spotted. He'll dagger away, in fact. BB, he'll go after Red on the Dawnbreaker. Now the egg, it's on top of the cliff. This is a good one. This is a good one, but it seems like even then it won't last. No, it will. Travens finally gets the egg off. But even the fight's still looking very, very bad as they are just melting. Fearless just jumps right in. Delol trying to get out with the TP is not going to make it. 4 down for Spawn. And UDV, they may as well just go high ground. There's no need for Roshan.
They take the fight. They know there's no buybacks on these two big heroes. Mamang Daya is already going for the creep cut very early on. Blinking forward, finds the Wisdom Rune, but with the creep wave being as healthy as it is, they're going to have to pop 40. They're going for tier 4s.
Why not? Why the hell not? There's 2 heroes down without buyback available. The big ones as well, like Red and 458, neither one has it. They're the ones you were worried about. Double Earth Spike out to Lol, throws the finger onto BB, but he is just fine. They are still focusing on the tier 4 towers. And now the Ancient, UDV, they are not messing around. They'll just go right for the Jugular. And Spawn are the ones that need to find an answer to this. But how do you do it? It's 3v5. How could you possibly defend this? They are still trying to get it done. Mamang Daya, he'll go down, he'll buy back, but the Ancient, it's a couple hits away from dying and it's gone. Yes, wait. UDV. I mean, it was such a bad start to the game, but they still make the win happen. And Spawn, I mean, sadly, they are going to have to leave the qualifiers now, Jonathan. It was only a best of 1 in the lower bracket round of 1, but that's going to be a bit of a hurtful loss. Like, you had that good of a start during the laning stage. You won every single lane and you still lost like that. That's a tough feeling.
It's painful for Spawn. UDV clawed their way back. Remember, this is a team that's relegated out of Div 2, I believe, at 7th place. So they managed to beat the 6th place team, that is Spawn, and they beat them in spectacular fashion. Maybe not the cleanest. Obviously, the early game was pretty damn ugly for UDV. The lane for KNP was non-existent. It was pretty much a creep for a lot of that game, but they turned it around. And it was really that last fight, the forced buybacks early on from the 2 cores coming out there on Spawn was really the kicker. I think forcing out that buyback on 458 and Red just cost them that game because it provided so much pressure onto Spawn to have to take that Aegis, to have to take that Roche fight, but they couldn't get it secured. You know, a little bit late with a vision drop, a little bit more cautious around the pit while the respawns were still coming in. And when the fight finally breaks out, Mamang Daya is in a very awkward part of that smoke break, blinks forward in a very weird position. The Roar instantly comes out onto Red. The egg works out, but you don't have the Solar Guardian to kind of play on top of that. It just falls flat. I think it's just, I wouldn't say they're major mistakes. It did cost them the game, but those weren't like massive misplays from Spawn. Just a little bit of hesitation and just being in the wrong spots at the wrong time cost them.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, Spawn, I'm not sure where things really went wrong, but it's, you know, it's just once that mid-game hit, it was all over, it seems, as UDV just got it together, just had the time to catch up, and a couple of awkward mistakes from Spawn costing them this game. Again, it was a best of 1, so there's no second chances of the TI-12 qualifiers for Spawn. They are going to have to leave. Of course, UDV, they will be able to get to the, I don't want to say the safety net part, but at least now they're in best of 3s, right? So it's like you're out of the best of 1 stage now if you're UDV, at least. So you can afford to lose 1 game in the next matches you do have. But again, Spawn will have to leave for TI-12, and that is the sad reality, John. There's only 1 slot left. You know, there's only 1 team that can make it out of all the teams we have in these qualifiers. So this is the start to a very painful qualifier, I think.
That it is. And to be fair to UDV, I think going forward, it doesn't get any easier. They're facing off against the loser of SMG Geek Fam.
Yeah.
And neither of those are really easy opponents either. Still, for this victory, UDV, they play spectacularly well. Who'd you have to give the MVP if you had to give it here, Mike?
Ooh, that's a hard. I mean, it's a tough because I don't think anyone necessarily played that damn well on UDV. I'll be frank with you. It's I'm gonna say Fearless just because he made some openings, I guess, right in the middle of his team. But I honestly can't pick somebody that was really standout-ish here. I feel like Spawn just kind of messed up. But let's just say Fearless, I guess, on the Ember this time around. Do you agree, John? I don't know if you can agree because it was a bit of a mixed bag in this game.
Yeah, no, I'd say Fearless. Whoa, Chris, that's skyrocketed. This is what I love to see. This
is what I love to see.
What Fearless does. I'm gonna hammer it down on Fearless when I do see him. I'm gonna PM him. Hey, have you seen your graph? Your deaths are all the way up, buddy.
I got a
Fearless,
screenshot.
but that leads to deaths.
I gotta go back and screenshot that from the VOD.
But to be fair, like Fearless did find those openings, right? Like when especially that kill on 458 in red, it came out from Fearless. They were chasing down on that side and the left side. Yeah. Jumping, and they can't get that big catch, force the buybacks, and force that awkward Roshan engagement for Spawn. So if Fearless does his job, and this is why Fearless is Fearless. He's no longer Gotcha Boy. When he was Gotcha Boy, it was like 50-50 on what you get. Now, he's just Fearless. He's running in, he's doing whatever he wants. If he dies, he doesn't care. He just doesn't care. This man is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, he did his job. He did what he had to do at the very least. And that is game one underway, or rather finished for today. We do have our next series coming up, Jonathan. We've got Execration up against Neon Esports in the upper bracket of the qualifiers for SCA. So that's going to be an interesting matchup, I'm sure. I think we can all agree that Execration should be the favorites going into that matchup against Neon. But, it's been a while since I've had the pleasure of seeing the boys from Neon. So hoping for some great things to be had here today, Jonathan, in this best of three.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Neon does. I think this lineup with Castaway has looked promising, and I'm keen to see how it holds up, because Execration, it feels like, is a team that a lot of other teams can look at and be like, we can take them down a peg. So wouldn't be surprised if this goes 3 games. Technically a Rambulan, but not really with the rosters, but technically still is, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. With that, Jonathan, we are going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our best of 3 series between Execration and Neon Esports. We'll see you all again very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to our second series of the day between Neon Esports and, of course, Execration for the upper bracket of the TI-12 SCA qualifiers, and it's MLP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We've got a, as you said earlier, rumble on here between these two teams, and I can't wait to get this one underway. Neon Esports versus Execration, the boys that were struggling all year to verse the gatekeepers, as you called them, Jonathan, in Execration of the SCA region. But before all that, how the hell are you doing?
Feeling great. Looking forward to this Rambulan coming out. This should be pretty fun. Haven't been able to see too much of new Neon, and I believe with Castaway on hand, they have been looking good. Castaway and Raging Potato, good old Bimbo, back in the scene after a little bit of a hiatus, so always nice to see. Execration as well having some changes, you know, bringing good old Abeng back in, reeling him back after he gets kicked out. It's always fun to see when Abeng gets back in because he looks like he pops off. And then I don't know what happens afterwards. So I'm even seeing how Execration does. This is going to be fun. I think no matter what happens, this is fun. You know, we came into lobby. I noticed immediately there's a username on Ken. His pub username is very disturbing that it's a joke only the Filipinos would get, but it's J-A-J-A cool. Can you pronounce it for me, Mike?
Jaja cool? Is it Jaja cool, is it?
Say the full name. Yeah, say the full name.
Jaja cool enjoyer. What does that mean?
You know,
hold on. It might be. Let me look it up. Hold on.
Keep yourself safe. Don't search. You're innocent. Okay, you can stay innocent. It's a reference to haha, of course, to Teehee. I think.
Yeah, haha, cool.
Profile picture as well. But
okay. Well, I'm still trying to figure out what's going on here.
Filipinos there. If any Filipinos are in chat, you'll instantly get White Hat's very funny. And I told him off. What kind of username is that? But should be fun. You know, get to see Kens and high spirits at the very.
Hold on. So send me a link at least so I understand what the hell's going on here.
I'll explain to you in a DM because I cannot. I cannot explain this on stream.
Okay, thank you for that, Jonathan. Oh, I see.
It's very, very mature comedy coming out from Ken. But yeah, this should be interesting because Execration, it feels like ever since they kicked March, it's been less than ideal. I think that's, well, I don't think they kicked March. I think March just got a better offer. So since losing March, I think a lot of his team's potential has been untapped. And I'm hoping that maybe this run's going to be different. You know, maybe they can go all the way to TI and actually stay without going to the airport on the first day. I think that's on the first day of playoffs at the very least, or after groups, either one. I think this team still has potential. We've seen them look amazing, but when they look lost, they look extra lost. I think Neon's the opposite, where they haven't been able to reel in, you know, the same caliber of players they used to with Yopaj, Scam. By the way, Yopaj's birthday was yesterday, so happy birthday to him. Stop asking me for gifts. Shut the hell up, Japoy. You have money, I know. Shut up. But happy birthday. Yeah, they haven't been able to reel in players on the level of like Scam, Tim's, Yopaj.
Did you ever go to dinner with Yopaj and his parents? It's been years now.
No, he hasn't been back too much in Davao, and when he is, he's out with his significant other. I think that's the safe way of describing it. So not really. I have to blame Alphon for that. I'm blaming Alphon for whatever reason. He keeps saying he'll come down as well, and he never does. But that's typical Alphon. Breaks all his promises. Throwing him under the bus now. He's not watching. He's asleep. But he's throwing him under the bus. But yeah,
he's too busy with the ladies, you know. He's a ladies man.
He is. Yeah. He is a player. And again, like Neon's the opposite of Execration, where they have Chuan. Right, guiding this roster where they haven't been able to bring the A-list players in a while, whereas Execration's pretty much the cream of the crop left in the Philippines without a stable voice. So it's going to be an interesting comparison of the issues both teams have, and we should be able to take a dive into that game already with the draft slowly forming up here for game number 1 in this best of 3. Upper bracket start, Mike. So again, no elimination, but if you do get dragged into lower bracket, it's going to be a rough road for you going forward. So you do want these wins here.
Certainly not very fun to end up in the lower bracket, that's for sure. So we do have now the draft. Obviously, we have to wait out this extremely long ban stage before we can actually talk about any drafts, but we'll wait that out. Can I just tell you, by the way, John, considering we are casting 2 Filipino organizations, I have a story for you. So recently I found out we have a Filipino restaurant next to our house. Not next to our house, but it's you know, you can order it on delivery apps, right? About 15 minutes drive. So my wife said we should try this place. Now I looked at the menu, and it's a literal copy of Jollibee. Like it's exactly the same, but they're just called something different, right? And first of all, the food was delicious. It was literally just Jollibee, right? It was amazing.
But my wife made it. How would you know it's Jollibee? You've never tried Jollibee. You can't say it's like Jollibee. So
you know why?
1 point taken away. Yeah.
Because you've told me the menu so many times. You're like, you got to order the spaghetti with the sausages, and you told me all the time. Anyway.
Yes.
So my wife made an amateur mistake. She said to me, "I feel like dessert. What's hello hello?" And I told her, I said, "Look, it's a shaved ice dessert with the all the toppings and blah blah blah."
Yeah.
And she said, "Should I order it?" And I go, "Well, you can order it, but the problem is, by the time it gets here, the ice is going to be melted."
Yeah.
You know? So she decides, against my advice to her, that she'll order the hello hello, gets it melted, puts it in the freezer. It becomes solid ice on top.
No.
So you can't access any of it. You can't access any of the damn dessert. Because there's solid ice on top. And then she got mad at me for it. She was like, she got upset with me. Like I was feeling like I meant to know how these things are. I told you it would melt. Don't get upset with me. And then she made me drive to McDonald's to buy her sundaes afterwards because she didn't get a dessert. Can you believe that, Jonathan?
I can believe it, Mike, and it does sound like a very Michael Phoenix story. Thank you for regaling us with that, Mike. Fortunately, we've got more interesting things going on with the draft here. In the initial bans, nothing too exciting. The Chen ban from Execration may be a little bit more targeted. Neon do start with Dark Willow, and Execration do pick up that Shaker that we've been seeing a lot of. Wondering where Execration puts that Shaker. You and I, we've seen it a lot more mid. Maybe pos 4, but definitely mid is a possibility. I'm trying to think of Bob Shaker. Nothing comes to mind. I don't think he's ever done that, so I'm keen to see if that's something he's practiced, if the matchup favors it, and if Neon can get a read on that. Neon starting off with the Dark Willow, we've seen this again across every region. It does feel a lot better, especially with the fact that you can send your Terrorize elsewhere, so you can just play off with an Initiator really nicely. This is a combination that could be really scary. Pango plus the Dark Willow Terrorize on a Pango rolling around is pretty annoying. There's a lot you can get done here with Neon with that Wombo combo. And that should be our mid coming out for Neon, but again, some flex on hand, but that should be Ken's hero. Our haha cool enjoyer, as we know him to be in his pubs right now. God help us in his pubs.
I'm sad I asked you to DM me about that, by the way, Jonathan. I was very, very upset to
I found
understand
it
what
so
all of it
funny.
means.
I have such juvenile humor that I can't help it. It's just so funny to me. This draft isn't too funny though. Execration into the Treant and the Batrider, and that should be, I am assuming, a Bob Batrider mid, because you rarely see that here divorced from him. Batrider versus Pangolin is stable. It's not the best for Pangolier. It's also not the worst, depending on how you play your cards, but definitely a lot easier for the Batrider. So I should expect Bob to do a little bit better there. One thing to note as well, that is a very different bootcamp we've seen from Execration, right? Like, you remember the Exa bootcamp being the same entire time? This looks different. That's interesting.
That it is. Nice office. I might say. I appreciate the atmosphere that they've got there for Execration.
Your count. My count what?
What do we do?
What are they trying to tell us? No, look at Tino's. Look at the pictures on the back of the wall. Spell your count. I'm like, your count what?
Who knows?
Count what? There, your count. Count.
Oh, it does say that. Your count. There you go. Oh, who knows, Jonathan? You tell me.
I wish I could explain it.
Are those top left corner? Those are those damn Funko Pop things, aren't
they? Yes, they are. They're pretty big here. There was a Jollibee Funko Pop as well. Yeah, they were. I know a bunch of people who well, not a bunch, but I see it all the time on like Facebook, the prime Philippine social media network. Mike,
I had a neighbor that I didn't like very much. And once I looked over the fence and saw that in his room he had a bunch of Funko Pops, and I immediately felt bad for him. So I stopped hating him immediately after that. I'm not even joking. I was like, this guy's not even worth hating anymore. You know? It's one of those guys that acts tough outside of his house, and then you look in his room and he's got Funko Pops. And you're like, no. You don't ever act tough in front of me again.
Would you say anime collectors are better? Pop collectors, though?
I guess you could be afraid of anime collectors, right? Like they could take out the Cloud Sword or something. It might be blunt, but they could still hit you over the head with it if they could lift the damn thing. That is.
I like where our conversations just completely just off the rails, Mike. What's happening with you today? You're off the rails. The draft's on. We're ignoring.
We're back in SCA. That's what happened, Jonathan. I'm back in my element now.
Neon with the Doom morph. Nothing too surprising here. Should be a very stable morph game coming out. You have some decent forms. You've got the morph shaker on hand for Neon, so that's always funny to see. Exa into the Visage. This is a Tino special. Not too many options left. This does solidify Shaker and Treant as your support duo. Double melee supports is a little bit awkward, but you at least have Overgrowth to help hold the Pangolier. With the Visage on hand, I'm wondering if Exa dip into the Luna for Palos, or something like the Gyro. We do see the Dusa and Drow band. Gyro left in the pool. Gyro into Morphling maybe is a little bit awkward, though. As again, you just turn into Gyrocopter or a better Gyro here for the good old Morph. But yeah, those are the only two options I see for Exa. Maybe something like Terrorblade as well. So like a TB or a Gyro, or I completely forgot what I said else. Luna. Yeah, those are the three options I can see for Exa with his Visage pick. We'll see. They're banning out supports. They take care of the Rubik and the Undying. And they have one more ban left. Should be a support pick. Like, this is the one thing with Neon opening up this way. Support into triple core. They have a lot of flex now for their last pickup here. They could flex Doom into support, run something else off lane if the matchup isn't that good. They have so much power in closing out this draft and kind of figuring out which hero goes where here.
We'll see. Final ban is there. They'll get rid of the Enchantress. Execration, final pick. Still a position 1 to be selected. I have a bit of a think about this one. Palos suddenly not looking very happy himself, surprisingly enough. He's the kind of guy that literally never stops smiling. But it seems like his team has told him something about his pick. Now he's not too happy with himself. What's he want?
I think I've been talking to a lot of the teams. They've been pretty stressed.
Why?
With certain aspects in terms of financing right now. So it's been a little bit rough for Southeast Asian teams overall. So that I believe that actually is going to everyone. Like, I know Alphonse like really stressed.
Would you say that me not being in the region impacts their finances, John?
No.
Should I come back and save the region?
They'd enjoy that. You know, they all like you, Mikey. They just mistake you for me.
Listen, you know, I was so happy when I found out we were on SEA qualifiers. I was so happy. I was like, oh, finally, here we go again. And there's the Terrorblade coming out. I miss this place, John. You know, I love NA, don't get me wrong. But there's something about SEA Dota, I just miss it so much.
It's SEA Dota is just...
It's special.
It's insane. It's special. It's degenerate Dota. It's top tier. It's who knows what's going on Dota. It's always fun. And Exa, they do pick, again, into the Terrorblade. No surprises there. Lane into the Doom isn't the worst when you play around with Metamorphosis. So you do have that. Terrorblade plus a Treant lane is also not too bad. So you can kind of try to work around that here on Execration. Neon, again, should be a support pick. I'm seeing something like a line pick that could be really viable here. Illusion Clear for Terrorblade, hard control out, and just really good burst. They go with the Darkseer instead, so they will bring the Doom support out, does look like. And now you've got your own Illusion spam to play with here on Neon. And yeah, it's Raging Potato Darkseer. I'm not sure if they flex him playing off lane, because he is listed as their 4, but, you know, Bimbo used to be off lane. So yeah, Kishka's running the Doom. So that should actually just be straight up an off lane coming out here.
I'm pretty confident in Raging playing Pos 3, like out of nowhere. Like he's one of those players where I feel like he could just play any role at any time. He kind of reminds me of Skem in some sense, right? In that way that you could throw him in any role and he'll probably just still play it better than the enemy team. So we'll see what happens. I mean, Raging Potato, you know, I'm a big fan of seeing what kind of crazy stuff he gets up to in the games, but these are the drafts on hand, Jonathan, for game number 1 of this best of 3 series. What are we thinking? Do you feel like one side came out better than the other?
I'd say when it comes down to Scaling Neon looks really scary. You can't underestimate the Vac Wall, the AoE Doom with a Vac Wall. It's going to be scary. Fortune Soul has some big targets he can turn into. Like, you can turn into Palos, but no matter what they pick in the Pause 1, you've always got the Shaker to turn into, and Bob is actually playing mid Shaker. So really interesting to see him get away from the Bat Rider here, going to Shanks.
Yeah.
I'm really curious how this goes, because I think Exa has something that can play tempo. Like, they can stall out these tower pushes with the living armor. They can split push, try to leverage these familiars for a quick take as well. But I feel like Neon, if they're given a little bit too much room to grow, just the potential for this greedy draft to get in line is scary. Like, again, Vac Wall combo, you've got Morphling Shaker on hand, and that is a very scary prospect no matter what. Morphling into Terrorblade as well. I would say Neon has much more safety nets, I think is the best way to put it. They have a lot of safety nets on Neon. And Exa, if this tempo doesn't kick in, this draft can fall flat very fast if they're not careful.
Yeah, so we can get into it though. Game number 1 here between these two teams is now officially underway, so we can head over to that and see exactly how it does all pan out. And there's still some great play that Neon Esports can make here in game 1 to try and get that one game advantage to get going their way. And Execration, I mean, you called them gatekeepers earlier, John. I know the reason why they keep getting knocked out early in every tournament. I saw it in Japan. I bring this up every time. They stay up all night talking garbage. That's why they're not winning these games, Jonathan. I'm exposing them. I'm exposing them. You guys kept me up all night. Right outside my hotel room, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what we do. That's what we do. You know, my first experience going into Singapore, my taxi driver instantly asked me, it's like, oh, where are you from? It's like, from the Philippines. Oh, Filipinos, you know, you guys are so loud. Over at Orchard Road, it's like a bunch of birds chirping. I'm like, well, that's not the nicest thing to say, but it's not false.
No. Did he lie, though? Is the question.
He wasn't.
Ken?
He wasn't lying.
Flame Break's going to land on Ken, but he's by the tier 1 tower, so they're not going to go for the dive in. Yeah, it seems like it should be perhaps a 2-for-2 trade, because they've kind of left the bot bounty alone. Raging Potato will grab that. They'll go for a fight over the top, but they'll end up losing it, in fact, so it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Neon Esports. Happy days for Neon. A very nice start for themselves, just a bit of a net worth boost. And why don't we start off with the top lane while we're here, shall we? You've got Shanks and, of course, Tino up against Castaway and Fortune Soul. Castaway, I believed, and you already kind of pointed out he was from South Africa. The first African player ever to be in the DPC, apparently, as well. So there you go. That's exciting.
Yeah, it is. And he's been in and out of Southeast Asia for a while. So he is recruited back onto Neon. Really keen to see how it shapes up here in this game, of course, with his performance. I'm having a little bit of trouble keeping up with the game because I'm lagging.
Wow.
The server was lagging a little bit, the game was lagging a bit, and my feed is a little bit choppy, so it's stabilizing the game. We can take a look at mid. This one's a little bit, you know, we don't get to see Bob Shaker. We have seen a lot of mid Shaker, you know, especially you and I in, say, North America. Dendy, MTD are the players that tend to do that. Keen to see how Bob does. So far, Ken is having the better time of it, though. Controlling the lane better, but Bob has a lot of denies, so it's not like he's falling too far behind here.
No. There's the thing with the Earthshaker mid, like, you hit a timing with this Enchant Totem, especially level 2, level 3, like, it starts to feel really annoying to play against. But Ken's going to try his best to harass him as much as possible before you hit that point where Enchant Totem just starts deleting people immediately. So, of course, bot lane, you saw Kishka, Raging Potato against Abeng and Palos. Seems like Palos is having a very free time on the Terrorblade, and I think as long as the Treant remains with the TB, I don't actually see you killing him. Like, Iron Shell spam isn't really proving to be very effective either from Raging down at this bottom, and yeah, I just don't really see the threat here for the TB.
Only at level 3 that threat comes out from Neon. Like, you've got Iron Shell plus Surge onto a Doom with Scorched Earth. That is a lot of magical damage that can come true, but it does take some EXP. So you're gonna have to play that lane slower down bot.
Raging.
Gonna have to wait out those spikes.
That Surge is going to be very important practically this whole game, or laning stage for Raging Potato. And Palos going to have another, like, 30 seconds of free farm with the Metamorphosis now, and yeah, I agree the level 3 timing of the Darkseid is very strong, but it feels like Palos is already getting enough where it may not feel like the level 3 makes the big difference. Like, if he's close to having a full Falcon Blade by the time level 3 comes around, I don't know if you really care anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to shove him out. You're not really feeling that impact yet from Kishka, which can happen with a Doom if you don't find a good creep. They are getting a little bit aggressive top onto Fortune Soul. And this lane is also shaped up really well for Tino. He's managing to farm up. Normally we see Tino, when he goes off on a very slow start in his lane, Execration as a whole starts to feel really slow, but with this kind of start for the Visage, I don't see that happening. There's not much coming out from Castaway and Fortune Soul. They can try to get aggressive if they wanted to, but trying to burst down a Visage and a Batrider is risky at best.
Mid lane, Bob. Getting very low, still trying to fight. Ken will have Swash in 5, but Ken cannot afford to get hit again. Oh, he's going to be okay. Stick charges will keep him alive. He's looking for the Swash. He is looking for the Swash. And he will land it, but a nice Fairy Fire from Bob. He's going to be okay. But my god, it is getting rather close in the mid lane.
That it is. Bob doesn't have any bottle charges left either. He's still a few seconds away from the Water Runes respawning. Does look like his lane will is shoving into his favor just a little bit more. Although he has to be a bit cautious.
Yeah, Ken. Oh, one more hit with the enchant that is would do it. He doesn't have the mana for the shield crash. It's on cooldown anyway. They'll get their Water Runes. They'll be okay. Oh boy. Man. At any moment, it feels like somebody's dying in this mid lane. But they're both gonna, it seems, reset just a little bit at least.
Yeah, a little bit of a bounty rune refill as well for Ken. So going to have even more in his bottle. The bounty rune down south was picked up by Kishka, so denying that away from Bob. And this is one thing as well with these players, especially Bob.
Palos
is a player that does pop off, although
they are taking a lot of damage, but Palos should be the one to go down first, and does. Kishka does go down second, but now a Beng's getting dived, though he does go for the lead seat, so Raging Potato is actually the one in danger. And Raging, oh,
okay.
That's enough to make you rage just a little bit. He ends up diving and dying on his own. But at least he got Palos, right? He didn't get any of the XP.
Yeah, no EXP for Palos does hurt. A lot of EXP coming out for Abeng is not too bad. On the screen, allows more laning presence here. I mean, that's all good, because he's just going to be sitting back, not soaking anyway. So it equalizes a bit more. You know, you get more presence out with the armor being up.
Ken was a slither of HP away from dying. I think it was like 20 HP off. This mid lane is not getting any simpler here for Ken. So he is forced to salve himself up. Get very afraid for Ken once the Echo Slam's available, because Bob's just going to be able to casually walk in and commit it. Bottom. A bit of a dive. Looks like they're okay, though. Not going to dive the tier 1 tower again.
Yeah, but you are getting way more presence out on Abeng.
Way out of position. He's just going to die. And Raging just runs out of there. Shanks is going to go for a bit of a chase. Does have the Firefly, but no. Won't bother popping it, just leaves him be. Could still have a look around for the Dark Seer, but Raging Potato has completely juked him out. Meanwhile, mid lane, Bob has dropped very low again, and Castaway has joined in now. But they are unable to get within range to really secure the kill. Or at least they do secure the power rune, though Bob now has a full bottle thanks to Abeng, so they're going to race for it. Ken, does he make it? Not quite. Ken needs to leave. Bit of a missed opportunity that time around. He stuck for the creep wave instead of going right for the power rune, and he does end up paying for it now.
But Bob in the invis looking up top with that slam.
He's got the Echo available, waiting for the right moment for Fortune Soul, and there it is. Bye-bye, Fortune Soul. Full Agimorph is not going to help your survivability in that instance.
No, certainly not. Just bursted down from the Echo damage. A little bit of a chase, trying to secure those 7-minute runes. Shank's not going to be able to secure it down up top. Might even pay with his life.
Yeah, the Iron Shell damage is still really hurting. They'll put the Brambles down. Shanks gets hit by the tier 1 tower once. Kishka drains his mana, but it's still not enough damage. And Shanks is actually out of it. He's got a TP available, so he should be just fine. It's wasting quite a bit of time for his team, and he'll just deny himself off. He won't waste the TP.
Oh,
Raging now. In no mana for Surge, I don't believe. No, he does. He had the stick charges. He's okay. Kishka, though. Chase is on. Palos wasting quite a bit of time for this, but does secure the kill, so it's all worth it. Fisher is going to land onto Raging. He has his surge in 7 seconds, but it's way too long to be able to get it off in time, so he has to die. And suddenly that long time that it took Palos to get those couple kills is worth it. It's so much golden XP out of that.
They forced that movement out on Neon, trying to match that aggressive Execration, but all those support moves in that bot leaves a pretty big opening for Tino up top. Gives an opening for the rotation for Bob on mid. They're finding everything they want right now in X's, and 2K up, 5-2 start. They lose Abeng to Kishka, but he's already done his job. A nice little pickup, but not the most meaningful in the world here for Neon to find. You still have issues. Like, you have to slow down Palos. He's going for the Dragonlance. He's going to be showing up with early Metamorphosis. And Bob is just allowed to kind of scale up into that blink timing with no contestation. Like, the mid rotations just have not panned out to stop the Shaker.
Still grouping up down bottom, but Abeng's going to rotate over. Living armor makes it really hard to get through these towers. You don't really have a great pushing style of lineup from Neon. So the chances are these tier 1s are going to last quite a while for Execration. Bottom lane, dive going on now. Abeng does get caught. They can take down the Treant, though he does get the overgrowth off, but it's not going to matter. Bit of damage, but ultimately still goes down. Meanwhile, mid lane, Ken is being chased by Bob, who does have a double damage, but cannot break the gap. So this time around, Ken going to be just fine. And it seems like they will try to pressure the bottom tier 1 another time. But again, I feel like with the train respawning in 5, chances are you aren't going to get that much damage. Then maybe they find Palos. Bramble's not going to land. Kishka, still level 4, so doesn't have anything to really lock him down. And now we have Tina rotating. So the Visage is here with the full Solar Crest up. More rotations coming. Bob's coming from the tree line and Raging. Echoed immediately. Bob is not wasting any time though. Bob, very low in HP now. Does throw the Fisher out, blocking in Ken for a moment, though Ken is still chasing him down. But look at the Fisher. Look at the dance from Bob. He is not going to die. He actually makes it out of this. Neon, they will get nothing.
It's not Knuff, Mike. It's not that Knuff coming out from Ken. It's not able to land it in. They might find some follow-up here.
He is just Ken after all, John. He'll get chased down. Ken in trouble. Ken going for a run. He might just make it. Meanwhile, Castaway denies himself to a neutral camp, so he's also going to just deny a bunch of gold away from Bob. How many Pinoys do you reckon watched the Barbie movie, John? How many of them understood that reference?
There were huge lines. There were huge lines, Mike.
Okay.
Like, I can attest to this.
Raging?
As Raging.
Yeah. He's almost... he's going to get the surge off. Palos not willing to pop the meta, which is fair enough, I suppose. He doesn't really need it.
Yeah, doesn't have Sunder value point here as well.
Uh-oh, he just leveled up. He now has it.
Ooh.
Beautiful timing. In fact, Bob jumping in. Fisher's gonna land. Ken, run! He's okay.
It's Knuff. I'm never gonna let go of that. That is gonna be there the entire time we have Ken.
I'm just gonna make it clear I have not watched the movie, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? I just listened to the damn Ken song. That's all I know.
It's a good song.
It's a great song.
I'm sure Ken was really enjoying himself with that one as well. And, well, Execration are enjoying themselves right now, too. They had a free lane for Tino. They clear out top and mid. They clear out bot. All tier 1's gone. While their own tier 1s on Execration are healthy with that Treant Protector. Now rotation top through the gate.
Yeah, Shanks will somehow survive, and now Fortune Soul's the one that's being chased down. He's already got the Strength Morph, but he is not really that tanky. Not when he's surrounded by the familiars of Tino. With an overgrowth to lock him down, he's just dead.
It just falls. These Gaven voice lines as well.
Oh, they're great.
Always get me.
Great.
They're amazing. Glad to see them being utilized at last by a team. I don't think we've seen too much of it in our time in NA, Mike, but they do pop out here. And Execration are popping off. Oh, Bob!
Oh,
what
he's
a
okay.
slam on nothing.
Yeah, he slammed that ground real hard. You showed him, Bob. Well done.
Yeah, that's fine. He's testing his buttons, making sure the X Slam works. and he finds out it does work. Just didn't have any heroes around, so it's all good. No, bit keen. You know, that is how Bob is. Going back to that point, I remember a story from, what was it? Another tournament. Oh, it's Palos before that.
Yeah, Doom committed. Palos needs some help ASAP. Has to go back through the wall, but here comes Bob.
If he had
Problem is
here.
anyone going to deny it off? Yeah, if he had Slam, that would have been a huge fight for them. Somehow, you do... Oh, nice deny. He runs back towards the gates, and Tino is waiting to get the deny off. Raging now, in danger, slowed up by the leech seed, is going to drop. And I thought to myself for a moment, can this TB survive? But the answer was indefinitely no. He was on 10 HP before that deny came out.
Yeah, just good read round from Tino, and this Visage is a massive issue. With the drums and Solar Crest up, these familiars just lock onto you and machine gun you down. Really good move out from Execration, finding some punishment. Not the best thing in the world for Palos, but doesn't really lose too much for it. And, you know, just going back to Bob a little bit, this goes back to how he plays. There's a mid 1v1 matchup they had for a tiebreaker. And before he even won, he was already standing up and clapping. And that's just how Bob is. He's the noisiest of the bunch, Mike.
No kidding.
He's the guy who loves to pop off.
I know personally. I know it from my personal experiences, trust me.
I love Bob.
Does he still have the braces?
I think he does. They have the braces?
Oh, that was Palos, wasn't it? That was Palos. Excuse me.
Yeah, it was Palos. Good old Palos. How dare you?
That's a cultural thing, isn't it? I heard young people out there like to have braces on, like it's a fashion statement these days.
It's not a fashion statement. I think Filipinos are just in general a little bit more conscious about their appearances. That's the thing I get. Like if your teeth are just slightly misaligned, your parents will like, no, time for braces. You're having it.
It's not a bad thing.
You're getting braces. It's not. It is certainly just a little bit more prevalent in the Philippines more than anywhere else.
I told my parents I had bad teeth when I was a kid, John. They told me, don't worry about it, your adult teeth will fix it. Why would I pay to have your teeth fixed when you can just, you know, get these ones out, get the new ones in? It didn't fix it, by the way. Spoiler alert, Jonathan. I know I have a perfect smile.
Too bad, Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to stare at me in the mirror every day, Jonathan. So, with all due respect.
Thank God for that. Thank God for that, Mikey. It's one of the things I'm grateful for. Smoke out, Neon could have themselves a nice juicy Bob pickup.
Oh, he's got the echo now, and he's just going to commit it. Oh, yeah, he's got the damage. He's got the damage. Never mind. Doom out. They've got Tina. So this will be the trade. They'll accept the Visage for their Morphling. But it's nowhere near really worth. Like, you can make the argument there's a high net worth hero going down for Neon Esports, but you are relying on Fortune Soul to carry you through this game. Like, nobody else is carrying this game but this Morph.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure on that Morph. I mean, there's an argument, again, that this Vac Wall, eventual Ags from Kishka can kind of carry you through as well. But that support Doom is just, it's not having the best ramp up. You're going to go for Blink. You don't have Midas. You don't have Max Out Devour. So it's a slower pace to hit that timing. And for Execration, I mean, in comparison, Palos is just free farming, no contest, no pressure coming out onto the Terrorblade. They're forcing all this movement across the river as well for Exe, so securing their farm here for the Terrorblade even more. Starting to collapse onto mid once more here.
Oh, no power rune. It's going to be down at bottom, so Bang finds himself a haste if he wants to take it. He'll stand guard for now, giving Bob the opportunity, but the chase is on, but it is a haste route. He gets rooted though. He ran right into it, but a nice overgrowth is going to buy a bit of time for Bob. Bob, the Curse Crown, is it going to be enough? Bob still alive. Bob still running, but does finally go down. My God. How much work did that take? Raging? Oh, there's more value. Oh, they get the root. He does mech up. The Centaur helps out with the stun. So the neutral creep's giving Raging Potato a second chance at life, but a Bang is still chasing them down. Wanting more. Surely gets punished. But Tino will join the fray. Force out the wall usage from Raging. Maybe they can look at Palos. His metamorphosis is almost over. But it seems like Palos, he's going to back off at the right time and just take over the Dire Triangle instead.
Get some more farm going. You've got Bob back up with the slam ready to go. So this team fight could go southbound for Neon if they're not careful. think all they have to do now is just keep using the space for Fortune Soul, keep farming up. When you do have your ultimates back up, you can tie in this, say, big Rolling Thunder, Vac Wall, plus 1 Doom. That's where your team fight can kick in. For now, just be patient. I think that's really key for Neon's draft. Just a lot more patience tied into these cooldowns, whereas for Execration, it's a lot more run and gun. Heck, they're even getting room out for Shanks to clear out his own Ancient stack. He's had the blink on the Bat Rider. He's going to have his Force Staff. It's going to be easier to reposition someone out of these fights and just isolate them, get the easy pick off. 10-6, 5k lead for X is still standing. They've kind of let it off the gas just a little bit. You know, they're not playing too far into the river, but they are really efficient across the map. Still, Neon, all those big cooldowns are off except for the wall, so they'll go for a smoke play here.
Yeah, they will. Into the mid lane they go. Bob not going to find a power rune for himself, sadly. It'll be Ken who bottles up a shield rune on his end of things, and they're heading down towards the bottom.
Yes.
They do have a very spicy target in Palos around that southern area of the map, but Palos seems to realize they're around here because he does go through the twin gates. Makes it to the other end where he'll join up with Tino. Because Neon can go through those exact same twin gates and will realize the TB was around, but they kind of reveal their smoke by devouring the neutral creep, though perhaps Palos didn't notice because Palos stuck around. Can they deny him again? Surely not. Abeng is waiting, but Palos is gonna drop. Huge pick off now for Neon. Raging. And Vacuum is up, does have the wall as well, but the lasso's gonna hold him down, and it seems like no, but now Raging buying a bit more time, but it's not enough. Shanks is gone as well. Another one to fall here for Execration. Chase is on though, Abeng at least gonna find Castaway, though Castaway will make it out as now Fortune Soul. Looking for the chase onto Abeng, might have a third target. They'll take down the Treant. Tino's sticking around, Tino's trying to go after Kishka, but does need to leave. Enough is enough. They've given 3 for 1. Their Bob is still holding on to Echo, he's waiting for the 5-man. It's your classic pub Earthshaker. He's waiting for everyone to stack up.
He had some pretty rough angles. He was trying to flank around, but Abeng dies a little bit too fast for him to catch up. Good punishment coming out from Neon. If you catch Palos off like that, a lot of the DPS coming out here for Exa is taken out. Palos has to be a little bit more cautious. Is going into the Scotty. I wouldn't fault him for going for something like the Lincolns this game, just to have some safe protection, because that is pretty much the big single target spell that you want to block off. And they only have like, what, 3 single target spells? So just having that safety net for the TB should be big. We'll see if Palos does decide to go that route for the more defensive build after this Scotty's up. Execration, though, I mean, they lose out, but they don't, it still feels, they're still in control. They're still 4K up. They've got Roche control on hand. And with a lot of those spells being popped, they're free to take it, no problems.
Why the hell not? Yeah, I suppose you could have the opportunity of trying to contest this, but probably have really no idea it's even happening. So Roshan is gone. I imagine the Aegis should go the way of Palos, and it will. They've got the Ags up on Tino, so he's got the Silent as the Grave available now on the Visage. And pings are already coming out towards the bottom lane. It seems like they want to try and pick off somebody and maybe try to force the tier 2 tower. You know, you really just can. Like, with the Metamorphosis up, with the Aegis on top, Palos may decide to go for the Skadi first before he goes for those tier 2 towers, but he could probably afford to just get started if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
But he is about 300 gold away.
Yeah, that's fair. They could just wait. They could slowly poke us well with the illusions, not commit too hard. They've got the Ags coming out as well for good old Bob. So the fun will begin with the Enchant Totem flying around there. And that's where things can start to get a little bit silly with a Shaker, if it hasn't been silly already. Tower will still fall, just the slight push coming out from Exe. And a Scotty fully up from Palos. High ground definitely open, but with 2 tier 2 still standing, it does feel like Exe can stand to gain by just taking more of the map away. Like, this mid tier 2 shouldn't be too hard to burst down either. Bob, though, does find himself the shield rune, so he can go for some silly plays if he wanted to. But they'll go for the Tormentor instead while Bob is away.
Well, there goes that Tormentor. Shanks will pick up the shards for himself now as the Bat Rider.
You know what, Mike? There's one thing
Yeah.
in my mind. Why is Bob's your uncle an idiom?
What?
Yeah, right? Yeah, and then blah, 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 and Bob's your uncle. It's like, why is that a saying?
Well, why is Bob
Bob's
your
not
uncle
my
saying?
uncle. Yeah.
What the saying's meant to mean is it's simple, you know, like Bob's your uncle. It's a simple, you know.
I don't have an Uncle Bob, so it's not simple for me. You know?
I know it's not simple for you, but the thing about it, Bob's a very simple name, isn't it, Jonathan? Right?
I
so
suppose.
so by saying Bob's your uncle, it's implying that, you know, simple. It's not complicated. Why?
Not simple for my simple mind, you know?
'Cause they could have used John's your uncle. John's a simple name too.
There. Yeah, that's much more common, I think, overall.
But it's not as funny. Doesn't roll off the
that's
tongue
true.
as well.
That's true. I will accept that. Thank you for clarifying, Mike. I was just thinking about that, looking at Bob, and like, he's not my uncle.
Are you sure, John? Are you sure?
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I have an Uncle Bobby.
Do you?
Yeah, but not a Bob.
Kishka?
Kishka?
What do you think Bobby's short, or what do you think Bob's short for, John? Kishka's gonna go down.
Robert?
Well, that is true, actually. You are correct in saying that. I just remembered it was actually short for Robert.
What are you gonna say? What do you think it was?
Oh, shut up, John. Who has Uncle Bobby but not an Uncle Bob? Bob?
I don't
Speak.
know. I don't even know my
He's your uncle now,
full
John.
name, actually.
There's Ken. He'll run out of there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So if I
All
called
right,
your
I just
Uncle Bob, he wouldn't be happy. You're telling me he'd correct me.
See, it's his nickname, but his actual name is not even connected to like Bob. I think his actual name was Expedito.
You think?
So I don't know how that. Yeah, I can't. It's like old school names, man, from like a
Fortune Soul?
generation behind.
Fortune Soul's in huge trouble here. He has no idea. With the silent as the grave, he sees nothing. He'll have. Oh, he does have the chance to strength morph
yeah.
at least. They don't wait. Bob wasn't close enough.
Yeah, a little bit too quick. The silent as a grave was fading out for Tino, so probably didn't have too much time to kind of think about that opportunity. But the map has been cleared out. Mid tier 2 gone. One last tier 2 left for Execration to make their move on. Age is still up for about a minute. So Palos is he's still fairly safe. Not too much to threaten. The one thing for Neon right now is that farm flow for Fortune Soul is pretty good. Second to net worth, not too far, but well, quite a fair bit behind Palos, but considering the game state, not in a bad position with the Scotty slowly being formed up here. So the spikes are still lined up here for our morph. And Execration, they've been playing a lot safer with the Aegis. You know, they're not going too wild. Once Aegis expires, it's going to be a massive opening for the side of Neon, though. Without worrying about that secondary life in Terrorblade. We've seen this happen to Palos. Still no defensive items up. If he's caught off, then he's just dead. Like one big doom and Palos is pretty much gone.
So what was your uncle's name? I didn't catch it.
My uncle's name is Expedito. So
Expedito?
It's not even, yeah, Expedito. It's not even linked to Bob or Bobby in any way. That's just his nickname, I guess. And I'm pretty sure.
No offense to your
Yeah.
uncle, Don. I've got to ask, where does Expedito
old
come
school.
from? Okay.
It's an old school. You know, it's like very, not archaic, but like
Dire's
old
bottom
generation
tower
Filipino names. We had some really flowery, not flowery. What's the word? It's not extravagant. You know, just fancy sounding names like Expedito. I can't think of them off the back of my head because, quite frankly, they are very rare.
It just
You know,
sounds like a
by
Justin
my
Bieber song.
generation, everyone just gets American names like John, Nathan, John Nathaniel. In my class, it's funny. While there's nothing happening in this game, don't worry, you guys. In my class, there was me, John Nathan. There was a guy named Nathan, and there's another guy named John Nathaniel. So you know, we had a very fun time with that.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Appreciate the lesson on your past, your school years.
Yeah, I'm getting it out there while nothing's happening, so someone listens to me for once, Mike.
Yeah. What'd you say, John? Yeah, nail.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've got the Ags on Ken. That should
Yeah.
be enough to make a play.
It could be Kenneth. We'll see. Neon, they're looking for a smoke attempt as 5, I believe. Lines have been drawn out from Execration. They're going to head towards the bottom lane. Neon, still waiting for this smoke. There we go. They'll pop the 5-man. They're going to head towards the mid lane. Closest target to them right now is Shanks and the Bat Rider. Not quite the target they're looking for. They'll make the jump though, it seems. Shanks is going to realize they are around now. He has a 4-staff available and does commit into the Firefly, but eventually they will get him. Ooh. The thing is, that is just a support Bat Rider.
Yeah, they had to pop a couple of spells. Vac is a pretty long cooldown, so they could kind of look for this opportunity here.
Jump in. This is a big target.
Good jump.
This is a big target. They've got the Terrorblade, but Palos has actually got the BKB. He'll be okay. Meanwhile, Ken going for a bit of a chase in the backside. Gets fished up by Bob, who locks him down, though he does get a swashbuckle away just in the nick of time. That tier 1 mid tower is still standing, by the way. So after all of that, the tier 1 does not go down, and now a Beng will just heal it up slowly but surely.
Yeah, and you've got to be able to commit. They dropped the Doom, they dropped the Rolling Thunder. Not the longest cooldown on the Pango ult, but Doom certainly hurts quite a fair bit. And that's Execration with an opening now. Metamorphosis is still ready, Slam's still ready, Lasso is still ready. They've got everything they need. They could set up for Roche. They did get Shank scouting out already, getting some vision down bot. If it is a south side spawn, it's a minute 20 away, so it will be a daytime spawn for sure. Neon seems to get the right read, also setting up to shove in bot, trying to get that tier 1 tower. They need us gone before that Roche happens.
Well, they're going to head over, Neon. They're hanging around the Twin Gates for now. Roshan's still 55 seconds away. EKB now officially available on Bob, so this Earthshake is going to be more of a pain in the ass to deal with. Here goes the tier 1 tower, finally going down at Fortune Soul. Pings are coming out though, like they seem like they want to try and head down towards bottom, but instead Execration are focused on the top tier 2. So just kind of accept the trade, it is still favorable for Execration in the end. Roshan's the big target, like the 20 seconds left for this respawn to happen.
Again, Neon are in a good position to contest. Like, they take the tier 1, teleports to outposts is a lot slower. So they've got some good access here. Roche spawning in a few seconds. If they can find a big pickoff into that pit.
Oh, they found a Beng. Beng's gonna go for a run, and he's actually made it, perhaps. I can't believe that. He just walks out.
Bails out. They've got the gem and Kishka, but he doesn't manage to chase through the tree line. So again, another bit of commitment out from Neon. That makes this Roche fight a little bit awkward. They'll spot the Roche, they'll go into it. But Execration, they're not positioned to contest either. Maybe Beng alone with a blink overgrowth might be enough for a steal play here.
I mean, do they even know what's happening? Like, that's the question, right? Like, nobody's reacted to this from Execration. They're just allowing it to happen for free. Yeah, they could have still probably made it in time with some TPs towards the bottom tier 2, but they choose to go through the Twin Gates instead. It's too late for that, so they'll decide better of it. Screw the Twin Gates. Get the hell out of there. Instead, top tier 3 tower is where they're pinging on Execration's end. Raging Potato, he's up top alone. Bob, yeah, just commits. Did he?
He did.
He did, right? He echoed the ground.
Yeah.
I could have sworn I saw that. I thought, oh, it must be new animation that I haven't seen yet.
Well, Bob's your uncle. Like,
yeah. Well, that is true.
Happen with your uncle sometimes.
His name is Bob, not Expedito. There we go. Palos. BKB'd up. Turn around. They've got Kishka down. Kishka's gone. Their fortress. Sunder. I don't know where that went on to. I think it was an illusion. Doesn't matter though. They're still okay. Ken. He was trying to chase the Visage, so the Visage is just perfectly blind as now they'll turn back on a Palos, so Palos is okay as well, but Fortune Soul's chasing him down. The Fortune Soul, he's getting quite low on HP himself. He might just lose the Aegis, though he's still running, still slowly walking his way out. Meanwhile, Bob, in a bit of danger now, completely out of mana, but is still able to just walk out of this. Somehow, Execration lose nothing for all of that.
Yeah. They don't manage to take care of the Aegis. They do find the tier 3 they were looking for. They force out some spell use from Neon, although Doom is still available. So at least for Kishka, there's still some play that can happen here. You're still pretty happy on Execration's end. Like, you don't lose out, you force out the wall, you force out the roll, and nothing happens. Neon are still... excuse me, Neon are still in a fine position. With that Aegis... excuse me.
That's all right.
The Age is still up for 3 minutes. For some reason, you know, does this ever happen to you? Saliva goes in the wrong pipe, and it feels like your body's just not understanding what it has to do, but it gets sent to the wrong pipe and you just cough. Keeps happening to me.
Unfortunate, John. Kishka, oh, nice Doom.
Oh.
Nice Doom out. Vacuum there. BKB committed, though. This is going to make it hard to finish the job off. Like the Fisher just to ensure there's no Rolling Thunder follow-up, though Bob's now going to get hit by it. Bob, can he get himself out of this? He's got his own PKP, so he'll be okay. But now it's back onto the tier 1 tower. Abeng's finally going to lose. Meanwhile, in the back, they found the Visage now. Tino's alone. The Tino should be dying. There is no help coming for Tino. In fact, oh my goodness, they found more. How have they found more? Abeng goes down. Chase is on for Shanks now. Shanks, he's going to try and cut the creep wave. But it seems like he has accepted the fact that he is probably just dead. He'll go for the BKB TP out. No, he's going to make it. They actually don't have any way to get through it.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty big. I mean, you sacrifice one more support. They did commit the vac wall for Shanks, and they don't manage to catch him out. Cuts the creep wave mid, so they can't go for the tier 2s. It allows Execration to just stabilize. And that does buy some time for Neon to just wait out this next Doom coming up from Kishka. That's really your big tool. If you can just take Palace away from these fights again, it's massive. Palace has gone forward full MKB instead of opting for something like Lincoln. So no defense coming out from that Doom. Still a clear shot for Neon to kind of try to pop him down. They are clumping around for bot tier 2 instead. Can get that done really fast. At the very least, the familiars are there to slow down. And again, living armor is there. If you don't manage to fully commit, this tower will just heal back up. So they have to go all in here.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
On the bottom tier 2 tower. Neon going to take it for free. They're trying to push the top tier, or the top racks, I should say. The tier 3 tower was already gone, so onto the racks they go. Neon will have to respond to this. Metamorphosis expiring in 50, excuse me, Aegis expiring in 50 seconds. That's problematic. Could be a very awkward high ground defense to come if the Aegis does expire at the wrong time. Execration, of course, will be timing this. Aghanim Scepter now also up on the Darkseid, don't forget, so you do have the normal punch officially available. 25 seconds on the Aegis timing as Shanks now gets the lasso. He's found himself a Doom. Kishka is not being jumped though. They're still afraid to go in for the jump, not seeing the Darkseid. So the lasso not going to amount to too much, and that appears to be about it. They won't really find... Well, they found the racks. They won't find another, but they still get away with the lane of barracks.
You're pretty happy about that right now in Exa. Just a bit of a hit and run. No massive commitments coming out. Slam still ready on Bob. I love his build. Went for the Octarine. So just way better uptime on the Echo Slam. And this is a build that's... It just feels so oppressive with how spammable Enchant Totem is, with how your talents play up into Enchant and Fissure. There's a lot he can get done for his team. This game does not simplify for Neon as time goes on. Again, this teamfight combination is still strong, but we're not seeing Kishka go into the Ags anytime soon. The Vac Waltz, Raging has been forced to use them to catch out heroes more than anything else. Not really being able to use that in a massive team fight. The clump ups just not presenting themselves from Execration here. So the commitment's harder to find for Neon. Execration, they might end up waiting for next Rosh here, Mike. 2 minutes left until we see that respawn timer. Just need to repair their lanes. Already have a good time top, just naturally shoving in. But I need to get something done about maybe just mid and bot. Just equalize a little bit better. They will go for a smoke play though. Look for that pick off.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. They'll check the dive triangle first by the seams of it. See nothing there. Into the mid lane, though. They just saw Ken. They'd love themselves a Pangolier. Riding right into them. They're going to see the Dark Willow, but he does manage to get away just in the nick of time. Kishka, in the meantime, looking for a Doom target, but the lasso is going to hold down the Doom. Nobody aiming him down yet, though, because Kishka had the BKB going, but now they could turn right back around, locking a couple down, and now the Echo. Bob jumps right in. Kishka is gone. Two-man Fisher to boot. Neon still running. Instead, Ragey Potato seems to be the big target, but he does get the back wall off in time. Problem is, he cannot make it out of this. He's gone. Ken, he'll Lotus Orb to try and get away from the overgrowth, but will have to roll his way out. This team fight is not going to pan out in their favor. Bob's not done either. Bob wants more, but no, he does back up. Back to the racks. He'll wave them goodbye.
Those are the kills they need. You don't even care about Morphling. As long as you take care of the Doom and the back wall, you've got that opening for the siege. Mid goes, bot not too long for the world either.
Oh no, that's not the one you want to lose. Oh, that's not the one you want to lose. Bye-bye, Fortune Soul. No buyback. Onto the Dark Willow, cast away. Might want a holiday right now. Kishka. He's down. The game's over. GG is called. I mean, they do have one left, but it is just Ken.
He's Kenough.
He's not this time. He's locked on. He even puts the full stop. Look at that.
He's not enough to, save the game, but Ken is enough. All the Kens out there, you are enough. In Execration, they pull off a very convincing game one here. We've talked about how shaky Execration can look, but they look strong. There were some questions coming in with Carlo being out, with Abing back in, but they've played with Abing multiple times. He was coaching for a little bit, and it doesn't seem to be causing issues. So good form coming out from Execration. Every lane looked pretty solid. Bob pulling off the Shaker mid. Again, maybe just expecting him to play the bad rider, but he pulls off the Shaker as well, though I suppose there are a couple of slams that, he'd rather not talk about, but I appreciate the gusto in Bob. He's our uncle.
Yeah. Expedito. Uncle Bob Expedito is what I'll be calling him from now on, Jonathan. That's what I'm going to know him as. It's his nickname.
That's my Uncle Bobby, okay? That's Bobby for you. Shame on you, Mike.
You've seen the highlights here. I mean, this was one of the fights where it looked like it should have gone Neon's way. It doesn't really matter. This is the big one that we get to see to really end off the game, I believe, as you saw the nice lasso set up from Shanks. This is a decently long team fight as well, and quite surprising they kept the fight going. I suppose Raging did have to jump back in to try and save, and there you see he tried to jump in, but he just gets perma-stunned the whole time and realizes it's too late anyway. There's just no point dropping the back wall up until this point, but even then it proves not to be enough, and it's just a real mess the whole time for Neon. Like, I'm not sure what they could have really changed up in this game to give themselves a better chance of pulling off the victory, because it feels like Execration just understood what they needed to do practically the whole game. But I wouldn't say Neon played a bad game by any stretch. I would say Execration was just the better team.
For sure. I think their drafts maybe didn't play into what you'd want here for Neon. Like, this lane for Fortune Soul getting crushed is pretty detrimental, as we've seen before. With Execration, if Tino goes off to a rather slow start, that's where things can fall apart, but there was no real presence out from the Morphling Dark Willow lane, and Execration just played fantastically. Not sure who we'd had the MVP over to, Mike. I'm actually leaning towards Bob.
Oh, you know what, John? I picked the last one. You get this one. We'll give it to Bobby. There we go. I mean, we made fun of his name the whole game, so he deserves it.
I mean, Bob did pop off quite well. His mid matchup was really solid. He pulls off the Shaker nice. And even though he whiffed like 2 Echo Slams, it's the bravery to take those opportunities, right?
Yeah.
That matters.
That's right.
And that's the kind of player you need mid. The kind of guy who's insane enough to try to just go blind slam sometimes and miss the mark. But the effort's there, and if it pays off, it pays off. Kind of like good old 50-50, good old Eternal Envy when he was in Southeast Asia. Kind of had the same playstyle. Takes those risks.
Don't take me
if it falls... Yeah, you know what? I think Pi like I wouldn't want to be taken back there either, but I love Pi and I love EE. So I'm still upset that when I did see, I didn't have a chance to talk to good old Pi like I wanted to ask him about his traumas and bring it up, but that's a completely unrelated topic. Again, Execration does. Well, Neon, they can still rally. It is a best of 3, Mike, but based on what we were seeing, I think these issues are not just in draft. Again, draft definitely played a part, but even just in execution, I'm with you on that page. I think Execration just was the better team in that game.
Yeah. Well, with that, John, we'll head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our second game between Neon Esports and Execration. We'll see you all again very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for our second game of Neon Esports versus Execration. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, before we talk about the game, may I just add, we've gone a whole qualifier, you and I. We did the NA qualifiers, and you have not made one reference to that, what's his name? That knowledge guy. You know, out in my garage. You know, we're in a garage right now, Jonathan. You haven't noticed?
True.
We're in a garage.
I haven't noticed, Mikey. Here in my garage, just got this new Lamborghini here. And you know what else I have? Dota 2 games. And this is game 2 of Execration up against Neon. I'm not sure what to go with that, Mike. Knowledge.
That's all that matters.
What's good about knowledge? In-game knowledge for these two teams is pretty high. I don't know how to transition with any of this, Mike. You just threw me into the water. No life vest. He's fine. It's fine. It's good. I like that, Mike. Thank you. Knowledge.
I should have probably told you
meme,
before we went live. It's a great meme.
You were going off about Barbie, and then suddenly you come in here with Ty Lopez, and I'm like, I haven't thought about that meme in 6 months.
Yeah.
Mikey, 6 months is a long time for to degrade.
Because every time I see the intro, I'm just like, wait a minute, we're in a garage. We're in Gyrocopter's garage right now. Where obviously he's got a lot of knowledge, Jonathan, here with his, whatever it is, his Lambos, his Ferraris, whatever you want to call it. Is so much knowledge. Yeah. You know what he values more than all those cars, Jonathan? The books somewhere in the background. The books. Is that how
I'm hoping there are some. Yeah. Knowledge. Okay. He appreciates knowledge, Mike.
I'm too old.
What I appreciate is knowledge and a good draft in Dota 2, and we should have that Game 2 draft underway rather soon. Again, Game 1 was pretty dominant from Execration. Every lane looked pretty well. Nothing really went southbound. Bob, he launches off. He pops off. Like, I believe it was Dougie who told the story when they did have tiebreakers, where he was already clapping and the tier 2 tower wasn't gone yet, or the tier 1 tower in his 1v1 mid wasn't gone yet. He was already yelling. He died while jumping off his seat. Like, that's just Bob. You know, that's how Bob is. So
not to be mistaken with Talon's 23 Savage, who also got up out of his seat at one stage, Jonathan.
Yes.
That was listen, I actually have to send an invoice to 23 Savage. I broke a few things when I saw that. I'm not going to lie to you, Jonathan. I may be missing a TV or two after that experience of staying up all night watching Savage do that to me. He did that to me personally, Jonathan. I took that personally.
Yes. It's all about you, Mike. Yeah. That's exactly what your wife tells you as well every single time you have a talk. Oh, it's all about you, Mike.
Yeah.
But it's not about you. You've got the draft.
Yeah.
Shut up, Mike. It's the draft. Brewmaster and Invoker being banned out. Neon actually showing a lot of respect for that Bat Red from Shanks and taking care of that Phoenix as well. And P being taken out by X. Again, nothing too far off the mark from what we've seen be top tier. What else are they going to take out? Is it going to be something like the Venge, Darkseer, perhaps? Bimbo did have a pretty decent game. Wouldn't mind a Darkseer ban here as well. They'll take care of the Chen instead. So again, very specific bans. I believe Castaway is a pretty mean Chen player. And that here can be pretty oppressive in lane. So I appreciate that respect. Neon, will you take care of Tino's Visage? Because that feels like Tino's most successful hero. They'll take care of the Shaker instead from Bob. And they'll pick up the Venge. So quite the shakeup in this draft. Having that Venge on hand, it has been a hero that has popped off quite a fair bit. Let me tell you, I used to be a big fan of the Magic Missile talents. It's a mistake to go for the plus 200 Magic Missile damage talent.
Is that right?
It's actually so much better to go for the swap. Like minus 15 second swap, 15 seconds where you can swap someone, give them 3 seconds of, without your talent, 50% damage reduction. With your talent, 90% damage reduction for 3 seconds every 15. Yeah, you're going to go for the swap talent every single time.
That may explain why I lost my my Vengeful Spirit game yesterday. I'm not going to lie, I went the opposite talent at level 15 and I lost. So thank you for that, Jonathan. I'll take your advice on my next Vengeful Spirit game.
I think it's the 20 talent with the minus 15 or the plus 200 damage Magic Missile, and it's at the 20.
Oh, you're right.
You have got to take this swap. It's so strong. Execration though, going into the strong Shaker. I mean, the damage is nice, quite frankly. If you're a core, I can kind of understand why Core Venge does enjoy the damage, but really that swap, like it's insane what you can do, especially with just a casual spell prism. It becomes like 12-second cooldown, and then it's like, yeah, you're not killing anyone if the Venge can keep swapping.
Next,
So,
you'll tell me I
it's
should be
impressive.
buying. Next, you'll be telling me I should be buying BKB on my calls, Jonathan. That's a really weird advice from you, I tell you. It's-
Very weird.
Are we animals, Jonathan? Come on now. Execration.
Oh, this is rather interesting with the Earth Spirit. Mike, your favorite comes out. This hero does
Yeah.
feel a lot better to play. Vance is a prolific Earth Spirit at the very least.
I
don't see
hate-
this being flex for Bob.
I hate to be this guy, Jonathan, right? I hate to be this guy. Look, I played Earth Spirit on the new patch. I still don't feel like it's good enough. I'm not going to lie. It's not good enough. It's not.
It's not good enough for you. You're not high skill enough to bring out the full mechanics of the hero. You know, that's not a fair thing to say, Mike. You know, you're not Shanks. You're not Baboka running around stealing stuff with that. You know, you're none of them.
Arguably, I could be
down,
better.
kid.
I could be better. I've never played a pro match. Who knows?
That's Kenough. That's Kenough. As we do get Neon picking up the Ken Ember again, it does look like.
Again.
Should be our mid. Well, not again, but this is something Ken's known for.
Right.
Again? No.
Yes.
Let's see. What does Bob have left for an Ember matchup?
10 seconds
I mean, no Batrider. He has a TA, but TA versus Ember is a little bit more awkward.
seconds remaining.
No Shaker. Perhaps you go for something like, say, Witch Doctor? Witch Doctor Ember matchup's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know if you really need to dip into that kind of pool here for Bob. So they will pick up the Dark Willow once more on Neon, so Dark Willow plus Venge support duo, pretty strong. Lots of damage reduction. You've got the Terrorize again that can fly out to a forward core, like say the Ember here. Execration. The AA is pretty oppressive. Not gonna lie, these two supports from Execration are really oppressive. Just AA plus one core that can give you a slower stun, like say a Sven coming out for Paulus or even a Gyrocopter playing with the Cold Feet and the Ice Vortex. That can be a really nasty lane for Neon to deal with on the safe. So I like seeing that AA. I think a lot of people underestimate how much an AA can get done in lane. If it trades well and has a core that can be aggressive, this hero can shut you down fast.
It certainly can. We'll see what Execration do follow up with. They've got their support duo. Arguably, the Earth Spirit might even be a better core than it is a support right now. I'm not going to lie. So who the hell knows if that's going to be a pos 4, honestly. I do believe Earth Spirit is actually a better mid now than it is a support, in my honest opinion. In fact, I played against one yesterday, Jonathan. It was not very fun, let me tell you. We still won the game, but I was...
It can be oppressive.
Yeah. I was playing line against it, so I couldn't do anything.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, that's an awful feeling. Like, you've got to get the jump first, and you got chain stun and silence. Really annoying for the back line. I suppose there's some room for Exa to run that core. Like, mid-Ember versus mid-Earth Spirit, I wouldn't put the Earth Spirit too far behind that matchup. So I think that's playable for Bob. If he wants to go that route, we shall have to see. Waiting on that next pick. They could just pick their support. I mean, seeing Venge Dark Willow, honestly, you could probably go for a core pick. Like, if they go with the Lion pickup, so it is a core Earth Spirit. Is it Bob or Tino? That's the question in my mind. It should be Bob. Bob looks so happy. Yeah, Beastmaster for Tino. It's a Bob Earth Spirit.
Dude, let me tell you, this core Earth Spirit, right? Like, with the rolling boulder immunity, it feels really busted in a core role. Support, it doesn't feel that good. But when you're playing core and you can, like, rush Earn, for example, into a Spirit Vessel or something like that, like, any quick item on Earth Spirit right now feels really busted when you've got the levels on top. It's just really hard to play against it. Like, you hit this timing later on down the line where you don't feel as strong, but I'd say the first 15-20 minutes feels very oppressive right now against mid-Earth Spirit. That's what it feels like.
That it does. I like the solution from Neon here, though. Like, going into Gyrocopter into this Beastmaster lane, Flat Cannon can just kill off your Hawk, so you're feeling pretty happy. You've got a decent lane with either Venge or Dark Willow as well, so you can get aggressive really fast in there. Lion Beastmaster is still pretty stable, but it does feel a lot better for Neon to play the aggressive here now, if you're not careful on Execration with your positioning. So, good solutions out from Neon. Would have wanted to see the Gyrocopter come out for Exa, honestly, just because Gyrocopter AA is a pretty solid lane. So I'm wondering where they go from here. Neon banning out more pause once. Already took care of Nagamorph. They take care of the Medusa now as well. There's a Terrorblade option here for Execration that still plays decently well with the AA. I wouldn't mind it too much. I think the core for TB into Gyro is pretty solid for
10
TB.
seconds
Not the
remaining.
worst thing in the world. But you don't really have the best magic damage either from Neon. Although Gyro early can kind of tool himself to be a magic damage dealer. So there's some options. I wonder if they will respect ban that for Palos. Exe taking care of the Night Stalker. There's still that option for the Dark Seer here. If Exe want to ban that out as well. To show some respect to good old Bimbo here.
You keep calling him Bimbo, Jonathan. That's not very nice.
10 seconds.
That's his old username. Every time I talk to anyone on land, or like every time, like even when he was on SMG, I'd say Raging Potato, or like, oh yeah, Bimbo. His old username.
What does that
Call him
mean?
Bimbo.
Well, does that mean something different in the Philippines? Because where I come from,
think-
it means something very different.
Yeah, I know it means something else, like in proper English, but in the Philippines, it's just kind of a nickname kind of thing.
Okay.
Bimbo. You know, it's pronounced slightly. It's accented. You know, it's just Filipino accentized, and it's just more of a nickname. I don't know. I know we do some weird stuff here, man. Can't explain everything to you.
That's all right. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Final ban out to come. Another position 1 to be removed here. Execration are still lacking their position 1. This gyrocopter pick, this gyro hero has felt very potent as of late. You just,
Oh yeah.
the hero just hasn't changed, has it? Like you just hit that timing where you have Ags with a crit and Satanic, and you just can't kill him anymore. He's just, it's just gyrocopter things.
Yeah, he does a lot. Just the usual Crystalist build now, which, again, Palace was one of the first players to kind of run that when Gyro was still being played and he was on Boom, subbing in before the DPC last year.
Yeah.
It looked amazing then. It looks even more amazing now with a buff to Flak, with the Ags. So I can't fault teams for going back into it. It's a massive hero. What's the last ban, though? Last time around, Neon banned Drow at this point. I don't know if you're really worried about Drow with Venge and Ember. It's probably not a concern. Terrorblade is probably what they're thinking about. Do you want to face off against Palace TB? The answer is you will want to, as you ban out the Face's Void instead. So TB's an option. Suppose... What else is there? I wouldn't mind something like an Ursa, but there's no real reason for it. There's a lot of kiting that can happen for an Ursa as well.
10 seconds remaining.
That was unreal.
I think the Void in particular is quite dangerous with the when you have an Earth Spirit on the same team now as well, right? Because you can roll through Chrono now. And if you're on the same team, you can get to the other side of the Chrono and make sure nobody's interrupting the Void. Had they been able to pick it up. That's why I think Neon kind of prioritized the ban. Not to mention Void is naturally good against Gyrocopter because Void's naturally good against everyone once you hit that stage of the game, but never mind. Ricky comes out. That's a big boy. I mean, this Ricky hero has also felt really, really annoying to play against recently. Very, very curious to see how this one performs and where the hell is it laning even?
I'm curious about that as well. You could run a core Venge here, run, say, a 4 or 5 Ricky. Ricky Gyro is a little bit awkward, but it's also not that bad in trying to chase down with Blink Strike and Smokescreen. So there's a lot you can get done. Not the way I'd expect this draft to close out from Neon. Expected maybe just like a much more solid offlane coming out. Felt like Mars could have been an option. Just having Arena with call down, swap people into spears. Yeah, a lot of control. The Ricky is interesting. I don't know, maybe you can try to bait in the roll from Bob pre-BKB into a point, Smokescreen, and then suddenly the Earthshaker or the Earth Spirit's going to be in a really awkward spot. Could be one way to play in counterplaying, and there's the Terrorblade we were talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this Ricky pick. Quite frankly, Okay, Ken's running nothing too strange. Kishka, it's a Raging Potato offlane Ricky.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I was erring on the side of an offlane. Like, I thought to myself, it has to be an offlane Ricky at this point. But yeah, I question the impact at this point. Like, Ricky's a really annoying hero in the sense that you can't always deal with him. But like, there's like your team fight control. Like, you're lacking maybe a bit of fight. I'm just not sure. I just don't know if you actually needed the extra damage on your side of things as Neon with this Ricky. I guess the roaming trio of Castaway, Kishka, and Raging could be quite annoying to deal with, right? Like if you land a stun, Smokescreen comes out, nobody's getting out of that. It's interesting. It's interesting. I just, yeah, the pot 3 Ricky is a bit of a question mark for me.
I'm keen to see what Raging Potato does. Because I feel like this hero is... It has some good squishy targets to go for. Again, Smokescreen's pretty useful to save whoever Bob initiates on with a roll. So there's some saving plays there on top of the swap and some of your AoE control here. I just feel like there's a big question mark on what you do as the game scales on. I think Execration has a much more straightforward draft once more. There's nothing really to stop this Terrorblade. The lanes of Neon are improved. I don't think it should be as much of a stomp coming out from Execration and controlling these lanes. At the same time, I don't really see Palos losing out in this lane with Ricky and a Dark Willow. I mean, there's some play, but that's really reliant on Palos maybe overextending. And based on how he's playing, I don't think that's going to be happening here. So I'm keen to see what exactly Neon has in mind. This is make or break for them. If they don't win here, then they're going to be in the lower bracket, which is not where you want to be in Southeast Asia in particular.
No. Good luck, have fun.
Oh, Castaway.
Pares. What is Pares?
Very nice. Friends.
Okay. You're welcome, by the way. That was beautiful pronunciation on my part, by the way, Jonathan.
Sure.
Well, it was. I literally said it the exact same way you said it.
I don't know if matching my pronunciation is good.
That's true. That is true.
You know my Filipino, it's not the best. It is what it is. Palos giving out the raging patatas.
So sad. Every time I say something right in Filipino, you don't commend me on it, but I guarantee you there's people in the chat right now that are clapping. You know, I guarantee.
Oh wow, Mike, you're so good, Mike. Do you want me to bring out the Filipino accent? So now we've got Neon versus Execration. Okay, guys, this is going to be a really interesting match. Upper bracket, game 2 na po ito. So one more game and Neon potentially, can have to play through the lower bracket. Nakakatakot yan. It's so scary to play lower bracket here in Southeast Asia.
Thank you, John.
Okay. You want Filipino? That's Filipino. There you go.
You know I can't follow up on those jokes. You know that.
It's not a joke. It's literally. I actually do have a bit more of a Filipino accent when I'm talking to my family.
Okay.
Just comes out.
I've heard it. I went to tea with your family. I heard it.
Yeah, it does become more accented. So
And I thought to myself,
like I'm making fun of myself.
I thought to myself, man, this guy is so fake. Look at him put on the accent for his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Fernandez, if you're watching, it was completely faked. Ken? Yeah, he got kicked underneath the tower for a moment. Of course, he's up against Bob Extradito, as we like to call him now. Not going to be
Expedito is my uncle.
Excuse me, Jonathan.
Yes,
Expedito. Ken versus Bob here in the mid lane. Jonathan, what are you thinking?
It's pretty stable. I don't see the Ember completely getting run down, but there is some big play potential for Bob. Like every time it's shoved in, there's always that play of shoving back. You have to really time yourself well here on Ken to dodge out. Sleight of Fist is going to be key. If he can dodge out every spell use, it feels good. But you are seeing some of Bob just running up. He has pretty good right click to trade here, so you have to be cautious about that.
I mean, he has less right click than Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit. Let's be fair, Jonathan. Right? Don't say these things because Valve might hear it and be like, "Oh, we need an Earth Spirit. Get rid of that attack damage that he has. That whole 56 attack damage that we gave him." Shanks may just be dead. The blood grenade did connect, though he needs one more hit from Castaway and he can't get it. Very unfortunate.
Yeah. It is lining up this aggression down bot, though. Like, this Gyro plus Venge lane, just so oppressive.
Oh. Top lane's where the first blood happens. Palos already finding first blood against Kishka. Bottom lane, they are still going at it pretty damn hard. Shanks now having to run away from this homing missile, but no, it's going to be fine. Tino does take it down. And bottom lane seems to be where a lot of the action's breaking out between these two duos, though. It does seem like Neon are the ones that have much more kill potential.
That they do. Just minus armor plus flak is pretty damn big. Really stable stuns to play with as well. That is not good.
No, it's not. Palos will get a second kill.
TP'd.
He just TP'd and it was the same metamorphosis, by the way, John. He TP'd and ran right into the meted Palos as it was wearing off, but he had enough to finish the job first.
And that's really where the concerns with this offlane Ricky comes in. You don't do much up against Terrorblade. Like, your backstab damage up against a physical hero with a lot of armor doesn't feel great. You can maybe try to I don't know, you don't really connect with your Dark Willow too well. I think that's a concern, at least until maybe a value point in Smokescreen is up. But that's like a level 4 timing. We'll see if that does come out. So far, both safe lanes are doing really well. I'd argue Execration's getting a lot more out. Palos, just 2 kills under his belt. This is a scary Terribly timing. It's going to be a fast Dragonlance. Heck, he could opt for a change up in the build as well, although Palos is a little bit alone here.
That he is. He'll have to back off. Thing is, you don't really have that much kill potential with a Ricky Dark Willow this early on, so he should be feeling relatively safe, I think, on the TB. Mid lane, Bob and Ken still kind of going at it, but it's a pretty even matchup. Ken slightly ahead here on the Ember. Not really too much to write home about. They are just trading farm for now, though it seems like Ken is somewhat looking to maybe go top, but just wants the bounty. He won't end up going anywhere. Back to the mid lane for him. Bright side for Neon right now is Fortune Soul is having a really easy time in the bottom lane as well, by the way, on the Gyrocopter. Just a complete free fall.
Sorry.
Yeah. Again, it's just down to the fact that he can clear out these summons really well. He can stand far back enough that the axes are not easy to land. Huh? So maybe perhaps good old Bob, you never know what he's thinking about. It should be Bob. That's my uncle. Bob's my uncle, indeed, as he will run down my chant. Where are we going with this cast, Mark? What's happening? What is happening here? He's living a happy life. I haven't seen him in a long time, you know. I enjoy talking to him. I don't want to get into family stories. I'll rant on about random stuff all day, Mike. Then again, I suppose nothing too much, not too much is happening. I'm really curious how hard they invest into the gyro. Like, will they build up stacks? They don't have anything in the triangle right now. So despite this early start, it doesn't feel like Fortune Soul is going to be able to accelerate that by a huge margin, whereas Tino has his own stacks coming on here, catching up in the Beastmaster, some stacks in the Ancient as well, and a lot of stacks in the right side Ancients as well. And until the invasion comes in, that's going to be a lot of catch-up, compensating for that slower laning start for Tino. You do have to watch when Bob starts to rotate. That's where this Earth Spirit mid starts to get scary. If it can connect into any of the side lanes, with a Magnetize up, it can go sideways really fast. And so far, Bob's just done a great job of forcing away Ken. It's walking back for the bottle refill, no 6. It's going to have to TP back in. And that's just some more time where he can try to get that 6. It's already up on Bob.
You don't have a problem with me, right?
Ooh. What's Bob doing?
The Jasper Circle couldn't do it better.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah.
under attack.
A little bit keen on trying to walk up with the DD. Aben going to be punished here as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Denied.
Yeah. Yeah. They're starting to set their eyes on Palos. Oh boy. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Playing on the edge. Palos just living on a sliver of HP. Yeah, doesn't find him in the end. They did spot out the stacks just a little bit here from Execration, but they're not able to invade. And that should still be Tino finding this farm. He is going into the Dominator build this game, so probably into the Overlord rather than the Ags rush, which makes sense. I don't think the Ags gives you that much in this game. Would rather see utility from the creeps. Would want to see some auras as well come out for Tino. And again, he's got some room down here. As long as they still have that tower control, these stacks are going to be massive for Tino. And farm acceleration is kicking in. I don't like how passive Execration is going, though. I think with this kind of lineup, we just haven't seen enough from Bob. It goes back to what you said there, Mike, where you need max rolling boulder, but it feels like they've missed out in this early tempo that you could have had. And now, the side of Neon, they're the ones online. Like this Gyrocopter going for the early Yasha can actually opt to just take this fighting stance much more, apply constant pressure, and just go for the smoke play.
Tino's going to be the big target again. Tino, surely no way out of this one. And yeah, he's going to try, but he looks as good as dead, though he does get a stick charge off, and now the roar is out. Tino, he's run. He's made it. Fortune Soul's the one in trouble. Fortune Soul's gone. Meanwhile, Raging, he's still dying to the Magnetize, though he will barely survive and even find a Bang. A Ping will go down. They found the Beastmaster, by the way. Tino, he went back for the stacks, but he has to run away. Bob now, out of mana. Bob has no play. Oh, Bob. They don't believe me when I tell you this hero is not good. You guys don't believe me. I'm telling you, Earthspirit's still not good.
It's decent. I think they're just forced into a really awkward position, and the mid lane for Bob wasn't as crushing as it could have been. Didn't get any support rotations to try to force out the issue for the early 6 as well. At the very least, for the side of Execration, they'd lose some... Oh, they might lose more if Tino's not too careful here.
For now, Ken's the one that may have found himself in a bit of danger, but he does still have a remnant. Looks like he's going to be fine. They're doing a very good job of taking all these stacks away from Tino, though. Like, Tino's still finding the majority of them, but just the presence of soaking all the XP and stealing some of the bigger camps away is going to feel pretty nice. Not so much for Tino, though, of course, who is struggling to get the net worth up. Looks like he has perhaps got enough now for the Helm of the Dominator. Meanwhile, mid lane, the push has slowly started to begin. Going to try his best to slow this down as much as humanly possible, but he's just not feeling very, very safe at the moment. So we'll leave the mid lane. A Bang, meanwhile, going to get caught by Raging, and this is why the Riki can feel very, very strong. When you've got a support that can literally do nothing about you just jumping him, it's a pretty damn good game for an offlane Riki, I suppose.
Yeah, he's building up. Again, the defusal not too far for Raging. The supports will need some like force staff here to save. Until that point, they are sitting ducks. They are trying to siege down bot, but the TPs are coming out for the defense, and the rotation's coming in as well. So not going to be able to open up the map as much as they'd want to here in Execration. 8-4, Neon bouncing back strong here in game number 2. The one big blessing for Execration is Palos has a lot of room to farm. Yasha almost done on our Terrorblade as well. Dragonlance up and running.
Bang, having a pretty tough time. He's just dead. Ken will take him out. Bob could do nothing to help. And now the mid-tier 1 tower is open. Fortune Soul will happily join his team in taking this one basically for free. Shanks is rotated down the line, but there's no play. And this is a really sad state of affairs now, because unless you get a really good fight to help Bob catch up, it just feels like this mid-ES he's playing just has zero impact. Right now, that is certainly the case. He has zero impact at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he has his blade mail up, but I don't think he's the tankiest hero yet to really soak up a lot of damage for that. Again, they have gotten a lot of space. Tino is managing to push down bot tier 1. Palos has been going in and out of the gate, farming up these camps, and is still working his way to a decent timing on that Terrorblade, but Neon has a foot in the door. And they're playing this aggression. They've got room out for Fortune Soul to start clearing out the triangle. SNY is to build up for the gyro, so certainly looking to join this early activity. Bang.
This time will be okay. Though Terrorize is going to fly it on Bob, so Bob, he's such a big target to take down, but they just do it so easily. And a Bang shows his face, gets taken out. Oh, what can you do? It's a tough one. This is a very, very tough game now for Execration.
Top tower is under attack.
That it is, but they're not too far behind still. I think as long as Paulus doesn't die, you're pretty happy, and they might be able to take a pick off here.
Yeah, Fortune Soul getting chased for a moment, but ultimately is okay. Is now the homing missile going to chase down Shanks. Connect. Raging's having a look from the back already, and he did spot out Shanks there for a moment. In fact, they found Palos. They have found Palos. They will ignore him for now. They'll go after the easier target of the Lion, though Shanks is making it as hard as possible, but not hard enough. He is down. I believe Raging actually avoided the finger damage, by the way. He did not take any damage from that, though he might still die in the end, and does, is now cast away. Will also be chased down, and Bob gets a double. That might change things a little bit, because now Bob's hit level 10. He's got the plus 325 rolling boulder distance. This is where this hero can feel pretty good.
Yeah, you can start to gap close a lot better.
But he went, he didn't get the talent
back.
He went for the silence.
Yeah. I mean, he's halfway to 11. I don't think it's too painful. I can see the utility of the silence being pretty helpful. So, Bob, he's still got something to play with. And Execration, his slower style is working out well. What the hell did he do?
He wrote dash bot rune, and it spawned bottom.
Baloo.
Well, what's Baloo mean?
Baloo, it's like crazy.
Oh, okay.
Insane. Out of your mind.
Is he though, Jonathan?
You're nuts.
He got the rune though, didn't he?
Like, yeah, true, it worked. Baloo. Baloo kebab. Grabe naman. Madman. It worked. He is it's bloody Bob. Good old Bob. Smoked up now with Shanks and Abeng. They've got the Burst Squad online. No finger, but just an Ice Blast could be enough to find even a core here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Raging's got the full diffusal blade now. Palos does not want to get caught first. Palos, he'll go for a bit of a run. The Raging is right behind him. Oh, this will be another big kill. Ward's down. They have still not seen Raging Potato yet. Someone place a sentry for the love of God. Palos, gonna get jumped. Here comes the cavalry. Hands are up as well. Palos, he's got no way out. He's just dead. Can they at least trade something? They're gonna try. With the Magnetize, he's got a 5-man on that one. It could be a big team fight for Execration if they can keep this going. In fact, Fortune Soul, he's getting quite low now. He might just be dead. The gyro's running and there's no follow-up. Where's the follow-up? He just walks away. Instead, they're gonna try for Ken, but Raging Potato is still there to help out. They're all just dead. Neon. Oh, they're slowly cleaning up here. A 3k advantage now. And Execration, I mean, it felt like they somewhat had the answers that fight, but with Palos dying, they just lacked too much damage.
Dire's top tower.
And that they do. They need way more items up to kind of save there. No 4 staffs lined up yet. No way of saving out from that smoke screen. Palos trying to work into the Manta to at least dispel off some of these roots, but with the silence still in play, I think you're always going to have an issue here for Palos. He probably needs something like Manta BKB, honestly. If you can get that done, you feel a lot safer on this Terrorblade, but it's a long ways to go in terms of farm. And props to Neon. Again, they're seeing these openings. They're utilizing Raging Potato well. They're forcing the eco drain on Execration quite heavily with the need for so many sentries out. And there's only so many sentries in stock. This is why a lot of the Invis heroes feel so oppressive. There's not much in stock anymore. So you have so much more of the map to play with. And they're going again, Neon with a smoke here.
They'll wrap around through the bottom lane, but well, they're going to find Tino by the looks of it. Tino does have the full helm of the Overlord now available. No, instead, they'll get the Lion first. Shanks has bought himself a slight bit of time. Meanwhile, Bob just rolls right past him, not helping out whatsoever, trying to get towards Tino instead. Tino, well, they're going to try and roll in after the Dark Willow, at least get some form of a trade, and with the Ice Blast, they will get one, but can they find any more? Probably not. There's 3 heroes in the die triangle here from Neon Esports, so they've got to get out of here. Meanwhile, Raging, though, is still just kind of scouting out for his team. It seems like they will not bother trying to deal with the Beastmaster. Tino is fine.
Just a little bit too tanky to kind of try to solo play here for Raging. Again, there's only so many sentries you can drop. Look at all these sentries from Neon onto that triangle, just to ensure that they're not spotted out. Whereas you're already down to just, what, really 1-2 sentries to protect yourselves here in Execration. And it's just so much room.
Chase is on for Bob. Roll away. King tips out. I mean, the thing is, Tino's being chased down while this is happening. Tino gonna get chains up. Boulder Smash will slow them down a little bit, but Tino is just gonna go down. Godlike now for Ken. He's 9-0-9 on the Ember Spirit. And, I mean, Execration, they're playing the long game by the looks of it. They've got nothing to do right now apart from farm.
That they don't. Just got to sit back, cut their losses, buy space out for Palos to build up. Their high ground def can be pretty nice. You've got that big spike lined up for Fortune Solo with full Ags up and running on Gyro. No lifesteal on hand yet. Once he does get some form of lifesteal, on top of the flak, on top of the double attack you get now with a side gunner, with flak, it's going to be hard to pin down Fortune Soul. And they're going to need to kind of connect every single time with the Ice Blast. Abing has an Invis rune sneaking around here.
Yeah, that he does.
Dire's middle
Bob.
tower.
Oh, the sentry
Going.
spots him.
Now they do now. Fortune Soul may get spotted. Blade Mail out from Bob. Bob's going to go for the big chase out. The Fortune Soul is still running towards the west of the map now, so he's fine to juke them out. In comes Palos, and he's popped the Metamorphosis, but nobody's been caught. In fact, now Raging, he jumps back in, kills off a Bang, almost gets Shanks as well. Shanks, he's going to tie to the Flak Cannon. Ken, though, Ken may have gone a bit too far. Ken, Palos. Palos gets swapped in. Oopsie daisies. Tino, he'll go for a run. Doesn't look too good for him though. Meanwhile, Bob pops a blade mail, but everyone just ignores him. Nobody wanting to hit the guy. Now maybe you can. They've actually got Fortune Soul. Can they get more? They're going to try. They'll get Raging. How much can Bob clean up? He's going to try after Kishka. Bet you wish that... Oh, he does have the level 10 talent now. Very good. In we go. The roll continues. Bob wastes a stone, eventually kicks it away, misses that as well, and will give up.
It's a topsy-turvy fight for sure. Not the worst for Execration, as they do gain a little bit more out despite losing Palos. But you have to watch yourself for this Terrorblade. You aren't building back into a lead here for Palos, dying in the middle of the fight. And the swaps are just... all the control coming out from Neon's just so oppressive. You have to worry about this Ricky jumping in. You have to buy back on your AA for Abeng just to get the blast off. Dies again. So you bleed out so much gold on that support AA. You're going to need 4 staves. You're going to need so much to just really play this game on Exe. But again, they're hanging on. Their objective still stands in the tier 2. The side of Neon. Not really clearing out the map further. As long as these tier 2 still stand, you have some map control, some semblance of map control for Execration to play this farm game. It feels really important for them to find something like Gem. Like if they can get BKB Gem up on Tino, the game does simplify quite a fair bit. Your issue is spotting out Raging. He's always able to get these sneaky jumps as the Ricky just because there's just limited ways of detecting. Like, you know, dusts are there, sure, but sentries are such a scarce resource right now.
Yeah.
Just need someone to carry a gem. Maybe even Bob. I wouldn't mind Bob having gem after the heart. Because he's going to be really tanky. He's going to do a decent amount of damage with, I guess, his strength scaling on... What was it? Was it the roll? Or was it the boulder smash?
No, it is the roll.
Or was... Yeah, he's going to have some damage coming out with the roll, I suppose. But...
Yeah, I mean, it's... You know.
He's going to be tanky at the least to carry the gem. You know?
He's going to get a whole extra 50 damage with his rolling boulder. Very good.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
So much damage.
Oh, they give us the best buffs to the Earth Spirit players, Valve does, John. You know that. We always get the most amazing buffs, we do. Kind of sad to think it was actually stronger before this quote-unquote scaling buff that we got. Anyway.
Yeah?
I'm just complaining, Jonathan. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I don't
think anyone knows what you're saying, Mike.
Don't worry about it, John.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think when let's theorize an ultra late game scenario as the Roche is being taken here. Ultra late game can be a little bit awkward. At some point, if Kishka can farm for Ags, I don't know if you can win this game once, say, a casual Dark Below support Ags comes out. So drag into a very long game is not the play. Roche being taken quite fast. The blast did scout. Exit with a smoke out here.
It's too late, but Execration, they could still try to go for a surprise fight. Scan is going to catch nothing, so they have no idea where the smoke is yet. Neon, they may get trapped. They may get snuck in from the back. Oh boy, this could be very rough for Neon, though Palos has his smoke broken, but a big reflection giving all the vision. He got all 4 heroes with that. Oh, and they're just gonna melt. Raging's gone. That's the big target you needed to get rid of. They'll lose Shanks in the meantime, but he'll buy back. He wants in this fight. There goes Kishka. Fortune Soul's lost his Aegis. Surround is there from Palos, so he's going to pop the BKB and try to man up and fight back. Though Palos goes for the Sunder. Right back on Shanks. And Fortune Soul, he doesn't have the damage. He's down. Ken trying to roll, rather just fly away with these remnants, but there's rocks following him, John. It's a landslide here from Bob. And it does connect. Ken is down. Kishka, he just brought back, I believe. They're going right back to the graveyard here as there is no surviving. That'll be a dieback for Kishka.
Yeah,
that's a yikes.
That is nasty. Aegis gone. Again, we were talking about this build in Gyro and no lifesteal. So he does do a lot of damage. He can't sustain through these fights.
Classic.
And Execration, they find this big opening. Like now tier 2 falls down bot, full heart up and running for Bob. He's so hard to kill on this Earth Spirit. And they managed to get their target locks well. You know, they pin down Raging instantly, getting the finger off, taking care of these blink strikes, of these smoke screens, of this control. And Execration just blow this game wide open. 3K lead up for themselves, taking a look at the win probability. All of a sudden, a 60% win probability for Execration off the back of that.
Wow. It really does only take one team fight. It really just took one fight to make this happen, and now Neon, like, you might have all the farm in the world on Fortune Soul, but like you said, no life still available. And to be fair, he does have Vampire Fangs, but that's not really anywhere near enough. Like 15% is whatever on Gyrocopter. And John, I'd hate to be that guy, but he's still going for more damage. Yeah, he's queued up a Daedalus. No Satanic yet. I mean, I guess, is it because of the AA? Is that why he's doing it?
Perhaps. I think there's always that concern. The Blast nullifies that anyway. And you've got Scotty and Palos. It still feels worthwhile because I don't think Abang's been landing the best uses of Ice Blast this game. It's just been a little bit more rough for AA for sure. But I can see why he's going for the damage. It's a tough call for Fortune Soul. Because not much that really saves you from the Blast.
In my mind, you just got to make the call, right? Like Raging's going to go hunt the AA. That's about it. Like Raging Potato has to kill AA, and then you have Satanic on top, and Satanic just makes you somewhat unkillable as Gyrocopter. But without the Satanic, I just don't know if you have enough. Like he died twice very quickly. It wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's kind of the same story for Execration. They have to kill Raging, right? So it's a game of cat and mouse with Abang and Raging here. We'll see who does get the upper hand. Another smoke out from Execration. Could be scary. I mean, the full heart being up for Bob is...
They've got the high ground.
It's so much HP. Oh.
Reflection out. No swap out on Palos, so they're just going to jump in and try to do it the old-fashioned way as they do get Shanks. That'll be a dieback on the Lion, but they've lost Castaway. That's also a dieback. Raging, dropping very low on the Ricky. Needs to tricks the trade. Does get away for now, but no, he's down. They have lost 3 already. And now Bob can just chase down the stragglers. He's found the Gyro. No, he misses the roll, but instead can go after Kishka, but misses that roll. That's okay, Bob. You can't hit every one. He's missed the 3rd one now. Hits the silencer. Gets the boulder's fashion. That one will connect. There you go. Kishka's down.
It pays off in the end. You know, at least he's trying. Every roll you don't take is a roll you miss, Mike.
That's what I tell my pub teammates, John, but they love to ping me and laugh anyway. You know? Oh, he missed his roll. It's a 4-second cooldown. Shut up. These teammates are... Don't get me started, John. Don't get me started, all right?
Just Bob? Abusing that arcane rune. Doesn't care.
Get him, Bob.
The side gunner pops a blade mail.
2.8-second cooldown roll. Now, this is balanced to me. This is how Earth Spirit should be. Fortune. He's trying to delay this as best as possible. Roll in, kick back, that's a perfect setup. Fortune Soul, he'll get roared up. Oh. This is looking dangerous. They don't have the meta though. Swap out on Palos now. Palos, he needs a Sunder target perhaps. Curse Crown, oh Palos just melts. And now Bob. What's happening? What are they doing? They got the bar racks, but what are they doing? I don't
It's
understand.
Execration Gaming, Mike. How are you questioning this? This is how Execration does things. This is the Execration we all know and love. This is what they do. This is Southeast Asia Dota. It reminds you of when in your dream you used to dive tier 3s. It reminds you when Dreamosol dove tier 3s while tier 2s were up. This is just what we do in this region, man.
Yeah,
It happens.
it does. That's okay. Keep it within the culture, I suppose.
Wouldn't
Well,
we see without these kinds of games, Mike?
At least the game's close. It's 33 to 67% win probability. Execration still are in the lead. What is
Look
it,
at the
John?
scoreline. 30 to 22.
Oh,
2 more kills, Neon. Give us the base number.
3-2-2-2? My goodness. That's a big one.
An outstanding, an extra 2. How can we cope?
Here come the respawns from Execration.
Give them 2 kills, guys. Do it for Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob Expedito, as we like to call him.
Uncle Bobby, yes. I'm
Expedito.
sure, you know, it's so funny. My uncle would never watch Dota, but on the off chance they have a kid that watches Pro Dota, they'll be like, why is your name keep getting mentioned here? Why is your nephew mentioning your name so much? I think he'd get a laugh out of it. You know, he's a fun guy. Good old
Yeah.
Uncle Bobby.
Oh, mate, you know what, John? You should, when I come to the Philippines, hopefully later this year, maybe you can invite him for the barbecue. You know?
Yeah, if we head down to Zamboanga, I don't know if we'd fit that in.
Zamboanga.
Yeah,
we're going to
Master
masturbate.
Bake Shop. Yeah, we are
Raging.
haha cool enjoyers.
Ice Blast. He's okay. Raging's going to survive. However, the rest of his team have started a fight. Palos, he'll go for a run. Meanwhile, Bob jumps right in onto Castaway. Castaway should this be going down to Bob, it seems like. Meanwhile, Roar Out has caught Ken as well. Ken, anywhere else he would have been a 10, John. But here he's just Ken.
That was beautiful. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Beautiful.
I was waiting all game
Anywhere
for it.
else he would have been. Oh, that was the moment. The poor Ken. He's Knuff, but it's not Knuff right now, Mike.
No.
Tier 2s get siege. They commit so much in chasing down Palos, but it doesn't connect. Bob interrupts the back line. Again, with his build, he's got the gem as well. So he's doing what we want them to do here on exit. Onto the high ground. We don't get the beautiful scoreline any longer, 30 to 24. But Execration wants a 2-0. They want that ride to TI. They've had a rough tour in terms of majors.
Oh, Fortune. He's kicked right back into the loving arms of Palos. He's okay. BKB is up. Problem is now the BKB is gone. There's no BKB available now for the gyrocopter. Bob rolling right in. Right into the tier 4 towers.
Insane.
Bob, other way. He does make it for now, Bob. There's surely no way he gets out of this. We'll roll into Kishka. Let's see it, Bob. Let's see the magic,
Bob,
sir.
Bob.
Oh, that's a nice ice blast at least, but it won't land on more than one. Doesn't matter.
Give the
what
gem
if-
away. That's pretty big.
What if Rolling Boulder had a stop button? Right?
Why would you ever want to stop, Mike?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you have Rolling Thunder, you can buy the shards and turn around.
Are scanning.
But Rolling Boulder, you are forced to commit. If you're going, you're going.
But you see, the Ags of Earth Spirit is kind of like that immune state you want, Mike. You just have to buy Ags.
At the low cost of 4.2k gold. Shanks,
Yes, sir.
immediately deleted. Easy peasy. Now Palos being charitable jumps in. I don't know what they're doing, Jonathan. Swap is out. What is Neon doing now? Palos is still alive. He still has the Sunder. He'll still get it off. Ben's the one to go down. Ben will be sacrificed by Palos. Tino, he'll go for a run. Metamorphosis has been popped now, so Fortune Soul cannot fight anymore. Ken, in the meantime, takes down the Beastmaster. But they'll have to leave Palos alone. In fact, Palos is going back in. He wants the gem.
Gem.
No, he doesn't. He'll leave the gem. That's support life. Palos doesn't touch gems. How dare you insinuate he would touch that?
Tower is under attack.
Disgusting.
What do you
Palos.
Palos?
Be careful, sir. Or he's got a BKB to be fair. He's got Sunder back up in 3 seconds. Kishka's just suffering to a TV.
Okay.
Everyone's just watching
All right.
Kishka die. Palos can't get away with this. He can't get away with this. What do you mean?
Oh.
This TV just casually walks in and kills 2 supports
Radiant's
for nothing.
top tower is under attack.
This is my pub games. My cores are just watching them.
Gem.
They're watching it like an inch away.
Yeah. Then what can you do? You know, all their spells were pop.
He had homie
They
missile.
lose Roche.
Don't throw a stun out.
I mean, that's not going to do enough. They buy back. They're going to force this fight in Roche.
Here we go. And Palos has still got his
No
BKB. No meta, but he's still got the security of his BKB, though he might need it right now and does pop it. Sunder, though, is out onto a ping again. A ping has to go down. Palos, he's just gonna leave. Screw this. I'm out of here, boys. Bob's like, where's my team gone? Screw it, I'll try to do it myself then. He might actually have them with the magnetize if it refreshes, but it doesn't.
Swap.
Tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. Close call for Neon, but a decent fight for Neon as well.
I mean, they can't take Roche. They're too unhealthy. They haven't gotten a full reset. They'll get a reset on Ken, but
Radiant's middle tower.
Fortune Soul can't get anything done about that. Tier 4 faults in the meantime. And Execration can actually just walk back into the pit.
Or they could go for another fight, and it seems like that's exactly what they want to do. Tina's having a look around.
Oh, God.
Castaway? Castaway? Sir, what was that? Did he... That wasn't a swap? What was that?
I'm not sure. I think he just threw out the Wave of Terror. Tino blinked in with a Hex.
Oh, he
His own
blinked.
side.
Okay. I thought he swapped. I could have sworn I heard a swap sound. Never mind.
It sounded like it. I can understand that, Mike. But again, Roche is open. They kill the heroes. Doesn't matter if that fight goes awkward. Roche still low. And they'll take it. Aegis Cheese going to Wave Execration. 36 to 30. Execration once more. I mean, they've gotten 91% chance to win now. Only one set of racks standing. Only one Tier 4 left. Tier 2 tower still standing top. But they can just rush for the end game. Like, this is a terribly... With Metamorphosis back up, if he commits, there's not much you can do to stop it.
Oh, Ken. Ken doesn't realize there's 3 heroes around him right now. He might find a bang. A bang. Gonna force him back into Tino. Tino was not in position, however. Though he does have a blink if he wants to break the gap.
Radiant's current.
Seems like Ken's gonna be okay. Here comes Palos. Raging will see him. Kishka will as well. Reflection is out. Seems like they'll take the Tormentor first. Why the hell not?
Yep.
Easy peasy.
Radiant's top tower.
Shanks, get one of your favorites here, John.
Yes. The multi-mana drain. The most fun in the game you can have. Always a joy to watch a line just channeling that with the debuff immunity.
Yeah.
It's fun, Mike.
It has been
Like, if
fun,
he just uses that, if he's blinked on in smokescreen, yeah, he's fine. He's not silenced. He'll keep channeling. No problem.
Well, to be fair, if they use smokescreen first, John, he can't use the mana drain, but, you know. I guess
Then why
after.
would you... Yeah, I guess.
I love how you try to find any excuse to tell me how great this Shards is online.
It's so good. It's so good.
It is good now. I'll give it that. I have been enjoying. I'll give you this one, John.
You've finally seen the light.
I have.
Very fun.
I have.
Gosh, there's something fun just about standing in the middle of a team fight, being ignored while you're mana draining. It's kind of useless, but it's also really fun. I don't know.
You know what? It has won me a few games, honestly. Right? Because in a
Look at
team
this.
fight.
Even I didn't notice. Shanks even got the mana drain slow. I don't see many people going for that, but it's so good when you can just channel it with your shard.
I've done it before, Jonathan. I've done it myself.
It's
too.
so good, isn't it?
I'm showing. It is actually really good in the middle of a team fight. 45% slow, plus they just run out of mana in the middle of a fight. It's actually kind of amazing.
It's such a hater hero, man. you do that, you know you're a hater. Like, yeah, you're not gonna have fun. I'm a hater. It's my job.
I like it. I mean, you
Neon.
do just casually drain 600 mana. It's pretty
Yeah,
ridiculous.
across 3 heroes. So, very fun.
On a 5-second
fun time.
cooldown here for Shanks.
Yeah, by the time you're done channeling, you can do it again. Such a hater. Such a funny hero. I don't know, man. Like, there's something about Pugness and Lions just gets me going. I'm a sick man, Mike. I know. Neon, they're stuck. They're just stuck up here, man. They need us Ags and Ken. That should help with the backline, relieve some pressure on Raging. But I mean, he's got the gold. He has to wait the 40 seconds for the courier to respawn, and oh, he backs off in the nick of time.
It'll be okay. I mean, he certainly cannot afford to die right now on the Ember. Trying his best to get to the Ags, and he's almost got enough. He's about 400 gold short from having the 4 Ags on the Ember Spirit. Keep in mind, he does need a way of getting to the secret shop to get a point booster for himself, but it looks like...
No, it's in the courier.
Okay, he already has it. Then he can afford the Ags. Happy.
Yes. Just need to really tear up the backline. Like, take care of Abeng and of Shanks ASAP. You know, pop these BKBs well, isolate Palos, ensure that he can't get the Sunder off, and you're in pretty good spirits. It is a lot easier said than done, but that's the game plan right now for Neon. Just pick off the backline, isolate the TB somehow.
Here we go. Palos thinking about starting with the slow chip of the tier 3 tower. Is just doing so with the illusions very, very slowly. If you're Neon, you just have to wait. There's not really much you can do. Like, Ken could try to jump in and start the fight himself, but it's not very advised, as here comes Bob. He'll go for the rolling boulder right through. However, Bob might just be dead. And this is how I know that Execration will never draft this hero again, John. This Palos is probably just very upset right now. Like, guys, I can just push slowly. Just let me throw the illusions in.
Bob just gets a little bit too eager. No, he wants to have fun. He's bored. He needs to roll. I've seen you do this in our games as well, Mike. You're like, I'm bored. I need to roll.
Oh, Ken!
Oh, my God.
Ken! What are you doing? Oh, what's Ken done? He's got no buyback. He just bought his ads. Oh.
That could be game.
Why'd you do that?
That's probably game.
Well, why did he do that? Was he trying to de-ward or something? I'm not sure what he was trying to do.
I think he got the spirit just in the wrong spot. Maybe thinking it would be right below the cliff, looking for that jump. Said gets clipped by every spell. That's gonna be Megas at the least, but more than likely game. I don't see Execration stopping this.
Yeah, roll it. Oh, Fortune Soul's just dead. Wow, wow, wow. I think you are correct in saying the game is just officially now over. 3v5, Mega Creeps incoming. They'll try to even it out just a little bit by taking down Bob. Bob still rooted up, but a nice thunder from Palos keeps him alive. But Bob still needs a way out of this, it seems, as now Fortune Soul getting turned on in huge trouble. And he's gone. Bye-bye. GG is called. Execration will make it through to round of 2 of the upper bracket of the TI-12 qualifiers for SCA. And Neon Esports, they'll have to look for a lower bracket run.
Yeah, and it doesn't get any easier for Neon. They're going to have to play against Made in the Philippines, of course. So another Rambulan for us in the lower bracket when that does kick in. But Execration showing us why they've made it to every major this year. Looking pretty sharp in this match up against Neon. Game 2 a little bit more slippery. I think a few more mistakes were made. Bob getting a little bit trigger happy with the rolls, but he was getting trigger happy with the slams anyway in Game 1. So I suppose not too far off the mark for good old Uncle Bob. But quite the up and down here, Mike.
It's an ES player secret, John. You just can't not roll. You have to roll. it is the truth. I mean, you weren't wrong. I don't like to give the secrets away, but you do have to just roll. That's how it works.
Yeah. Do you listen to Limp Bizkit Rollin' on loop when you play Red Spirit? Rollin', rollin', rollin'.
I know the song.
DMCA, but yes.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Go on, John. Give me some analysis of the highlights, please.
Well, I can't even remember when most of this happens, I'll be frank. There's a lot of action. Like, I think breaking down the game, there was really good momentum from the side of Neon. Like, their lanes came out much stronger. The mid lane for Bob was a lot slower. Fortune Soul basically had a free game. But this time it's Neon that feels like they reeled it in a little bit too much. They play a little bit hesitant. Like when they invaded and started pushing that bot tier 1, they didn't fully invade on the stack, so Tino was always relevant. He still managed to get his build up. The big one that really cost them was the Roche fight though. Like Neon around Roche. The fact that Palos managed to hold him back and then just get the regroup into Roshan afterwards was devastating for Neon because they won that fight. They cleaned up, they got more heroes down. But they couldn't secure Roche. It was half HP, less than half HP. They couldn't run back into the pit because they were too low on Fortune Soul, who just didn't have lifesteal the entire game. Like, he just never managed to build it up. He went all in on damage. He needed to play with a sustain here and just bank on the fact that Abeng is very easy to kill with your mobility, but never happens. And No, it's from that moment where it really started to tumble towards Execration.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. You see the scoreline afterwards. Who do you give the MVP to, I wonder? I mean, I want to just say it has to be Palos, surely. Like, you know, Palos just kind of kept his cool, just farmed up, just did his job as a TB. And I can't say anyone from Execration really popped off that much, I'll be frank with you. Like, I'd love to say...
games now.
Yeah. Listen, well, that's the truth. Palos is the MVP. That's it. That is the actual goddamn truth, Jonathan. That is it.
Yeah, like he played his heart out. He had a slower lane this time. He recovered. He knew when to come in. He knew his timings, and he knew when to take these fights. Right? Like, it's really smart play from Palos. He's always been a really strong pause one. Does come out here in this game in particular. Probably the most consistent on his team for this game number 2. And Execration, again, looking sharp. Potentially, I think, I'm going to take a look. They're potentially playing up against either SMG or Geek Fam the next series, which we will have different casters on. But the next series winner will have to play against Execration. And I think that next series is really interesting, right? Like, Geek Fam, I haven't seen them play. I haven't been able to watch Div 2 Southeast Asia. They did get relegated. With Olnit, I don't know how they're going to do, right? And SMG, with no one and mid one on the same team, I don't know how that works. I don't know what happens if that team, you know, I'll just be frank. You know, I love all these guys. I've talked to Mid One. We've interviewed Yak a couple of times. He's a very friendly guy. But when it comes to in-game, you can definitely see whether or not this is true in their eyes, but you can see it when you watch the games. There are moments where you see SMG is pretty done, you know, and no one also he's got a little bit of a rep. You know, he's from Eastern Europe, and we know how Eastern European players are. They tell us themselves that sometimes they tilt out. This combination in SMG is either really going to pop off hard or just calling GG at 12. And it's so exciting to see. I'm hoping for SMG that this is a good bounce back for them. They've been on the cusp of going into top 3, top 4 so many times. And now this is their shot at TI. With this kind of roster, they look probably the strongest they've been all year, but also the most volatile, Mike. You know, still moving under gunfire, they are.
They are always moving under gunfire. We'll see how it does go. Of course, don't go anywhere. We are going to have SMG up against... I mean, you were just talking about it. I've already forgotten completely the name.
Geek Fam.
Geek Fam. Mike, I never remember Geek Fam's name. I apologize, Geek Fam. We do have Aries and Wagamama joining us as well for the casting, so don't go anywhere. We've got SMG versus Geek Fam coming right up after this short break. We'll see you then.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Is under attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our third series of the night and two brand new teams as well. We got Geek Fam taking on the boys on Team SMG. Waga, this is some exciting stuff. We've seen, some Europeans come over and try and attempt to play in Southeast Asia. Like if we look back at, some of the previous talent rosters, of course, with your Fly coming over, that didn't have much success. But now we have the likes of no one from Eastern Europe joining Team SMG on their debut versus a very strong Geek Fam as well. How we feel about this series?
I mean, this should be a good starting series here for me to join in on the SCA qualifiers. I just did the South American one. I'm hyped to be here and also get to cast in the Southeast Asian because honestly, I'm gonna be real here. I think Southeast Asian has some really strong skilled players. I think this will be a very exciting qualifier. And yeah, seeing no one here playing an SMG. We'll be curious to see how he's going to mesh in this team. He used to play on Old G as well. I cast them some in the back, back in the day, but obviously an experienced player. But the entire Southeast Asian qualifier is just full with a lot of experienced players, to be honest. Not just, no one, but a lot of local talent, of course.
Yeah, I think always the big thing for me is that I've mentioned, I feel like Southeast Asia has had, for a while ago, of course, not like with this year in particular, but I've said that I think Southeast Asia had the most competitive Division 2. I think this year was very different. Europe, without a doubt, Western Europe took that, but I think always Southeast Asia has had people rising up and down. Division 2's always been competitive. Division 1 has been super close as well, and we're only fighting for one slot here in these TI-12 qualifiers. It could go anywhere, and these are rosters as well. I mean, if you kind of compare these two teams, they've had a bit of a rocky year. Honestly, a very similar year as well. Like if we want to look at Geek Fam, in a way, they started. It was 2-1 second place. They went to Lima, they didn't have a good showing, so they kicked Rogi. They brought an extra support in, another 5. They brought Genuel in to end up playing, and then they didn't have a good performance as well. They got relegated down to Division 2. They're like, all right, let's, Skem, you've made the transition before. You go play as a 5. We'll bring kind of unknown person in owner, a Romanian carry in. And then, for them, again, a lot of inconsistency. Then if we look at SMG, very similar. Mid one started as a position 3. You had Boomy starting as the 5. They didn't have a good placement in the first tour. Then they replace Boomy. They bring in Polisson for tour 2. And then from there, they make it to the major. Again, another bad showing. They say bye to Polisson. Then they bring Genuel in. They move mid 1 to the 2. Waga, I'm seeing some similarities here. Like both sides have had some up and downs, but really they've just not being able to stick with a full roster for the entire year.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting as well, as you mentioned there with roster and how much time you have to work to, improve on things, because just not long ago, no one was not part of SMG, he was playing, like I said, back in Old G, and you got to really have a well-meshed team when you go into the TI regionals. Everyone is going to pull out their A game, so it doesn't matter how skilled you are as individuals, you got to have a style that fits together and understand the patch as well really well, because we recently got the 734 patch. Teams are still figuring out what is the broken stuff, how do we want to run it. Obviously we have a lot of heroes that are standing out a lot, but there's also some sleeper stuff that we see regionally get picked up. So we'll be curious to see if the meta is going to be vastly different here in Southeast Asia compared to South America. I know, for instance, Dawnbreaker was completely ignored in the previous series that I was watching, and that was one of the standout heroes in South America. So just curious to see the interesting takes here, different ideas.
Yeah, and for me, I just did Eastern Europe as well, so I can come in and say, like, dude, mid Earthshaker in Eastern Europe was a first pick material hero.
Oh, yeah.
Started to see it towards the end in like the grand finals, some of the lower bracket finals as well. I think as a whole as well in all the regions, Earthshaker's been played like 35 times, 68% win rate. So that hero is looking incredibly strong, and I without a doubt feel, I mean, we just saw Bob played it as well. You had a pretty good showing on it. So, if you're coming from Eastern Europe, the Earthshaker was a big one. Where does the Venge fit into all of this as well? The Nature's Prophet, you mentioned the Dawnbreaker, the Terrorblade was a big carry in China. How does that fit in here in Southeast Asia? This is always one thing that I really like with, compared to regions and teams, we get to see the difference in their priority.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going to be curious to see exactly what's going to be the highest priority as we go into the draft. Now we'll actually see the first phase bans and picks here from the both teams.
So what do we got? Geek Fam, they're going to be on the Radiant side with first pick, SMG on the Die side with second pick. Also, just to mention, mid one, again, you started as a position 3 for SMG, then he moved over to the mid lane for a little bit towards the end of the tour, and now, well, he's over to the 1. No one, he's going back to his home where where he made his name, right? I mean, no one back in Virtus Pro days, Waga, was goddamn menace. You, like, without a doubt, the best mid laner at that time.
Yeah, I played against him regularly at that time as well. You know, in my pubs, I would face against him, and he was like the most mechanically skilled mid during that era. I would say that he's no longer, you know, such a dominant force. I don't know that we have one player by far that's like standing out that hard as he did back then, because everyone was struggling against him. But of course, there's a different time, and he's more experienced now as well. So it's not all about how hard you can dominate mid, but maybe, you know, how you can understand your movements in the map overall.
I think I was very impressed. I don't know if you were as well in OG. I thought I thought no one transitioned very well to the carry. Like, I know he was putting a lot of work in to try and improve and as a position 1, and I was very impressed in a lot of the games that I got to see out of him on OG. So we will see what gets to happen now with him back to the mid lane. I think also in particular for this series with Geek Fam and SMG, a big thing we're going to be looking at is the position 4s. I think Narman, without a doubt, like whatever team he's been on, he's been probably the most skilled player and standout. And then if you look at SMG, I think Arfu as well, going back to multiple TIs in China, this man has been able to make so many plays. So we are without a doubt in for a treat for our 3rd series.
Oh yeah, I mean, Afu has definitely been standout on, you know, several performances in general. I think that name, you know, that's why I meant there are so many different skilled players. So I'm just curious to see which team is gonna gel the best here. But talking a little bit about the draft here as we go in, we got the Wisp and the Shaker, Ember Spirit being removed by Geek Fam. Makes a lot of sense, right? The Shaker, like you said, it is such a powerful mid hero that it can be a first phase pick. And over on the team SMG, they banned out Nature's Prophet, Brood, and Venge, and Viper. This does leave Invoker though. The hero's still in the pool.
What do you think about the Naga getting picked up, unless there's some potential for it to be flexed? Because I feel like Primal Beast, sure, and Snare like might be a little bit frustrating until you get the 15 talent, but I thought the Primal Beast was able to deal relatively well with the Naga illusions.
I completely agree. I mean, he has tons of AoE damage, and he has good armor as well to mitigate the damage that Naga does. I'm surprised to see it, but maybe they are flexing it that they would play it as like a POS 4 or something, or, you know, not running it as a hard carry here, because hard carry Naga against Primal is already not a great matchup in my opinion.
And of course, we don't really know where this Primal is going to go as well. I know Force really likes to play it in the off lane, and we always see the potential of to be given over to Cox as well in that middle lane as well. So, you know, so far, Batrider, Queen of Pain, both banned out. Batrider still a little bit of flexibility. Are you surprised? Were you seeing much Batrider in South America?
No, the hero is not actually that common. I do think that the hero is generally quite strong, and I think Batrider is providing a very useful tool that you can just pull someone out of position. It's usually very straightforward in how you take the fights, so I like the simplicity in it, but he was really not that popular overall.
All right, now we're going to get a Mirana followed up as well from SMG, so or something that Arfu's always ran multiple times in a very early Darkseer. So they're probably going to now reveal that the Primal Beast is going into that mid lane, which is very interesting for them to show that early on.
Yeah, the fact that they pick up the Clockwork here secures it, right? Because you could otherwise even run like a POS 4 Primal Beast with the Darkseer in lane, but they picked the Clockwork as well. So kind of saturated on the melee heroes here in the side of Geek Fam, which can come as a little bit of a drawback. But on the other hand, they have great damage. Now with Iron Shell as well, on top of Clockwork or Primal Beasts, the illusions will melt really fast.
So, I mean, already you're going to be looking at something like a Faceless Void. Again, I don't know if this Naga can be flexed, but Void into the Darkseer is going to feel great, and the Primal Beast as well. I mean, the time dilation, but importantly, just the time walk to get out of the lane. There was like an TI 11 kind of counter to this hero when we were first starting to see it in qualifiers. But again, I don't know how they're going to be able to play the Naga. Like if this, truly if Genuel can play it or if Arfu can play it, because at the moment, it's, it's looking like you've going to have a pretty good way to address it on Geek Fam.
Yeah, this is also a patch where you can throw a lot of heroes towards the offlane, though. You know, like we saw the attempt with the Ricky offlane in the previous game. You can put a lot of right-click type heroes as a +3, so Naga +3 would be a way to kind of dodge the Darkseer matchup and also play a little bit more towards the control role, you know, rely on the Ensnare a little bit more. So we'll see if they want to do that or if it's really going to be on that safe lane, because I'm a little bit worried about it.
Okay. How do you feel about Storm Spirit at the moment without having a battery hero?
I mean, now that Pugna is no longer just an auto win, you know, Pugna Storm combo, I think Storm is fine, but you need to be a little bit more experienced on the hero. That said, though, no one has great experience playing the mid Storm.
Alright, well, why not put an Invoker out there too? I just have to say it, I've seen Masros play offlane Storm before. I really hope this is not happening, but I've also seen lately Invoker be played as a support too. So, dude, I've got no idea where these heroes are going on SM.
They're really throwing one of these mind games type games. I mean, I really think it should be a mid-storm overall. That's matches really well against the Primal Beast. It actually destroys Primal Beast. So I don't expect it to be mid-invoker, who would struggle a bit in that matchup. So this should be offlane invoker, I guess. Maybe a support Naga on the lane, and then Mirana +5, and then they're waiting for a carry, I guess.
I do like the response though from the Sven. I mean, you've got 4 melee heroes firstly, but I think just if this is a Naga carry, Sven's able to match up very well against him. You can keep up in farm thanks to the cleave early on, that innate farming mechanic. I think Sven Darkseer, I mean, that is just a combo, a classic combo we've seen through multiple years of Dota. And I really, at least the games that I've been seeing out of Sven as well, feels like he's rising in some of the better carries. Like maybe, I don't know, I wouldn't say like top 5, but I'd say like maybe like, you know, top 6, top 7. Definitely feels like a pretty strong hero at the moment.
I think he's fantastic. We saw some pretty great success over in South America as well with him. We had Smiling Knight, the Belarus player, was doing fantastic on Sven, just getting some beautiful pickoffs. You know, the speed at which he can take out a hero is really the big thing. He just gets that Blink Dagger, BKB, jumps in, removes one enemy, and then you take the fight from there. I am concerned, though, again, 4 melee heroes into Invoker with all his AoE abilities available. You know, the EMP looks like it could be devastating here. Even just something like the Ice Wall can be pretty annoying to deal with. So I wonder what SMG's reaction is going to be seeing all this run at you type draft.
Well, what do we feel like they're also lacking then on Geek Fam that they need to cover here with the final pick?
I think overall they would need something to kind of solidify it in terms of just like a ranged caster damage. They have a beautiful combo with like Darkseer Vacuum into Primal Beast stomping around, Sven stun, but I just wish there would be something to sit back. And over on SMG, they ban out the Silencer and Disruptor, so they're expecting that it's you know, the AA. Okay, that's a logical pick.
There's kind of your backline spellcaster, not as you're very reliant, of course, on your Ice Blast, and you have multiple ways to be able to set up with the Sven and the Clockwork, and even Primal Beast being able to go in as well. It's not like he's countering too much though, like we've seen at the moment, like people try and pick AA to address like a Gyro Satanic or like an IO lineup or anything.
This isn't really a counter AA. They're just picking it because it works with what they have. It's great with Clockwork, clocking initiate, and you just follow up. You have long range damage now with rockets and AA ultis, and the setup is beautiful here from Vacuum into Sven stun and then an AA ulti on top. Like, you can really delete heroes fast. So I see the idea here. It's not to counter necessarily any form of healing. It's just about having quick pickoffs is all that Geek Fam are focusing on, really.
Let's see what they're going to try and close the draft with on SMG. We're going to get a Faceless Void, so... Naga. Who's playing what, man?
Yeah, it's offlane Naga, yeah. I mean, this makes sense. The Faceless Void actually is a pretty good pick here, because it matches well against the Darkseer. You get a hero that can lock down the Sven during his BKB charge, and you can always drop the Chrono on him. A hero that can actually kind of man-fight against Sven is pretty rare, but you get a good one here in Faceless Void. And later on, you do have some combo potential. You have, you know, your Chrono, the Song into Chrono, possibly. You got, you know, if Invoker ever gets an item like Aghanims as well. I don't think we're going to get to that point, but if he gets Aghanims, then there's Cataclysm combo for Chrono as well.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be able to get to that stage here for the Invoker. But how are we feeling about the 5-man on either side for Geek Fam and SMG? Do you feel like there's a lineup that's a little bit more favorable heading into this game one?
I think the 5-man fight is super strong from Geek Fam, but they struggle with pushing out the lanes and actually dealing with split push, and that's what Naga is going to provide. You know, the offlane Naga is going to be able to split a lot. Storm and Faceless Void are also hard to lock down and catch, so they can split the map a bit and just take favorable engagements instead. I think SMG want to have the small skirmishes, and Geek Fam want to have the big 5v5s.
I will have to see how that one's going to be able to play out in this game in particular. I want to look a little bit more at the Naga. What do we feel like the itemization is going to be for Mastros too?
I think the thing is you just play it offlane and build it similar to a carry is what I've seen a lot. You can go for like a Greaves type, you know, oh, I'm an aura carrier. I just think that's wrong. It's not your identity as a Naga. If you want that, pick a Beastmaster or something instead. The offlane Naga, the power is that she can really be a nuisance to split pushing and still have that ulti available to try and set up for big combos later on in the fights.
All right, well, we'll have to see. We're going to get ourselves underway here with an all-important series in that upper bracket finals as well. So Geek Fam taking on the boys on Team SMG, the debut of these new rosters too. We're going to see also how this one is able to break out. So any lane in particular that we need to be paying some attention to?
I would pay attention towards the mid lane and what we're going to see happening, you know, in general, if we can see anyone edge out a little bit of an advantage there, because overall, I would say that this is so heavily Storm favored.
Where are we going with this movement from Geek Fam? 3 heroes chilling down bottom. I guess they did have that dire ward from SMG, so maybe trying to set up a bit of a trap here from Radiant, but Afu's not going to fall into that one. This man's got a bit too much experience in his hands.
Yeah, this looks like they're just, you know, kind of playing around the bottom bounty runes here. Probably going to give up the top bounty runes for Geek Fam. Over on SMG though, going to scout a little bit with the Naga illusions, you know, see what's up.
I still can't get past how this lineup looks on SMG. Like, it just sees... I see these heroes, your Evoker 5, Naga 3. Are there any concerns? Like, maybe it could be a little bit too much of a greedy lineup that Geek Fam in some ways could be able to penalize?
Sorry, I'm getting some audio issues hearing double here. Can you repeat that?
Do we feel like, because I look at SMG's lineup and I feel like, you know, I just see the potential, like, greedy heroes, an Invoker support, you've got a Naga offlane. Do we feel like there may be ways for Geek Fam to be able to kind of punish the greediness that potentially SMG have drafted with?
Yeah, I think a lot of it will come down to the Primal Beast and his rotations, because he needs to open up a bit the map and, you know, be the one to set the tempo. The real pressure is going to come when Sven has enough items and has his ulti available to start taking towers, but the greed the SMG are running, I feel like it's not that easy to deal with unless you do good tower damage, and the only one who does that is the Sven.
All right. See, so far, at least the games that I've been able to see from the Sven, this guy's been really solid inside a lot of the lanes as well. And you're paired with an Ancient Apparition. You've already got that way to be able to set up for the cold feet. So wonder what the leveling is going to be as a whole for Skem down bottom. I really also wonder like how Januel is going to look to try and play as this Invoker support, because I mean, I feel like Clockwork a vast majority of the time against these like really position-based range supports always has a field day.
Yeah, he should have a pretty good time right now. He's going for a little bit of a pull here. The Invoker, though, I think can be a hard hero for Clockwork to lock onto due to the fact that he has Tornado to disengage. If you try to run up, get the Battery Assault, and trap the Invoker, you can always just Tornado, back up, Cold Snap, and be fine. Same with Faceless Void, right? You can't just walk up in Battery and cog him. He can get out of that very easily.
Ah, yes, I did indeed forget how much Force likes to spam the voice lines. Welcome back. Yes, it's good to see you. You've not changed.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you gotta get the Gaben voice lines nowadays. They're the best ones in the game.
What's he doing? He's still running the old voice lines. Maybe he hasn't won enough games since they've come out. Maybe he's on a big loss streak or something.
Oh, it's the bane of being on a pro team. You know, you don't have enough times to grind out the pubs because you're scrimming all day. So getting those, 13 victories you need or something? It's quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few. I mean, surely you'd expect to get a couple though. But yeah, like you're saying, you're playing too many scrims all of a sudden. Can't play those pub games and. Well, we'll see. Nothing too crazy going on at the moment. It seems like all the lanes off to a pretty good start. I mean, really, the one I keep paying attention to is like, how is Cox going to be able to play versus no one? Of course, going up against that ever so experienced mid laner, and Cox is really someone who's been a bit of a young gun for a long time here. So we'll see how he's going to be able to match into no one. But both are having a pretty decent time.
Yeah, so far he's playing absolutely phenomenal because this matchup is very tricky. If you go up to CS, you can always just get static remnanted. And so far, CS is like very even, 18-4 and 17-3. Like I said, this is a pretty Storm-favored matchup, so playing it very well so far.
See you later, nerds.
Looks like it's going to be the classic Falcon Blade build as well from no one, so potentially into that Kaya. Maybe even we'll see if it's the decision, the Witchblade as well, what route he really wants to go down to.
Yeah, and so far looking a little bit towards the bottom lane, this Sven is starting to get some nice farm and skilling up 2 points in the Stormhammer here. Kind of tells us a story about what he wants to do. He wants to really be able to fight for his lane a little bit. Normally we see more points in Great Cleave or even point in Warcry, but this is more aggressive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How many fingers am I holding up?
See you later, nerds.
Do we feel like also with this top lane in particular here for Geek Fam, like with the double melee, are you in Narman in particular, is he looking to maybe put some emphasis on creating some stacks for the Sven, or do we feel like that's not really his role in this lane?
I think it's tough for them because it would take so much time to go back and try and create stacks. I think you have to, try and put whatever pressure you can, even though it's tough for Clockwork against these heroes like I mentioned. You just got to utilize the Iron Shell, maybe start cutting creep waves and farm jungle camps here as well behind the Faceless Void. But even if you do that, Faceless Void is getting free farm right now pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if he wants to go down the Midas route. Looks like Treads is actually being completed here for mid one's Void, so we have, of course, seen Midas be very popular. Mask of Madness is a potential if you want to just rush that Maelstrom as well. We'll see what the decision's going to be out of mid one's Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's going to be probably just, speeding up towards the Midas and just farming up the Maelstrom. It's pretty cookie cutter how people play Void nowadays. I feel like there's not too much creativity. And similarly, I think the Sven is just going to go for the Mask of Madness Echo Saber build as well, which is what everyone is pretty much doing. And then into the BKB and, go from there with the Blink.
I think one of the more the things I've been impressed by with the Sven is just how active you're able to be on this hero, especially if you have a good lane. And that's very different to a Faceless Void. Like mid one, the only way you get active is with Chrono. And if you're not perfect in the early game, if you don't even get a kill or you only get one, we're going to be able to see the Sven getting involved to help take towers, which really could further his net worth lead. Mid lane, Cox gonna put a lot of damage into no one, and that's in fact enough to be able to pick up our first blood. So it's gonna be Geek Fam that strike first in game one.
Yeah, gonna be a nice start there for them, and Cox off to, a good start here. I said that he was gonna be the important one to keep an eye on as well. We see him already trying to make a move here towards bottom as well, just threatening this Naga. Going behind.
Easy kill. Really nice rotation out of Cox. He's going to get him online now. And we'll see how active he wants to continue playing. I mean, no one even TP's bottom. No one. That's a lot of mana getting used. They should be able to get the kill onto own.
Oh, do they have enough?
He's got the stick charges. Wait, no one.
He committed everything.
This is not how your debut start's supposed to go.
Oh boy.
What is going on? Crazy move, man.
And the tips coming out as well. Welcome to Southeast Asia here, no one. Not the greatest gank there for him. Committing so much, trying to get the kill over on the Sven. But yeah, that was just very, very ambitious from him. The Mirana was the only one there, and she only has 1 point Starstorm, doesn't really have any damage to contribute.
Middle tower is under
And we see a kill top as well.
What? This is crazy stuff. All right, so you got the wisdom room as well from Narman. Well, they were able to get the kill. I mean, at least Arfu got their own wisdom room, but dude, Cox is going to be able to play so aggressive this game. Force has had a really good lane as well, who's going to heavily enable him with higher points in Iron Shield, with higher points in Surge. And if SMG's lanes didn't go well, how are you ever going to be able to stop a Primal Beast from roaming from your top to bottom?
This is where it can get a little bit dangerous, like you mentioned before as well, with the fact that they do have kind of a greedy lineup here, or kind of. With the offlane Naga, I would say very greedy lineup. And if you start falling behind a little bit to these early ganks, the Primal Beast gets, early phase boots, gets maybe a Blink Dagger or something to gank. The BKB timing will be great as well. Then we get into worrisome territory. And I don't really see right now SMG making their own moves really to try and set up ganks.
Fu's going to run straight to Cox. Pretty good positioning out of the Mirana.
Leap away. It's nice to have a hero that has some repositioning there. Not going to be able to get caught out by the Primal Beast as easily, so at least she doesn't go down. But yeah, this map is just feeling already a little bit scary by SMG. They're sitting back with multiple heroes in jungle and just, not on the front foot in this game.
Yeah, it seems like now you're putting a lot of pressure onto Masros to be splitting the map like in 5 minutes, but maybe longer. So you're going to have to do it before the hard, which is when we see really the true Naga strengths of the illusions, which is something like Clock and AA all don't deal with the Naga, as she's under a little bit of pressure bottom lane. Remnants of the God Strength, they're not going to be able to continue to chase her down. But yeah, like you're saying, and I completely agree, how did SMG be a playmaking this game with no one having a bit of a rougher start? It feels like you just have to rely on the Naga to make a lot of space.
Yeah, pretty much she has to make space, but they did get the Fairy Trinket on Storm, which is a very, very nice first neutral item that does make a bit of difference for him. If he can get his hands on a good rune, then maybe he can look towards making a successful rotation. But right now, this Chrono, not being used in any way by Faceless Void, you basically want to put this on cooldown as soon as possible. So the gank comes toward top.
This would be a perfect time to kill him, I think, with the Midas getting delivered on the courier. It does have some boys starting to rotate over, though. No one in Genua with a backstab. No one's going to start in with a long zip. They should have the follow-up as well. Mid one, does he want to pop the Chrono? He's going to be cautious.
The AOD takes down.
Oh, my lord. He just was not expecting the amount of damage that was able to come in. And our Cox, he's also had plenty of time to be able to react to this zone movement, so should be able to get a secondary kill onto Genua, well as Geek Fam 6-0 to start our game.
Oh, they just did not respect the fact that AA was already level 6 there. Before 10-minute mark, he was ready, and beautiful ulti combination there. Of course, Time Walk can't heal you up if you get hit by that AA ulti, so he just went down so fast on Faceless Void. Everything backfired from there. I mean, this is looking so good for Geek Fam. I didn't expect them to dominate. Look at top.
Or it feels like a bit of a frustrated Chrono. They might get the kill. Mid one more right click. All right. At least that's something going their way. You do have AA starting to move on over as well, but the Ice Blast still currently on cooldown from...
Dire's top tower is falling.
See you later, nerds.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Parody the qualifiers. This is just force. I don't know.
Maybe it's one of those guys just binds the voice lines to other stuff, so whenever he does something, it's just voice line popping.
Surely there's not people like that. No.
Oh, Mirana in trouble here. Gets away. That's 2 leaps though. I mean, the leap cooldowns are pretty damn long.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You still see though, like Networth lead, it's not going too far in the favor of Geek Fam. Like, yes, on its top of the net worth and having a great time on the Sven, but Masros is kind of keeping up. Yasha completed on the Naga side. No one once again is going to try and make another attempt.
A ulti on cooldown.
Kill. I think they're going to be lacking the damage for no one without that blast on Skem, so he's going to be able to get out of danger. Importantly, gets a kill as well, so that's going to build him back up in the net worth.
That's nice. They get a takedown. It's just clockwork, so maybe not the biggest kill, but they combo now onto the Primal Beast.
They're going to have the damage, so it looks like they will. Mastos, even Genuel comes into sniper, but really nicely done with these two heroes. And this is something that we might see more often as well. Again, with the Naga game being played in the off lane, maybe you can always have Arfu kind of hand in hand and potentially being able to find these pickoffs onto some of the heroes that won't be able to survive through the damage between the two.
That is something I would like to say. The Mirana makes a lot of sense in their lineup because every single core can set up for the arrow really well. Either the chrono, which sure it's a big commitment, but you can still chrono into arrow, which is a great pickoff potential. The ensnare is very cheap to just use like that. And even on the mid, the Storm Spirit can always zip in and set up for the Mirana. So good little bit of gank potential they have there on their team, but what I'm concerned about is the big rotations, right? When you see multiple heroes from Geek Fam, it just feels like they can't really fight into it on the side of SMG at this point.
And they want to take those big fights now. Force just completed a pipe, so he's ready to go. He's ready to group up with the boys. Pretty much all the damage at this stage of the game from SMG is going to be magical. A side set from Genuel. Cox still going to try and catch up to him, but they will be lacking detection. At least they push them away from this tower. SMG are going to still actually consider about trying to defend it. Chrono is at the ready if mid one wants to get involved as well.
Yeah, they're ready to tornado them soon here. Invoker just trying to delay, but against the Sven, maybe they just let go of this tower here as Void for now not joining in towards mid at least.
This is one of those big things like we were mentioning with the Sven compared to the Faceless Void. You're able to get involved, importantly, in kills, but also taking some objectives. And with the remnants of that God Strength, Ornet's going to be able to go back to the triangle and take a stack and even get that top wave as well. So this is going to be a great timing out of his BKB as well. Of course, can always disassemble the Echo Saber.
Yeah, pretty deep movement here by the Clockwork and the Darkseer as well, just farming behind. Storm is around though, looking for a pickoff.
Should be able to find it onto Nam, and Radiant also have some members nearby to counteract this. Force, when does he want to try and cast out the pipe? Well, dude,
Oh my god!
combo, dude, what?
Is he fine? I think, yeah, okay.
It looks like he'll be able to live through it, but just the moments of patience for them. They see one slight opportunity where they group up too much, and that's when they jump on that opportunity. I mean, you lose the Void again. He wasn't able to utilize the Chrono there from mid one, so...
This is just devastating. I mean, you don't expect to see Faceless Void get killed that easily in this lineup, but the AA has been on point, man. Skem with these AA ultis and the combo timings on their team. I think he's completely caught off guard on mid one, because I would not have expected him to die there either.
And if this is signs of what's potentially to come this game, Geek Fam look very clean with their communication, and that's very much going to help out with some of these late game fights where you need to execute as well.
Yeah, for sure. When you're playing Darkseer, you need to be on the same page with everyone, just, you know, for those vacuum setups, and we will see how they can utilize it later on. But so far, it's looking fantastic for them. SMG, you know, they're playing a more silent game. They do have the Manta style on Naga, so she's controlling bottom part of the map really hard while they are losing top a little bit.
Miss on the hook. Tornado's off the mark as well. Ladybell's going to make this kill a little bit more difficult here for SMG, and yeah, they're going to be forced to retreat as Owner looks to step in to push away no one. Meanwhile, over to the right side, though, Genuel, he's going to be caught out too. So, I mean, Geek Fam doing a really good job to try and protect their vision. It will still get de-watered nonetheless, but we see they're trying to not give up an inch of this map.
The thing is, though, Geek Fam, while it's looking pretty good for them in terms of fighting, you can't just be head in the sand about Naga Siren forever. Look what she's doing. She's cutting mid creep wave, she's cutting bottom creep wave. This is only 16 minutes in, and she has established herself in a very important position, has an observer ward in the area as well, and she can keep doing this. She's going to keep cutting the mid and bottom creep wave, and that will really limit your movement on the map. Like, this is really a problem. They have to smoke out this Naga. Do a smoke gang, go in there and take her out, because right now she's getting away with murder, basically.
And that means everyone else is being able to catch up. Like mid one, he's got the Lincolns currently queued up at the moment, level 13. You're giving time to no one to also try and catch up. In fact, they're actually even looking for their own smoke play here. So It's going to be no one and Arthur in combination together. They want, I mean, dude, they'd love Ulna. They feel like this Sven is also potentially getting a little bit too far out of control.
Yeah, this is a good move. They might actually find him here with a connection up towards the Ancients. Does he know? Does he run away?
Ooh, it might be too deep.
Oh, he's still.
Have they got the... Oh, he just got the BKB assembled. Yeah, there's no way. They check the imagery. They see the TPs. No one's going to be able to disjoint the Stormhammer. And they might just go for the easy kill into Arthur instead. I mean, one more leap. We'll try and make him work for it, but still... And it's going to be a lot of heroes that are forced out from Geek Fam to be able to protect Ulna. So we do still see, like, it's not the worst death. Again, mid one continuing to farm, and Masros has not left this bottom side.
The death isn't that punishing in itself, but it's the time investment that you made with your Storm to run over there as well. You can see the Storm is the bottom of the, core net worths right now because he's making a lot of moves and has only been part of a single kill so far in 18 minutes. That's not what I expected to see coming out from him on the Storm Spirit. One of no one's better heroes as well.
Do we feel like this is still a game where he might be able to have some impact even with a little bit lower amount of net worth than what he'd be hoping?
I mean, he definitely could. I want to see how they're going to combo with the Chrono right now, though, because looks like they want to take the fight top.
Long zip in from no one. Again, all his men are getting...
All the arrows off the mark?
Nothing left. They're going to be forced to reconsider about this engagement on SMG. It's up to mid one to land a pretty decent Chrono. Wait, Narman is actually looking to go in. They can try and set off the Ice Blast. They will push him out at least of the damage range. They've got the pass-through nonetheless. So
the Dark's here.
Place him down. And meanwhile, as well, over to the right side, Cox is also trying to catch up to Januel. I must say, like, I know you're saying it, and I heavily agree. Like, we've seen what no one's been able to do on this hero in the past, but it just looks like he hasn't played this hero much at the moment. Like, long zip-ins, off the mark multiple times. Like, his mana efficiency has been a little bit awkward so far, too.
Yeah, I think he's been a little bit off point, but at the same time, you got to mention that he is playing with a Naga offlane compared to the Darkseer offlane, which is joining all these fights, having impact with the Pipe and the Crimson Guard mana boots. He's contributing a lot, whereas the Naga, she's playing extremely selfishly and just growing.
Oh, no. Wait.
They could force the BKB.
Huge opportunity, dude. 2,800 health again they've got to go through. No one, nice zip over the top with the Vortex as well. He's going to pop the BKB and buy him some time for the rest of the team to come over. They've got to make sure they don't group up because Geek Fam, the turnaround potential is going to be there. They'll try and target down mid one. He's got time to react, but meanwhile, Masros will not. So once again, Ulna will survive on a slither of health. Maybe not. No one spies him out with that cliff forward. So he's able to get a gigantic kill that will shut down the carry on Geek Fam.
Man, how does he not go to base there? He was like 10 HP. He actually sticks around to try and go top afterwards. I know it was a lot of heroes rotating towards mid, but the Storm Spirit manages to find him in the end there. Still though, it was a big takedown on the Naga, getting 900 gold for killing off the Naga Siren there, and the commitment of the Chrono and still not getting the Sven is a little bit worrisome that they used that much and he still survived.
Do we like the kind of item change from mid one? He did have that Lincoln's queued up for a while. He's now going to decide for a BKB instead.
I think it's probably a good idea to go BKB instead because you need it. There's too much magical damage to be ignored here, and the combination is just way too potent.
Maybe a little bit of poking on SMG. And they don't really have the Chrono. Cox is also going to be able to wrap on the backline. A little bit awkward with the pulverized channeling.
Sven is here. He has ulti. There's no Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, how this is going to be a successful fight on SMG? Not when Ulna shows up. A quick and easy kill. Can they transition this into a tower? You've got tier 1 key.
I think Roche, I think Roche is the play here because you have the full duration Sven ulti. They got, the Naga down, so there's not going to be a song play. This is a good call to go straight Roche, and doesn't look like SMG are in a great position to contest. Miranda can scout out with the arrow, but they need more if they're actually going to steal this.
Great positioning as well, regardless from Skemmen, along with Narman, just putting themselves as the potential first point of contact is going to make it very difficult for SMG to get any information, so...
Yeah,
will go down. They're going to give it to Cox as well with the Aegis.
I like that. The first Aegis going over towards the mid, and then the second one pass it over to Sven, and then he can crack high ground with that. It usually works out better because Cox is the playmaker right now. He didn't go for early BKB on the Primal Beast. He went for the Blade Mail and the Blink Dagger. So having Aegis will give him a little bit of sense of security. He can go in more aggressively. And Sven doesn't really need Aegis that badly. We see how tanky he is anyway. And mostly he's just going to be farming away.
Farming away, but also potentially looking to fight as well. Crit stick completed now for Owner. About to be level 17. Actually, Geek Fam that are looking to try and...
Smoke move coming in. They see the Naga across the high ground.
Januar's in a pretty good spot to pop it though.
He can't blink.
Force his location. Does Mastros have the song? He's getting a decent chunk away into his own territory. Mid one, all right. An aggressive jump in with the Chronosphere. This is the Aegis carry though, keep in mind that they're putting a lot of their attention over to at the moment. Crimson Pipe's gonna mitigate a decent chunk of the damage. The Vacuum only puts Mastros onto the high ground, but they have multiple illusions now to play with.
Illusion down.
Dead just yet, dude. Someone killed the Primal Beast. He's still alive. And now Owner's here for the cleanup as well. They need some stuns to enable him. And they won't want to dive past the tier 2 tower. Another very interesting fight where it's in the end just the AA that dies.
Just AA died, and you got Chrono on cooldown now, so I would even call it a win for Geek Fam. Sure, they didn't get anything immediately out of it, but using their ultis doesn't feel as bad as putting a Chrono on cooldown, because now the tier 2 push is coming. It's going to be a consequence to this fight. And of course, SMG, they don't want to be asleep at the wheel here, so they're going to smoke up themselves and go take over the enemy area as much as they can. Actually, Masaros is running in towards the enemies here on his Naga as well.
Dire's top tower is under
Just dealing with top.
No one currently home, and probably under a tier 2 tower looks a little bit more difficult a task for SMG. Do they even want to crack Cox? I mean,
the fact that he has Aegis, it feels like such a bad target, and people are nearby enough.
Throws? Oh, he's kind of baiting the team over towards where SMG are currently set up. Meanwhile, no one's also going to be able to catch up the A to start the fight over to the left side. So it's looking pretty decent at the moment for SMG. They haven't been able to confirm any of the kills until now. Can they get anything more off the back of that, though? Onet's going to try and step in with the God Strength up in a couple of seconds. Januel, though, hiding under the Ghost Wall, kill be fine. It looks like also you're able to TP out on no one. So again, a 2-for-1 that favors SMG. They'll get both supports, but still can't deal with the Aegis on Cox.
So scrappy fights in general here, but it looks like the core heroes are so difficult to kill on the side of Geek because of Sven having the BKB and his Warcry, the Darkseer going for the full tanky aura build, and then of course that Aegis that you mentioned. So at the end of the day, SMG, yeah, you get some kills, but it's mainly the supports kind of delaying the game, but maybe that's enough. They do have the Naga and the Faceless Void. Net worth is, virtually even here in this game.
Top lane, Owner. Is he vulnerable right now? It's just the two. Mid one's starting to move over, but Radiant also reacting with her own teleports. Owner still has a BKB to play with.
Finally does pop it there.
Second.
Yeah, he has to get out, and Darkseer needs to be a little bit careful as the Marana Moonlight Shadow was popped there. But yeah, Sven just standing his ground, he's fighting back so hard there, using his ulti, and not too worried as going in 1v2 even there.
Blacko, who's in the favorable position right now? I can't get a good read on this game. There's some crazy stuff going on in the fights and in the early game as well. I mean, it's 13-8, 2,000 net worth lead for Geek Fam, but it still feels like, it's incredibly even. So would you say there's a side that is a little bit more confident with this current position?
I'm going to say it like this. SMG are more and more pulling ahead in terms of win conditions here, because while Geek Fam are really strong, as we see them just look for more moves here. As they're really strong right now, they are going to fall behind. The Faceless Void, Storm, and Naga trio is going to scale better into a 50-minute game. It's just about holding on to the game for SMG. And currently, they're not taking any real building damage. Think about what they have really lost on the map. They've lost their mid-tier 1, top tier 1, but the tier 2s are both healthy, and bottom tier 1 is untouched.
What do we feel like if we look towards the later stages then from Geek Fam? What needs to go right for them to be able to compete with SMG? What do they have in their favor compared to what Dire kind of don't as we get to, like you said, maybe 50 minutes?
I think the big strength that they have is their combination execution, right? They have those combos of vacuum combo into Sven stun, and we've seen that they can be really on point with targeting a hero and bursting them quickly. So that's how they're going to have to try and win the fights. But the looming sort of threat of the late game Naga pushing and taking over your creep waves.
This is such a crafty move from Geek Fam. What a read from them. Masros is a little bit too late with the song, so he won't keep Januel alive. He will be able to TP out. Looks like Arfu should be okay as well. That was an awesome read where you have two people at the front of the T2 tower. Okay, never mind. Arfu will also go down as well from Cox, so secondary kill, but... And then you send three people through the portal and you have this like pincer movement, and they knew exactly where they were. They drew on the map perfectly. They're just, unfortunately, they don't get rewarded with more valuable kills.
That's really the downside, right? They're 15 and 8, and they got a lot of support kills in general, and they did get some core kills as well, to be fair. But they can't really transition it into something big. They got the Roche earlier, but every time you win a fight, you basically want to go for towers immediately after. But look at the lanes. Top is pushing in now again. Mid is being pushed by Naga Illusions. It's just an endless chore to deal with trying to fix the balance here for the side of Geek Fam.
How crazy is it considering Skem to go for like a Dagon or something instead of the Glimmer Cape? I mean, Glimmer versus Storm is really vital. We've seen no one's priority every single fight has been to deal with the AA, but do you feel like there needs to be a different mindset to deal with the Naga Illusions instead? No one.
He has the Lincolns, he's fine. He's gonna zip out, and even Moonlight Shadow. I think Dagon could be, you know, actually an option to go towards. I understand him wanting some security though, because he has been targeted a bit. Bottom, the Chrono is available here if they want to try the Darks here.
Yeah, screw it. Why not go for it? You've got a little bit of extra damage with Januel, a long-range arrow as well. They are reacting though from Geek Fam. Mass TP's down to bottom. I think
Sven TP cancelled.
Cancelled top, yeah, so they could maybe take a fight here from SMG. Meanwhile, no one is also getting hunted. This Lincoln's makes it really difficult to start on him. They'll pop it now, maybe hoping Cox can get in with the Pulverize, but this completely opens up that T2 tower down bottom, so SMG will actually be the first team that find a T2 compared to Geek Fam.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to have happen here, since, like I said, I think that they have the favorable heroes going later in the game, and no one, even sticking around top, doesn't want this creep wave to get shoved too far, so they keep pushing.
Gonna make a starter here onto the Primal Beast. He's got a heart though.
He's tanky.
100 health. And Missed Arrow as well might be costly. Onit's going to be able to set up for the Ice Blast, and they'll just tear apart Masteros. And now Cox is onto the Faceless Void as well, simultaneously on the couple of swipes deals with Januel. They won't have stuns to be able to go through mid one's BKB, but Geek Fam able to get some really valuable kills, and we see the lines are drawn as well. Mid and top instantly looking to be shoved out.
Yeah, this is finally a moment where they can maybe push a little bit here. Sven doesn't have to blink though, so can't get on top of the Mirana, and she just clears off the creep wave and doesn't look like they want to commit. I think they could have cracked the tier 2 tower right now if they really went for it. Chrono is on cooldown, but maybe they're respecting the Storm a little bit too much, the potential they would zip in and set up some form of combo with Arrow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
And Geek, they won a big fight there, and you can see this Sven. He is the strongest player on the field, like by far.
Yep.
When he comes in, everybody else has to respect him, and that's all good, but they need some more objectives here.
Maybe off the back of the Blink Dagger on Force, we could see that wombo combo kind of like we saw earlier on. There was some really crafty fights for them to be able to give them a decent lead to get these early objectives, but we'll see what he's going to be able to do with the Blink Dagger now in these upcoming fights.
Yeah, I'm kind of lacking the blink on Sven to really play that super high tempo as well, and even the potential for him to go for something like a Bloodthorn in this game could be big to, you know, have a way to deal with the Storm. His Lincoln Sphere keeping him so safe now. Mid one. He's got Nullifier, so he's pretty damn strong right now.
He's going to give them a lot of information. Luckily, he didn't run into the Primal Beast, but both sides are looking to get set up for Roche. Of course, it is going to be down bottom, and Geek Fam have already got firm control of this area. So what's the call from SMG? I mean, do you just take T2 towers instead? Do you even consider about fighting? Because you will scan it out now, but I think it's going to take too long for them to get there.
Oh, they might be in time, but nah, it's too fast. It's going down so quickly to the Sven Mask Commanders here. So they moved over to try and contest it, but as it already falls, I wonder if they're trying to catch stragglers. Top is pushing in, mid is pushing in, people are TPing out now.
They need this cliff ward. No one's going to act as a...
Oh, Primal Beast is out, they gotta be careful now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Nalman?
What?
Tornado might actually get him. All right, they got him. Just at least one person. It's also just a couple of illusions nonetheless. Dude, this is so much time wasted from SMG. They moved top as a 5-man, as a 4-man, and then they smoked all the way bottom to try and contest that, and they only got the clockwork kill.
Yeah, I think if they had the Moonlight Shadow still, maybe the Faceless Void could have snuck down there to try and find a setup with the Chrono, but since that timed out, he backed up and just, you know, dealt with the creeps instead nearby the tier 1 tower. So, yeah, they do have the Aegis and Cheese in hand again. These are great tools for them to look for some fights. The Invoker could be in trouble here if he comes out a little bit too far.
Looks like they're even just going to jump on top of him. Doesn't matter how far he comes out with Cox and Onits. Hand in hand. They're going to be able to secure a couple easy kills. They'll make sure they group up as well. Force and Scam will instantly move over just in case they're required.
They do have a creep wave mid, so Sven can go towards this tier 2 tower. The Forge Spirit not going to be able to pull the creep wave away. So this finally looks like they can claim a tier 2 tower. The glyph does come out to delay it, but I don't think Sven is stopping here.
I mean, you see what the Naga is trying to do in regards to cutting. They're also going to spy out the Naga. No one sees the TP is going to have to react. Masteros might need to Song. It's going to do so in the nick of time.
Oh, the BKB Sven.
Get me forward though. Oh, not going to be able to catch up to him. Did they?
I think they passed the Lincolns with Storm to block the Harpoon. So he tried to Harpoon and then Stormhammer, but the Lincolns blocked the Harpoon for Sven. I don't know. It looks like he would have had range to just throw the stun immediately though there as well. But they get out safely, so good play by SMG, you know, actually holding on to tier 2 tower mid again.
I think they know this ward's here. I mean, SMG trying to spring a trap. And mid one, he's going to jump with that opportunity. Gets 2 heroes. It is the Aegis carrier. Let's see if they're going to be able to kill him off with the first dive. He's fallen incredibly low on Owen. Needs to react in time. Geek Fam, there's the combo out. They're going to be able to get some wall illusions now to play with. They'll jump into the river as well as Narman controls Mastros into place. There's no Song to get him out to safety. The Ice
Naga's in trouble.
In as well, as it looks like they're just going to feed Naga away. They recognize there's no way they can potentially get her out of danger, as Cox is already looking for more as well.
He's chasing.
To Januel, as Geek Fam will find multiple kills as a response. A nice tornado.
Oh, the Harpoon from the high ground.
Nice Harpoon from Owen. It even drags him up as well. See you later, nerds. As Geek Fam had a pretty successful team fight in the end. They do lose the Aegis, and you do have to buy back on the Ancient Apparition. We even see a buyback come out from Arfu as well, though, in that engagement.
If they didn't have the Aegis, that would have been a great fight for SMG, but matter of fact is that there is Aegis on Sven, so I was a little bit surprised to see Void going in with that Chronosphere there, trying to commit. He picked off the AA nicely, but Sven just comes back, and he's way too strong for him to fight into. I don't even think that he needed to use BKB there in that fight at all. He still has it, so... A little bit tough team fights for SMG despite having these great late game heroes. They're just not as strong in 5v5 engagements.
And now off the back of that successful skirmish, Geek Fam get a tier 2 tower. They've been pinging high ground wards set up. I mean, they're feeling super strong. Scepter just completed from Cox.
There's no chrono. Yeah, this is just punishing cooldowns, right? When you draft these big cooldowns, you're gonna see the enemy team just look to make stuff happen, and that's why Sven, he's going.
How can they stall this out, though? No one's gonna try and force around his spells.
Oh, he got arrowed.
It's in Meteor as well. It's a lot of damage onto the Sven. We do see Force is able to protect him, but just importantly, they get them away from the tier 3 tower. And Chrono's up in 10 seconds if they want to continue the chase. There's no Moonlight Shadow to follow them out, though.
Yeah, they're chasing out, but, you know, I think that they can get out of this area in time. Norman kind of hanging around. Looks like they might want to stick around and fight, even, as Sven doesn't want to back out.
You got to make a call, though, because there's a lot of farm they're losing across the map. Mid and bottom is really getting shoved in. Their full jungle is still untouched as well, so...
Yeah, SMG are actually going to be the ones to start going towards the bottom area instead. Just leaving illusions to push out top. Going to be completely fine with that. And they're going towards that mid tower. And right now, Geek, they have to pull back. Like, there's catapults on your bottom towers.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Running across. Yeah, they're coming back to defend, and they still do have, you know, the potential to take fights here with all their tools ready, smoke used,
Is under attack.
wrapping around.
They're a little bit split. I mean, Arthur can be that first point of contact and easily get out with the leap. But eyes need to be towards mid one, and what he's going to be able to do with the chrono. Looks like it's a long wraparound call here from Geek Fam. They
Going on.
reveal their location onto Mastros. Is everyone else nearby to protect it? BKB is going to be activated, but it does nothing. Not against Own. It's big physical damage. And they're still sticking around on SMG. They're indecisive.
They really are. They want to fight this?
Over the top. They'll run into the Invoker first. Still very messy. What's the call? Someone needs to decide. Mid one's going to run into Cox, but a successful fight is going to be relying on the multi-man chrono, and mid one, he's not going to fight it just yet. With a vacuum, drags him back. Mid one forced to use the BKB. There's the chrono. They're going to be able to deal with this Sven as well. With all the damage for the Invoker. A quick and easy kill onto Own it, but if they still got stuff left in the tank to deal with the rest of Geek Fam, as they even don't want to fight. Cox and Co are out of this area.
Man, that looked so scrappy at first there. They do have high ground vision here, so they're sticking around Storm, looking for a zip. Way too low mana, though, I think, to keep going. Sven being dead, they want to force the buyback.
But you do have Mastros back alive. It's going to be a long trip to the rest of the team.
Oh, there's a region bottom. If Storm goes back, he could get full mana again for this fight. They're gonna see it with Naga. Gonna call it out. That was surprising to me, though. The way that fight went down looked like it was going to be good for Geek, but they did a good job hiding, I guess, on the side of SMG, just using the trees to their advantage, hiding all their core heroes, and finally getting a vision onto the Sven and then targeting him down with both the Storm and the Faceless Void.
And we are seeing, though, like that past fight with the Chrono is a prime example that they actually have the damage to kill the Sven now, especially with almost maxed out Exor. So this is something that you're going to need to see Geek Fam do a little bit differently on if there's some defensive items they need to protect him in Chrono, or maybe jump the Invoker first instead.
Oh, Storm.
Up the Lincolns, able to get the zip away. Sven's still down for 10 seconds. Looks like SMG not wanting to try and force the issue.
They don't have the Chrono just yet. Sven is about to respawn as well, so gonna see SMG just back up here and play it a little bit safe. Pings coming out towards the Wisdom Rune and the Tormentor as well, as Geek have been pretty much shut into their base now. The game's still very much even in terms of net worth, but I don't know, man. It feels like Geek are just struggling due to not being able to push the lanes harder, even when they won those early fights. And now the comfortable late game of Naga is just happening. She's closing in on that butterfly as well, and that will be a big problem for Sven because he does not have an MKB yet.
Doesn't look like he's got one even queued up as well. It's going to be the Swift Blink into Refresher for Olner.
Yeah, I don't think he can go for... That's the problem. He's against two different cores, right? And he wants to try and be ready to fight everything.
Gonna make it difficult in regards to his itemization. Cox, that's an aggressive jump. But I guess he's got 4,300 health they have to go through. They're still not even all grouped up at the moment as well from SMG.
Even just that EMP, though, it kind of drains so much of his mana. He has to backpack the Blade Mail and get some bottle uses here. They are drawing their intention, though, on the side of Geek. Want to go around here.
Astros is not with the team. He wants to farm that remaining gold for the butterfly, but if a fight breaks out now, it's going to be a 4v5.
Oh, SMG. They are
Up inside the lane, it's going to pop. It's all eyes on Force. What can the Darkseid look to do here with the vacuum? He's got that Hex looking to reveal as well, as Mastros is now joined with the team. In one with a jump over the top of the clockwork. A little bit messy of a start. If they can break some mana out of the Primal Beast, that's going to feel quite nice for this eventual fight. As no one even senses a sign of weakness. Mastros running forward, either side just poking them down, not wanting to commit too heavily, trying to see the chinks in the armor.
just slowly. The Greaves coming in, giving new mana to the Primal, so he's fine again. Got enough at least to use his spells once.
Clockwork, Cox. Alright, what a stun! Cox followed up with a double storm hammer, but mid one's gonna be able to... It won't prevent the Ice Blast, as that might be enough to be able to secure the 2 kills, and now Owner can chase down mid one. A Time will get some separation, but it's not gonna matter. Geek Geek Fam, they've got the opportunity to be able to get multiple kills off the back of the start from the Primal Beast, as they're going to be able to cleave down mid-one's Faceless Void. A triple kill for Onet, and what a short charge from Cox. We were expecting it to be the Darkseer to start, but you've got the Primal Beast to do it instead, and now they can get Roche as well.
That was so perfect. They use him as bait instead there. They tried to go in and maybe burst the Darkseer, but the Sven coming in with a beautiful stun and the follow-up by the AA, even though the Chrono came in to try and offset it, it wasn't enough, and that also led to the Faceless Void getting hit by the AA ulti along with him. So it was a 3-man AA ulti that just secured the team fight really, really well there. We can see a replay here as they're taking Roche in the game. This is the initiation, right? They see the Darkseer. They think, okay, maybe we can combo him. They use everything, but then they just get punished for it.
Oh, what a timing. Like, no hesitation for Cox. Straight away jumps in. Onet follows up as well. And we just see the lack of damage there. And that fight in particular was really surprising. We've seen previously they've been able to, you know, kill the Sven 4-0 in Chrono, but not when you had some of the other members inside the bubble. And man, that was the team fight, like you were mentioning, Waga. You said Geek Fam, we get to this stage, like their 5v5 still looks very scary.
Oh yeah, and they have more tools at their disposal now. The Darkseer got the Aghanims from the Roche as well, so he's got that Blink, Hex, Aghanims combination. That's a long amount of the disable, so he can pretty much just burst stuff now with this. Does give them one more way to catch the Storm as well. Could always blink on him with Darkseer and land a little punch on him. Doesn't matter if you have Linkens against that.
Still no Chrono for 18 seconds. No one's going to reel the Hex. Arrow's going to connect as well. They're going to have to go through the first life without committing too many big abilities. They won't be able to do so as... Oh no! Oh, that's beautiful! They weren't able to get too many more off the back of it. The quick fingers out of Mastros gives them some time. And importantly, Chrono's back up and mid-one's ready to go.
You got all 5?
Clips all 5. That's even better from the Faceless Void. As now no one's going to get back into the middle with the Hex as well. They'll turn to try and kill the Sven. But Onet's tanky. It's going to take them too long to be able to go through him. Meanwhile, Cox, he got the pulverize, but the damage is lacking. Mid-one, he actually time walks back into the middle. SMG sensing blood in the water. This is their opportunity to come out on top, but Onet's ready to go.
The Storm is done.
With the BKB, a second round of the God Strength. This will kill no one. That's no buyback. And now mid-one as well get cleaved apart.
Oh my god, they get Mirana as well.
And Geek Fam, they can probably just end the game right here and right now. Mastros, the sole survivor, is going to try and drag them away. They'll get the kill. He doesn't have a buyback. One fight is all Geek Fam needed to knock SMG out of this game 1.
Yeah, this is just devastating. I mean, they do have buyback on the Faceless Void, but for what? You don't have Chrono anymore, and the death timers is simply too long here. The entire team ready and going. Beautiful turnaround there. You thought that they would win the fight heavily with the Chronosphere coming in, landing on that many heroes, but the damage is just too low. I think a lot of it comes down to the Warcry blocking so much from the Sven, having the Aghanim's Shard as well, so even the Nullifier is not able to remove the extra armor that Sven provides. Like, that's bonus 25, and then the passive 6 as well. His team just doesn't take physical damage.
What's going on mid lane? I mean, mid-one's got to be really cautious. Everyone else is coming over.
There's the Hex as well.
He bought back, dude. How do you get out of this mid-one?
Oh no.
Out of this? As Narman somehow pierces him with a hook shot inside the tree line. That is a dieback on mid-one's Faceless Void. 2 minutes where it's going to be a 4v5.
Well, there was the time where he was the only one alive and his team was all dead. Now it's the other way around. His team has to hold against 5 heroes. They even have the cheese over on the Primal still as well. I don't know how you fight into this without your Faceless Void. You're just going to be lacking way too much damage. The push is surely coming in here. They have catapults as well. Sven looking to jump.
Man, good luck, SMG. There's going to have to be a crafted defense for you to be able to hold this out for the next 80 seconds.
Oh, they got to pull.
The Storm Spread as well. They've already started with a high ground ward. Somehow finds an opportunity to zip all the way back to base. SMG I really think that was the Invoker, the big one there, being able to break the combo.
Yeah, they broke the combo and the A ulti did not connect on the Storm yet, importantly, so he could get back. Though Sven has ulti ready, refresher ready as well now. I mean, this is the double BKB, double ulti Sven.
And he's not gonna wait for them. Jump out of the tier 4. Januel is down for 80 without a buyback as well. And now Lincoln's gonna be popped. Instant quick on the fingers from Masteros though. We'll give them time.
30 seconds though, it's so long. You gotta hold on somehow here.
Masteros with the heart's got time, but meanwhile, it just beats no one. I was going to buy back, but like you said, they just kind of have to force Geek Fam to try and kill the heroes instead of going for the buildings. 20 seconds. Another round of the God Strand's going to be activated here from Owner with the refresher.
Buyback from Storm.
Got the Chrono as well. They're going to have damage once he's back alive. They'll lose Masteros. He's going to buy back at least to be able to rejoin. They are just feeding lives away to buy some time.
The Faceless Void is up now, but is he strong enough to deal with all of this? I don't know if he can burst these core heroes. They're so damn tanky. Tipping behind. Looking for it. He has a smoke. He's smoked up, so you don't see him.
And they're going to go for Owner. All or nothing. Everything onto the Faceless Void.
Oh no, he got Storm as well.
Is he going to have the damage or to be able to secure the kill? They will, but it's an instant buyback. Owner should be able to rejoin the team, and that will be all she wrote. I mean, Mid-One tried to do whatever he could. Multiple Chronospheres onto a couple of the members out of Geek Fam in these back-to-back fights, but it just was not enough as Geek Fam will take game 1.
Dude, that was really, really hard fought as well, because overall this game did not look simple for them. They did win a lot of fights really dominantly, but they had to be patient and just have a lot of perseverance to work through all this split pushing from Naga Illusions, all the elusiveness of the Storm and the Faceless Void. But Geek Fam, they're looking clean, man. Their combinations are there. They're jumping in, you know, they're landing spells together, and they're taking down even these elusive heroes. Over on the side of SMG, though, it didn't always look as clear. It didn't look like they were so confident. Can we take this fight or not? And overall, a little bit scrappier from them. But what a game 1 to start here in this series. That was quite the brawl.
Quite the brawl, as you'd say, probably two pretty evenly matched teams, and yeah, Geek Fam and SMG going blow for blow. But I mean, these fights were so goddamn entertaining. We get multiple ways for everyone to be able to start, and especially for Geek Fam as well. Just the 5-man synergy that they had with them, and you said as well, like in the early game, it looked like the communication was there, and that was going to be a pivotal thing as we got to the later stages where they were able to execute incredibly well.
Yeah, and we saw the value as well from the Sven. Like this hero, we talked briefly in the draft phase about how he just allows you to jump in, remove one enemy hero, and take the fight from there. We saw it time and time again. His initiations were on point, and look at that stun combo with the vacuum. It's just beautiful to behold, really. They do some nice combos. Still, the song here, this was a crazy fight as well. I can't believe they lost after this 5-man chrono. It looks like it's gonna be so good.
I'm watching it back. I'm like, what went wrong? What is going wrong here?
I mean,
the start for the Sven was great. You thought the 5-man chrono was great, but it wasn't enough.
They ran out of battery a little bit, and you can see the Faceless Void actually lost a lot of HP to Pulverize as well, getting caught. But Storm, look at him. He's just standing there auto-attacking. He's not zipping around anymore because he just ran out of battery, as they have so much HP on the side of Geek. Their heroes were just super, super tanky. Every single core hero took way too many resources to bring down. Meanwhile, on the side of, you know, Olnit, he just cleaved through people in a matter of seconds.
Man, was an absolute beast for them. And also for Olnit, this has to be said, this is probably his, like, the biggest stage he has been on, without a doubt. TI qualifiers for Olnit. This is a guy from Romania who we don't have a lot of information from. Yes, he's played with SMG in the previous tour in Division 2, but you are now talking about some TI qualifiers against the best in Southeast Asia. And my guy in game 1 looked incredible. 16, 3 and 10 on his ever so comfortable Sven. He's level 26 on this hero, and he did not disappoint.
No, he delivered. I mean, I remember I played against Olnit in random pub names, so I saw that he's on this team. I'm like, hey, I've seen this guy in pubs. You know, I know him from just playing back in EU. But yeah, he just delivered really well in this game. And overall, I think they seem to have very good cohesiveness in the side of Geek. They were all on the same page, and that's really important when you play these type of lineups, that you jump in and quickly want to burst people. And communication just looked to be perfect in their team. So big shout out to him. But to me, the standout was even Cox on his Primal Beast. Like, he played into a matchup that is unfavorable. Storm against Primal, you can try it against someone evenly skilled. It's not easy to do what he did here to no one. And his rotations were really, really crisp as well. And he only died a single time while always charging in first on the Primal Beast. I think he danced the line of danger just perfectly in this game.
Yeah, which is something that can be very difficult to do when you're playing a hero like Primal Beast, where we can see be very active early on, like you said he was, and was a pivotal reason of why Geek Fam were able to have a really good start to this game, and the fact that he was able to continue to scale. And again, in some of the fights, we were looking at like Force to be that initiator, or Ulna to be the initiator. Sometimes it was, you know, Cox as well, finding it onto multiple people. So yeah, I without a doubt agree. I think Cox, an MVP performance from him on the Primal Beast. It's now, you know, we get to see what a SMG look to do differently in the next game. Like, how did the priority change in regards to the bans? Because there's a couple of heroes right now that might be worthy of a ban.
Yeah, definitely a few heroes that you may want to respect here. I mean, think about how you want to deal, at least if you're playing against something like this Sven who bursts people so hard. You know, do you want to have some form of aura hero on the offlane? Did it work well for you, this double greedy, basically double carry strat that they went with? I feel like the draft wasn't really the problem, but the execution more so from SMG, because they ended up taking fights that were not really favorable for them. And even though they could just keep choking out the map with the Naga illusions and, you know, sit back and play in a more safe way, they took some engagements that let Geek Fam just landslide them and get Roche, get towers at the end of the day. So I don't know. I think Geek just etched this one out a little bit more by execution than draft, actually.
Okay, so like really, if we look into the next game, we can't look too much at the draft. Maybe it's just a internal thing that needs to be worked on from SMG, and there's not too much that else needs to be said.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta go back to the drawing board a little bit for SMG here and think if they really want to commit to the style that they're playing against Geek Fam, or if they want to have a lineup that's more easy to take these team fights against them. Perhaps they feel like, you know what, we could beat them as well, but we just didn't really have the tools to do so. And that wouldn't be wrong as well, because their lineup wanted to go late game, but against all these skirmishy brawls, I mean, this was a very active game with a lot of fights, and none of the fights really went the way of SMG, it felt like.
Yeah, which I felt like really just a big reason why they were in that game is just Masros's Naga Siren. Like, we were saying a lot that, you know, they were not going to be in this position if it wasn't off the back of him and just splitting up the map, buying time, where we saw like early on for like the 15 to 25 minutes, maybe a little bit earlier, you were just getting one kill, and the time investment for that kill wasn't enough with how much Naga was getting and the Void was getting. But it got to the stage where it didn't even matter. SMG were able to just out execute team fights without a doubt, and they looked incredible. Geek Fam were able to out-execute without a doubt in those team fights, which is an incredibly impressive thing to do. And now the big question is, can they repeat that heading to the next game? Because SMG, they still showed a lot of promise in this one, but of course it was Geek Fam who in the end were able to topple them in an incredible game one to be able to start our third series of the night as well. So we're going to have to find out what we have in store for us. It was a back and forth, blow for blow, but of course it was the boys on Geek Fam to take it. Will they be able to continue with this momentum? We'll find out after the break. Oh, what a way to be able to start our third series of the night. You really could not get much better than that, with SMG taking on Geek Fam, and hoping we get a very similar performance as well here in our second game. As we're going to get the draft up on screen in a couple of seconds. Wagyu, you were saying, really was maybe just a bit more of an execution thing in that previous game. Draft overall, we don't really need to look too much into that. For this one in particular, with our next game, we go to SMG on the Radiant side with first pick, Geek Fam on the Die side with second pick as well. So, what was the previous game first phase? I'm already forgetting. Was Naga in response to the...
They picked up the Naga very early, but what was it that they picked?
Primal, I think?
Primal was the first phase, yeah. Yeah, they picked up the Darkseer later. I couldn't remember it was Primal or Darkseer being first phased. But yeah, that first phase Naga was a little bit strange to me because she, didn't really seem so unkillable as you sometimes want her to be when you're playing against a team with that much magical damage. She just gets brought down very easily. And yeah, to me, it was about execution, but we'll see if SMG are going to change up their idea. Basically, it was different ideas of Dota, right? You have one team going for the very greedy double carry, split push, take it late, and Geek Fam just going for the more head-on approach, having Sven be super strong and then just go for team fights. And that worked out really well for them.
Well, let's see if maybe now in this draft we might need to see a little bit more emphasis put from SMG in regards to team fights. You definitely had that, of course, with your with your chronos and whatnot, but like maybe you were mentioning from Geek Fam, without a doubt they were going to be favored in 5v5. So if this is series as a whole that tends to go down the 5v5, maybe we need to see SMG be able to dabble a little bit more in that area.
Yeah, interesting opening as well. They're going for the Venge first phase pick here. I agree though, having easier combinations and more stuff to lay in, because last game they had the chrono and yeah, that's good team fight, but they didn't have that many things to lay into it. They had the arrow to shoot in, but they didn't have like massive Snapfire ulti or something to dump into a chrono for big damage, or even a Sky ulti. So we'll see what they end up with, but opening up with Ench, pretty non-saying opening. It's just a strong laner in general. She does pretty well. I enjoy her new shard as well. I think it's very, very strong, as opposed to the old shard. The Little Friends used to be a pretty useless one to have. Now she gets that Sproink.
What do you think about the Scepter there? If we even still look at the Little Friends a little bit more, is there ever a time when you're going for it with the change with like the root now?
Yeah, actually I'm gonna say there is, because that's a 5-second root potentially if there's a lot of units nearby. It's a huge area it checks for as well. So if you play against any form of summon lineup, you might just see the Aghanim Scepter come out. More than likely though, we're just gonna see some form of Hurricane Pike. You gotta have the safety. Hurricane Pike and Shard is probably gonna be the build for him. Look at Geek Fam though, going for the Venge and the Dawnbreaker. This looks really nice. It's a lot of minus armor from the Wave of Terror, Dawnbreaker, massive physical damage, and they have 2 saves already for whatever is going to be their carry. They have the swap, they have Dawn ulti. This looks very similar to the type of draft that I saw a lot coming out and being successful over in the South American region as well. The Dawn was just very, very prevalent over there.
What role were they mainly playing the Dawnbreaker in?
It was played post 5, but it was also played post 3. And we had like one game of carried on, but it was mainly played as a post 3, just building up to the Echo Deso BKB type Dawnbreaker. So you're just farming somewhere on the map, and then if a fight breaks out, you're ready to jump in. The big thing for me though, if you're drafting this Dawnbreaker and Vengeful, is you need some hero that can enable Dawn to get a deep ulti on the enemy. So it pairs really well with something like Ember Spirit on the mid lane, or Primal, which we saw last game, would have been good too, but of course already banned out.
Okay. Because we've also, like always, Dawnbreaker has this potential for like a counter initiate, like a saving role, but you think there's even extra value with at least having the tool of jumping in on someone else that follows up?
Yeah, it basically becomes like you sort of initiate aggressively with someone, and then the Dawnbreaker can save them when they dive like crazy. So she enables really aggressive gameplay. But yeah, talking a little bit more about what we see on the side of SMG here, going for the Elder Titan as well as the Invoker. So they set up some combos. This looks like it should be a core Invoker though, not a support as last game, unless they want to run Ench or Elder Titan core, of course.
Have you seen much success out of PA? Because I'm still very much a PA hater.
Oh, you are? Interesting. So what don't you like about her? Like, has it not been successful in games you saw in the Eastern Europe, or?
Yeah, she's just shit. It's just simple as that. The games I've seen her actually do well is when their mid laner starts to rotate to the PA safe lane early and helps her get a couple kills and helps her have a good early game. Besides that, I just continue to see her like get run over and have this battle fury and just you go second item BKB and you just do nothing.
Okay.
So
I've seen that's the problem. The BKB, it's for the scared players. You know, you gotta have big cojones when you play this. That's why the South American Aghanims build that we saw a lot. Just go in. The blur is honestly broken right now on PA. 400 blur break range means you can do some absolutely illegal stuff just running right next to the enemy in the team fight and they can't even see you. I think Venge and PA also work pretty well together, so we'll see how it's going to work. Another thing to mention is that the Fatal Bonds from Warlock. Warlock is sort of one of these sleeper heroes. He did get buffed a lot recently, but hasn't really been played that much. And Fatal Bonds now is this fantastic combination. Once the PA gets the Shard as well, gets the Fan of Knives in there, it does tremendous AoE damage.
I think it was the last Eastern Europe game I casted. Warlock had the most damage in the game. Something like I almost said it was the last one I casted. So yeah, this guy is. I also agree, very sleeper. I think I was seeing it a lot. Team Zero in China, who was third place team, they were going like Warlock Gyro a lot of the time, and teams were starting to have to ban that out. So I think this hero is very, very strong at the moment as well, and surprised we're not getting it as much. I do like the response from SMG though. You've got a really strong laning combo. Bloodseeker Enchantress, the enchant to be able to set up for the Blood Riot. Your matchup versus PA can be pretty frustrating for PA with the Rupture, considering you definitely do need to be mobile in fights, especially you're mentioning Scepter. Like you jump and blow up a support, then you want to jump on someone else, and Rupture can limit that.
Yeah. I completely agree with that. The Bloodseeker is a very good natural reaction to the PA. That is, however, where the Dawnbreaker can be pretty useful as a save, or even Golem to try and like break that combo if they go onto the PA. But a good thing about Rupture as well is that it works well against the swap save. Oh, you want to swap and save your teammate? Well, please do. The swap just might kill them if you try to go for it, because you would need to have Ether Lens and max level swap to cast it far enough that Rupture doesn't damage anymore. Otherwise, it is going to deal damage.
I will say I'm intrigued at least on how the lane goes for the Bloodseeker though, because again, with that being said, his Thirst did get nerfed, and a lot of people are mentioning like maybe spam heavy lanes can be a little bit more favorable against the Bloodseeker at the early levels. So Dawnbreaker is an incredibly strong laner, and we'll see if it's going to be Warlock or Venge with that as well. So that's a lane I'll be paying attention to, but got to take a look at the last pick. So are we looking for an offlaner, or are we... Yeah, we're looking for an offlaner, right, for Masro?
Yeah, I think definitely that's what they are lacking right now, unless they want to run like offlane Invoker, I guess. But nah, I think this should be a mid Invoker. They don't really know what they're going up against, but maybe they'll pick something that's flex. Nah, it's just straight up Doom. I like this. They're going less greedy than last game. Last game, they did get punished a lot for not really having an offlaner who can join in and fight early, and now you definitely have that. Doom preventing that healing as well is a great save cancel against the Dawn ulti, the heal from Warlock, even the lifesteal from PA. If he gets doomed, he will just die eventually.
And what do we feel like Geek Fam need to cover with the mid lane hero for Cox as well, the MVP from game one?
I wouldn't mind seeing them pick something like Shadow Fiend here into what they have. They have so nice physical damage already. You can get more aura build here. I know it's not really one of the most meta heroes in the current patch, but you could go, you know, SF or TA, some form of hero like this on the mid lane would work really well with what they have. And both of them lane pretty decently against Invoker as well.
I think, of course, the only issue if you go down that route is like you are very greedy and you don't have playmakers then. So maybe you look to try and dive further into that, because also SMG with the Doom and potentially Invoker Midas are looking to scale into the late game. So maybe you're just looking to try and match that.
Yeah, it's possible that they go for just something that fights a little bit more, and they can even go for something that provides a bit more damage, like a Queen of Pain. They're going to go Legion. Interesting. Wow, okay. So Legion... Does this mean that it's mid-Legion or is it mid-Dawn? It's mid-Dawn that they want to run. That is a curious way to lane. It's a little bit of a bait and switch there by Geek Fam. Now the Dawn against Invoker mid matchup, I think that is pretty nice for Dawnbreaker, honestly. Since Invoker doesn't have good wave clear early on, it can be hard for him to pressure the Dawn that much.
What does the Legion provide you this game, though? I guess, like, what is the value of picking up? Because I was expecting the Dawn to have a fine time versus the Bloodseeker in lane. In fact, again, maybe even pressure him, depending on if it was Warlock or Venge there. But what are they really getting out of the Legion Commander that they were really desiring?
It's a little bit interesting because I feel like some of the stuff over on the side of SMG, Legion isn't that good at saving against. So there could just be that they felt like they need some more good lockdown here, some way to deal with the BKBs when they come out. And Legion does provide you with that BKB piercing disable. And they have very high physical burst damage as well. So being able to duel someone and pick them off, it's a good way to lock down Bloodseeker, who zooms around a lot. But yeah, I would have probably liked the offlane Dawnbreaker a little bit more, but this does give them 3 cores that all will scale to do really high physical damage going into mid and late game.
All right, well, that's a question again we're going to need to see answered is, can they scale into the late game? Like we saw prior, their team fight was very, very devastating for the boys on SMG to be able to handle. So we'll see if it's going to be any different in this game as well. We get another staple from no one. His Invoker this game, of course, the Storm wasn't able to work out. Let's see if we have a different showing, though, on this hero. I wonder even what the build's going to be for him, too. We've seen pretty much a lot of Quaswex. At least a vast majority of the games I saw was Quaswex. The only game I saw was Samael went Exort and went like 1 or 2 braces, treads, Witchblade into like Manta right-click build, but
really
already, yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
That surprises me because I feel like you're almost hard forced to go Quaswex. Even my good friend and ex-teammate Stormstormer over on Entity is playing Quaswex Invoker nowadays because and he is like the biggest Exort Invoker spammer. He loves Quas Exort, but if he's playing Quaswex, I think it has to be Quaswex that is the way. A single point in Exort though is pretty value. I've done a bit of theory crafting together with some other players on this, and the level 1 Sunstrike being 200 damage, so getting a level 4 Exort skill point, just put a 1 point into it, you can land a long distance tornado into Cold Snap, into Exort for Sunstrike. It's surprisingly strong, but the downside is that you spend a lot of mana to do the combo.
Yep. Would that maybe even consider that even more if you have a lineup with like stuns in the side lane as well, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, getting 1 point in Exort, if you played something like if they were the ones to have the Legion Commander, then that would be fantastic for them. But I think it's quite likely that we're just gonna see him do the full max Quas and Wex and completely ignore Exort. I do believe that the 1 point can be worth getting, but players also value getting the Ghostwalk regeneration up a lot by putting more points into the Quas and Wex.
Okay. And you were saying inside the draft as well, you feel like this should be a pretty fine lane for Cox. Because you mentioned like Invoker kind of struggles with lane clearing early on. So what is this going to enable Cox as we get to like maybe the 6 to 8 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. I think that he's going to be able to just clear the creep wave pretty fast on Dawnbreaker, get his bottle, and then just play towards rune control. And you can already see it on mid lane. Like he has 2 melee creeps alive from the first wave still, as he already cleared out all the enemy creeps. So because of his ability to clear creeps fast, Invoker can't right-click harass him that much. So mid lane should be completely fine for him, even though Invoker is not necessarily gonna, struggle. I think he should still be getting farm as well.
Okay. Well, really, for me, another intriguing lane is going to be this top one here for Geek Fam. Like, I like Warlock at the moment as a support. My carry PA opinions at the moment is a little bit low, so we'll see what Onet's going to be able to do. And we get to get an Arfu Elder Titan, which is a kind of a staple hero from him in the past. We don't get it too often, but a position for ET is something that he likes to pull out.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pretty tough lane for them, though, with the double melee going up against this Fatal Bond, and we even see a dive onto Afu.
Too. Yeah, this early advantage from Onet. Another round of the dagger pretty shortly, which should
get him.
First blood if he's going to go for the dive. And he only needs to take 2 extra tower hits. So, all right, I mean, that's a great start already for the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, this is a classic combo. PA, Warlock work really well together, and Warlock is doing a good job babysitting him so far, even putting the 1 point in heal early. Sometimes we see just upheaval and Fatal Bonds entirely. Bottom lane having a little bit of a scrap as well. as Venge and Legion try to force this Bloodseeker to go a little bit low in HP, but that frees up the Eng to just sit on the side, throw in those javelins, and she's doing quite a bit of damage.
This should be a pretty good lane for the Enchantress, no? Like, both Horse and Narman don't particularly address any of the creeps.
Yeah, completely agree. I mean, for now, the camps are both blocked up, though, so there's not really any creeps nearby, but you can always swing down. I think when he gets level 3 as well, 2 points in an enchant, he has a little bit longer duration on those creeps. He can really just take over the lane. So bottom lane should get harder and harder, I think, for Geek, as top lane is looking a little bit better for them.
Got a bit of a fight going over for the Lotus. SMG should be able to come out on top with the top one. Oh, all right. Ulnet clicks faster, apparently, so PA is going to get that. And looks like mid one got the healing Lotus down bottom as well.
Yeah, gonna be nice.
Mid lane. Oh, nice tornado timing. Just missed out on the smash of the Starbreaker. Probably would have been a kill for Cox.
Yeah, look at Cox, how aggressively he plays here on mid. Just putting no one under pressure all the time here, shoving in the creep wave and then backing out, pulling his creeps back. Looks like he's gonna go for the bounty rune, get his bottle refilled, and he'll be happy on the Dawnbreaker as well.
What do we feel like the position for Venge will provide Geek Fam compared to like a 5? Is there really many other choices you can have with your itemizations, or it's still kind of stock standard as like a 5 Venge?
I think he may be able to get a little bit easier access to getting towards that Aghanims in this game. I mean, if you reach Aghs, it's a very, very nice tool to have, but he could also just go for a Solar Crest rush. It's super good for their team. They have a lot of heroes who would utilize the Solar buff really well, being so physical focused. Force taking a bit of damage.
He's got a lot of stats as well to be able to stand his ground and fight.
He's going low though.
Look like he's winning it at the moment. Another round of the odds, but now mid one. I think that bonus health back won't actually continue running at Narman, so Narman is able to just stand and get the kill onto Januel. So a trade of heroes, but of course that is without a doubt going to favor SMG.
That looked like they were locked in the old duel or something, the old Aghanims from Legion Commander, because they were just brawling from full HP down to nothing at all. And at the end of the day, correct read by Radiant there, SMG getting the better end of that engagement. It's back up top. The ET is trying to angle up on the PA, but not really gonna find a great way to pressure her here with the Warlock, keeping her safe. The timing here, though, is that when Dawnbreaker gets level 6 from mid lane, he can start making moves, and that ulti can come in top with a Phantom Strike and Dagger, and you gotta be really wary about that.
Okay. I have to see how SMG look to respond as well, because they always have this potential as well to send the Enchantress through the portal, which could be something that's super scary. A lot of it will be dependent on the creepy equilibrium down bottom, if mid one's actually going to be okay to be alone for a little bit of time.
Yeah, I feel like it's so tough to leave him here because of the way Venge is playing. She's just looking to do damage whenever she can on the lane. But yeah, definitely a rotation could be a big thing here as we see him swing in top.
We're going to still not level 6 yet on the Dawnbreaker. So this is a really big opportunity from SMG. They're going to be able to chase down Phantom Assassin under the wave.
Creep is here to tank.
We will get a reaction, though, out of Narman. So now you've got the extra support to work with on Geek Fam. Even Ulnet's going to go under the cover of the blur as well. So there is a response, and looks like SMG unable to get the kill. Of course, they can just swing back through the portal.
Yeah, just a little bit of a poke. Getting a kill on PA under tower, pretty difficult to do, but they kept this catapult alive.
Afu steps up a little bit too far now. And Januel's going to start to sweep on over, but yeah, it's just going to be far too late. Look at the initial kill onto Afu. And Solar Guardians, if they're ready, if they want to use it on Mastros, and here it comes into play with a missile, holding him down inside the lasers as Cox. Now we still will be able to continue to chase onto Mastros. They'll probably get Narman in return. In fact, no one is going to use his round of spells onto Ulnet, but a nice jump over the top, and again, some very aggressive tips. Geek Fam are making sure that no one is gets a warm welcome here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, just really nice play by Geek. The coordination is really there, like we saw in last game as well. These boys are just looking like they know what they're doing in terms of targeting and getting everything they can out of their fight, not losing anything. And of course getting value from that early ulti over on the side of Dawnbreaker as well. that was some good identification of who they can kill and who they can go on. And SMG, they gotta be careful. Even though you have Vanguard on Doom, that top lane, it's not that easy to just stand your ground there.
It does look like they kind of want to go again, though. So with this Solar Guardian being on cooldown, maybe they feel like there's a big opening to pressure Ulnet out of the lane.
Yeah, they're using the Ench. They want to come in with a summon as well and just start pushing the tower. They have a double creep wave, and I think they're just going to sack it. Geek are running away saying, okay, have our tier 1 tower. We're not going to bleed any kills, at least for this. So a little bit of a map win for SMG, opening up this top area already. Room control by both teams. 10 seconds. We see supports coming in to help control on the side of Geek.
Definitely would need that rune, especially with all the mana getting drained from Cox. Unlucky that it's top.
Huh?
Would be able to get the refill in the bottle. I mean, also Illusion could be quite nice, in particular versus the Invoker.
Yeah, getting a Dispel is never a bad thing, especially, like you said, against Invoker, even against the Blood Right. There's quite a few things that can be nice to get dispelled. But yeah, Dawnbreaker, he might just make a move towards base. He's completely blank on mana now, and he can run base and then have ulti ready to jump out somewhere.
Yeah, we've been speaking a lot about the Dawnbreaker. What about the Invoker now, though? What's no one looking to do with the urn completed? Is there a lane in particular you feel like would be easier for him to gank?
I think I would like to see him play towards top, but at the same time, mid, the Dawnbreaker is hanging around, so they're just pushing with the troll for now. Not really looking to gank, just pressure instead.
They actually TP'd the Dawnbreaker back to base, so do they have to force a fight? I mean, he's starting to run back out now.
I mean, the Venge is trying to get level 6. If he has swap, they can make plays by swapping in and then Dawnbreaker ulting and try to combo something here. But this tower is going down. The Ench creep, we see the value of this hero. They did first phase pick it, and it's already putting on some serious damage. Mid tower almost falling.
All right, very impressive. Meanwhile, you got mid one that's free farming down bottom. It's going to be a great timing out of his Maelstrom. You already enabled Mastros. He's going to go Midas as well before even needing to complete the Arcane Boots because he has that Mana Aura. So all things are clicking at the moment for SMG, and you haven't even needed no one to be active this game as well. So, I wonder what his decision's going to be. Do you need to 100% go down this Vessel route, or could he even be looking about like a pretty early Midas?
I think it's going to be Power Treads into Vessel and then back for Midas. That seems to be the most common build that people go for, so that you have a way to kind of keep scaling. At the same time, that attack speed feels really good on Invoker now that he's a universal hero. His auto attack damage is just really, really high. So we'll probably see something like that, but so far I am a little bit surprised that he has basically not made any real moves on Invoker, mainly just sitting around mid.
You see, as soon as he picks up the haste, he's hunting top. Maybe Ulnet's going to be the target.
Yeah, he scouted him.
Masteros nearby as well. Doom is at the ready. Ulnet, can he jump over towards anything? There's some creeps to work with, but yeah, Masteros will stop him short. And there we go. No one hasn't been active until he was able to pick up the power room. And meanwhile, bottom lane, we've got a duel. And with the response as well, Cox is going to slam down with the Solar Guardian. They will not get the victory, but nonetheless, that is a big kill because, I mean, mid one was really starting to get out of control. We can go back to mid now too because we're not done yet with the action as no one in combination with Arfu be able to find their third kill of the game for SMG. A 3,000 net worth lead they've been able to accumulate.
Yeah, some nice moves all over the map here. SMG getting the takedown on that PA was really important, I think. But at the same time, Geek are striking towards bottom tier 1, using the catapult push here. The defense is coming though. Invoker sitting in good position.
1,300 health they're going to have to go through. Mass TP is required as well as mid one prevents any opportunity of escape out of Cox. The kill returned onto the Dawnbreaker as well. That'll put pressure on Force and Narman to look to evacuate away from the area.
Yeah, so they run back, they defend the tower successfully, and it is still SMG who come in with way more aggressive intent than we saw in game 1. And I like this. They immediately smoke up again. The Invoker and Doom, or ET, sorry, going towards mid here, looking for the Warlock. He did leech level 6, so he has ulti available. Oh, PA is the real target though. The big kill that they want. 4 heroes around her.
Looks like they're gonna get it.
Yeah, she revealed herself with the dagger too. They know he's here.
And Blue's gonna pop. He just needs instant TPs. It's probably not even gonna matter though.
They don't have Dawn ulti.
Try and evade some of the damage. But like you said, without the Dawnbreaker ulti, that is going to be the second death of the game. And this is really starting to be some troubling signs. Bottom lane, we've got another duel out and potentially another kill onto mid one. Previously, they've required the Solar Guardian. And it looks like this time they'll need the Rock to get the kill, but the long-range missile from Narman somehow is in range.
Man, this is really impressive what I'm seeing from Geek, though. The reaction here using the duel, even though there's no real chance that they can get the kill initially during the duel, it still gets that second takedown over on the Bloodseeker. So while they're doing great on SMG and top tower is looking like it could fall any moment.
Cox, this man's going to need some TPs. Doom up in a couple of seconds. We'll try and get some distance away to the left. Has enough movement speed.
Run, Piggy.
NATO as well. Does he just go through the rift?
I mean, he's pretty fast. I think he can get to a portal.
Oh, no way.
Is he out?
I think he's out, dude.
Well, they can't get vision. If they have vision, they can cold snap. They can't do it.
Oh, no one's going. Are they gonna hunt?
They can't keep up with this man.
Of course. No way. No way. Is he going to run through the trees? The scan on the mark. Do they know if he TP'd out? Nice read. Tornado still off the mark nonetheless.
The noise there.
He's stuck. It doesn't matter, dude. There's so many heroes. They doomed him too. All right, dude. That is so much hate. They're looking to put Force firmly into the grave. They'll get the kill, but...
Desperately trying to get denied to two wolves there. Not going to be successful with it, though. This is some serious chase coming out from SMG. So no one... He didn't make many rotations early on, but now he is literally just a spinning top going around the map, running all over the place, chasing for these kills. And he is going back for the Midas. Like I had previously mentioned, he's going to go for that build. But this makes it difficult for Geek. Any lane they show up, they know that the Invoker is coming over to gank them.
I mean, you see off the back of the kills and the spake he's making, net worth is continuing to grow, 4,000 now. Mashless is even going into that further greed build with the Octarine, so Midas is going to be refreshed earlier, the Devour is going to have a higher uptime.
I like it. Go back for that, and he can be the one playing stationary as the Invoker is just non-stop enabling the Enchantress and the Elder Titan with the moves that he's making. And we can see the reaction already from Geek. Like, they're starting to tighten up their play and get a little bit scared. But that means you're not out on the lanes. You're not pushing the lanes as far. They smoke up, though. Not the greatest burst damage in the duel, but they do have Dawn ulti to come in as well.
Can they even kill Zhao? All right, swap back into the duel. Okay, never. Yeah, they could kill him. Okay, no.
He doesn't have untouchable yet. I think it could have been useful for him to have. I think maybe they would have to expend a Dawn ulti there if he had untouchable, because that makes a huge difference to him surviving or not.
On the mid lane now. Are they just trying to force some reactions? No one in Arfu, hand in hand. Look at Scam to TP mid, and that will all... that they'll get out of it. So still this Battle Fury is continuing to be delayed here from Older, and if you compare the carries though, mid one is well and truly on his way towards a BKB.
Yeah, definitely. He's just progressing really fast here and already having the Maelstrom in hand. He feels, despite the shutdown from the two ganks that he got on the side of Bloodseeker, he is pulling far ahead of the PA. And the bigger story is that the Doom is just farming as well, right? He's that backup, not necessarily carry, but like backup thick core into the late game.
As we get to some of those late game and important mid game fights, is actually Cox top lane.
Oh.
He once again might help get some separation of the tree line before Mastros can apply the Doom. But regardless if you don't get the kill, he's now completely out of mana and only half health to work with, so he'll probably have to go base shortly.
Yeah, so frustrating to get ganked by Invoker like that, because now, not having any mana available, he can't ulti in, so he has to get the Fountain ASAP, and that frees up a little bit of time. But yeah, this game feels like SMG are doing a great job being proactive about every single move. I would like to see them maybe pick up even an early gem to get rid of some of the deep wards, though, that Geek are having currently, because that's giving them some intel on the rotations.
I think that's always been one of the big strengths of Scam as well, with just his capability to be able to drop some incredible wards on the map and read the eventual plays that enemy teams are doing. So see how early that gem does actually end up coming out from SMG, because you're going to have some rich people you, without a doubt, will be able to pick one up at the early stage. I mean, we haven't mentioned Arfu, but he's even going for first item BKB. He's doing a pretty decent job at finding his own farm as well, but just hanging around mid.
It's interesting to see the BKB rush coming out here. I thought that maybe you would go for Aghanims now that they changed it. It doesn't get dispelled. Oh, hold up. Doom?
That's us. This is a really valuable kill. They've been given a couple of supports prior, but this time taking down the Doom is going to be huge for Geek Fam. Again, they don't get the duel victory though, but you definitely will still take the kills at this stage.
Yeah, they could have used the Dawn ulti to secure. They would have gotten the kill with it, but at least holding the Dawn ulti and having that to save PA if she gets jumped could be a big thing here, as she is again getting scouted by the Invoker. Cannot catch a break anywhere on the map. Ulnit just wants to hit creeps for just a second, man, but the no one Invoker is all over the map.
He is. Do we feel like... Do we want him to play a little bit more for his own game, though? Especially now with having no Spirit Vessel charges and being so close to the Midas?
I'd like to see him finish up the Midas at least, and that is what he's going to do now. Just stick around, get this bottom creep wave, because at that point, once you have the Midas, you can again go back to just running around, and you know that you're going to be scaling up passively pretty nicely as well. Looking towards what Geek can do right now. With this blink on Legion, I'd like to see him just continuously play towards the duel. It is off cooldown again.
Does he need to play with the Dawnbreaker though? Because again, we're continuing to see a really big lack of damage for them on the cores. Do you feel like you need to change up who the roaming duo needs to be on Geek Fam to enable Force to get these victories?
Yeah, I'd like to see him like now just grab up Cox or at least commit the ulti to have him come in as well. Mid, this is the Enchantress, not the easiest here to burst. She does have Untouchable now. But yeah, getting the dual damage is like a crucial part of playing offlane Legion. The kills are nice and all, but he's really missing damage. Only 10 at this point after all these attempted duels.
And you, without a doubt, need him to scale this game. If we're going to compare him versus the Doom at the moment, I mean, you see the net worth is... I'm surprised how even it is, to be honest. So Force is doing a good job to keep up, but... Actually, mid lane will hold that. Both sides are going for their own smoke play, but it looks like SMG will convert first. Going underneath the tier 2 tower, they know no fear as Geek Fam weren't home to protect Cox. They're going to go straight to top straight away as Force.
Oh, he could doom him.
They know we teleported here. And Mastros, let's see if they're going to feel...
He's holding it?
Use the Doom, and they will do so now. After mid one's going to be able to chase him down. It'll be a long run down. The phase is going to expire. Nice sidestep of the Echo Storm. He's going to have to get super crafty with the Jukes, and yeah, SMG will sniffing out. Now, simultaneously, no one, he's also on to own it as well. They are well aware that no one is completely isolated from the rest of SMG. They're going to have the Rock to play with. Is the damage for the Phantom Assassin enough to get the kill? Own it. He'll commit, and he'll blow him up.
Oh, the tips again.
Much needed kill, and yeah, like you said, the tips will go back in an 0-1.
Yeah, I mean, he was pushing his limits a little bit too far there, as they already revealed everybody else top, going hard on the PA there. I understand dropping the EMP and like messing with her, but he even chased and tried to commit for killing her, which again, against both the Vengeful and the Warlock, having those saving tools, not the easiest hero to bring down.
These plays across the map though from SNG. I think at one stage it went down to about a 3k lead. We're back up to 5k now, as they were running underneath the Dire Ward. So Geek Fam actually looking to react, and this time they're going to use the duel in combination with the Solar Guardian with the damage. It's enough. Finally, they get some victories. It was a big man stomp from Arfu, but just a little bit too late to prevent Geek Fam from getting that much needed double kill.
Yeah, PA getting some nice crits there as well, and she has the Deso, by the way, so not only scaling up the dual damage there that they won, but getting those early kills with Deso feels really fantastic. He gets 4 from that fight, and any bit of damage on PA, no matter how small, gets amplified quite a lot when you get those crits going later on as well. Looking for if they can make some bigger move though again by Geek here. They still have, you know, still have a little while to go until they get the BKB over on the PA. I think that's when they're really going to open up. Looks like Tormentor is the call.
Seems like SMG are considering about contesting, or maybe they're even pinging Roche as well.
Yeah, this is...
Roche's?
I mean, they don't have the best Roche, though. They're going for it right now, and maybe that's some value that, you know, the enemy won't suspect us to be going Roche, but you're not showing any hero anywhere on the map. I think they might be able to sniff this out on Geek, and they are smoked up right now. Yeah, they're drawing it. They're scanning it. This
What's on cooldown? I mean, Doom's back up. No Solar Guardian, no Rock as well. So some really pivotal ultimates for Geek Fam won't be available.
Oh, it's dropping low. We still have the blink here from Legion. They do scout out the Eng, but she's just a distraction. Don't go for her.
That she is. Well, they're going to try and get the victory. Sets up for the Tornado onto 2 with the Earth Splitter as well. This is not looking good for Geek Fam. As now mid one is going to be like a race car charging through. They'll get the first kill. Sunstrike, Namen will eat it. And now they're going to be able to catch up the Scam. Screw Scam. Let's go back for Roche. Oh, Januel, great position in the tree line.
Yeah, that is such a good position to sit in when you're taking Roche as Radiant there, and you know where the enemy are. They saw that they took the Tormentor before, so they knew the positioning of all of Geek. So using that advantage of having that bit of intel, and now with Aegis in hand and BKB on the Bloodseeker, he'll be hard to bring down. And we can see the Rupture in these fights. It's just a tricky thing for them to deal with. You can't just swap save. A big part of their draft is that you want to be able to use the Vengeful to save someone when they get targeted with that swap, but you would basically just kill your teammate if you try. So he didn't even, get a chance to do that. PAC's Eng.
Yeah.
Could be food, could be feed. You never know. A little bit worried here, Ulnit, not gonna jump it. I would like to see early shard on the PA, by the way. Then she can burst the Eng like it's nothing, getting rid of that untouchable.
Are we thinking about it after the BKB, or do you like that he has it queued up after the Scepter currently?
I think it would be worth it after the BKB, to be honest, but I can understand him wanting the Ags. Look at no one, though. He's just running around scouting people.
No TP on Force. Do they know this, though? Namen will go through the portal.
A little bit slow on the Cold Snap invoke there. He went with Sunstrike for Vision, but didn't have Cold Snap ready.
Oh, did they get a glimpse of him? They didn't. Well, they follow the Impetus. Isn't there one flying across the map? Never mind, I thought I saw one.
Top, DD Rune has been spotted here. Bloodseeker gonna be happy to take that. Maybe they will play towards the mid-tier 2 with this and remove yet another one of these important structures as or Geek are kind of struggling to find a move right now. I think they're just trying to hold on until they get BKB on PA. So don't see them taking too much initiative. Same thing with Legion Commander, to be honest. She's close to that full BKB. This game, man, I'm just watching no one run around. He's always just trotting around, like now he's moving towards bottom. Like, let's see who I can mess with today.
Ooh, own it. Dude, what's going on, man?
Oh, he got vision of the Warlock now. You could maybe run him down. Warlock is not very fast here, getting chased.
My god, run, Scare.
Oh no.
Oh, alright. Oh, dude, this is a wild game. You get the kill in the end. Meanwhile, your mid-tier 2 is getting beat up.
Skim is fine.
What's... Oh my god.
Masaros ended up getting body blocked so much by no one. He was running behind him with travels on the Doom, so trying to get past him, but I don't think he saw that he was getting body blocked. And yeah, I don't know, they just get juked by Scam. He finds a little corner and TP's out.
Middle tower has fallen.
And all this, they're continuing to try and set up bottom with this cliff ward, but it just means T2 tower goes completely uncontested.
They want to fight for bottom tower, though. They have... there goes swap.
Back onto the tier 2. Finally. Dude, they've been waiting ever so patiently for no one to step over the boundary, and finally he will do so. So, nice play. I think we're going to have to see that a little bit more often as well, right? With Namen using the swap aggressive, you mentioned multiple times, his Bloodseeker Rupture means that Namen cannot use it defensively.
I agree.
So I think for him, the plays in these upcoming fights might be for him just to suicide in instead of trying to wait for the perfect swap.
Yeah, you could also, you can swap someone in to try and get a kill on them quickly, or if you don't get the chance to initiate, if you lead with like Legion Commander, you could even just try and swap Bloodseeker or someone into an annoying position and lower their damage output that way, instead of swapping the target that gets ruptured. But yeah, the Venge, he has the Solar Crest and the drum, so he can really amp up the damage now. They have the BKB ready on the PA, they've got the BKB ready on the Legion. I think this is a great go time for all of Geek to just start making moves. They even have the BKB on Dawn, so it's triple core BKB timing. This is an absolutely fantastic time to fight, even into Aegis. Aegis timing out in one minute though, so they could just wait a little bit and then have a fantastic opportunity.
See what the call is going to be at the moment. Still SMG continuing to grow this net worth lead, continuing to play very aggressively and taking away a lot of the farm in Geek Fam's territory.
Yeah, they're playing like they own the map, and very rightfully so. They have that gem on the edge and using it to clear out all the vision, so they can even smoke this far in here. Looking to catch Dawn if they can.
They drop a ward inside the base. Genuel will do so.
Oh, he was spotted.
Glimpse of him though. Masteros has got the blink ready to reveal. This is scary, taking a fight so deep inside their base.
Ooh.
They even seen Naman. What's going on? They're getting dragged everywhere.
They saw Force. They sunstruck for vision, saw the Legion commander, but he blinked into tree line, TP'd out quickly, so good reaction there. But now comes the smoke. This is the move. Aegis is timing out in 5 seconds, and triple BKB online. Yeah, run up, put a ward, and then take the fight. Swap anything.
Let's see if they're going to be able to kill Genuel this time. Half health gone straight away. There's the swap onto Arfu. He's going to be able to wrap.
Oh no, they messed up.
Play around with the BKB. Masteros is not here at the moment. This is still going to be an okay fight, but they are very hesitant with not having that information at all. So Geek Fam, oh, back off. Did they get the victory? Yes, they did. So at least they got the dual damage, but
they got the
BKB used.
Yeah, they got the 1 hero burst, but they messed up the combo a little bit. The Venge was like, okay, I can catch the ET as well. I'll swap him back. But PA blinked him right at the same second, so he ended up swapping him away from the PA, and that's why the ET managed to live there. Otherwise, they could have gotten 2 hero kills. So not the biggest loss for SMG as they back up and just reposition themselves.
Radiant are scanning.
SMG scan's going to be on the mark as Force will lead the charge. Jewel's still on cooldown for 8 seconds. It's going to be a big kill if they're going to be able to find it. Swap, Naman's going to get it out of safety. It sets up for the duel though.
The jumping Doom.
Now it can completely take him out of the fight. Solar Guardian's going to buy them some time as Mid-1 and Olnet's going to go toe-to-toe. Mid-1 wants the sidestep, and Geek Fam, they want nothing to do with it as well. A BKB TPR, it means they're going to lose the gem and they're going to lose Scam as well, as Mid-1 finally can now feast on some blood. A triple kill for the carry.
Beautiful.
Casualties for SMG.
Beautiful damage output there when he has the shard on the Bloodseeker as well as the Mjolnir. He's just shredding through these tanky heroes. You think that you have a lot of sustain, but you really don't the moment that he goes in. And focusing the Doom is a bit of a trap, right? You think that maybe Doom can be a good target to burst, but that means that you commit your stuns, you commit your spells, and Bloodseeker just has a free field day there. The mid high ground push, it's pretty damn fast here. Tower already gone.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So death time is on too long. They'll be able to react. We're looking for a swap back inside the base. They're going to be able to pop the Lincolns, and now with the Blade Mail, if they got enough damage, Own It will finally jump in. A big kill onto no one, and now they can catch up to Genuel as well. As all they will lose is a tier 3 tower, little bit of health from the objectives, but nonetheless, a successful hold from the boys on Geek Fam.
That was clutch by Olnit there, just throwing the one little dagger, breaking the Lincolns before, and the timing was on point. This is again what we're seeing from Geek. Like when they want to kill some hero, they execute it really well. I just think that targeting bottom on the Doom was a little bit optimistic, but turning this around here. Also, he did go back for the shard before Aghanim, so Olnit on the same page here, wanted that extra bit of break. Definitely useful for him.
It would have been a lovely corridor snipe with the Scepter on the Bloodseeker getting delivered now. I want to continue to speak about Olnet's itemization though. How do you look to address the Bloodseeker? Because we mentioned Rupture could be really a big issue for him in fights. Are you considering a Lincoln's, or does that hinder too much of your damage potential?
Yeah, we see a bit of a replay there of the jump as well. I think Lincoln's could be a good option to try and deal with it. Even if you lose some damage potential, it is good, but I think just rely on the Aghanims. Like, we can see Olnit's itemization here. This is what we've seen a lot on PA. I don't know if you saw the same in Eastern Europe as well, but just Aghanims into early rapiers, even when you're not in a super losing position, or even when you're ahead in a game. People have been going for rapiers on PA, and just, you know, play it without any form of fear seems to be the most rewarding way to play her.
I really miss that time in Dota where we had the Rapier True Strike, and
oh my god, yeah,
people going like when there was, oh, hold that, because we got a smoke out from SMG at the moment. Geek Fam are very split, so if they ran straight away into the triangle here, wouldn't have no one there at the moment. They're gonna have a haste to work with too. Let's see who they want to actually give this over.
Yeah, so give it to Invoker. He's chasing, leading the way. The PA has her Aghanims coming in, so she's going to be blurred. And all of Geek just standing here on top of the top on the spot. Oh, they scout out the Roche.
And they see Narman. They also might run into Onet as well. Smoke's gonna pop.
Look at that blur, though.
By he's giving them so much information.
They can't find him.
Try and jump over the top, but what can they do with this intelligence though on Geek Fam? They want to retreat, but I think they got a glimpse of Narman in the trees. Yeah, Januel, he'll run into the Vengeful Spirit. And now what's the call to make on Geek Fam? Looks like they're going to feed Narman to the wolves.
Oh no, they're losing Scam as well at the same time.
Well, oh, Geek Fam, both supports trying to find a little hole to hide him, but that's hard to be. And now Roche is up in 30 seconds. This should probably be free for SMG.
Yeah, they were a little bit hesitant there. It was all about whether Force could see a good target to jump or not. If he could get a duel onto the Bloodseeker with PA nearby, I think they would have jumped.
I think he can die, especially with the duel.
He has Shivas though.
Damage from Onet as well. What is the armor? Finally gonna try and bring him down to half, but SMG, they've had plenty of time to react. Onet's back in, but importantly the Doom is out. All he can...
Oh no, the TP out didn't work.
Splitter will stop that at the buzzer as the attempt was there, but unfortunately for Geek Fam, they will pay in blood as now Force is on the run. Massos, all he's got is the Infernal Blade to slow him down.
Chasing after here. Doom has to be careful not to overstep. Swap is available.
He is overstepping.
Oh, he has his team nearby. PA messed up there, by the way. She blinked on the Legion commander, not on the Doom. Ooh. So she didn't get the attack speed. You only get it if you blink on an enemy hero. So didn't get that 230 bonus attack speed, and the DPS was just lacking. And they couldn't kill off the Doom with the Shivas, like you mentioned. He's way too fat.
And look at the punish from SMG. Full set of barracks mid, a second set down bottom. And they can still just go back and get Roshan as well. A disastrous result to that fight. And Masros wants to push them away too. Onto Skem, press the attack, maybe gets rid of the opportunity of something like a Sunstrike, but they know no fear. If you get the buyback out of PA, that would completely hinder a gold. And now you
Sunstrike on points
as well.
Yeah, they have buyback, but I mean, they're losing Megas right now, and they're not buying back the Venge even.
There's just no damage, 3,500 health. Masros is a beast. That's a pretty big rock. Fatal Bonds onto multiple heroes as well. Cox is falling low. A huge jump in. They just rip apart mid one. No Bloodseeker now for the team fight. Maybe Onet's going to be enabled. A big crit as well for Find a secondary kill. And Masros is swapped back into the middle as well, as somehow Geek Fam will hold on to some of their base sets. Only one barracks left standing from them and going up against Megas.
Yeah, that's so close to getting Mega Creeps enabled already on the SMG team, and they have great heroes to just dive in and get it as well. With the Enchanters being able to push side lanes with the Creeps as well. This does give a little bit of a window though. Geek, they can go and get themselves the Aegis if they move over to... Actually, Roche is coming to them in 5 seconds. So it's gonna come top, and they're gonna try and get the Aegis, and then it's straight Rapier. PA needs the full relic gold. She has 2.2k, so enough for Demon Edge, but still far away from the full rapier here.
Oh, they got a glimpse of Afu.
Can they reach him with a blink?
I think they might be able to. Wave a Terror up in 5. They can continue to hunt, but this is wasting some valuable seconds though from them getting Roche.
Oh, even BKB and run.
Even gotta get the kill.
Oh no.
Oh, dude, mid one's up in 3. I mean, what's going inside the...
Oh, look at the racks, look at the racks.
He's gonna be able to get the Mega Creeps. He'll still die. Willie in the end, Tornado, Deafening Blast. No way, these two...
Oh!
No way!
What?
No one, are you serious?
Okay, what a play, dude. What a play there. Top, meanwhile, fight breaking out a little bit as well, but yeah, not gonna be able to get themselves that Aegis. They're teeping back now. Gonna have to deal with Mega Creeps from that big play by no one. That was such a good read. They can get into the base there and just take out the range racks. Oh man, dude, this is such a tough spot now for Geek. They're not entirely out of the game yet, but it is going to be extremely tough. They cannot contest Roche anymore. You're too busy dealing with side lanes. So there's going to be a Mega Creep pushing in and Aegis push coming soon.
And that, all things could have lined up for them, though. You could have had Aegis, Second Life with Rapier on Honor.
I mean,
gives you kind of a get out of jail card almost if you die, but now you won't have that because you chased a little bit too far just for one kill.
And you didn't even get it, right? That ET just created so much space. He even had Elven Tunic as well as the Windlace, so a lot of movement speed, and he had the little bit of evasion as well to keep himself extra safe. Yeah, this This was a crucial moment there. I don't want to say it was like, oh, this was where the game was decided or something, because they were already in a tough spot, but they could really have gone for that Roche there instead of chasing him down, I think.
Just that chance you get Roche, maybe the probability goes up by like 3%. And at the moment, it's 8% for them. That 3%'s a lot when you're at this stage.
Exactly. It's very unlikely here. The push is coming. They're looking for a clean initiation, putting some high ground wards.
Again, is it the potential swap back into the duel deep inside the base as Mastros is going to start? Doesn't even really use too much and gets a BKB out of Cox.
That's a cheap BKB force right there. And then a tornado combo onto Legion. Trying to do the same thing there. Holds his BKB though.
Yeah, back. I bought a nullify. Okay, won't have enough time for the rapier. Final fight, just wants whatever item he can get.
Good man-fighting item, but they have to go. They need to find an initiation. Legion is smoked up. Looking for the jump.
Not on there.
I mean, Aegis on the Bloodseeker. Even if you jump him, you gotta kill him twice. I don't know if you can start with duel on him.
They'll pop the Lincolns and they might go now. Armin's still looking for the angle. Meanwhile, Mastros as well is just trying to put their attention over towards the Doom. They're even going to Alacrity the Enchantress. Someone has to go.
Ench is the one to finish up the game. He's just pushing. Oh, Rupture instead.
Box is ruptured, and they can commit. They know he doesn't have a BKB. Force is in first, though. Mid-1 as well will get the finishing blow. It's a decent rock to help them reposition. They'll deal with the Aegis as well, thanks to the crit from Olner. Buybacks are going to be the most valuable thing for Geek Fam to be able to find some way in, as no one gets swapped in front of the base and a big kill onto the Invoker. Geek Fam, some signs of life for them on this defense, and they might push SMG out of the base.
Yeah, they're backing up, grouping together here on SMG. PA looking for the jump, but has to get rid of the catapults first. Oh, Bench is low, he jumps in.
Oh, he's gonna go for it. Not enough though. Rupture's still down, so they won't be able to punish Olnet from going in aggressively. Cox is down on the low ground too, but it's not gonna matter. And well, it looks like they'll live to see another day, but it does mean though that Olnet once again has to build up towards the rapier.
Yeah, I mean, gotta go back and keep trying to get this one win condition, try and get some massive crits going here, but it's so tough, man. These fights are very, very complicated already, and that's before Doom adds a big fighting item. He's going for a BKB next. That's gonna give him the confidence as well to just go in, replacing that Midas. And even something like Aghanim's on him later on would be very tough to deal with for the other lineup.
Mid-1's setting up bottom on this creep wave, and it does look like Olnet's going to go for it. What a read from SMG, but I also have no idea how Olnet knew that was happening. Pretty goddamn good read from him too.
Yeah, he's definitely got a sixth sense going here that, you know, he wants to push out the mega creeps, but the moment he starts showing, he knows that they're gonna pay attention to the side lanes. Even if you're in blur, they are hunting for you, my friend.
They're still hunting. Right, we'll see the spirits for this time. He won't go too far in.
Yeah, they can see the spirit triggers when it walks onto him, even if it's blurred.
Ooh. Okay.
And she's back.
Back as a 5-man. Another miracle defense needs to occur. As well, Tornado's going to clip onto 2. They should be able to assassinate Narman with ease. They'll get Cox as well. A 3v5, and Mid-1 is onto the throne. In fact, he wants to celebrate with some more kills as well. Further past the base they go. One more glyph to be able to stall this game out, but it's not going to be enough, and his owner can kill everyone in a couple of seconds. But with him, Doom, the possibility is not there at all. As SMG, they're going to be able to even up our series. We got a 1-1 tie. We're going to game 3.
I love watching Noah on his player camera. He was so happy after that game. You can see him sitting there smiling a little bit, and I think he had a lot of fun playing his Invoker in this game as well, man. The backdooring there for the final lane of Rax getting the mega creeps, but also just his playstyle. He was being such a thorn in this PA's side the entire game, just chasing her, keeping tabs on where she's farming. Props to Geek, though. I mean, I think that they really did the best they could with the situation they were in. We see some of the highlights here from the game. What? Did I just see Warlock dancing? Oh, I see. It's a back... moonwalking. There's a lot of moonwalks going on.
These are pretty good highlights.
This is too dank for me, man.
These are best moments of the moonwalking. All right, we get to see that last fight again.
I like it, but Yeah, the pick off from the Rupture. I think Bloodseeker was a great reaction draft from SMG when they saw the PA. We could see so many fights the Rupture, even if it wasn't targeting on PA, and sometimes even just against Legion or against the Dawnbreaker, it had the same effect. You just lock down a core, prevent them from being able to be saved with the Venge, and maybe Bloodseeker is just a really great reaction read to Vengeful, because she doesn't have the the strong ability to save her teammates that she normally brings to a table.
We gave the MVP previously to Cox. We had an incredible Primal Beast performance. Do we feel like, though, the opposition mid laner deserves it? No one this game with the Invoker? Or how are we feeling?
I think so. I mean, he did have a moment where he kind of got caught a little bit too aggressive, but overall, his tempo that he played with here, it's hard to emulate exactly what he did here. I also want to give a bit of a shout out, though, to Alfu on that Elder Titan. I think he really knew what he was doing. Like, he played a pretty clean game against Geek Fam here, going 1-2 and 18. Definitely not a shabby performance as well.
So a bit of a different look that we got out of SMG in this game in particular. You know, we saw previously the unconventional offlane Naga. You know, we got the Invoker support as well in that other one. This time we get to see no one on his ever so uncomfortable Invoker, and they're able to make it work as well. I mean, you gave props to Arfu. We can even, I think Januel as well with a lot of his positioning. I think some of the early game moves and helping open up that map, which meant that Mastros could freely be the highest net worth in this game, and he had a lot of impact with some of his dooms inside the fight. So I think none of the cores did the role that they were required, but also definitely the support in Arfu and Januel. So we're going to be going the distance here for our third series of the night. Geek Fam, SMG battling it out. One team, of course, will be able to move on into the upper bracket. Still, at least both sides, they have that second life potential, but if you're going to make it into TI-12, it is going to be a dangerous run from going all the way through the lower bracket, and we'll have to find out which team that will potentially be getting dropped down, because so far, it is looking very competitive between these two. But of course, a quick break. When we come back, we've got game 3. We'll see you guys soon.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
We're going to see a game 3 come up very shortly. The boys on SMG able to strike back and tie us up in our 3rd series of the night. Looks like the series is living up to the hype as well. I mean, of course, a lot of people, what were the expectations heading into it with SMG? You've got some really star names on there, but for Geek Fam as well, you've got some star names that have been around in the Southeast Asian region for quite some time, and these teams are having one incredible battle at the moment. And Waga, I don't even know who I'd feel like is the favorite heading into game 3 now.
Yeah, very tough to say who's gonna take it here. Of course, we did see SMG just pull a very nice win here in game 2, but game 1 also looked, very shaky from them. Didn't really look as crisp in execution. So going into game 3, it's really gonna be up to both the teams to prepare well with both the drafts and be on top of their game, because the last game it was a lot of fights, a lot of skirmishes, and you have to have such good read on the map where you want to take the pickoffs, and that's why I think in last series was ultimately what SMG got a little bit ahead. They used that invoker to scout, and they got so much advantage from just being able to find the opponents, where Geek Fam, maybe it's a little bit back to the draft. Maybe the Legion and the Dawn was struggling a bit to function in the same team. We'll see if they go back for something similar or do something different this game.
10 seconds remaining.
So, I'm also, again, trying to remember. We had the Venge as the response from Geek Fam, and...
Yeah, the Enchantress was first pick, right? I think.
Okay.
And the Venge came out early as well. That Enchantress got a lot of value. I wonder if you want to exactly go for some respect ban here, because that seemed to be very problematic. Their tier 1 towers just disappeared way faster than they would like, and when the map opens up, that's when those ganking heroes can really thrive. So they're gonna ban it out in the first phase here.
Alright, it'll actually be SMG, the ones going down for the Vengeful Spirits. So let's see what the response is going to be. I mean, we were both very impressed kind of with what the Bloodseeker was able to do. I can't imagine that's something you're looking at already. And we will get the Nam and Rubik. So definitely one of his more comfortable heroes, without a doubt. And you'd probably say a lot of the Venge abilities feel pretty nice to steal as well with the Rubik Wave of Terror can be nice.
Oh, yeah.
The Magic Missile with your cast range. So
I don't think you complain about anything there. It's so nice. Like every single ability just feels amazing. And if it's comfort zone, then it's a good opening as well. Sorry, I cut you off a bit there.
I was going to say, what do you feel overall about like the Rubik hero as just in general at the moment? Because I know there's some people have kind of different opinions on where they feel this hero is currently positioned.
I think it's a non-telling early support reveal, and that's what I've seen a lot of teams do. Like, you pick the hero, it doesn't really give too much intel for SMG here, like what Geek Fam are actually going to be doing. And if you have a player who is like a Rubik spammer, then I think it's in a good spot. Overall, I don't think it's necessarily a Rubik patch or that we should be seeing a crazy amount of Rubik start getting picked up, but the players who are experienced with playing Rubik in a lot of scrims and tournaments before are not shy to take it and as an early pick to kind of shelter your team from revealing too much info early.
Okay. Well, so far we saw the previous game, Gyrocopter was banned out in the second phase. We'll see if that once again is going to be the case here at the moment, because of course either side is definitely going to be looking towards that.
Yeah, we also haven't seen Razor banned out, a hero that, also could be making an appearance. I've seen him be quite successful in a lot of high-level EU games as well, and was played quite a bit in South America, so it just feels like a good hero in the patch overall. And if you want to go for Gyrocopter, Razor could always be a nice response into it.
Yeah, I think Eastern Europe Razor was always first phase banned as well. It was pretty much China. So AA into the Gyro, which we have seen as... Do you agree currently with the current state of people addressing Gyro with trying to deal with his satanic lifesteal? Because that's pretty much seen at least one of the main ways for me. China at the start was like morphling into Gyro, but now a lot of people are feeling like AA is like one of the bigger ways to deal with him.
Yeah, I think he's really good. You could also go Doom, which they played last game. It's, a hero that honestly is quite good at dealing with Gyro. Just slap down the Doom on him and he can't heal for the duration. The problem is he still pops that BKB and it can be, difficult to win the man fight against him. But if the Satanic can't heal them up and you have a good core to just jump in there and right-click him, you usually have enough to take him down.
5 seconds remaining.
See if SMG want to go back into the Invoker or not at the moment, which we saw, of course, the previous game. It was that ET Invoker in the second phase. So if they're feeling anything a little bit different,
Yeah.
we get the Phoenix. I have a very high opinion on Phoenix at the moment. I think this is an incredible support. I don't know if you also feel the same.
I agree that Phoenix is like honestly underrated. I think the recent changes that just made everything tick faster makes Phoenix feel so much better than before when the damage used to tick very slowly. Now it's not really about a big damage increase, but yeah, overall the hero is probably a little bit underrated because I don't see many teams rely on it. I guess there's a downside, you could say, that, you know, playing Phoenix into Jarrow, he can focus down the egg and Flak will still hit the rest of your team. So he's a pretty good hero for going for the egg. But I like the potential to pick Phoenix with ET. This is a classic two-hero combination where you basically drop the egg and then you use the Ancestral Spirit to stomp anyone who tries to commit and crash the egg or crack the egg.
So yesterday, earlier today, the Phoenix was picked up and it was an instant Snapfire response. Which I can't remember if that was the Execration series. No, I think it was the Spawn UDV series we saw where, yeah, Phoenix was first pick and then Snapfire was addressed. So we'll see if they wanting, in general, if they feel like they need another way to deal with the egg. Because currently SMG, very strong team fight. And, well, this is an interesting way. We're going to get the Marcy now, which is a hero I've not really seen too much with the new sidekick change.
Marcy Jarrow is disgusting. It's actually really, really strong. I wonder if it's going to be a core Marcy or if they want to run a 5 Marcy, because 5 Marcy with Gyrocopter is no weak pairing. You basically have free lifesteal, so you don't need to go for the early Morbid Mask. You can go heavier into the early DPS, get the Power Treads, Crystallis, Aghanim Scepter, Rush. And also, it gives you an option to deal with the egg. You talked about the Snapfire for the burst of the egg, but Marcy with the ulti can do the same thing. Yeah, it costs you a little bit more, but she's definitely fantastic, you know, being able to just crack it really fast. And they're going to be the ones to take up the Invoker now as well on the side of Geek Fam here.
Radiant team ban.
Response for them, it's going to be no one's puck. So a lot of team fight out of SMG, and really not much that Puck has to be worried about. I do think Rubik is probably one of the better supports against Puck. All your abilities are great to steal, Orb to be able to farm and be a bit of a nuke. Silence, of course, for the extra control Versu, but instant stun and telekinesis really makes it a little bit tricky. But that is it. That is the only thing that no one has to be worried about currently.
So is this going to be... I wonder who's going to be core out of the Venge, ET, and Phoenix here. I'm not sure what SMG prefer. If this is going to be like a core Phoenix on the offlane, or if it's possibly even a core Venge to try and get that Aghanims a little bit earlier and be able to, you know, play around that. Many different ways that they could approach this here, but I think that's very important to know how they're going to play this one out, which one is going to end up be the pos 3.
Dire team ban.
I like how they're at least covering their tracks here with the Faceless Void. Of course, Void, Phoenix, ET, super scary.
Yeah, just also a hero that that generally can be pretty tough to deal with. You can time walk through the homing missile all the time as well, so hard for Gyrocopter to really get a catch on him. And they ban out the Terrorblade, another popular hero in the current patch. I feel like these are good reads. They need some big damage here on Team SMG to kind of carry into all the AoE they already have.
You think you could even say potentially some way to take objectives as well, which is something that they're currently lacking. I don't know. How do you feel about a Sven at the moment for SMG?
I like it. I think Sven could definitely work here. I was thinking about, you know, whether they want something like Sven or even going down the Wraith King, who has been buffed recently as well, but seems like it's just a little bit too slow comparatively. Like Sven gets Blink and just gets online, whereas Wraith King is a bit too easy to play against, I feel.
Drow Ranger.
Okay, they go Drow, so different approach to get some range here, and now they have pretty good silence as well with Drow and Puck in the team. Can definitely mess with the Rubik and Invoker, and they get a pushback, so if Marcy ever jumps in, Drow can silence.
Yeah, so I think still the value of Marcy Core increased a little bit though, because I do think it's quite nice versus the Drow. But maybe if you're looking versus some other offlaners, Mars could be something you're looking to now consider for Geek Fam. Gives you a little bit of team fight protection for the Gyro, way to get on Drow importantly.
Yeah, I like the Arena here. Arena blocking out the right clicks from both the Puck and the Drow Ranger could be a lot of safety for your team. But yeah, I like Marcy as a 5, honestly. I would say just have her be a 5 and run together with Gyro and get yourself something on the offlane here that you can kind of rally around. They could even go for something like a Legion commander themselves here in this game. I mean, they played it last game, but I didn't really like the combination of the Dawn and the Legion. Felt like they were lacking damage. But now, having Marcy in your team, having Sunstruck possibly from the Invoker, I feel like there's more options. And you get another nice catch on the puck, right? If you ever get Telekinesis, you can follow up with a duel.
Yes,
pretty quick takeout.
I don't know how much of a deterrent the puck coil is, but if you want to go really crazy, Centaur is a potential. Centaur Rubik's a strong lane. Good to run away from the egg, but again, all right, well, we get another Blink Initiator, which is one we have not seen in quite some time, but again, importantly, like pretty much all the heroes we were suggesting, you just got to find a way to get on the drow. It is just as simple as that. You need a hero for Force to be able to initiate, gives you a little bit of control as well, which can help set up for Cox's combo as this game goes on.
Yeah, they get some nice stuff to jump the Drow later on, but I'm a little bit concerned about the lane picking Axe into the Drow lane. It's not always the easiest lane to go up against. By the way, we see the picks now from the player, so it's going to be Masaros on that Venge. So looking to be a pos 3 Venge, and it's going to be the support Phoenix here. And yeah, I think I like this choice, by the way. The Venge core, I think, is more crucial here than either ET or Phoenix. They don't really need items as badly.
Okay. How do you feel about this one? Because again, we've had a very back and forth series. You know, game 1, Geek Fam looked quite dominant. SMG were able to rival that in the second game. Do we feel like we're in store for another relatively even game here?
I think we're going to see very high action here as both No One and Cox are playing on these rotation heroes. Like we have Puck and we have Invoker. We saw what Invoker can do last game, but Puck is also, you know, right up No One's alley. He likes these type of blinky heroes or jumpy heroes like Storm, Puck, and Queen. So we could see a real brawl here, and I wonder which team I favor going late game here even. It's a little bit tricky, but I think I would say I favor Geek Fam just a little bit off of having that Marcy plus Gyro combination. It scales very well.
Okay, yeah, that's for me. I have no, like, I haven't seen a game with this Marcy Gyro, so I'm very intrigued to see how it's going to be able to shape up at the moment. I don't know how potent it is. I've got to take your word for it and see what they're going to be able to do out of Geek Fam, because a big thing for me is just the potential in SMG with how scary their team fight can look. And with that being said, Geek Fam, they've got pretty scary team fight too. A lot of it's going to be dependent on how big of the axe calls we're going to get out of Force in this offlane. There is that wombo combo, but like, man, if these eggs can go off, even if they're not the greatest, they can just protect the Drow Ranger and enable her to fight. Because again, it is a Drow versus a Gyrocopter. It is, you know, still this kind of agi hero that wants to be really in the middle of the fight. So, let's see what mid one's going to be able to do. She has some decent heroes to be able to protect her. But another thing is, like, is this... We know that the Venge as a core pretty much always rushes Scepter, and you can be pretty useless for the first 18 minutes. Could that be a big window here for the Invoker to potentially rotate and like an early blink out of Force as well to be super active?
Yeah, I like that analysis because honestly, the Venge, she feels like half a hero until you get the Aghanims. She doesn't really facilitate that many big moves. She doesn't pressure tower that much. Once she gets Aghanims, she is a non-stop goer. So maybe that's a power spike to play around early on here. We'll see how much they can enable the Invoker, who did go for the Exort level 1, by the way, which I have to say that I generally disagree with, but if they jump someone, they could add that 200 damage Sunstrike here.
Like right now, potentially onto Arfu.
Oh, yeah.
I should be able to set up for the Sunstrike. We're going to see it. It's a bit too late, though, man.
Okay.
They're going to have to use another Blood Grenade, but you really want to get those kills. That's now Sunstrike that might be on cooldown for the range creep, which we see very much used often for the Invoker. So you get the kill, but like, it's a minor thing.
Yeah, you want the first blood as well. When you're the mid Invoker, you know, you spent that 175 mana, so you want to get something for it, but didn't really get the kill. I guess it was just a little bit of a miscommunication, or like didn't call that, you know, go now. He was going towards mid and blocking. There we see that Sunstrike. At least he does get the range creep, but that means he's down to 100 mana already. Using 2 Sunstrikes, that's so costly.
It is indeed. So, game 1, MVP went to Cox. Game 2 went to Mr. No One. And like you said, these are both kind of mid laners that play very rotation heavy. I do wonder how different that's going to be now with the Exort Invoker on Cox and kind of what, is 10 minutes is going to look like once we hit that stage. But let's take a look at top lane, because this is something you were mentioning in particular, like with the Marcy Jar. Do they ramp up in power as the game goes on, or is this a pretty strong laning duo as well?
It's pretty strong laning. They need to get sidekick though. He skilled the Q on Marcy for the first blood there, which was a good idea. I mean, obviously they got it as well. But once they get a point in flat cannon and they get the sidekick, this lane starts becoming pretty damn annoying. The Gyro just keeps life stealing up. Bottom lane, we see a bit of trading here, but they're going to be completely fine. It looks like as the Drow backs out from the Rubik's right clicks here.
Are we already considering on mid one to be thinking about something like a Scepter? I think Afu should be fine. I got a Sunstrike. I don't know if that's going to be off the mark again. So no mana now on Cox.
Expensive. They don't have the longest stun durations yet, so it's a little bit hard for him to land the Sunstrikes, I guess. But I mean, with a homing missile, you should be able to connect them, just not really getting them here. But yeah, sorry, this top lane, man, they keep fighting here, going for Gyro now.
Blood Grenade's going to be committed. Scam should be able to give him some breathing room. Might have just jumped into his own death, though. This damage from Mastros and Afu continuing to be pumped out, but another round of the missile won't be there in range. But yeah, the reason why I brought up the Scepter on the Drow is because, we spoke about in the draft, like the Gyrocopter relying on Satanic. Now you're going to be able to pick up that extra lifesteal from the sidekick. So do we think this is something that mid one would be considering with his Aghanim Scepter with the hypothermia?
Yeah, I think it could be a pretty nice addition. I mean, Aghanims is an item that a lot of people just enjoy going for on Drow. It's a lot of damage increase in general, so feels pretty amazing. Top finally, Sunstrike, gonna land.
Look at the kill, Afu. Can he trade though? Oh, and it's going to try and juke through, but the Tango will be way through the trees, and unfortunately, but the body blocks aren't enough. One more right click.
He's faster. He's got 10 movement speed.
Oh no, dude, he got away. Oh.
The regen, and they're getting out of tower as well, just passively regening up here. 2 points in the flat cannon now, but Venge is back, and Gyro has to be very careful. So low HP here, and if he steps up to do any form of last hitting, Masaros is going to be immediately jumping him. And with this big creep wave, it's a bit tough, man. You're losing CS if you don't contest the creep wave here.
They're going to be able to block the pull as well. Nicely done. So yeah, Geek Fam, even though they get the kill, they are definitely losing a lot at this top side.
Yeah.
So will come out though and repair some of the damage. So looks like he'll be back in fighting shape on Ulnet. Momentarily, they're going to go at him once again. And we saw Skem step out of the lane, so again, Ulnet just loses 500 health.
I mean, this is so painful for Ulnet, having a really tough time. He does have the boots early here, though, so that might help him stay alive. But look, anytime he comes close, the Venge just throws up one of these magic missiles, 180 damage for 95 mana. Now going on Skem.
All right, dude, this lane, what is going on? So much action. It's not going to be enough damage.
I mean, they're trying to support it with Sunstrikes. They're throwing so many up there, but still they're losing that lane pretty handedly. The poor Gyro only has 8 and 3 CS, so not able to really even go close to the creep wave here. Okay, let's look quickly towards the other lanes, because it's so mesmerizing, the top lane. We get caught up in it. Bottom lane, we see a lot of damage here onto Force. Looks like he might go down to the multi-shot combo here.
Yeah, nice read as well. They know that the Rubik has been leaving the lane always at this minute interval to make some stacks, which Narman has got plenty of stacks to go for Force, but as soon as they see him start to move on over, they know that the Axe is vulnerable, so a great timing for SMG to make a go.
Yeah, doesn't get the Ancients on this one. One of the creeps decided to not cooperate, but he does get the big camp at least. But bottom lane looking really good as well here. SMG just getting pretty good start to all the lanes. Mid lane even, no one is leading the way in the CS chart as well. 29 and 7 versus the 24 and 2 on Invoker. Man, this Gyrocopter, we left and we talked about other lanes for like, over a minute there, and he got 1 CS during that time. It's so tough out there.
Now, I don't know if I've seen a Gyro lose a lane this badly is what we're getting. Skem shows up. He's just free food. I will find a double stun, but now they'll go for Ulna. Dude, Arthur already been level 4 as well. Having 2 points in Astral Spirit means he's doing stupid amounts of damage. And you might just, you might just need to send him to a jungle. At least you are at this Mighty Mines area, so you're going to get the extra regen. He's even going to make a stack as well. But usually the power of the Gyro, from what I've been seeing, just flat cannon, shove the lane, go back. And usually you're not contesting the lane because you've always been able to deal with the creeps, but we're not seeing that be the case at the moment.
Jumping on the Venge might get a return kill here at least, though, but TP coming in immediately from Puck.
Oh, can they take the Sunstrike? They do. Nicely done. Making sure Mastros isn't even going to go down to that extra help from Cox.
I did not expect them to be this dominant in the lane. Afu and Masaros are just putting on a clinic on top lane. This lane, I mean, it's a potent combo, but I didn't expect them to completely dominate Marcy and Jara like this, because it's pretty strong in its own regard. Some of it may be going back to the idea here of trying to Sunstrike and trying to combo, and then they just get the combo wrong a little bit and overextend on the side of Geek. But yeah, they're just not getting the farm they need on the carry.
I don't know what happened to the hard stack. I don't know who actually took the hard stack, but it was completely gone.
Axe made a move over and took the bottom camp there. Yeah, so they got it themselves. No steal was allowed there, as Puck was kind of busy moving over to the top lane. But
even then, dude, even after that stack, take a look at the net worth. 900, make it 1,000 difference between mid one and force down bottom. So even though he was able to get that big stack, it doesn't look like it's mattering too much at the moment.
Yeah, and there's also 1,000 gold difference almost between the offlaners. The Venge out farming the Axe, having a very good start here.
We said Venge is quite useless for a decent chunk of this game. Your lane is very, very strong. Don't get me wrong, but at the stage where we're going to see a lot more plays happen on the side lanes and across the map, you can definitely feel the weakness of this hero, but she's going to have a great timing of the Scepter if it keeps going at this rate.
Yeah, this is going to be an absurdly early Aghanims for him, and he's got great stats now as well with the double bracer, magic stick, and he got the occult bracelet as neutral item. Definitely the best in slot for him in the tier 1 department there. Power rune did go the way of the Invoker, so got himself a shield rune here. No bottle refill for no one, making it a bit hard for him to make a rotation towards the side lanes. But his side lanes are doing so good, he doesn't really have to make rotations on Puck.
What do we feel like no one's considering as well with the itemization? Of course, Witchblade, very standard. What is he wanting afterwards?
I think it's just Witchblade into Blink. Maybe he goes for a full Kaya-Sanj, pretty common as well to see. But I'm a big fan of getting the Shard on Puck nowadays. The 35 damage per auto attack for the rest of the game feels amazing. It's, good value for 1,400 gold. And then also getting extra auto attacks out with the phase shift, of course.
Did they buff that?
Yeah, it was 20. It went from 20 to 35, so it almost doubled in damage. And it's not just on the phase shift attack, it is on every single attack. So yeah, right-click Puck. They buffed the Aghanim Scepter as well, so it's interesting scaling late game now. I've seen a lot of Pucks go for actual right-click builds with Aghanim Scepter, just destroy the enemy team. So if we go into the ultra late game here, I would say that's something they have in their pocket as well on SMG, that he can transition into being a damage dealer.
And as a whole, Tread's Witchblade with that Axe Shard, regardless if you even you look to go for some more right click.
Oh yeah.
That in itself will just ridiculously amplify your damage. So yeah, very intrigued in what the decision's going to be for no one. Again, maybe you get lucky with sealing. Maybe not lucky, but you're able to take Geek Fam's Tormentor if the next 5-10 minutes goes incredibly well where you're occupying the map. But they're continuing to want to scale, dude. Mid one, he's gone down a Midas route. So this lead he's already gained is going to further grow now with the amplification of that Midas.
Yeah, see quite a few Drow Rangers go for this Midas. I'm, been a little bit on the fence about Midas Drow really being useful, whether you want to have the Dragonlance and start making rotations. Speaking of which, the DD Invoker is coming up top to try and salvage this push.
I'll start onto the Gyro, swap back into the egg. Onit's going to have some reinforcements nearby. It's so important that he's going to be able to get out of danger because now Geek Fam, they can look to turn it back around, but even Mid One feels the importance of showing up to the team fight. They're going to be lacking the damage currently as Cox has got plenty of stats, but no one. An early movement out of him. A great mirror of his rotation to the top side helps him get the kill onto Cox's Invoker. And now with all the numbers, they should be able to get a tier 1 tower as well to add to the tally.
Yeah, that was a great start for them as well. Getting the swap on the gyrocopter, making sure to get him out of position. And we didn't see Axe join because Axe still doesn't have Blink Daggers. So ultimately, they were just outnumbered for that fight. No real way for Geek to win it. But Axe is close now. 100 gold. He gets the Blink at least, but still no Blade Mail, of course. So he's going to have to rely on combos still.
Dude, I cannot keep looking at this Vengeance net worth. I'm
absurd.
Worried for Geek. Yeah, dude, this is ridiculous.
He was not the player I expected to be topping net worth at 11 minutes, but Masaros is huge, and this spells trouble. Once he gets Aghanims and then, 15 minutes, get the shard early on, he becomes a menace. It's so difficult to deal with. Even if you kill him, he will just keep going. He even gets stronger, getting extra movement speed bonus. So, yeah, I think we can see a very, very aggressive game coming out from SMG. I think they're going to blow Geek out of the water here with the laning stage open like this.
Oh, Discord lag. Okay. I don't like seeing admin. Like, I see that, I feel like there's something going on. I thought maybe someone disconnected, couldn't rejoin or something like that. All right, just some Discord issues, but yeah, back on this Venge though. He has like so much playmaking potential this game, right? Like you have your swap to potentially save from like the Axe burst, because that's really the big power of Geek Fam, right? You've got jumping with Axe with Invoker follow up. You can even think about swapping the Gyro into the middle, into an egg, or into an instant Earth splitter from Arfu with the Drow Ranger nearby, being able to right click. Him having all this farm is really going to open up the options of how SMG can play this game.
Yeah, it opens up a lot of avenues, and what you mentioned there about swapping the Gyro becomes so much more of a possibility with Gyro basically being on food stamps right now. He's at 3.7k net worth. Like, he's looking at basically half the farm of the Venge right now, and the Drow, of course, being right up there as well, closing in on 6k. So he has to be so mindful about his position, and I'm gonna be honest here. I don't think Gyro can fall back jungle and just farm his way back into this game. I don't think he has time to do that. I think they have to rely on team fighting. I think they need to make moves on the side of Geek to start cashing in some gold here on these big bounties over on the side of SMG.
We'd have to say, right, like if these first blink rotations from Force don't result in kills, and maybe if it's even just like minor support kills, it's... what is the game plan afterwards? Yeah,
at the same time, it's not the easiest heroes for an Axe to gank. If you go on Venge, we talked about the problem with him respawning. He's going to have that Aghanims, very soon. If you don't gank him, he's only 950 gold away. And blinking onto a puck can also be difficult unless you're, getting lucky with the smoke and getting vision. Looks like they're having some Discord ping issue. 215 ping on Discord is
oh, we muted.
I've always wanted to be a giant space.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it seems like they need some help right now to get this sorted. They said something about that they need to join first in Discord, I guess, for the way things are set up. We'll see if they can hopefully get that sorted, because they need their communication to be on point. Okay, it seems like they're good now. They're saying ready.
All right, let's go. Let's get ourselves back in the way. So we're looking at Force. This guy's going to be huge. They'll be able to get a freebie onto the Phoenix. Stolen Coil come into play for Naaman. That's some really important experience as well. It gets Scam. He's level 6, so he has Unleash if he wants it, to be able to deal with the egg. Naaman gets level 7 as well, which, like we said in the draft, like there's some very good abilities for the Rubik to be able to steal. And if he can get some gold and get some items to help with his positioning, maybe he can be pivotal as this game goes on as well. But really, my attention is all on Force and what he's able to do now with the blink.
Yeah, I completely agree. He needs to, find these big moves, and he doesn't have the blink on him. Did he hide it? Is he putting it somewhere?
I think he's hiding.
Yeah, he's just holding it. Okay, he's holding it mid so that he doesn't reveal it. But surely they must know. I mean, 12 minutes. The Axe hasn't been shut down that much. He only died once, and they know he's been farming jungle stacks. So while he is keeping this blink from being seen, I also think that SMG are well aware that the timing is there.
Where is he? I know it's going to change very shortly when he gets a blink, but the current movement we want to see out of him, who is he looking to try and target down, or is it a place on the map that is easier with like the current ward setup as well?
I think they just need to make moves towards this Drow and get him. Like Venge is such a hard target to go on, but right now this Drow is just safely tucked away, farming with her Midas. You're falling behind to this. Gyro cannot keep up, and the only way to offset this is to actually stop mid one from farming for a bit.
Now they're going to try and start a fight on force. No one TP's down to bottom, which they will not see, but this is a minute and a bit without using this blink dagger. Like, I don't know if another support needs to occupy this lane if you're not wanting to give up this farm, but you need to go. You need to get these kills. Force needs to be active.
Yeah, they're staying very calm under the pressure that they're at. I mean, I really think you need to open up the map, give this bottom part of the map even to the Gyro, so he can thrive a bit. Right now, farming so much jungle camps is, you know, not the fastest gold gain. So we'll see. I guess they're just waiting for the blade mail timing, though. Force does not seem to stress one bit about getting these rotations early, and I guess the downside is they don't have something like a Skywrath who like automatically secures the axe call into a kill. I mean, they have 2 points in the Exort on Invoker, so a little bit of Sunstruck damage, sure, but their burst isn't that absurd.
Good lane. They're actually looking to try and make a play here from SMG. Is it going to be a swap back once again into the egg? See that both Narman along with Cox going to have to position away, but this gives mid one free range just to be able to pummel into the tower. And I mean, this is a big tier 1 that's going to go down. You can now start to invade into the triangle and continue to limit some of the farm that Onet's going to find.
Masar's leading the way with Aghanims now. No fear at all on the Vengeful. This is exactly the playstyle you want to see from him. This opens up the triangle for them to steal a little bit of stuff here at least, to make sure this area is not being inhabited by the Axe or the Gyro. And even mid, like, Masaros is pinging out. I can swap this Invoker. If he comes up, I'm swapping him.
Masaros even got a Sunjin Yash and a Butterfly queued up, so
yeah.
let us see. I really was not expecting this to be the route that he's going down, but yeah, I mean, he's feeling himself and he's got so much gold to work with.
It is sort of classic with the Drow to just go for full stat build here on the Venge as well. I would like to see him throw in that Aghanim shard as well, because I think it's crazy value. Bottom. Masaros has been spotted, but do you really want to go on him even? You got 3 heroes in a smoke here for Geek. Seem reluctant to go on the Venge.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Where do they go though? I mean, they're trying to wrap to mid. Maybe Cox can show in the lane. Give a false sense of security to someone to come. They're going to be a little bit too late, though. Mid one is already farmed the triangle. He's out of there, and he's going to be over to the left side. Have they got enough time with the smoke to also connect?
They can, because it's nighttime, so they can go between here without being spotted. Axe, will he blink?
My team, though. Oh, he blinks away, so he doesn't die.
That was awkward for him, because the smoke was timing out at the same time as he ran into the smoke break range. So he probably didn't think that it was the break, it was just the timeout on the smoke. But the Drow gets the silence there, gonna stay safe. Unbothered by this move. And again, that's a lot of time invested to just make a move that ultimately didn't pay you anything.
Well, no one, again, not really fearing too much across the map, being able to farm out very aggressively. Got Arfu once again going treads into the BKB, playing behind the puck if he needs some form of counterplay. And well, they're going to look to Roche. If Geek Fam aren't forcing a fight, then SMG, they're still at a stage where they'd be very happy to fight. So you either get Roche for free, or it's going to put Geek Fam in a position where they have to contest it. And
I don't think they can make their way over. Like, it's so tricky. The tower is still there as well, so if they want to get over to the portal, it's way too late now. You're just going to go into everyone. So ultimately, this is going to be Drow getting her hand on an Aegis here. Oh boy, man, this game is just falling out of control bit and bit. I guess net worth-wise, they are staying pretty close. It's only a 3,000 gold difference, but I feel like it's building up to be insurmountable here. The Blade Mail, Blink Axe has to have some impact right now.
Speaking of the Axe, he's going to be scouted out. Echo Stomp just shy. They might run into Cox as well. No detection is going to be nearby. Cox is going for a very interesting Orchid build. After the Urn, didn't complete the Spirit Vessel, nor go back for the Midas as well. So here too, we're speaking a lot about scaling. If his rotations also don't work out, these next couple of fights with Orchid you can kind of kiss your scaling goodbye.
It's not terrible compared to the Midas. You still do get a lot of attack speed and so on, but yeah, you're definitely right that the Midas would be more comfortable for him to keep scaling up his experience in particular. But yeah, the Orchid, just to counter out the puck a little bit, no one.
Oh.
Gonna get grabbed.
It's in a really good spot. Okay, not going to matter in the end. Telekinesis, only level 1.
Yeah, silence.
Play with the Suns too. But, I mean, look at bottom, dude. They're hitting a tier 2 tower. No glyph as well. They're going to get a tier 2 tower without a response.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that they want to fight this. They don't have the positioning, and that opens up fully now. You were talking about how maybe you can steal the Tormentor. That just opened up as an opportunity later, because 2 minutes until it spawns, and you already got the tier 2 removed.
Dude, Waga, these are some incredible heroes to be playing with Agshot. The Phoenix, probably one of the better supports at the moment. You'd even say it would be pretty nice for the Elder Titan as well, considering the type of build that he's going for. So
I think the Phoenix Shard became so much better with the recent patch where they added the blind per second thing on Sunray. Now, if you put the Sunray during Supernova, then people just can't kill the egg. It's kind of ridiculous, actually.
It's kind of nice to be able to snipe the Wisdom Room, still up. 4 and a bit minutes later.
Yeah, that's weird because they were farming in that area with mid one, but I guess they were attempting to ferment the Wisdom Rune or something. He was there at minute 15. Could easily have taken it.
Now they're tier 2, dude. Are they gonna poke high ground?
They want to have some reaction. I mean, they took bottom tower, they took mid tower, and nobody is home. So yeah, they're gonna start threatening here. They have the Aegis over on the Drow, and they got to swap to save him, or swap to pull someone in. Invoker has to be very careful not to step too close. I mean, this is so awkward. You gotta get back to base. You can't just keep pretending that the Drow doesn't exist, guys. It doesn't work.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower.
I'm gonna try and cut mid. They're starting to move over to Cox's location as well. So some heroes playing behind mid one, some also trying to set up for an attempt onto the Invoker. But a tier 3 tower will go down again for free.
It's just like no one is home.
Are they going to give... Can they really not fight Waga into this Aegis?
I think they should fight. I don't really understand. They have the timing, in my opinion, but maybe they're waiting for the Aghanim Scepter here on Gyro.
Oh, okay. Multiple heroes show away from this bottom side, but they're not going to be able to catch them on the retreat. It was a really nice attempt. SMG scanned their own triangle and instantly TP'd over. No one was just a little bit shy in the Waning Rift to stop the blink out of force. And when now finally Geek Fam will look for a smoke.
Yeah, this move is again without the carry though. So they're missing some damage. You see the ET could get him.
Ooh, this is getting awkward. They should be able to blow him up. Can they get out afterwards? Because no one off the back of the haste is going to be able to react. Curl to hold the Rubik into place. And that should be an easy kill onto Namen as well.
They should get him still. No way to run away from this. The haste rune too much.
He's really making him work for it, dude. Glimmer's back up. All right, they'll get him. Also, Courier as well is going to go down.
Yeah, so they get one takedown, but that was just a support kill. So nothing really major there. And the push is coming in towards mid here. And they don't have TP on Marcy right now. She's out of position, Skem. You need to get home, my buddy. You got 25 seconds in this? Oh, I mean, this is just going to be Drow and Venge sieging high ground again. This is such an awkward game compared to last game. I feel like Geek Fam have just told themselves that they cannot fight. And because of that, they cannot fight. It's like you tell yourself something and then it's true. But I think they needed to take some of these engagements. You're just going to lose the game if you play like this.
Are they coming back now? Awkward attempt. Sunray's going to repair some of the damage. They'll see some TPs, and what's the call now for SMG? Aegis out in 20 seconds. Is there an opportunity for Geek Fam to finally jump in?
Maybe you can jump him and try and keep him alive and then kill him towards the end of it right now. But they're going to wait out the Aegis fully. Looks like all of SMG are calling to back up, and there is a Wisdom Rune bottom. Tormentor as well.
Gonna have a 5 for it though. Both sides know. Scans on the mark, so Geek Fam are well aware that they're starting to come over. They will not be there in time, so Wisdom Room is going to be given to Masros, it looks like.
Yeah, get level 2 on that swap. A little bit of extra range there, and they're in position now to take the Tormentor. And again, Geek are backing out of the area. They don't have BKB yet over on the Gyrocopter. And the smoke immediately after. So they got the SMG Afu shard here. Getting some CDR on the stomp and also could jump in if he wants.
Oh, look at Cox. This is scary. Okay, they have a sentry in the base. Very close. Masteros almost being able to get that spot back.
That Ghost Walk was just in time. Almost got swapped. But, I mean, this is, again, the barracks just being hit here by Masteros and pause coming out from SMG. Okay.
See you later, nerds.
See you later, nerds. Force responding in the only way that he communicates. By the voice lines.
Dire's middle barracks.
This is a weird one, man. I don't even know what to... It's so hard to break this game down because ultimately Geek are waiting for a power spike, but the power spike is so far away that they accepted losing bottom racks and mid racks now for free, and as well as the tier 2 towers before that without any form of contesting. I guess the big thing they have going is that Axe is 700 gold off a BKB. Gyro is getting closer to his BKB. He's only 500 gold away now, but you have lost so much infrastructure for this.
Yeah, and now you make one mistake, this game is just over.
Yeah.
Like, they will take those buildings very fast of a successful team fight, and this is way too early in the game to be able to deal with mega creeps if it gets to that stage. So
it also inhibits so much of your rotation power now that you have both mid and bottom barracks gone. It's going to be much harder for Invoker to run around and look for pickoffs. They are looking for no one perhaps here.
it seemed, but with Phoenix, oh my god, no one! What is that, dude? The perfect timing. And now they're going to be able to get the kill onto Cox. And look at the rotation, SMG. We're so aware. Everyone is here. They knew exactly what was going on. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Skem as well.
Man, that was unreal timing by no one. I don't think he had any high ground vision either. He just decided to blink in forward there. He knew where they were. That was pretty crazy, man. And again, another sad little skirmish. I mean, there haven't been many skirmishes, but another sad story for Geek as they're just falling behind here. Tier 2 tower is definitely going to fall now. No way for them to defend with 2 heroes dead. Even a DD rune waiting in the river if they do go and scout the power rune. I mean, they could, but they could also just wait Roche. He could come up, but depends how confident they are. I think SMG, they're probably going to play controlled, is what I want to say. If they see the DD rune, though, they might just take down Drow, send her up high ground, and have the Venge ready to swap her back. Roche is going to spawn in 30, so Aegis would be huge as well.
So crazy we're in this position, and if you take a look at the net worth, Olnet is surprisingly very close to the Drow Ranger, all things considering, of all the buildings they've taken and also the Midas that he's working with. Pretty good ward on the high ground for SMG. They're going to finally see Geek Fam coming outside the base. Again, the call is going to be onto 2 with a Sunray damage. Skem should go down to start the fight, but the Glimmer Cape's going to buy him some space.
Venge is hunting. He's coming.
On the front line, though, and Mastros is going to be able to cut him off. They'll cancel the blink on Force, tries to make it on the high ground, but the call onto the Venge really doesn't give them too much. They are in a position where you have to fight. There is no escaping now for Geek Fam, as they're stuck on their high ground, though.
Invoker goes down.
Big kill onto no one. Invoker's still going to go down, but he's going to buy back to look to rejoin as well, as Januel also going to get caught out as well, as finally Geek Fam, they'll take a fight, they'll find 3. Yes, you've got to use that buyback a little bit unnecessarily, but we will see some signs of life out of Geek Fam. They are not going to go down without a fight.
Question is if they can get something more out of this now, though. They do hold and they don't lose more in this game, but Roche is on the menu and the respawns, they're pretty quick coming out from SMG here. I still think that they're going to be able to easily fight towards Roshan. And Geek, they need to just get the gyrocopter over there. You see the line being drawn by Olnet. He's like, I'm going this way. I'm coming, guys. Daedalus almost ready here for him. He's very, very close on gyrocopter. Just needs 300 gold for Daedalus.
They're going to be running under this Radiant Observer. They'll see Olnet.
Surely they want to go on this. Venge is balling towards it, just running. See if she can get a swap on anyone here, but they are backing out in time.
Can't leave this ward. Okay, yeah, they're going to go back. I mean, who cares about that? You just run back towards Roche, get set up around the area. You know that Dire don't have any vision here currently. Scan will be on the mark for Radiant. So they have a good idea of where Geek Fam are currently positioned.
SMG being very patient here. They can start Roche with the Drow. It's pretty low commitment, but they're standing in great position with ET and Venge.
Oops, Scam. It is going to lead the charge, and he might be first to die as well. Mastros is so far in the front line, and it seems like he has nothing to fear. Mimo Force and mid one.
Oh, Rubik.
Glacier out. They're going to be able to get the core, which will minimize some of the damage out of the Drow Ranger as Olnet tries to turn as well, but the flat cannon. Daedalus just completed, and the crits are raining down. It's too much for SMG to handle so far. They'll force out some buybacks on Geek Fam. This is the first real fight we've seen out of them start to go their way, and they want to capitalize as they'll also get Januel in front of the Rift, and they're not done just yet. I think they got a glimpse of no one in the tree line.
Oh, he's gonna get out.
He's hunting.
He's gonna get out, but that means that they're losing Roche here. They didn't have the power of buybacking and coming back into the fight, whereas Geek did, and great jump by Force. He got onto the Drow, kept him in place while the Gyro was just laying into auto attacks. Looked like it was gonna start out to be a good fight, but Force was on point with the catch on the Drow Ranger there, just being patient, not jumping anything else until he saw the positioning on Drow. This is also where you gotta think, if Venge goes for an aggressive swap like that on Rubik, is that sacrificing a little bit too much perhaps? Because Axe jumping your Drow is going to punish you a lot. So, I don't know, they couldn't really take that fight even though they swapped the Rubik in and wanted to be the aggressors.
Oh, at a stage was 4% probability for Geek Fam. We are now up to 9, 8,000 deficit. And if they're continuing to try and play this stall game, Aegis will buy you some time. Olnet's going to get towards the Satanic. You know, we're going to get more items as well out of Force, out of the Invoker. I want to speak about Force's itemization a little bit because currently there's an AC queued up for Olnet. Would you prefer the Axe to go down that route if it can reach it compared to the Gyrocopter to kind of minimize, you know, the wave of terror and the marksmanship?
I think it's probably a good call that Gyrocopter goes for it. The thing is that he needs protection against the Drow piercing through his lack of armor, so he doesn't just want the AC aura, he wants the full armor from it. That's why we see him go for this, or, you know, want to go for this instead of something like the Butterfly here. I would also be down to see him just go for a Nullifier. It does give you a lot of armor as well and still good damage. It gives you 10 armor nowadays. So it would be an option as well for the Gyro that would be a bit more aggressive perhaps.
Seeing them play with a bit more of a pep in their step now, Geek Fam. They've farmed enough to be able to get out of the map, and now they're going to start to get some objectives as well. We see what this potential can be on Olnet. You mentioned about that sidekick on him. Now let's give him the alacrity as well and truly see how strong he's going to be inside some of the fights.
Yeah, they're super steroiding him in the fights. They're solo cresting him, alacritying him, and just generally buffing him up, even the movement speed of getting rebound during the fights. So they have a big Gyrocopter issue on the side of SMG right now, and this is where we got to think, are they going to be able to add some halberds? Are they going to be, you know, adding some tools to try and deal with them? Right now it looks like Phoenix is just rushing for that Hex, trying to get the big impact. He is very close. Full Hex is coming out now, actually.
Yeah. Afu? Just walks up the high ground.
The stomp. Yeah, the interesting things that can happen when you have the Echo Stomp shard as well. Sometimes you just fly in, you forget about whether it's toggled or not.
Some interesting items. We're speaking about maybe what Force wanted to go for. Indeed, in fact, have the Force stuff queued up. He's actually going to go Refresher here for the Axe, so...
Makes sense. I think you need the extra lockdown. If he gets on top of the Drow and has Blade Mail ready, then, you know, double calling her does pretty much solo kill her. So that would be a very, very big item for him to finish.
I gotta say, you got one of the best neutral items then as well, with the extra mana from the Dandelion's Amulet. Extra movement speed is always nice for a Blink initiating hero too.
Yeah, and also a potential to block magic damage might save you from randomly getting your Blink cancelled, right? If you get hit by some random nuke.
It's a very interesting pathing out of Team SMG. They're probably going to be able to catch them off guard it's important if Geek Fam can get to this high ground first and start to get some
Oh no, Rubik.
Now I'm inside the river. And that squishy support, ever so reliant on his position, is going to be picked off first. And that's a dieback as well for Rubik. So it is a guaranteed 4v5. And look at the call SMG. I think they're just drawn out top lane. They want to try and shove the boys on Geek Fam back inside their base.
I would almost have liked to see them just chase there, because if they were to take the fights, you know, hunting after them, sure, it's up a high ground, but maybe they could get a fight where it's actually 4v5. I guess they can still get it in time here, though, as Rubik still has 45 seconds and buyback on cooldown.
Swapping through. Dude, there's a lot of damage on the drive. Ready on the... He's just going to get blown up to start. And Masros, if he wants to, can look for a swap back outside the base. He's trying to get closer, but a pretty good orchid from Cox is going to prevent that. But they're using nothing for that Aegis kill.
Yeah, so cheap. He underestimated the Aghanim's shard of Drow.
Oh, Force. A little bit out of range here for the call. Masros starting to fall over. The Echo Stomp's perfect. It's going to disrupt them now with the Supernova and Sunray. There's no way they can address it. SMG's Tomb Fight too much to handle. Another swap, but the stun was perfect from Masros. Cox is next. It's all up to Force for a multi.
Axe got the call.
Actually turn the tides. He's going to be able to get no one, and the cull is out as well. But this is a super heavy investment. Geek Fam buyback on multiple. They need more kills. Can they get mid one? Any stuns? There wasn't one available.
Oh my god.
Janya, well, at least, but you needed so much more than that to make it a worthwhile fight in the end.
That TP out right in front of their face, that has to feel so bad. Mid one just correctly identifying this was a good timing to press the TP there, gets out safely, and 2 buybacks used. The buyback on the gyrocopter as well as the axe, really gonna set them back here. And you can see the desperation on Gyro now. He's queuing up the rapier after the satanic, but I think it's gonna be a little bit too little too late here. With him not having buyback available, SMG can just group up, go again, swap him in, and I really want to go back to what happened there at the start of the push. The Drow Ranger with the Glacier just standing. She doesn't have any high ground mischance because she's standing on a high ground herself, and she can just lay in the right clicks onto a gyro. We see him using it again, scouting a bit with it.
It's a cool play with the vision as well but
also a huge part about this that is worth mentioning, they did change the Glacier to make it so that you don't lose your marksmanship even if you get jumped if you're standing on the Glacier. So if Axe jumps him but he gets the Glacier off, then he's gonna be a little bit hard to bring down. There we see the replay. Yeah,
it just feels like we're going to continue to see through a lot of these fights that team fights for SMG just will be much easier to execute when you have an Egg and ET that can easily protect the Elder Titan, when you have Avenge as well that can also do that.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree, 100%. And all of it comes back to Masaros, right? That offlane Venge is so huge in this game. She's keeping very relevant in farm. She has a butterfly, for God's sake. She can just run in. Like, this Venge is right-clicking for some really big damage. Never mind the chaos she causes just by swapping people around and stunning them.
Astros, what are they looking for? A ward into a swap out? Schem. So cautious.
Oh, he went gyro!
And there we go. They're going to get the gyrocopter instead. On the board back. If he dies, it might just be game. As where is the damage going to be left now for Geek Fam? They're going to lose the axe as well. One fight, SMG.
They know their beats, yeah.
No remorse, and they're going to be able to take the series as well. They will knock Geek Fam down to the lower bracket. This team looked super solid in game 1, but the response from SMG in game 2 and game 3 was just so clean.
Yeah, this was really, really nice game for them. I mean, I didn't expect them to dominate the laning stage as hard as they did here. Both the bottom lane and the top lane went really well for them. Mid lane was pretty even, but that meant that Puck could just, you know, kind of chill and just sit around mid, didn't have to make too many early rotations. But this was just Masaros and Alfu just taking the game by storm. That poor little Gyro had no farm at all in top, and anytime he got close, he just lost all his HP immediately.
Yeah, like you said, I was not expecting that lane to nearly go as bad as what it was. And SMG, this is going to be a huge victory for them as well, considering, you know, this is a game where this is a new roster. Like, how much time have they had to work together as a team? And we were seeing a lot of praise from Geek Fam and their coordination and communication in game one, but it looked like SMG were well on that mark as well in the final couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, they got themselves something more traditional, right? Instead of having, there we see that nice fight though, the jump on the Drow Ranger at the same time as the gyro was just laying in the right clicks. That was like one of the really good fights for them. But yeah, I think when SMG had more traditional style drafts that don't run this double carry, which can be very sketch to run, I suppose, because you can't take team fights at all and you have to be very wary about what you give the opponent. But with this draft, for instance, this looks so clean. It's a lot of nice harmony in the heroes. They function really well off each other. We see the Venge and the Drow, but also the combo of the ET and the Phoenix, and Puck just glued the draft together, I think.
Yes, 100% agree. It was very, very crafty kind of plays for them, and like you said, with all the synergy that we got out of the 5-man from SMG. So, team fights, were ticked off. You had a lot of minus arm, you had stuns, you had split push. You had a whole lot of strong lanes as well. So very impressive showing out of SMG again to be able to recover from that game one.
Oh, the Hex stopped him there. I thought the Axe was gonna get the call, but it was the Phoenix, the hero Phoenix, a martyr. Januel, the unsung hero of the TP out there for Drow as well, making sure that he doesn't get cancelled. And they're the final swap to seal the deal in the game. When you swap in that Gyro into a Hex from Phoenix, that was really just game over immediately. Like, no matter what you do at that point, you lost your Gyro, you can't win the game. What a performance here, though. Super clean final game by SMG, looking really strong, and I think this was a fun draft that they had as well. Like, it scales well into late game. It has good skirmish potential. We didn't see that many fights, and I'm honestly, I'm gonna say it again. Geek Fam, what happened, man? Why didn't they go and take any of these brawls? Why so scared to take the engagement? I don't know. We'll have to see if we ever get some insight on that decision.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see kind of what the read was from them and what they felt like their ultimate timing was. But end of the day, SMG outclassed them, and where we're giving the MVP for this final game.
I would say Masaros. Like, Masaros just so solid on the bench there in the lane. I mean, him together with Afu, I guess, because it was a pairing combination. But you don't expect Avenge to be topping the net worth at minute 11. And later on, he had great swaps, great positioning in general, 88.9% kill participation. Like, this man ran the entire game. He was absolutely just a menace to Geek Fam.
Well, a great start, a great debut for the new roster on the boys on SMG. They're going to knock Geek Fam down to the lower bracket, and that is a super scary position to be in with how competitive Southeast Asia is. A lot of talk around Western Europe, but Southeast Asia is no joke of a qualifier at the moment. There is really an argument to be made for 6, 7, 8 teams. You could even say a couple of dark horses, but anyone could make that crazy run all the way through the lower bracket and potentially upsetting some of the favorites as well. And some of those favorites we're going to get to see next too. We got Blacklist taking on Army Geniuses. Without a doubt, you'd say Blacklist probably one of the favorites, and for me, I'd say Army Geniuses potentially one of those dark horses. We've seen some runs from them in the past. I think with Your Way on Execration in a couple of TI qualifiers ago, where they placed, I think, top 4, knocking out some very high caliber Southeast Asian teams. So he's done it in the past. These players have done it in the past, and they've been grinding and growing together as well. So that is another very, very exciting series we have in store for us, and it really could go either way. And again, you do not want to be knocked down to the low bracket. So Waga, any quick predictions with that upcoming series?
I mean, I think we're gonna see, like you said, it's very competitive. This Southeast Asia region, I think there's so many teams that look like they have what it takes to take the games. I would say that I'm probably favoring Blacklist just a little bit because they have so much experience. Like, Army Geniuses definitely have players who have been around as well, but not to the degree that Blacklist have. They got, a whole roster full of players who have played in many different big events. So I'm expecting them to take the series, but we'll see. Maybe it will be an upset coming up.
Yes, 100%. Maybe it will be an upset indeed. If there ever is going to be one, it is that series. But I also agree. I do think Blacklist probably 2-1 fashion. We'll see if that is going to be the case. So nonetheless, we go from one incredible series to the next as well. When we come back from our break, we've got our 4th series, Blacklist, taking on Army Geniuses. We'll see you guys shortly.
right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Southeast Asian region here for the qualifiers for TI-12. Of course, that one spot on the line, and what a competition it's already proven to be. And we're just getting started with our very first day. I'm Breaky CPK, joined by KZ. We're going to be joining you for the remaining 2 series of the day, including a great one here, Blacklist Rival versus Army Geniuses. This should be another fun one, but KZ, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm going to have to make sure that I don't mess up the SCA and the SA. I already did that before, so now SA is done. I'll try to get it out of my brain. But yeah, we're here with, I mean, there's a lot of good teams. There's a lot of good players. There's only one slot, so as it always is, you know, there can only be one winner, one winning team. Everyone else is going to be losers. They're sadly going to feel horrible, but they're all going to have to try their best to make it to TI. It's about the probably second most stressful time of the year, other than TI itself.
Fair point. Yeah, and to that point, it is always something, you know, knowing that so many teams, especially in an event like this, and all these players that both have history at TI but are very recognizable. And as you stated, though, and as we all know, there's only that one spot, so there is going to be so much disappointment. But for that one team, it's going to be something thrilling. That certainly, you know, obviously we'll see how this all plays out. But the one team representing Southeast Asia here definitely can make some big plays at TI itself. That wouldn't be out of the question. But it starts here on day number 1, Kezu. And again, this is obviously technically the 3rd series of today, best of 3 that is, even a best of 1 that happened earlier on in the day. So to kind of recap here how things have shaped up so far, of course, Execration, the favorites coming in as far as the number 1 seed at least, take that how you will. They did defeat Neon Sports 2-0, and now Team SMG just with a recent victory there over Geek Fam in a good series. 2-1. But these brackets you talk about, Casey, so many good potential teams. It's going to be fun.
Even just now, like you have Blacklist Rivalry, I think they've got a lot of kind of big household names, right? You have Raven, Carl, KP, Tims, Cuckoo. So like there's a lot of good stuff. Then the teams that already played before. You have Bleed versus Boom later that have, well, if I list you all of their names, you would also know all of them. Yeah. So Blacklist first are going to have to play against Army Geniuses, who, you know, they've also got some names. And just because maybe you don't have 5 household names doesn't mean that you're not a good team. You know, it's always good to pick up some new blood, try to train them and kind of pick them up in your team. So honestly, we've seen it in every other qualifier before. Anything can happen, and it doesn't matter if you're the favorites.
Yeah, and to that point, Army Geniuses, again, our first matchup here, Blacklist versus Army Geniuses. They are the 6th seed, you could say, going into this matchup against the number 3 seed. But yeah, Army Geniuses even has DPC points earned themselves, 80 points. So again, that really shows you how powerful, how just great, frankly, the Southeast Asian region is, especially that you got to go all the way down to 6 teams just in these qualifiers to still have DPC points earned throughout the season. So yeah, it really is something, again, to be a part of this, you know, a privilege, honestly, to be a part of being able to cast what's going to be some awesome matches over the next 4 days here, as we talked about. But yeah, this should be a fun one, again, to kick it all off here. Blacklist Rivalry versus Army Geniuses. I mean, again, Blacklist technically the favorite, but you never really know, right?
Yeah, no, I would assume that they're somewhat the favorites, but at the end of the day, patch is still fairly new. You don't really know what to expect. You know, people might have some strategies, or maybe there's even some item combos that are really good that someone hasn't figured out yet. So I'd say really everything is still up for, you know, grabs, as long as you just play well, you have some decent strategies. But yeah, Blacklist for me, this is a scary team if I just kind of look at their player names and the potential that they have if, you know, you have some good strategies, you know exactly how to communicate. I don't know exactly what their coach staff looks like and so on, but if you've got the right structure with these players, that is a damn scary team.
Yeah, and you brought up a good point there with, again, a newer patch. This is now going to be the TI patch here with 7.34. We even have the B patch, but as far as tournament play goes, still teams are figuring it out, and these are the 2 last set of qualifiers now that are taking place. Right? By these, I mean Southeast Asian, of course. Western European region is also starting, in fact, has already started today. So you've had time to digest how these other regions, all the other regions have already kind of played it out so far in these big-time tournament environments. So there is a bit of insight to be earned there, certainly, from observations. But, hey, playing it is definitely a different story when it comes down to it. So, and I believe I heard, yes, we do. We got a draft for game 1 of this best set of 3. Here we go.
Already, what I can see from some of the earlier games that were played here in C is that, I mean, I wouldn't say it's like necessarily incredibly different, but there's certainly a few heroes that seem higher value here. We also saw Venge in like other regions, but they even played it core in the last game, and I've seen like also more Earth Spirits, a lot of more AAs. So it's they've got their own kind of flavor going on.
Yeah, it's typical, right? When it comes to region matchups, they kind of tend to lean towards their own styles of strategies, their own ways they like to play these patches. And yeah, just for some extra insight there, myself and yourself, we are coming off casting the South American qualifiers as we're talking about. So that's where we're bringing that from. And we already see a bit of a difference, in fact. The first pick Primal Beast, but we're also flying.
Yo, this is a fast draft, man. Gotta speed it up. I'm like trying to tell it myself as well as... Okay, let's try to cover some of it. So I do see that 3-4-3, right? I remember now. Blacklist Rivalry, they have a 3-4-3 and Zephyr as their head coach and assistant coach. So that's certainly going to help them out as well. You have a first pick Primal Beast, which I don't think we've seen too much of, but very strong hero, flexible. Gets counterpicked in a way by Ember. You just do well mid against the Primal. You can chain him up. Enigma next. You can take the other picks because I can't catch up.
Phoenix and Rubik, there we go. the supporting cast here for Blacklist Rivalry. So yeah, I think it's safe to say, Casey, these teams have been waiting to play for a while.
Oh yeah.
Not only from today, but obviously they've known this matchup for a bit here. This is the last set of qualifiers to take place. So you know that they've been itching to get their games in, and so this game one strategy has certainly been talked about plenty already.
Oh, that's for sure. You can also see it like in some of the bans, right? You kind of pick your Ember early on, you take out the Husker so that this doesn't happen. Blacklist, they know that they kind of want this. Phoenix Rubik, I think it's a very interesting support combo. I think Phoenix gives you like a lot of layering team fight, especially against a hero like Enigma. Similarly with Rubik, you ban out the Silencer as it kind of owns both of those, so that does kind of check out. And as for Blacklist, some of their next core picks is going to be very, I would say very crucial, because for them it's still, they can still put the Primal into the offlane if they want, even though most commonly we just see this hero like get put into the mid lane.
Skywrath Mage making an appearance. Now, you and I touched on this a bit during the South American qualifiers. This hero's actually got a very high win percentage. One of the highest, in fact, especially ones that are played quite a bit. A 26-11 record right now. 70% win percentage as a top 10 picked hero. That is pretty damn good. Paired up with a Night Stalker.
Very interesting. So I like this guy. I'm not fully sure yet about the Night Stalker pick. I'll have to wait a bit. I am a big fan of the hero in general, but you did pick it into Phoenix, which is one of the biggest counters, which is not to say that like, oh, you're so stupid, why would you do that? You can make it work, of course, but I do think that Blacklist had a couple of picks here that were very easy to see and that are also very good. Mainly PL, TB, Naga Siren. Illusion heroes, first of all, Night Stalker doesn't touch you in the early laning stage, so that sucks. He also doesn't deal well with waves, nor does Enigma and Sky. So I think Blacklist should be pretty damn happy with this Naga Siren pick.
Yeah, and they got a couple of bans, of course, to cover her as well, to follow. Yeah, no, I'm with you there. This is a very, very confident Naga Siren pick for Blacklist Rivalry. Setting up for Raven, of course, their carry player with a lot of history there to have a successful game. So, yeah, but I want to go back to that you mentioned. I mean, Night Stalker into the Phoenix. This is, you think daytime is the bane of Night Stalker. Well, you're going to have to deal with that at Phoenix.
Well, one thing that I do like in a way is that Night Stalker he's generally good against most supports because it allows you to get on the back of them. And generally that's where supports like to play, right? Like in the back line, they're spellcasters, I need to stay safe. So maybe they're like, okay, the enemy team fight is so strong, what we need to do is like kind of find a way to break it, even if maybe it isn't easy with a Night Stalker. It gives them like a way if they can pick another carry that goes in. But I would say that Army Genius's last pick, their carry needs to, I mean, I wouldn't say it needs to do a lot, but it needs to do something specific. It needs to deal with Naga, and ideally it can also kill the egg. So I think you need a hero that either builds an early BKB or has a built-in BKB, such as like Lifestealer and Jug, I think are the two that come to mind.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, Lifestealer was definitely one that was jumping out to me as well. So
yeah, he's very good in this game.
On the same page there, yeah. A building hitter as well. I mean, I know they have Enigma, but he's more of that support role, so maybe more objective-based position one could also be a thought. But yeah, it's one of those, you have a lot of directions you certainly are looking to go in, and understandably they're spending a bit of time even with the band.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what do you need to take out? You probably, I mean, you need to take out a mid or an off lane here if you're Army Geniuses. You just kind of need to, I think here it's on you to decide, okay, does Ember have any more like really bad matchups that we have to ban out for him? If not, then yeah, I think you're better off just banning some more of this solidified team fight. Because now I would say what you have to play around with Night Stalker, they need to be the ones to get the jump. Like then you can still kind of play around this Phoenix matchup a little bit. You know, maybe you get like some mid-game Blink Dagger, you pop your ult, you find him right away, you blink on him with the silence. But that's another way where Naga's actually still very annoying. If you just go in like that, she just songs and saves her Phoenix.
You know what I love? I love that what I just saw right there outside of just these bans coming out, which by the way, there was a gyrocopter ban immediately for Blacklist Rivalry, but notice how they still have all of their reserve time.
That's nasty. That's nasty.
They're putting pressure on Army Geniuses, if anything, right? They're kind of just sending it right back to them, knowing that they've dove quite a bit into that reserve time. That's one of those kind of minor things maybe when it comes to the draft strategy, but whenever I see stuff like that happening, I definitely appreciate. So
yeah. No, it matters, especially when the enemy team is on a little lower reserve time, and I think that is the case for Army Geniuses. I think they have like, I don't know how much they have left, 30 or 10, but either way, you know, it just kind of goes to show that I think Blacklist have felt very comfortable in this draft, and generally from first pick, you will feel good about your draft if you feel like you're setting the tempo, because second pick is generally responding to you, so you just lay out your foundation of the draft, and then it's like, okay, you're gonna counter us or what?
Yeah, deal with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker ban, the final one from them there, and now their pick, it's an Underlord. So they're going to put the pressure on them to make a decision here fairly quickly because, yeah, only 15 seconds reserve time, so going to have to choose here.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's still the hero that stands out is the one we touched on before. It's Lifestealer. You see 2 strength cores. You see Naga Siren. In essence, this hero is kind of a strength hero later on because you go like Manta, hard, and you just kind of chill. But I think you need something that goes aggressive in the mid game with your team, lanes well, and can hit the egg or buy a BKB. So if you find anything, I think this hero is also okay. It's another hero that I did have in mind. I don't know if I like it as much as the others, but he can buy Manta. He can buy BKB if he wants to. And generally, when you do play against Phoenix, you want carries that can decide on their own. Okay, do I commit on the egg, or am I leaving it and just waiting it out? And Morph has that ability.
Yeah. It also is a range carry as well. You know, take that how you will, but obviously the Night Stalker and the Ember Spirit already being more melee focused. So another reason as to why maybe the Morphling pickup a little more comfortable with it here for Army Geniuses. But all right, our drafts again. It started off very fast. Overall, a very quick draft in the long run up to the last couple of picks that is, but. We got them set and good to go. So it is going to be that mid-primal beast you're mentioning, Underlord in the off lane, and we've seen some success of this hero throughout qualifiers. So if you had to kind of sit back and look at both of these lineups here, Keizu, is there one that you're leaning towards?
Probably a slight favor maybe to Blacklist, but I think that if Army Geniuses can get off to a good start, like with the Night Stalker Sky, I think you'll just chill and do your stuff top. Ember, he's going to do his, but like minute 10 to 15, if they can speed up the game a little bit, I don't think Army Geniuses' chances are bad at all.
All right. Well, we'll see how they're able to perform. Again, the Skywrath success for a support option as well. We've mentioned when that pick came out right there, so looking forward to seeing what Army Geniuses can do with that. But again, this is game number 1 of this best set of 3. We got 2 more best of 3s remaining in the day here. Army Geniuses trying to prove against Blacklist International right now, or Blacklist Rivalry, excuse me. They're not international. Look, but
get it right, Breaky.
Come on, man. There, sponsorship, better be saying that appropriately. So, excited to be here though. Again, kicking things off as we now are loaded into the game. So yeah, the Morphling pick though, going to be their carry of choice. In your dream, the one to play it for this side. Obviously, he's a player that has success throughout his career.
Oh yeah, I mean. Even here, like we touched on it, right? They've got names on both sides that we all kind of know. I think they all know what they're doing. As we have a question mark. Want to fight airport. I always like some alt chat and some early smiles on people, you know. Not just get yourself in the mood, but maybe your opponents too. Just have a good time. Get that good Dota enhanced. I like it.
Set the tone, and of course OG is notorious for that back in the day of really abusing those emotes and taunts and whatnot. And you know, it's always fun to see teams, especially these more regional based events that, again, very familiar with one another. They play against each other all the time outside of tournament matches, especially. So both against and with each other. But yeah, obviously just kind of a stare down here in the mid lane so far to start. So no cheeky plays from the beginning. Just going to play pretty passive, played safe on their side of the rivers, although Night Stalker's poking in slightly, but
yeah. Just try to abuse the night vision, right? Level 1, maybe you can kind of see, okay, which type of rune do we want to contest? How do they feel level 1? I think Enigma isn't the worst level 1 hero anymore. Level 1 stun is good. If you take Eidolons, of course, you can also cast them wherever you are, as you cannot deny anything anymore. Looks like it will be just a 2-for-2 trade.
And it will be a little bit of pressure on the Phoenix there, as Bosku was going for that one, but he is...
Same with Varish.
Oh,
Still
yeah,
okay.
wow. Varish just getting low. Wasn't even paying attention to that.
That's just like blood grenades and right clicks and firestorm. Just got a little bit of a beating, but he's gonna walk it off and eat a branch.
That regen, has the branch. You know, as you mentioned, he's got 4 tangos still, so yeah, he'll be fine. But that's gonna definitely give an advantage to Tim's as well on the Rubik support and being able to extra bully him if he makes an appearance. But
yeah,
has to be careful.
I like the item build we have on DB on the Night Stalker. He has like full stats. They also showed it was like what, double, circlet, gauntlet, triple branch. Because really all you need to do in this lane is you need to try and get as much as CS as possible. Eventually it's hard to pressure the Naga because we touched on it before. You don't deal well with illusions. If you can find the real one and clap him to lower HP, it will make his illusions worse. But either way, try to out CS him in like these early levels.
That's what Night Stalker, you know, playing pretty aggressive there as far as lane stage goes, trying to get those last hits in, although daytime, obviously not as easy of a task for him. So what would you say, like, what is Night Stalker looking for by the time we're at 5 minutes? Like, you know, being level 4, is that safe to say, or? Yeah,
like I would say like level 4.5 and like into his first like small item, like, you know, maybe some close to some phase boot type stuff, something like that. If you can generally get there like level 4.5 with like 2k-ish net worth, I think you're pretty damn happy.
Well, again, keep an eye on that. Mid lane matchup so far, it's favoring the Primal Beast quite a bit. Is the lane's actually behind his own tower even. But Ember Spirit having to fall back now. But yeah, 9 and 5 Primal Beast, 4 and 1 Ember Spirit. So definitely advantage for Carl.
Yeah, I like that he went Uproar level 1. I feel like it's just helping him with the like early CS and the early just fight back and trading. And yeah, I think it's just being reflected in the CS already.
Yeah. So we'll see how he's able to keep that up. Also on top of the chart is Underlord at 10 and 2 against a 9 and 1 Morphling. So
yeah,
in your dream, certainly getting his own as well. But yeah, KP on the Underlord, obviously able to farm pretty efficiently. He's got that Firestorm to work with as well. And not much he has to worry about himself being Underlord and all.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, generally the strength of Morph, right, as we all know it. He plays on full agi. He has like 100 damage, minute 4, maybe, with like a couple items, some Band of Elven Skin and a Wraith Band. But Underlord, his #1 toolkit is like, he can out-CS you. He's like one of the few offlaners that can actually match up against a Morph in the lane. They also have a Rubik, like with Fate Bolt, so it's not the type of lane you actually want to play as a Morphling.
No. Yeah, it's not the friendliest, that's for sure. And you see right here, he's even going to take some Fate Bolt harassment. They're going over to the Lotus Pool. We've got the bottom lane here competing against it. Orflake going to be lifted up, but he manages to grab it and taking some good pressure in the meantime. But hey, at least he got it. And if anything, also denying it from the Rubik, I suppose. But yeah, it's proven to be a fairly, not very difficult, but he's not having as good of a time as he'd hoped for. Mid lane, Ember Spirit taking some good pressure there, but he'll survive. But yeah, Carl just keeping up 10 denies now for him, as well as the 18 creep score.
No, I've been watching his laning stage. He's kind of abusing, like, Primal Beast has such a big body as well. He keeps putting it on top of the creeps, and we talked about the uproar already. And he's like doing a really nice job with creep aggro there as well. He forced the creeps to hit him instead of the creep. Otherwise, the CS would have gone to Ember with the slide. So just some, honestly, some very nice gameplay. But I think both mid and top lane, we will not have too much pressure for like another 2 minutes.
You mentioned Night Stalker. Certainly need him to have a good start in this Naga Siren matchup, and is for sure 22 and 4. Actually takes over as the top net worth. So that's got to be good news here for this Radiant side. Double Bracer already in hand, and you see here obviously the illusion's out, but DB just not really too concerned about that for the time being. We got another minute until we're first nighttime.
Yeah, and I would, if you're already doing this well, you know, it's pretty nice. Also, nowadays, the silence does deal damage. So lately, if that's something you want to do against the Naga to maybe deal with illusions like a little bit, I think that was another nice quality of life change from Mr. Ice Frog himself, then, you know, it won't be too bad.
Yeah, interesting. Holding at least the 1 point for now. Just getting the double void for the time being. But as he hits level 4, now he's holding on to those 2 points. So we'll see. Again, of course, maybe waiting for the night out. Okay, there you go. Just gets double Hunter in the night.
Everyone's holding some points. Night Stalker was holding points. Enigma is still holding points. Looks like we have a little bit of a dive in mid as Mr. Carl. Oh, maybe not.
Away.
Oh, double block grenade.
Is it enough? Fairy Fire is doing everything he can to stay alive. Skywrath throwing out his nukes. There's another chain, though. Rubik's coming the last second.
Oh, he's living.
Will save Carl. So manages to stay alive. All the thanks to Rubik coming at the last second.
That was, well, that's a pretty big commitment there from the Radiant side, right? You put both your supports out from their lanes. I guess Morph doesn't matter too much as he's against an Underlord for now, and they're kind of going to hold his own. But Night Stalker just had his nighttime, so losing a bit of his very early pressure when it comes to that. And, I mean, the fact that he just gets to walk it off, big boy Carl, just being a cocky man, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, he sure does. And he's back to the mid lane now. Again, just support to thank, but he can get back to continuing domination here in the mid lane matchup. The 14 in eyes, 29 creep score. I mean, Ember Spirit doing what he can, 20-6. Not the worst thing ever considering, but he is pretty far behind. You can take a look at that net worth tab, and yeah, he is the bottom right now.
Yeah,
all of
I mean,
them,
he's doing okay, but what's good for him is that he has playability later with his draft and like his teammates, which is one of the most important things as Ember, that you have like playthrough ability with your teammates. And you also have a Skywrath in the pulse 4. So later you go together with your chains and whatever, can get some kills. For Smokes as Carl, gets himself an Arcane Rune, doesn't pop it yet, finds a stack as well. So these are just the small things that good teams will do that will help everyone. Like Tims, he stacks these camps, it helps Carl. In the meantime, he gets to take mid lane. So, you know, they're both just very happy with this outcome right now.
Yeah. And Problem B is trying to figure out what he wants to do with this Arcane Rune now as he's smoked up. He's wrapping around mid currently. Or is he going to the top lane? Maybe he is. Pulverize at a 15-second cooldown. So won't have that initially. Also have to remember, obviously, it is nighttime and Night Stalker. He's got level 3 Hunter in the night. But will it matter? There's a Pulverize on through. DB. More still the Onslaught on through. Doesn't have Pulverize yet. 2 more seconds. And DB's just too fast, though. Being nighttime, has phase boots. You're not catching him.
Well, he just walks it off. Didn't have the Pulverize yet, as now he can stick around with the night vision. I did kind of like the idea of that play initially, like you farm a stack and you just stay off map, so like applying pressure. I think the play could have worked, but DB, Double Bracer, Phase Boots, Lotus, well, just walks it off.
Kizu. We're 7 minutes into this game and there's still no first blood.
Hold it. You might be jinxing it.
I might be jinxing it. It might be Raven going down. DB's running him down.
Yeah, just getting ran down.
And that is going to be a first blood. How about that? There we go. It's like I knew it was coming.
That's Night Stalker gets it too. I like that it's in mid lane we have a little bonking action going on from Mr. Carl, just applying some pressure. But yeah, I mean, DB just he doesn't care what he's playing into. Naga Siren Phoenix, put some more counters my way. If this guy has a good early game, Night Stalker can definitely play through counters.
Oh, Carl using that uproar, charging on top of Yao. And the Ember Spirit as we're hitting 8 minutes now, so more runes. Oh, Ember's gonna take it, but at what cost? Okay, he gets away. The Remnant was there and snags the double damage rune.
Classic Ember Spirit stuff, just doing some, you know, so putting on a little magic show, steals your stuff in front of your face and vanishes, gets himself a DD. It's gonna make himself obviously very strong in this mid lane now, can maybe fist out Carl of this mid lane for the time being, maybe even force him back to base. Looks like Carl wants to get himself a Blade Mail, which is an item that we've seen of a lot in this patch, and it's not an unusual item on Primal Beast at all.
So we're 8.5 minutes into this game right now. Again, the 1-0 lead. You do have Night Stalker feeling pretty good here on the Radiant side, but if you're Army Geniuses, how good are you feeling right now? Your Morphling and Ember Spirit are a little bit behind.
I would say you're actually feeling pretty okay because your Knights, so even if those two cores are slightly behind, if your Night Stalker is up there and your Sky can get levels, I think you can play on very high tempo in the game. This looks like the smoke will maybe not lead into a kill, but it could allow them to pressure up this top lane, maybe help Night Stalker take down this tower. But it looks like Blacklist Rivalry do not want to let that happen.
And it delays efficient farm, though, from the Naga Siren. So yeah, as you mentioned, although it's not a kill, it's still something. But yeah, Blacklist is here. They got smoke. And they are not afraid to use it. Carl, Pulverize, Onslaught, it's all ready to go. There's the Onslaught, a swing and a miss from him in the Phoenix. Dodge for the Night Stalker. However, Skywrath Mage not as slippery. And, okay. He's
Or is he?
down. It says, I got it. Don't worry, guys, says Phoenix. So finally a kill on the side.
No, quick TP to bottom, though, from DB. I'm liking this move. Just kind of was holding his void, so KP couldn't TP out. This is a pretty big kill.
Yeah.
Roche is not here, my friend. Not yet.
So, can I be please? 10 more seconds. Maybe, but no.
I love when you see that happen. Like you just have to try it, you know. Like maybe the patch is bugged a little bit, or it's coming a bit early.
Delayed as long as you can, I suppose. But yeah, in the end, KP goes down. And yeah, I mean, it's an answer, right? They lost the Skyrim in the top lane, but hey, killed the Underlord on the other side. So I'd certainly call it a minor victory for Army Geniuses right there.
Yeah, so now, I mean, DB doesn't have ult anymore on Night Stalker, so he's a bit of a, I wouldn't call it a liability, but they cannot really play around him, as Carl is just stomping on his Enigma and he's dead.
Oh my gosh. Enigma went to go a little bit of farm there, but all of a sudden, that big boss Primal Beast shows up.
Yeah.
Smashes his face in, so yeah, regretting that decision pretty quickly. But yeah, you talked about Ember Spirit, getting some nice stack, and again, continuing to play the recovery game. Orbit Corrosion in hand. Well, what is the more continuous recovery route as far as items you go for Ember Spirit?
It's definitely the like, I would say the stock standard. It's got to be the Maelstrom BKB. You need like to help your team semi deal with the Naga later. I mean, you are actually your team's best hero against Naga, so you need Maelstrom to do that and scale, and then BKB to be able to team fight.
Yeah. Nothing queued up yet, but certainly going to keep an eye on that. What he does go into right there. Night Stalker, though, he's the one having the great net worth. 5,300 is even ahead of the Naga Siren quite a bit on the other side. We're going to see an Echo Saber from DB this time around.
That's pretty good. You're also going to be able to split it later. Looks like Carl is looking for more.
Onslaught.
Even with the Tumblr's Toy.
No. The silence comes through. I thought for sure that pulverize was happening, but so did Skyrath, and that's why he threw the silence out. So Carl has to walk it off. Or so run it off.
One of the things with Primal Beast is that I actually am pretty confident that Primal Beast is the best mid hero early on at using runes. If you get a haste rune, it makes you, well, obviously haste it, and it increases your damage on your trample. If you get a DD, it does the same. If you get a shield rune, you have 8 billion HP. And yeah, like go figure. He's like the best early game rune hero. It's incredible.
And even, hey, regen, he uses a lot of mana. So he wouldn't mind that either in a lot of cases. So yeah, tried to make a play with it right there, but in the end, again, not to be. It's overall, not that it's been due to lack of action. It's just as far as concluding the kills, hasn't necessarily been there. It's still 2-2. As we're now 12:30 just about into this game. But Primal Beast, sticking on him one more second here. He is going to be going the Blade Mail as far as his go-to item first.
Okay, so now I would say for Army Geniuses, the nice thing for them with this Morphling is that he can kind of hold his bottom lane for a long time, which means I don't think you really need to reinforce him unless you're looking for kills on this Underlord. So I would like if they could help their Night Stalker take over this top lane, because in order for Night Stalker to be more active on the map, I think this Dire safe lane tower, it's got to go. Otherwise him moving is way too obvious, so that would be good, but looks like Blacklist, they might be the ones to strike first.
Oh, they want to. I've seen this before. It feels like Dark Ascension. It's ready, but he can't cast it. He finally gets it off, but it's going to die shortly after. So a wasted Dark Ascension, and now Enigma caught by the Pit of Malice initially. However, Pulverize and Onslaught, not ready. Onslaught isn't at least, but cannot keep his distance close enough. So in the end, Enigma's fine for now. And now Yao wants revenge, and he might get it. Primal Beast. It is going to be too much damage to handle. Yao able to cut him down on the Ember Spirit. So actually a very nice turn kill. It's all said and done. I mean, Night Stalker was a top net worth, but still 1 for 1.
And if you guys wondered why the Sleight of Fist chains dealt so much damage, it's because the Skyrift ult was invisible, as it sometimes is around like ledges and trees. So he's not cheating. We just didn't see the spell, but it was.
Glad you mentioned that because I saw him ticking down. I'm like, geez, yeah, that's
damn this Ember. Wow, this guy is good.
I guess he's recovered. Yeah, no. That's a good point to bring out. That does get bugged occasionally. So good call out there. But Skyrath, the Mystic Flare, coming off cooldown about 15 more seconds. It'll be good to go with that again here.
Okay, well, it's I think that's one thing that the Army will have to look to do slightly better in the next coming minutes. When you have your spells ready, they need to be the ones to make the move first. You've got Ember, you've got Night Stalker. Like, Night Stalker is very similar to Lycan in that way that whenever you have your ult, you're kind of the strongest hero in the game during the duration of your ult as long as you use it aggressively. So that was a big deal from Blacklist to punch in first and force him to use it defensively and die on top of it.
Raven, he has taken over, as you would expect by now, the top farm in the game, 7,000 net worth, slightly ahead of his teammate Underlord, who's obviously got some efficient farm going in KP's hands. He's got a mechanism, a Vanguard on him, but yeah, the Naga Siren, the Yasha, and the Orchid is going to be the item of choice next for him. So a bit more of an aggressive Naga Siren build.
I mean, I just like the... I don't know why this Orchid build died off at one point. Like, I know it did, and I cannot tell you why it did, but I'm happy that people are going back to it. Because I feel like Naga, like you put the map in a nice position, there's so many potential plays for you to just pick people off, or even an Ember later before he has BKB, the Skyrev, so just kind of like that, and we're just slowly seeing the game get out of control. Like, not much is happening, but the... song?
Something's happening now.
Something's happening.
Spirit, there is the Phoenix Sun and Ember Spirit. The lockdown, the flight, oh, he gets away barely. Thought for sure the lockdown was going to be successful, but in the end, it's not. He somehow slips out of there. I mean, it looked pretty, but Blacklist International rivalry, just not able to finish the job.
Well, I kind of like that play. Maybe a slight mistiming. You can perhaps hold the net a bit more, just get the egg off early to then layer the stuns. But I like that play anyway. It's nearly giving you the mid tower. You use some of your stuff. I think it's A-okay. There's active rune once more.
And it is nighttime, though. DB trying to take advantage, puts the void out. Ember Spirit once again in a bad spot, though. This time, can he get away? Yes, he can. Again, the Remnant at the last second to escape. So another case of a bit used right there. But Ember Spirit manages to slip on out. So we remain at 3-3. But the point you were making kind of going into that fight as well, I mean, look at the net worth. It's actually even slightly growing still.
Yep.
Or Blacklist rivalry. Now, as I say this, okay, Underlord's fine. It's too much damage to get through.
Yeah, that's why I think at this point, like, sure, Dire are ahead, but I think they have a lot of gold that it doesn't reflect in their strength right now. Like, Naga needs gold to farm more. Primal Beast doesn't have a BKB yet. I think you have such strong heroes on army that you should look to fight as, let's see. Okay, DB just, he gets to walk it off for like the 6th time this game because he's Night Stalker. I love it.
Crazy, yeah. That's why I said it's not due to lack of action. We've had so many initiations, but these heroes just aren't dying. Carl,
I'm just
assist with some farm.
I'm just still looking at some of the the type of tempo you want to get in, because I mean we can see it, right? The longer nothing is happening, Dire's net worth graph just looks disgusting. But when Carl has BKB as well, I think their game becomes a lot easier. So I think if you're on the Army Genius side, you would like to find a smoke and kind of like go on the back line where you help your Night Stalker, your Ember, get off a good angle against this Rubik and Phoenix and kind of take fights before they get some of these next items, because they're coming soon.
Yeah. Well, Primal Beast going to the bottom lane. He's trying to finish that BKB as mentioned, close to at least the Mithril Hammer. That needs the recipe after that. But yeah, Underlord, keep looking back at how KP's doing. He's got a pipe he's working on at least. That'll be his next item of choice. 18 minutes, both teams grouping around the bottom rune spot. Now they're heading more towards the mid. It's gonna be a fight. They catch Ember Spirit again, and
they got him.
This time it is too much damage. A lockdown.
Might find another. Black hole.
Enigma. Yeah, I was gonna... Don't know about that one, Chief. Yeah, no black hole, and for good reason from Enigma accepting death right there. But finally, they catch the Ember Spirit, though. That's got to be good.
No, that's a good one. They've got the Veil on Cuckoo. I like that. Just try to enhance your damage a little more, because you do have a decent lockdown, right? You've got Rubik Lift, like you've got a Pit, you've got some Ensnare, so like pushing out a little bit more damage onto you and your team, and just for yourself later as Phoenix with your Sunray with your Egg. I like that choice.
Yeah. Well, Night Stalker, it does feel like, you know, again, he had a great start. I mean, he is 2-1-0, so certainly not having a bad time by any means, but maybe you would have maybe expected a little more out of it as far as activity goes. But again, that goes just to, it's not due to lack of trying, just not able to truly finish the job.
Yeah, perhaps he wants to... There's probably going to be 1 or 2 faster plays still, by the looks of what they're doing now. They're kind of eyeing KP, and he's also getting closer towards the BKB and the Night Stalker, so and he is very tanky, but let's see.
It's a tough pit. He doesn't have that pipe yet. He does have mech, though, and it's going to be used. However, it is too much damage. Primal Beast TP'd in, so did Rubik, but look at Nightstalker, he wants more. You mentioned the Dark Ascension used, he's on the uphill. They're going
there
for Rubik, he's dead. The Lincoln's coming into play as well, and there's a good couple of kills on the side of Army Geniuses.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold, that's a lot of XP. It's also right before daytime, so that's pretty good for them. And yeah, I mean, in your dream, he's still having a great game on the Morph. He can just turn into the Underlord, you pit him, Firestorm deals a buttload of damage on that hero as well. So this is kind of what I want to see from them every time they have their spells ready. Because until Blacklist have items, they will keep dying to these moves.
Yeah, and specifically that BKB of Primal Beast, he's still trying to finish it, get that recipe, so another play on him perhaps in the next minute here before he has that. Not a bad idea, but while this is all happening, keep looking back at Raven on the Naga Siren, and that leads him to grow a bit. A Manta style finish, the Orchid we talked about, 1,600 gold towards a heart. She's looking to go next, so
yeah.
It's got to be in your minds.
We've got so they've got the BKB on Nightstalker, so he's not doing too bad. I would even say he's honestly doing pretty well. We'll have to see if he wants to rebuild the Echo or go Blink. I think this is sometimes a little awkward when you do go Echo. Like now the splitting phase, it's as they were hunting with the song. As right. Raven, he's got the Orchid. Anyone, well, I guess everyone apart from Nightstalker and Morph, they just died to the single Orchid.
Yeah. We got Wisdom Runes coming in. That's why you see up here. Enigma's trying to take the dire one. Oh, that might cost him his life.
Yep.
Primal Beast is going to come in, and they get both Wisdom Runes on the dire side as well. Wow. On top of that kill. That's big.
Yeah. No, that's a big one. Like when you're ahead in gold, it's nice and all, but if you can also shut down the XP to like make it harder for the other team to like kind of come back and keep the levels that they want, yeah, that's it's a rough one. I think Naga's just a very good hero at playing aggressive, right? You have Song, potentially. He didn't have it that time, but you can also scout for yourself. You're very tanky. Just nice plays.
And now that BKB is being delivered to the Primal Beast, so that timing has been lost if you're Army Geniuses over here. Nightstalker did get his own, though, with that said, but as you also mentioned, we've got about 3 minutes before we're back into nighttime. Granted, he does have Dark Ascension, so may find the opportunity with that. But Ember Spirit's still playing the recovery game, understandable.
Yeah.
He's working on his own BKB, so you call the build right here. It's just a matter of actually getting to finish the BKB next.
Yeah, he'll have to keep... What is a little unfortunate for him is that I think he can play super aggressive, which is not how you want to... Like, you don't want to have to play this defensive on an Ember. Once he has BKB, he can go aggro as DB. Pops the Ascension.
Yeah, silence on a Rubik. Pit him out. It's going to be canceled there, actually. BKB activated by DB. He has to fight this against Carl. He don't care about no sinking BKB. Goes right on through. DB is still alive, though. Oh, my gosh. He will survive. Just barely.
Oh, nice chase and pit.
Chain. Almost a black hole of sorts coming out from the Ember Spirit, but the follow-up isn't enough. The Psych gets one. In Underlord, they're going to get two. Double kill for In Your Dream, and DB will clean up the last one in Tim. So beautiful three-player Searing Chain, and it does result in the 3 kills.
No, that was very... Blacklist definitely trying to, you know, maybe overplay a little bit as DB kind of baiting them in, does live with 100 HP, but both In Your Dream, he comes by, again, 3-man Pit, 3-man Firestorm, you get the slide chains with all the Maelstrom procs as well, and they're just kind of pushing themselves back in this game.
That's certainly got to feel good. That's one of those motivational fights. If your Army Genius is, you can feel the game starting to maybe get a little bit out of hand, slipping away slightly. And not so much anymore. I mean, obviously feeling pretty good after that one. And just so, you know, we just talked about the BKB on Primal Beast, how big of a deal that was. Well, yes, it almost helped him get the kill on Nightstalker, but it didn't. And they were able to turn it, obviously, with the big plays. So, well played. And as the resurrections take place, though, you do see the Tormentor being done on the dire side at least, so they'll grab the shard for themselves. Not the greatest damage with the 4 heroes here, but
yeah,
they finally get it, and Tim's will pick up the telekinesis upgrade.
Yeah, the itemization is, I think, pretty nice on the dire side. You've got the Force against the Nightstalker, because generally what they have to do is live through the start of the fight where Nightstalker ults goes in and Ember like wants to remnant on you. So having the Force Staff on Rubik, having the defensive lift back as well, or maybe just even egging on the spot later as well, as Kuko will be doing a lot for them.
one more minute, and we're back to nighttime. Night Stalker's favorite, so something to play around if you're the Radiant side. Morphling, I haven't talked too much about his items necessarily. We mentioned the Lincolns early on. Manta Style has been finished, but you look at where the Dire team is at. They are deep on the enemy territory, and it works out. Enigma, the pickoff. He's out for 30 seconds. It looks like as a team, they're going to push bottom.
Yep, I mean, that's just a freebie, right? Raven on the spot right now, if he's with his team, they're just incredibly strong. Earlier round, he was not in the fight. I feel like they kind of want this Orchid, they want the Mantis to run in, also like the Song potentially to bail you out. But one of the things I'm looking at is some of the scaling of these supports. If I'm not mistaken, I think Enigma has a Philosopher Stone, and he can scale in this game, as can Phoenix. So both the fives, you know, they have Philly Stones, they have some bigger items queued up with a Hex as well, and they'll certainly get there in this game.
Well, yeah, to that point, Phoenix is doing much better right now.
Oh, for sure.
Doubling the net worth of Enigma. So, yeah, in the big picture, Enigma can certainly have more presence as the game continues on. But for now, Phoenix is, you mentioned the earlier Villa Discord that he already has. He's building a Scythe Keizu.
Yeah.
This is a position 5 that, you know, he already has the ultimate orb.
Yeah, I mean, Kuku's chilling, man. He's doing hella fine. You get to farm some waves, your Naga is jungling, you have nice map control. 3 of the 4 supports, I think, are holding Philosopher Stone, because, yeah, it's just a sick item. It looks like they want to bait KP up top, maybe. They're just scared that Army Geniuses are doing Roche, so I think that's a correct call. Even if they're not doing Roche, you need to put yourselves in the right position on the map.
Yeah. So Ravens farmed like crazy, like Naga Sirens get to. What I'm going to get at, though, is when does he start assisting with a team like that? And I guess the answer is now. As you mentioned, they think they might be doing Roshan. He's here with them to fight, but they're not going to run into them. But it seems like he is in that mindset now of, all right, I can fight around my team now.
Nah, for sure. I would say that he is... I mean, Naga's maybe a bit of a strange hero. You help your team always a little bit indirectly by like pushing waves, but I would say from this point onward, you need to be within the fights as well. Like, your net worth is 18k, you're only 7 up. If you're not there, your team is practically behind in the game. So you've got to be there in these fights.
Now, if you're Army Geniuses, you certainly got to be suspicious that Roshan's happening. You're pushing to tier 2, no defense. So they get the tier 2, but the cost is they give up a free Roshan. Primal Beast, the one to pick up the Aegis. So thoughts on that, actually, over the Naga Siren?
I think that's pretty good too, right? You've got the heart on Naga. I don't really see him dying, or even if he does, it's not an easy kill for them to take. Instead, it's kind of like when you give your Ember the Aegis here with Primal Beast. Just allow Carl to continue to go in and kind of keep his game, like keep him scaling.
Well, Carl, certainly, as you'd expect out of a Primal Beast, not afraid to get in there, and that much more ambitious now that he has the Aegis. Enigma takes over the outpost on the Dire side. A very bold move there, but he actually gets it and gets out before any response really happens from the enemy side. They get here now, but he's already snuck on out of there, so good to go for the time being. I am noticing some 4-staff priority on the Dire side. Both Rubik and Underlord have one.
Yeah, you're gonna need it, as we have a Pulverize. Looks like it's just gonna force him away.
Well, meanwhile, Nagasar aren't gonna cut down the Enigma. And now
Lift
is out as well. More fleeing.
They can egg.
The setup, the egg in front, the blocking them out. You have to fight this if you're in your dream. There's no other choice. He's trying to run. Morphing in, goes to the Nagasar. It's the battle of the illusions, and the real one gets out. Morphling somehow skirts on out of there. Dark Ascension activated as well by DB. He's going to have to beat KB before this. Keeps on flight away. And so after it's all said and done, Enigma is the only death, and Morphling lives.
I guess he's the only one dying. That looked a little strange. I don't know if the egg was late or if the song was cancelled early, but either way, nice job from In Your Dream to get on out of there. As he just now aggressively TV said. I mean, he's got Scotty. This is still a very scary and a very good Morphling game.
And you see he's morphed into the Nagasar for just a little bit longer, creating some illusions that is going to wear off now. 20-second cooldown. Primal Beast onslaught. It's going to be on cooldown. He has Pulverized, but oh, do they go back on this Night Stalker? He doesn't have a BKB. Maybe lift on up. Going to go in the midst of it. The Blade Mill also popped by Carl. The Enigma Black Hole locking him down, but it's just him. In the front lines, you have Underlord getting low. Tim's manages to Remnant away with the Remnant he stole. Silence on Underlord, but Raven is looking to beat down Skywrath. Skywrath will fall. They do kill Underlord, but now the cores are running on the radius. Maybe. He actually wants...
Well, Naga versus Naga.
Naga Siren, yeah. It's the battle of the illusions here. Carl, onslaught is ready. Can Morphling get away again? The answer is yes. He is just too difficult, but there was a lot going on that fight, KZU, but you kind of take a step back now. It does feel like Blacklist rivalry wins that one.
Oh, for sure. The problem is not even just the cores on Blacklist there. It's the fact Cuckoo Sunray also did a lot in the start of the fight. Like, it just nailed down this Night Stalker from the backline. If they're not starting the fight, again, what I touched on earlier, right, with your Ember and Night Stalker, I think fights will not be that easy for them. So that's kind of what they need to be looking at.
Ember Spirit heading towards the top lane. Just trying to be a little sneaky up here. But we've got tier 3 items now starting to make some appearances. So a Titan Sliver even just picked up. On the dire side, that's Primal Beast. So yeah, he's got the BKB, a Titan Sliver now. He's already such a nuisance in the front lines and just got that much stronger and annoying to deal with. So yeah, I mean, again, this Morphling does feel fairly unkillable with what we're seeing, especially with the morphing into the Naga Siren and using all her abilities, but the teammates around him, not as much. So clearly the focus is going to be around the Morphling if you're Blacklist rivalry here.
Yeah, like what they just need to be looking at is some of the team fighting that we talked about, and I would say that most of my eyes are going to be on the backline supports. Like, it's on either team to try and get on this backline to get these supports out of there. And you can see that reflected in the items. Like, everyone has got some force stabs. You need to try to keep yourself alive, like kind of keep kiting out. And on In Your Dreams' next item, I think he's hitting like a very, very big power spike here on this Morphling.
And he's going to be level 20.
Yeah.
He's just about to ding here. So there we go. Level 20. And now that waveform attacking targets, I'm guessing,
yeah,
picking up here. But yeah, so it's that spike you're mentioning for multiple reasons. And it feels like the time, if any, for Army Geniuses to hold their ground and maybe make a play. But their own territories continues to be infested here. As the Dire team pushed in, Carl just dancing around in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's got hard, so he is pretty tanky. And another thing is that Cuckoo just got the Hex, and there it is. Hello.
Oh my gosh. The position 5 Hex is in play. Skywrath Mage is dead. Just like that. Talk about it catching you off guard. And Carl just doesn't even care about the base. He's going bottom.
Well, he's a pretty tanky man. This is a double hard core. Like 2 cores with hard that are just hitting your tower. It's because the problem is sometimes you can just casually force them away, right? Because they lose creeps or because they lose HP. Not an Underlord Naga and a Primal Beast. You're gonna have to fight this or give it up.
I mean, they have Midnight Pulse, so in a sense they kind of have an answer to just the tankiness, but obviously being able to get that combo off, a lot easier said than done. And here we go. Initiation, it's going to be Carl, get the pulverize on top of the Ember Spirit, pounding him down over and over and over again, finally going to get away.
Oh,
the egg
he denied it.
Though. Actually manages to kill the egg, and now Raven's in a bad spot, trying to split up. He needs teammate support.
He's dying.
He is. Naga Siren, the force deaths. He's still on.
He got it
the
off.
Song. And it looks like he will be able to teleport out now. Enigma trying to catch somebody, but oof, close call.
Oh damn! But they did get the melee racks, right? So they got the racks and only got out with Cuckoo, who got denied in the midst of it all. I'm not sure how Derek, because I'm not gonna lie, that egg was not the greatest. But Carl, he just runs in, swings his big fat claws, like, bro, what the hell is that? And just kills him. I like that.
Well, it's again another big fight that really only results in the 1 death right there.
Yeah.
In the Phoenix, so. I think that, I guess it kind of just goes back to just a lot of tankiness going around on either side. I stress that with a double hard strategy on the side of Blacklist rivalry. And of course, you got a Morphling that has the item build he has and the slipperiness of an Ember Spirit. Even Night Stalker obviously is pretty beefy himself, who, by the way, has a nullifier now.
Yeah, I liked it a lot, right? We've touched on the 4 staffs, the importance of the backline supports. If you get on top of them with this nullifier, I think you should be able to get them killed. And right now, like Blacklist, they're very tanky, but some of their scaling in terms of damage, I think it's not going to be too strong throughout like the next 5 to 10 minutes. But I think Morphlings will. Like if he gets this Chrysalis, Daedalus, it should give him enough damage to cut through maybe one of these targets during his BKB.
Yeah, range tracks goes down right there at the bottom lane. Naga Siren making a way, well, kind of check things out as she's also has a butterfly finish. Geez, it's gonna get that Axe Shard as well. Thinking about it, because Obviously that's a nice defensive tool. That makes that Song of the Siren a bit more effective overall for what it does. So, down here.
Hello.
Hiding in the trees.
Just a little bit of chilling as a 3-man smoke is coming out. Second Roche is going to be what both teams have to play around at this stage. Also, I think if you're Army Geniuses, one of the things that I would like for them to be talking about right now is also, I know we talked on it maybe a little bit earlier as a meme, but Enigma scaling in this game is good. Even though you play against a Rubik, you have Night Stalker who can deal with that. So if you get a BKB in this game, which is not unrealistic, you will have a free black hole.
Rubik, speaking of him, he is found. Out comes a Dark Ascension, and they're hunting him. They want this kill. The song from Naga Siren is going to prevent it, though. Boy, they get chasing. They know the song's on cooldown now.
Oh, smoke away as well.
Slight to pop them out. And now it's a decision time for the Dire side. Do they look to turn this? DB on the outskirts, Night Root on the Primal Beast. As he goes in, Pit of Malice also hitting. You see, again, Night Stalker continues to keep an eye on them.
I mean, his ult is running out. So there is no Roche, at least for 1 minute. So you could go and chill a little bit if you are Army Geniuses. Because DB's next timing is certainly, well, he would love if Roche does not die before his next ult, but also if he can get his blink. You get the blink, you ult, blink and nullify one of the supports as in your dream. In a bit of trouble.
Morphling, we've seen this before. BKB, Blade Mill, you got to be careful to attack into that. BKB from Carl as well. It's going to be wearing off soon, though, so a bit of a reset here in this fight. Song still has 20 more seconds. Ember Spirit, he's dead, and he is getting cut down. Force half saves. No, the Pulverize to take him out. He's out for 70. He doesn't have a buyback.
Yeah, he's gone for a while. I think that might just be a tier 3 push. Tier 3 push, if you bait out his buyback, you would fall back to Roche, but, well, we know better. There's no buy.
Yeah, Roshan is going to be spawning here in a couple of seconds, but you're right, it's with no buyback. Certainly, Blacklist rivalry is going to keep the push going, and Carl's not afraid to go in once again. Silence, though. Needs to be careful. Pit of Malice protection is there, and they get the tower kill. Rex now exposed, and obviously by now they're aware that Ember Spirit doesn't have one. So should be able to get the set of racks, although they're doing everything they can on the side of Army Geniuses.
Yeah, this is just, how do they, I feel like there's 3 of the same hero just hitting your base. It's like some 5k HP tank that you're just not touching.
Yeah. Even with the Ember Spirit, it's obviously a difficult task, but without him, it feels damn near impossible. So the discipline is there, but that does mean another set of racks has been destroyed. DB, who thought he had a chance, almost caught the Rubik, slacking behind, but unable to find him.
I think they have to fight this Roche. Like, sell your 2 bracers, buy a Blink Dagger or something and take this Roche fight. Maybe it's too hard or too late at this point because they can just song and finish it, but this is a scary Roche to give up.
Yeah, to your point, I don't think they're doing much about it. They're suspicious that it's happening, I'm sure, but in the end,
yeah,
they're just not going to really be confident about stopping it. It will be an Aegis in the hands this time of Naga Siren, and Primal Beast will pick up the cheese.
Yeah, and they have not too much against like cheese either. And cheese on Primal Beast it's kind of an Aegis, let's be real.
Yeah, might as well be.
They're looking behind.
Who do they catch? That's going to be Rubik. So Rubik's out.
It's time for more.
Solid start. The song defensively. Raven trying to get out. BKB though of Morphling. He has Underlord morphed into. Keeping up with a Raven, so the song is now worn off. They're going to keep chasing this.
Ooh, the black hole.
The black hole on 2. The Mystic Flare comes down, and they get the one in Underlord, but Raven is still plenty taken. Carl shows up now, stomps the ground, and kills Enigma after the fact. Doing what he can. Nice chain stun as well. With the Searing Chains, and yes, they are going to take out Raven and use an Aegis as well as the kill on Primal Beast.
Oh, they're killing everyone.
They are. They're just want
dieback on Phoenix.
They want more. They want Phoenix. The buyback on Phoenix, make it a dieback. He's out for 80 seconds, so Naga Siren is able to make her way out of there because they got caught chasing, but, well, very successful fight.
Yeah, and that is exactly what they have to do. You find the backline, you now have the items, you've got the Blink Nullifier for Night Stalker to start the fight. And even though your Enigma doesn't have a black hole, he's playing with like semi-map hack, right? You've got the Night Stalker flying around, he's kind of showing you everything, who is where. Okay, Rubik is dead. Finds a great 2-man black hole, and they just continue to fight like that.
Yeah, like I said too, Midnight Pulse is a great ability against these tankier heroes especially. So certainly that did its own damage. I mean, you look at the damage that Enigma did, at least look at the breakdown here, it did 4,300 damage. So
that's not a joke.
Too shabby. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a whole primal beast.
Yeah, it was just behind the Ember Spirit and the Morphling, but the fact that your position 5 is doing that says something. So do not underestimate it as Morphling finds a real one. And so does DB. Nola fires up. Is Raven in trouble? The BKB song says no.
I mean, Army Genius is definitely doing some nice stuff in this game right now. Like the last 2 minutes has all just been W's for them. You take the Aegis, you beat them in the fight, now you force out the Nagas, BKB as well. If you can get your waves in control, you finish your Daedalus now and in your dream, maybe you get to level 20 talent on a Night Stalker, good waves, you smoke up and you find another successful fight. I think you might just be ahead if you come out successful there.
I noticed Morphling did morph into the Underlord that last fight. I wonder if that's a priority now for him, or that just happened to be the best, chance for him in that fight. But Pit of Malice, a good tool to make use of there, as well as even Firestorm.
Yeah, I think the Firestorm against the double hard and basically an Underlord and the Pit as well to just keep them in place. Yeah, why not?
That's true. Yeah, so another tool for that. That's HP percentage based, which obviously seems pretty good against those attributes there. So Naga Siren sending the illusions out. It's not deterring Blacklist Rivalry from continuing to play aggressive. That's for sure what happened in the last fight. Obviously, they're still positioning themselves pretty aggressively. Bloodthorn now finished by the Naga Siren, so of course helps there. She's level 20.
Yeah. Okay, well... So from this point onward, Morph is going to have a good time. I mean, In Your Dream has had a good game. He's 4-0-6, he's up in the net worth, but he does pretty well against Naga. You can always stand your ground. If now you can have Ember kind of get in the game slowly as well with a little more net worth, maybe a shard, he already has the Aghanims, and slowly over time Varish with the Philosopher's Stone in his backpack and swapping it in and out. If he can get closer to this BKB, they're doing A-okay in this game. Don't count them out.
Well, and they think it's time to go. Being the aggressors, they go on to Underlord. Underlord being bursted down. He's out 5. That's a take. Underlord, he's dead. 100 seconds, he's out 4.
But the egg is dead too.
Egg's going to be destroyed. No more egg. The Pulveride's eventually used, but Ember Spirit, he doesn't care. He's going onto the Rubik in the back lines. Now we see Morphling. Morphling taking over the Underlord once again. The Black Hole locking up Nagasar by himself. You see her damage on her. Starting to
He's dying.
He is dying. BKB, there's the song. And is just going to simply TP on out. So Nagasar for sure is dead if it wasn't for that. But the 3 others around her are dead. No buybacks. It's just her and the Primal Beast.
I think we're getting to dangerous territory here, my friends on Blacklist. If they just go on Army Geniuses, blink in, nullify, the counterplay just doesn't seem to be there. Even Underlord, KP is he's just dying too quickly. Yeah,
the damage output overall for the side of this Dire team just is seeming a little bit lacking, and maybe it's the lot. But I also love the boldness there of Army Geniuses.
Yeah, for sure.
Being behind, but they're the ones that are making the jump, making the play. And clearly to their advantage. I mean, they blew up an Underlord, who they're not supposed to be able to do. But they did.
I do think that Cuckoo needs to buy a shard. Maybe he's been greedy where he's like, yeah, bros, let's kill the Tormentor a few times and you give me the shard. Because I understand, his egg does die. But when they go on your Underlord, your Primal Beast, or your Naga, and you just pop the egg in Sunray, you might be saving them or giving them enough HP that by the time your egg dies, they can fight again. Because right now, there's no counterplay when they go in with their BKBs and nullify.
Yeah.
Your heroes are just dying.
Yeah, Blacklist rivalry here is just... They are continuing to keep their positioning going as far as the map control, and I feel like it's almost deja vu moment. We just saw this a couple of minutes ago in a similar area, but this time they're actually going to start falling back now. It's about 2 minutes before Roshan is potentially up at the red timer.
Yeah.
Still a bit before that's going to be happening, but yeah, we've seen the tier 4 items that have been dropping, so that's now in play for both teams as well. But the defensive posture continues. Obviously, 2 sets of racks are destroyed, so don't have much of a choice at that, but
that's 25 talent as well on Morph. In Your Dream, he did replace his boots for the Satanic, so having the waveform cooldown and Ninja Gear is definitely very good to help out with your mobility. For Blacklist, you need to find a way to start fights, because I think that's like the turning point in this game is that you already took some of their base and they're not really leaving their base. And you don't have the best initiation apart from what? A Phoenix dive into Hex? Whereas Army Geniuses, like they have Night Stalker. He's like the best hero in the entire game to start a fight.
Yeah. It's like he could just pick and choose the appropriate time and placement, and we've seen that multiple times. So he has another 4,000 gold saved up. Speaking of Night Stalker, he's got a sword.
Yeah, look at his...
is going to be works.
He already hits for over 300 without the ult. He's going to hit for like 500 with his ult activated. He already has a lot of attack speed as well. As you're mentioning, 4k gold saved up. And I don't want to say it, but Enigma is slowly but surely getting closer to his BKB.
Yeah, we kind of joked about that earlier, but hey, we're at that point of the game now, certainly, where it's very relevant. Absolutely. In the Enigma, we've seen already a black hole or two from him that's been very significant. So imagine with that BKB. Unstoppable combo. Morphling, Satanic now finished as well, so
yeah.
Good luck killing him if you're the Dire team.
I believe he is incapable of dying from full to zero unless he's all on his own and you need to find some really good play, like spell steal the Lincolns into an instant hex and like, I don't know, you've got something like hope to lock him down like that. Cuckoo does get the shard, so that will help out.
Middle tower is under attack.
That Sunray buff that you're talking about, that Supernova synergy. So you mentioned Morphling level 25. How about Ember Spirit is going to be the next level 25 at this rate as well. As still about 3/4 of the level to go, but just 22s behind him. So yeah, he too is going to have the benefit there of hitting level 25 and another resource to the advantage of Army Geniuses in terms of coming back in this game. So again, Roshan's up at a mid of 40. That's certainly got to be the next area of contention here, it feels like.
I mean, the scaling right now of Radiant is just way stronger. Like the stuff that they're starting to dish out, the items they're getting, like the state of Naga hasn't really changed in like the last 15 minutes. She's very tanky, but most of the Radiant heroes don't really care about her. Like Morphling just stands his ground, and there aren't really any answers to that. Okay, around mid, DB going in.
Rubik's proving to be a difficult kill. Well, the song doesn't matter. The BKBs go through, and the Pit of Mal stolen by Morphling yet again. Oh my god, that Unloyal just evaporated to the Morphling. It feels like, and he also
triple kill.
Phoenix. Phoenix is dead. The buyback's on the two.
It's a DD Morphling.
Upward round, doing what it can.
Full race.
Primal Beast, the Black Hole, the 1-2, including Naga Siren. Primal Beast is in trouble. He's dead, and Naga Siren has to run. She doesn't have a Saga member. And that BKB's ward off. The chains locking her in place. All 5 are still
stolen Black Hole, by the way. It is available if he can somehow find something.
You're right, and I think Morphling knows that. He's sitting back.
Oh, they cancel the TP.
Catch Ember Spirit. How much do you commit on top of this? We've seen it before. It is a kill on Ember Spirit. So finally able to return on this fight. I mean, man, the fact that Raven not only gets out of there, but they actually even get a turn kill. That is something, how that was going.
So now the question is, would we be paying 3 deaths and 2 buybacks for an Ember kill and a Black Hole? I'm not sure, but we'll find out later. Because in the next fight, or whatever happens next, we will see as the throne went down to half HP, apparently. I didn't catch that. Would have been a very awkward ending to the game.
There's that too, yeah.
If some creep wave like came through bottom and just clapped down the throne. But yeah.
We should certainly be paying more attention to that, because yeah, that is true. Both the bottom and the top have been cleared out for a while now.
Yeah, I had full attention on it. I was just testing you. Don't worry.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be a free Roshan, though. So that's now a free Aegis, the cheese once again, and the refresher shard even on top of that in hand. So, I mean, they're doing such a good job of defensively protecting their base and winning fight after fight, but
yeah.
And it just feels difficult now.
It's reverse Uno time. I like what Tim's is doing. The stolen Black Hole instantly queues up the BKB. He's like, I'll be the Enigma now.
All right.
A refresher shard as well. Give the double. I like it. Let's go, guys.
Why not, dude? I mean, yeah, take advantage of what you got. This is the prime time for the Rubik. How about DB, though? DB, he's lurking. It is nighttime. Got a good flank position. Rubik, oh no.
Oh, my friend.
That is huge. So much for the Black Hole. Are they gonna...
Oh,
it's so hard. The double force def, and now it's DB could be in some trouble. He's
the Black Hole.
Look at that freaking range. And down it goes Night Stalker. Oh, he has the refresher, as you mentioned, so he's got a second one.
Radiant's middle tower.
I like the idea from DB, but you probably have to ult right off the bat to try and get the kill and then BKB and run out. Because if you don't kill Tims on the go, yeah, my bro just turns around and black holes you right after.
Oh, dang. It seemed like I thought for sure Rubik is dead right there, but just gets the team support in time. That was a prime spot for Night Stalker to make a big play, but yeah, gets turned on, and as we mentioned again, he still has the second one. There's the refresher shard to use.
Use the refresher. Ooh, it's a scary moment. They have a good base ward as well.
Underlord getting out. Satanic still ready for Morphling. Despite being locked down, there is not much pressure. Primal Beast going for the tier 3. Remember, this is the last set of racks remaining. Bottom lane is being pushed in as well for the dire advantage. When do you buy back a Night Stalker? That's the question. Look at Nagasaren's life evaporating. Phoenix winning, gets the sheep off, but Lotus Orb.
This double pit.
This
again looks more like some custom game. Looks like that might be it, yeah.
Or Night Stalker.
Yeah, he is back up in 5. It will be daytime though, so if they can like force out the Ennis ult and back off. Whereas, I mean, it's more so important that if Army Geniuses, if they commit this Ennis ult, it has to turn into a defense for them.
Oh,
not long on the black hole.
The Dark Ascension going for Primal Beast, but immediately turns out with a Pulverize. And the lockdown. Tims, he's got to use it soon. There's the song. They are spreading out.
Oh, it's running out.
Is he just going to YOLO it at this point? Morphling going in as the Pit of Malice jumps on in. It's just illusion galore once again. Morphling in trouble.
Sunray?
He gets X down. Never mind. Gonna pop his head. It's going out of toe-to-toe with the Nagasara, and the Supernova goes off. Turns attention to Skyrath. Skyrath gets picked off immediately. Morphling trying to find a target to kill, but is unable to do enough damage to anyone by himself. Not locked in place. Did kill Rubik, though.
Okay. We've got 800 Johnnies with the Radiant base once again, trying to whittle away at the throne. Well, range Rex did die, but they held. They did get Rubik as well as DB once again. He knows his job. I need to get in this backline and kill these goddamn supports.
Oh, eventually got that onto Rubik. So yeah, I don't even know. I assume he didn't even get off the black hole in the end.
Yeah, I think it was timing out, and then the Night Stalker was jumping him anyway. I'm looking at Cuckoo in the next fight, because when they were hexing and egging on top of the morph, he didn't use the Sunray off the shard. It was maybe he forgot that it got refreshed or whatever, but I'm looking. There's a refresher. Is that Embers? Yeah, my bro be strong. Spell Prism, Ag, Shard.
Wow. Yeah, Ember Spirit, he is certainly kind of the recovery now, as we're now 52 minutes into this game, but is the third in net worth overall. Of course, the Morphling versus Naga Siren battle continues between these two. But
this is some of the nice thing about like Ember and Night Stalker. They synergize very nicely together, and especially now when there's all these items. When Night Stalker goes in, suddenly Ember can follow him instantly with the Ags and all the items. I would also like to point out that In Your Dream has 5-digit gold, and he is buying a rapier. I like it. This is the correct choice. I'm a fan.
Backpacks the Lincolns for now, but he has a Divide Rapier, and you know, we've obviously, even when he was doing damage to Morphling, or excuse me, to the Nagasar to the last fight, definitely showed that you can hit him pretty hard, and
yeah,
obviously you throw the Divine on top of that, it could catch them off guard. So, but yeah, you're down to your 1 melee racks. You've constantly been playing defense. It makes sense here, obviously. So, might as well go for it. God, I'm noticing Nagasar is still not 25 herself, by the way. She's 24 and a half.
Classic Naga Siren problems. It's not your hero getting the XP.
Very true.
As Morphling's damage is... Nah, hold that.
Oh, Aegis just got reclaimed. There.
Yep. You're dead. That's a dieback.
That's a dieback. 120 seconds. Naga Siren. Raven. Trying to get away. Song's already used around BKB. It's a battle of brute force. A pulverized lock.
Sunray, dude.
Flink's getting low. The Divine Reaper attacks, but the Croc controls too much. He buys back, but the Divine Reaper, who picked it up? Did anyone? Carl, he's running around. I don't know if he has it, but...
No, Cuckoo has it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Of course. Why not?
No, he doesn't have
He's gonna lose it. No.
Oh no, Hex.
Give it up to Night Stalker. Rubik doing everything he can. The sheep comes out, but they're gonna lose it. The Glimmer. Don't find him. Oh no, DB's gonna pick it up. Oh no, where is it? There it is. Night Stalker's got it. Oh, the back and forth. That's Phoenix snatching it up.
Oh, holy sheesh.
Night Stalker hunted him down.
Okay, they did get the morph. They got the morph buyback out of that fight, but again, I'm just starting to see like better and better gameplay coming out from Army Geniuses, right? They just insta-go on the Underlord when his Aegis expires. Just kind of start the fight like that. And now still 2 heroes dead for 50.
Yeah, obviously that was prime time right there to jump, so very well played. I continue to be impressed by Army Geniuses again when it comes to their team fight and initiation choices. It's just they've just been continued to play this game from behind for so much of it. They haven't really felt like they've been in the, and I mean, Net Worth suggests they really haven't been in the lead,
This Night Stalker Rapier is no joke, by the way.
Oh no.
It is really strong. It might even be, I mean, maybe it sounds weird to say that it's better than on the Morphling, but Morph is already killing the guys he goes on. But when Night Stalker goes in the back, he just needs to kill them ASAP. So him having this, I don't know, stat padded gold is pretty strong.
Not too shabby. And
he's about to be 25 too.
He's about to be 25. He just got the Swift Blink, actually, right after he gets the Divine Rapier. So, yeah, he is all in on this. I'm going to jump you, right-click you the hell down, and do it quickly. So, you are right. That's, yeah.
Harpoon? Yo, this guy is... This is one of the most fat Night Stalkers I've seen. He's hitting for 700 without really anything. And when he ults and he finds the Rubik, I'm just saying it now. You've got this Enigma with BKB and Blink. And who's going to stop the Black Hole if someone is on top of the Rubik? Nobody.
Yeah, buyback situation. They have it available.
Mid-fight, Black Hole.
Primal Beast is dead.
Stolen Black Hole.
Lockdown. They also get the Rubik, it looks like, and Rubik's dead. He has buyback, though. Primal Beast does not. Song from the Naga Siren. Gonna just go for the BKB TP play. And that'll be the end of that. But Primal Beast is out for 90 seconds here. What do you do now? Look at the top creep wave push coming. Got to address that.
Okay, it's not a core dead without buyback, though, on Blacklist. I mean, Raven has so much gold, but he can't do anything. My bro has 50,000 net worth, but I feel his pain. Like, what is he supposed to do? Does he need to, like, drop some items and, like, buy, I don't know, some aggressive stuff? Yeah, feed some moon shards to who, though? No one right-clicks in this game. But, yeah, it's starting to be a bit painful for Blacklist. I think their scaling is going down the drain.
Well, yeah, that is, and yeah, we're certainly at that point of where net worth really just doesn't matter anymore. As impressive as seeing a 50,000 net worth on a Naga Siren, it's like, yeah, where it's anything can still happen. It's going to be Primal Beast getting the shard right there from the quick torment goal, but finally, we see Army Geniuses being the aggressors.
Yeah. Roche is up, and when you have a Divine Rapier, Roche is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's important. That's Roshan up top, and I think they realize that as well. They are beelining for that. Now, the top creep wave, again, constantly being pushed in.
Yep.
So they've done a good job of pushing that back, and they certainly got to get back further, but you have to pay attention to that, both top and bottom, as these fights continue on, how those creep waves are looking.
There's... okay, so Roche is going to be on the menu next. You're getting a Moon Shard on your Night Stalker. I'm trying to think for Blacklist how they win a fight, because I feel like right now it's a lot more straightforward for Army Geniuses to win if they start. I feel like if Blacklist lose another fight, they have to think about how to rat the game and like backdoor the throne or some shit like that to win later. But let's hold that for now. There's a Roche fight coming up, maybe. Or maybe not.
It's not.
It's not.
Night Stalker and Morphling both are hitting way too hard.
Oh, gee. Okay, so Aegis on Morph because he has no buyback as Blacklists are coming.
There we go. Jumping on Enigma. Enigma's found right off the bat, so he's certainly dead. And
oh, good. He has
buyback.
Yeah, he has buyback. He's chilling. You can bet your ass Raven has buyback.
Oh yeah, I think he's
got 7 buybacks.
Nearly 10,000 gold saved up. Maybe that'd be something to implement. You know, buybacks for teammates. How about that?
Let's hope Iceberg is not listening.
Just an idea. Just an idea. I'm
Okay.
sure that would be healthy for the game and all.
Yeah, you're right. That sounds healthy. Dota 3.0, they'll do that.
Oh my gosh, we are almost to 60 minutes, KZ. We're
It's common.
1 minute away, and you know what that means.
Tier 80 items. Let's go. Every time there's tier 5 items, I talk about this item that I never know if I'm pronouncing it properly. It's called Arcanus Armor, I think. And I think it's so overpowered and no one ever takes it. So I'm either really stupid or maybe they just don't know.
Or is it that other ones are maybe just better in most cases, right?
That's a valid point, but I don't like hearing logic when I ask a question.
Fair
so
enough.
I will not accept that one.
I'll be quiet, yeah. We're going to be seeing it here soon. And
Yes.
I got to think Blacklist Rivalry is almost like waiting for that, right? Because they're controlling the map right now.
Middle tower
Why
is
not?
under attack.
This is where, like, literally right now, your new game plan is, okay, let's ward their ancients, let's ward our ancients, and, like, just play some sneaky jungle wards, because you know that the enemy team, they need to find these tier 5 items. They're like, these items are worth like 10,000 gold each, maybe more. Like, imagine how much you would pay for an Axe Machina.
Yeah.
Probably 15k, because it's not even an inventory slot. So,
Nagasiren could buy one.
yeah.
The letter.
He could maybe buy those for his team. Maybe that's the thing. You can, like, buy new neutrals.
All right, it's 60 minutes. Neutral spawn and let the farming begin. Oh, look at this. They know. The Radiant team knows. Morphling, he's already hunting front lines.
Oh, this is a very tense game. Oh my
Giant
god.
Ring already picked up by Primal Beast.
Oh, nice. Can we look at Primal Beast, please? I want to see him be a fatty.
The true Primal Beast, his true form is coming.
Oh, yeah. I need a Bloodlust and a BKB on this man. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
Oh, a Midas on Ember, so he's just going to use it to get a neutral creep? Or did he sell it? Yeah, easy. I like it.
Here, yeah.
Oh. Ooh, well, everyone's looking. Night Stalker ult. He's also looking and cooking. Hex,
It's over here.
lift.
That's okay. Gonna be lifted up. Night Stalker. BKB is coming out. There's a pulverize on through. Smash, 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 smash.
He's netted. That's a long smash.
That is a long smash. He's dead.
That's a rapier.
It's on the ground. Who's gonna pick it up? Nobody yet. Okay, it looks like Underlord has it. So now it's Underlord's turn.
All right, KP, time to buy moon shards, bro.
The Underlord with a giant ring as well. Oh my god.
Oh, BKB on Rubik. We made it. Okay, Pirate Head on more, so a lot of attack speed and more gold with bounty runes. Net being reflected, stones.
Oh, the bigger Underlord in the face. There's a bit of malice though.
Oh, pulverize.
Pulverize again. We saw what happened last time. This time the Satanic
Black hole?
Black hole comes out as well. Onto both. The damage.
That's a stolen black hole.
But the song is used. The stolen black hole as mentioned. The lockdown.
No, he blinked into the black hole. Oh, the turn black hole.
And the next black hole going to be coming in as well. And it's just too much damage for Ember Spirit to handle. But the buybacks coming back in with the Aegis Resurrection. But it's just a cluster going on. And it seems to be favoring Blacklist Rivalry for the time being. They're going to kill Morphling. They are. He buys back, but that could be the beginning of the end. They're going to clean up the racks. That means mega creeps, and the raid bosses are here on the side of Blacklist Rivalry.
My
With the
God.
mega creeps, what do you do?
Okay, they've arded in the hold. Rapier's gonna be
Lord.
dropped soon, maybe? No? Yes?
Yep. No, he gets on out, so the Divine Rapier is still in his hands. Baits them out. Morphling's dead, and you know that probably means it's actually over. Although DB wants more. He wants blood. Nice.
Yeah, Ray-
He's going for Rubik.
He's trying. All right, GG is called.
Yeah, GG's just called, though. Just kind of having fun. Some little bit extra time there, but whew, what a game. What a way to kick off this series. 62 minutes.
This is a scary game. Raven did not seem too happy. He was like, he just looked more despair. But, you know, win is a win. You're going to take it. If you're Army Geniuses, I think you should still be pretty happy with how you fought back. And I mean, if I'm Blacklist, I'm happy I won this game, but I'm you know, a little bit nervous.
Yeah, and as we're talking about throughout that game, because I mean, Army Geniuses felt like they played that fairly well, especially considering the circumstances, and they kept on defending, they kept on holding, and yeah, Raven, obviously the frustrations maybe throughout that as this very farm. It's like, why can't we finish this game? This doesn't feel right, but
yeah,
you know, props to Army Geniuses, you know, again, delaying it as long as they can, but in the end, it's too much to handle. The decision-making just slightly more on point for Blacklist Rivalry, waiting for those tier 5 items even, specifically the ultimate final push. So yeah, I see here about 45 minutes into the game, another kind of clash that took place. There's that black hole coming into play. And this is where we started to think, okay, maybe there's now.
Oh, they're definitely, like, their mid-game on AG, it was so good. So, like, going into the next game, if you're even, or maybe you're even closer by in terms of, like, net worth and so on, I think they've got a great shot. And now, if I'm Blacklist, like, that makes me think if maybe I want to have, like, maybe a little more, like, team fight or put a bit more emphasis on making sure that I can fight back. Because this team, being 10k down, they didn't care.
God, I just see that Underlord getting blown up right there. Just evaporates. And yeah, again, another fight that seemed to be going the way of the Radiant, and Morphling doing what Morphlings do, barely surviving, but actually dying and then having to buy back. This was the earlier buyback. I say early, it's at 53 minutes into the game, but again, they just kept clashing. I mean, even the hero kills, Army Geniuses wins it 27-26, so it's they were fighting, but
yeah,
they can't come through with the final objective that matters, and that's destroying the Ancient.
And I would say that this is also like a cool thing where Dota shows you, even though you played like a specific hero, like Night Stalker, into 2 of the hardest counters, if your draft can help you just play the way that your hero wants to play, which is you use your ult and you just get in with your Ember, your Skyref, your Morph, then it doesn't really matter. Like, if you're creative enough and you know how to execute, then you can make any draft work. And here, that was quite unfortunate, because Varish blinked into Tim's Black Hole. It's just hard to see the AoE of Black Hole sometimes, because he had a refresher on his own on Enigma here. He was coming in with the second one.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, again, so much is obviously going on too. You're just in pure panic mode in a lot of ways, just doing what you can, knowing that the game is on the brink of being finished. And in the end, just too much. Those giant rings really doing more than even just a stacking, that intimidation factor of just seeing this massive Underlord with the Divine Rapier, especially just charging
Rapier giant ring Underlord.
That's scary, man. You do not want to mess with that. So yeah, there you go, and that's the official end there. So again, the stat lines, some good ones. Of course, Naga Siren certainly stands out.
Yeah,
1-11, 60,000 gold farm. That's a lot of gold.
Well, I can assure you that a lot of carry players in my pubs, they would have dropped their items as Naga Siren in this game, being like, guys, why haven't we won already? I'm playing perfect. I have so much gold. You guys are all noobs, but obviously this is a team game. This is TI Quals. None of that garbage is going to happen here. And, you know, they kind of pull through, because this was a very hard-fought victory for them.
Now, the interesting thing is, you know, we look at all these stat lines here. I think there's a good argument to be made. I think you would agree, Casey. Tim's playing the Rubik.
Yeah, I think so.
And he did the classic Rubik. Obviously, he's a very comfortable Rubik player, but still in those black holes. And there were some big moments, especially that one I remember at the top lane. And, you know, obviously he almost got killed by the Night Stalker, but used it against him to take him out. And even though he may not get the second one off, I mean, still his presence was clearly felt throughout this game.
Yeah, like his items were good, right? He had the Glimmer Force to help himself against the Night Stalker. He got the Shard, of course, from the Tormentor. And then, like, there were 1 or 2 crucial timings. I think even just the first time he stole the Black Hole, and like it slowed down the game a bit and allowed him to get back in. Like, I really think that he played the most solid, I think, for his team. And no flame, but I think someone in his team needs to tell Cuckoo that he can use Sunray after egging, because that didn't happen a few times.
Yeah,
just a friendly reminder. Friendly reminder,
guys. Come on.
Yeah.
No, obviously, his team victorious in the end, though, so that's what matters. And so, Blacklist Rivalry, happy with that. But you're right, though. As you mentioned several times, there certainly not one to be overwhelmingly excited with. But hey, you got the job done. Now you got
W's a W. Yeah.
W is a W, as said. So Army Geniuses, it's their turn now to fight back. I guess even more so after that first game, with a second game that's upon us. But I think we need that break, as the players do as well. We're going to go for a break.
Trust me, they do too. Because I do, and I'm not even playing.
Speaking of that, I'm Breaking CBK, joined by Keizu. The Southeast Asian Qualifiers continue next. Game number 2. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We got game number 2 of this best out of 3 series. Of course, Blacklist rivalry taking the first game, although it was not easy. They might have felt like the stats suggested they had the lead, understandably, but Army Geniuses putting up a fight. Not making it easy, taking an hour plus, but finally with tier 5 items, they're able to deliver the fatal blow. But certainly setting up to have an interesting game number 2 here, Kizu.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's I think it's gonna be quite a big back and forth. I would expect even more fighting coming out in this game, like especially in the mid game, because I think that's where Army Geniuses kind of got back. So I would assume that perhaps that's just one of their strong suits, you know. So if you're Blacklist, you gotta see that coming. But we have the same pick order again, which most of the time after a game 1 like this, you would want to kind of swap it up. But I think that just goes to show that both teams were happy with what they had.
Well, let's not forget, too, that game 1 draft, how fast it flew.
Yeah.
There were like 3 picks on either side by the time we really started introing things, it felt like. So, obviously, this time around, much different pace. Already some reserve time even being used. But as you'd expect, though, right? You got a game 1, especially an hour plus long. And now you're making some adjustments here. So, want to make sure you're making the correct adjustments. So far, we do have a Primal Beast ban thrown in there. So, no Primal Beast this time.
Okay, so that first pick is going to be out, which means, well, obviously they're going to have to take something different. There's the Venge band again, which we have also seen, well, I think ever so many times, at least when it comes to this qualifier. They also like Gyro, but I have not seen it like first picked. It was picked once like later and not even like banned early on. So we'll have to see if it's just like some casual, maybe just some support on the first pick.
And now it's Blacklist Rivalry's turn to start dipping into their own reserve time. You see the team talking strats, trying to figure out what direction they want to go this time around. Of course, at first pick, I talked about a Primal Beast, but being banned this time, so a hero that they maybe value over the other. I was going to say, Gyrocopter, though, in a lot of ways, has been the hero of this tournament. We saw him get late ban last game. This time it's an early ban on the Gyrocopter and a Brewmaster opening. All right.
Yeah, Brew, not a hero we've seen too often, or I don't even know if we've seen him at all. I know that he was played in, I think he was played in the Chinese qualifiers a few times with pretty decent success. Like, I'll say that this hero also had nice buffs. Like now when you go to the crit stance, you get more attack speed, you refresh your own W. It's easier to also deal damage on them. So overall, I mean, I'm personally a big fan of Brewmaster because it's a very like cool but also complex hero, but he definitely has his weaknesses.
Yeah, so kind of looking at it, actually, he's kind of a mid-tier as far as the heroes go throughout all these qualifiers for the regions. He's actually been seen 22 games and his 11-11 record, so even 50% right there. Yeah. But yeah, so it has been picked up here and there in a couple of different regions. But yeah, being picked up here at Blacklist Rival, you mentioned some buffs, so overall potentially like it. But Enigma is the quick response, so they like their Enigma over there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised. I do think that support Enigma is pretty good, or maybe there's also a chance for them wanting to play it off lane. I don't know if that is as good anymore since you don't deny creep, so you don't really push the lane back. Well, personally, I prefer supports that apply more threat to Brewmaster, because I think the hardest Brewmaster games are the ones where either A, your split dies, but that's generally two carries like Luna, Sven, and whatnot, or if you play into like silencers, like Skywrath, Silencer. Yeah. But we'll see, you know, maybe you can clap down a black hole and kill him, but let's see.
Interesting note on the Enigma. I didn't really have time to do all this because of how fast that first draft went, but that was, if these stats are correct, that was only the second time that Enigma was picked up in all of these qualifiers. It was only picked up once before, and that was by Azure Ray over in Chinese region. So yeah, that's, you know, not a hero that is getting a lot of attention right now by teams in this patch outside of Army Geniuses, because this is now back-to-back games where they clearly like him. And it sounds like you kind of like him too.
Yeah, I think this hero is good as a support. I played it a few times in like some of the pubs. Like they buffed the stun over time. Midnight Pulse is still, I mean, it's got nerfed over the past, but it's still a strong spell. You can pop Eidolons for like wherever you want, which allows you to actually like also trade in the jungles, even if there's no neutral creeps by with the enemy support. So all in all, I think a slightly underrated support.
Is there any chance of being more of an offlane role, or is it just pretty much tied to support, you think?
I think it can be support, but maybe then it's more so like from this type of draft where your second pick, you pick it early, then it turns out, holy insane based. This is some crazy Enigma game. Give it to me off lane. I'm gonna carry this game. You're like, okay, man, okay, you can have it.
Yeah. It is interesting, yeah, being in that support role, especially because, in the past where we would maybe see it more of that core Enigma, especially, you would see teams really prioritizing going for the counters. So obviously, even Silencer comes to mind. They kind of addressed that. They did ban Silencer, I believe. And then we saw, of course, Rubik is one of those heroes, so they were able to get an answer in that. But you don't want to go as heavy, though, as far as countering a position 5 Enigma.
Yeah, definitely not. Then it's more like, okay, you want to have a good lane and just like keep a good draft on your own. Don't have to like really overthink it. As Rubik gets banned out. Gave Tims the MVP last game. He of course played very well, but now was kind of up to you to try and find some of these other picks. Maybe one thing they didn't like with the Skyrev Enigma is that neither of their supports are really playmakers. They're more so heroes that go with their cores and then get kills. But they'll just go with the good old Ember again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were on the losing end, so you see an opening that's basically the same. You do a little bit of a double take, but it's understandable. I think it's fair to say, like, again, the Enigma, you keep stressing out, you actually do like this. It makes sense for even the first pick. And then the Ember Spirit. He didn't have the greatest game earlier on, eventually recovered, but then sure, maybe it was too late. But yeah, so it is a it is the most popular hero after all in these qualifiers. So yeah.
No, he just like makes your draft. It just makes it easier to play, I think. Like, he's just a solid laner. He's gonna give you some lockdown. I really like the Stark Willow pick. I think Willow is super good against spirits, especially. You've got the Bramble Mace. Any other stun you can follow up with Terrorize. Nowadays you can also throw your Bedlam on your other heroes. So I really like this pick.
Yeah, the one time we got the chance to see it over the South America region ourselves, I remember you talking and hyping it up quite a bit, and we definitely saw some impressive play. So, Blacklist rivalry, it's their turn to now get to use it. We'll see. Tim's likely, of course, the one to play it as long as it's in that position 4 role that you'd expect. But now Army Geniuses, they got their next 2 picks to figure out here. You figure they have their support and their mid laner, so maybe at least another support and see what direction they go from there.
Well, if you hadn't had a 5 yet, I would have loved a Silencer pick, but I think you can't really do that anymore. So I would say you probably pick... I feel like you should pick your 4 and your carry here. I think there's a couple carries that potentially do come to mind. Maybe some similar ones from like last game, like... I think Jug and Nakes are good, but I think you can also do something else. I was thinking potentially of, I think Luna. Like, or when I see these 3 heroes, if you are asking to play a carry without BKB or someone who doesn't buy it early, I think you are heavily shooting yourself in the foot. Like, you're gonna play an unplayable game.
5 seconds remaining.
Night Stalker is still on the board, and again, it's one of those. I kind of, as I was just saying, do you really want to go like a lot of similar lineup in a losing effort, but. Is Night Stalker still a potential, you think, here, or is it just you would?
I like it a little bit less than last game because I think Brew is also very tanky. You don't really kill through it. I think now your option is you pick an offlane that gives you auras because, like the Dire lineup, they don't deal the most damage, right? Like Phoenix, Brew, Dark Willow, it's very slow-paced damage. So I think if you can take an offlane who goes like Greaves Pipe, I feel like that would be pretty good. They go with the Doom, which. Seems okay to me. It's not really impressing me the most, I gotta be honest.
Doom has been pretty underwhelming in our experience, at least. Throughout with a couple times we have seen him multiple times in like a counter to the Gyrocopter that's been so dominant, and you look at that, and you're like, okay, sure, it's understandable, but yeah, Doom as a hero has felt a little bit underwhelming. We'll see how Army Genius is able to run with the ear in the hands of DB, I'm sure. Being the wrong but Sven coming out for Blacklist. That's their carry of choice this time around.
This is it's a very good Sven pick. I've caught myself now saying this 2 or 3 times where I see this hero be played, so I feel like there must be something about this hero because it just looks and feels good when I see it. Maybe it's just he's a solid laner, he has a stun, he's gonna farm the jungle, but what I like a lot is also when your carries, when they can go in for you, like they can use their net worth aggressively instead of being like, oh, you guys need to smoke and then we can do this. Like you can do your own stuff, and if you use God Strength before you get doomed, like you're still super happy.
So now they got the bans to go around it. They ban out the Faceless Void. Certainly could have been a good choice there for Army Geniuses. Tiny on the other side. Yeah, so pretty obvious what roles we're looking for. Blacklist rivalry needing their mid-choice still. We saw him run the Primal Beast last game, but that was banned well in advance, so we'll have to go a different direction. Knows he's up against the Ember Spirit. What, your typical picks, maybe more along the lines of something like a puck. I mean, Huskar, I was going to say this. Huskar, is that considered a very powerful hero in an Ember Spirit in the lane matchup?
Well, it's very good against Ember, but I think this Doom matchup is probably disgusting because he's kind of like an AA, right? He just dooms you, and it's like, sure, I'm not healing, so you're just going to die. It's good for the lane, but I think you could just take something more, not more casual, but like more solid. That's why I think these tiny DK bands are pretty good. You're somewhat lacking damage on Army Geniuses, so taking them out I think is very strong. I mean, Puck is decent, but he gets destroyed in lane by Ember, I think, nowadays, or at least you should, so it's gotta be a hero I'm overlooking here.
So it's like the Queen of Pain we've been seeing a little bit of action from, but susceptible. Like Doom, that ultimate is, you certainly got to respect it.
Hey.
Ooh.
Okay. I have not seen this hero much lately, so...
Looking.
I do think it is very good against Ember, especially if you can find a way to skill with orbs instead of Astro. Like, I don't think you're going to go Astro and Meteor Hammer against Ember. It's incredibly hard to time it. He can dodge it. I still think unless Lifestealer is a dog shit hero, then this is, again, a very good Lifestealer game, but let's see what they want.
Gonna have to choose quickly.
That's also a decent Medusa game.
Different direction than the Lifestealer, but sounds like you like it overall with the Medusa pick.
It's, well, I think it's very good against Sven in a way, and it does tank through, but I feel like the matchup against Brewmaster is a very double-edged sword. Because, yeah, while you can kill the split and he doesn't really kill you, a lot of Medusa lineups are 4+1, and Brewmaster destroys these lineups because you just lift the Medusa, and when she's not lifted, you stun her, and then when the stun is over, you lift her again. So, yeah, I think there's still a couple of issues. So not my favorite pick, but still a good one.
Talked about the OD. I was looking at the stats right there. It's been seen 6 times in these qualifiers. So
sounds like a Chinese hero. Or where was it played?
Well, it's funny you say that. Literally all 6 times were from China. So
okay, yeah.
There you go. All the other regions have yet to run it, but now Southeast Asia throwing their names in the hat as Blacklist rivalry picks it up. So yeah, you mentioned pretty good in the Ember Spirit matchup. How does he feel against Medusa?
That's a strange one. I think because if you play the right-click OD, I think that is not good against Medusa. Generally, the right-click low-range heroes, they just don't stand a chance against Medusa.
Sure.
But maybe you can work in an Aghanims later in the game. I think that would make a lot of sense because then same story. Now you can't just lift her. You just keep astraling her in the ground. You steal all the mana and you just ignore her until eventually you drop the base on her and she's dead.
Seems like a good strategy. Maybe that's something that certainly in their minds as well. But sometimes the best strategy is just simply ignore that character and kill around her, and that's they definitely have the tools to potentially do that at least. So yeah, I'm excited for this Brewmaster specifically. KP playing it, of course, very comfortable player.
He's a very good Brewmaster. My man knows how to micro.
Yeah. It's definitely a fun hero to watch, especially in good hands. So coming from the NA region, shout out to Monkeys Forever.
Oh God, yeah, he plagued my pubs for a long time. In every game, he just goddamn Brewmaster with this companion Aghanims where he's like split pushing some waves with his Fire Panda. Yeah, that's a funny one.
Other players that certainly play very well, and KP's up there as well. But yeah, just had to throw that shout out
of course.
To the Brewmaster. Boy, Monkeys. But all right, we got game number 2 coming in. As 1-0 series lead, of course, for Blacklist rivalry, but the smokes are in, at least on the side of Army Geniuses. Blacklist holding on theirs for now, choosing to use it at all. But level 1 potential, I mean, you got a Sven leading the way. It feels like, maybe some kill potential over here.
Yeah, they're at least looking. They're smoking late. I like that. So we can see that they're already moving out, getting off in a defensive ward, and now they can smoke around. I don't know if they're still holding a ward on any of their heroes. Yes, they are on their OD, so they can look to go, maybe drop a ward behind, but of course there's going to be this Watcher that is taken.
Oh, is that Grimm's?
They know.
Yeah, now they know. Not so much of a secret anymore. And they'll just kind of run it off, so getting their steps in for the game so far. Getting a nice workout.
Always
Or
nice.
not.
Nice and early.
Yeah. So it's setting up to be, I mean, obviously, Ember Spirit had a difficult time last time. It was an unfavorable matchup, as you pointed out, and Primal B certainly exploited that. Similar with the OD matchup, would you say? Is this going to just be another tough time for the Ember?
If I knew a bit more about the OD skill build, I think he's gonna do okay. It's probably similar to last game. He's supposed to lose this matchup on Ember.
All right, runes are picked up, and actually, it's a 3-for-1 favoring Blacklist rivalry. So they managed to get 3 of them. Slight early advantage for them, but into the lanes we go, and it looks like, as expected, OD versus Ember mid. See how that starts off here as OD with the early Astral Imprisonment.
Yep. I guess that's the most standard, but I would expect like a level of orb, of his Mr. Q to come out later, and then maybe like some 1-1-1 or 1-2-1 build. But other than that, later, I think Blacklist early game, it may not be the fastest. They will have to look to play through Brewmaster, because both Sven and OD, very stationary heroes.
Yeah, they want their farm. And Brewmaster, definitely a hero that can do that, though. Of course, again, the early level 6, get that primal split. KP can come online and play pretty aggressive if that's what it calls for. And you got a teammate like Dark Willow who's already using those Bramble mazes to harass out the Enigma. But Medusa has the creep wave pushed back to her tower currently, so she's getting some comfortable free farm for the time being.
Yeah, I think Medusa should be quite chill down bottom. If anything happens, is I think Varage on the Enigma, he has to be a bit careful. Like some level 2 timing, you hit the Cinder Brew into Brambles, you run up, you clap the Enigma. I think you're definitely in some trouble.
Yeah. You see there, Dark Willow and Enigma continuing to trade blows, but the core is focusing more on the CS. So far, it's Brewmaster at 5-1, Medusa at 4-1, so very even there as far as the back and forth goes. The mid matchup, it is 9-5 OD versus a 7-1 Ember. So Carl certainly on that deny game, especially giving him that advantage early.
Yeah, as OD just generally tends to do this, right? Super annoying hero to face off, as here looks like we do have the 1-1-1 build, which does make the most sense. And yeah, Grimstroke, not the strongest laning hero, that's definitely for sure. So Cuckoo should have a pretty good time at bullying him a little bit.
Yeah, well, we've definitely seen some appearances from Grimstroke. This is the first time, again, our personal casting here with South America before, but has that synergy with the Soulbind. Of course, that Doom potential of the double Doom. So certainly going to be looking out for that as Enigma. Oh, that was a close call.
Yeah, dropping quite low.
Manages to live. But yeah, to the Grimstroke, though, I was going to point out, is Inkswell's an amazing ability. And, you know, especially if you can get a shard, that's something that could be a very powerful tool to use.
That's me. I assume you cannot use Inkswell on someone who's lifted by Brewmaster, but because if you could, then it means that you could like take him out of the air, but I actually think you cannot do that. But anyway, one thing that I also just thought of is they have a small playthrough OD later. If they Astro into like a Tim's TP and he drops a Bramble on top of it against Ember, that's maybe a kill potential later in the game, as DB has a heal creep and sticks.
Speaking of kill potential, there's those regen items coming into play, as you mentioned, so it will keep him alive, but DB having to play it safe for the time being. Does have the heal aura thanks to the creep. He's going in pretty aggressive. That's a greedy. That's
2 levels and stun.
Greedy, yeah.
And they got him.
He wanted that CS, man, and he doesn't even get it, and he cost him his life. So what initially was a good getaway, hand caught in the cookie jar.
Oh, absolutely. Something like this is what can catch you off guard. Like Raven, 2 levels in the stun, 1 level in the cleave. It's not a very normal build. A lot of Svens are going to be more greedy and not do that. So maybe catching DB off guard here.
Well, either way, back to the lane now. I'm having to TP back in, but certainly Sven's liking what happened there. Mid lane, you talked about this. Here comes the Dark Willow. Bramble Maze is down. Easy route. And Ember Spirit's in trouble. Can he get away
fire
from
bottles.
Denied
the rune.
Nice deny by Tim's. And that might just do it in the end. Yep. Even if he had a chance before, there was absolutely no chance at that point.
Yeah.
Great execution.
No, that is just a great move. He also, they glyph the wave so that this wave runs into the tower. So even more creeps will die before Ember spawns. So you just saw a lot of like top tier level micro plays.
Wouldn't expect anything less from the Southeast Asian scene and in general. These TI qualifiers, of course, so much is on the line. And you know, especially in a matchup like this, so we keep stressing big name players are here and here to ultimately get to TI itself. Bottom lane, Medusa.
Out of mana. And dead.
Dead, yeah. It's just the red number comes out, and before you know it, she just evaporates. Enigma did everything it could, which at that point wasn't enough.
Ooh, this is a scary early game. I know it only says like 1k, but against these heroes, there's a lot of pressure that could come in as Cuckoo. See you later. Silence comes back, gets the damage off.
Unable to Icarus dive away, so at least some signs of life for Army Geniuses here. But as you were just mentioning, though, it's almost deceptive. At 1,000 net worth lead overall, it feels larger than that.
Ooh, and a Midas rush on Carl. Interesting. Okay, I kind of like that. So the thing is, it's going to be hard to play through this Ember and kill your OD. OD is always a very tanky hero, and like you have low damage on Ember and Grim. Takes a long time to get that off. And Blacklist, want to look to play through mid? 3 heroes here? Oh, I think he's in trouble again. Yeah. If they can sniff him out. Nice jukes.
Yeah, able to make his way out. Let's battle for the watch. I don't know about that. And
the Bramble.
Oh boy, the double root, that never feels good.
No.
And in comes Phoenix to help finish the job right there with the Echo Strive, Fire Spirits, and easy kill in the end. So good find there.
2k lead, 6 minutes. Haste Rune on the deck now as well. I don't know if they still have a siege creep in mid, but if they do, they can certainly play through that. Looks like they don't, so it means Carl will just keep the wave back. I mean, their Ember has no game. And when your mid hero has no game with Doom and Medusa side lane cores, you're in for a very, very stationary and slow map.
That's a good, we were talking about how over here on the dire side with Blacklist Rivalry is like, make sure your Brewmaster gets active because you got some cores that are going to farm. Boy, oh boy, is it even that much more on the other side. So definitely setting up to be overall a bit more of a passive game. So we'll see. But right now it is favoring certainly this dire team. And even the net worth lead is growing. Both Sven and OD feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I think most of these early game moves, I think they're just gonna be ran through KP. Like Ember's gonna have to recover. Well, we all know what Doom and Medusa are gonna do. Same with Odie and Sven, so that leaves Brew and the supports to be like, okay, I got you guys. I'll make space.
Yeah, and it's not like Brewmaster is, taking off himself necessarily, but he is definitely doing better than the Ember Spirit.
Raven.
Talk about as the top lane, Raven helping to chase down DB. Doom by himself currently. Oh, the burn!
There it is.
Burns! God strength.
I like it.
Easy kill.
There was like this Vanguard meta not long ago, and Sven was one of the heroes that was picked there as, let's see if In Your Dream will be fine down bottom. It's getting whacked away yet for now.
Mana's almost gone, but Grimstroke support means turn potential. Brewmaster.
Silence, Inkswell.
There's the Inkswell stun. Hits both, actually. Tim's doing everything again. Another Bramble Maze in 2 seconds. Oh, and the miss is kicking in. Well played by Brewmaster. That Cinder Brew coming into play. Manages to live. And how about Tim's even still harassing them quite a bit by himself? But, God, Brewmaster survives. He doesn't even have his ultimate yet, and he survives.
Yeah, he's just got the Cinder Brew with the passive, the Vanguard as well, and Midas soon to be completed on Carl. And just to touch on the Sven point from earlier, like, even when they have Vanguard, when you get your God Strength, you're still strong enough to kind of just run them down. And if you can't, you can just jungle, and they just perfectly abuse that. He has Treads, Mask of Madness, Magic Wand, Raindrop at, he's 5k at 8 minutes.
Yeah, Doom has been by himself for a bit right here because of Grimstroke doing a bit of rotation. And he's having to find himself doing a bit of jungling as Ember Spirit getting a little bit lower, I suppose, but he's fine. Just going to Remnant and make his way back in. Grimstroke soaking up some experience in the meantime. As there we go. But of course, level 6 has the Over Corrosion, but similar to last game, Ember's finding himself in a spot of, I got to recover now. OD not recovering. He's accelerating. Hannah Midas charge used. Looking pretty.
This is just... I feel for them a little bit, because this map state is very hard to get out of. As they find Cuckoo for now, but that's all that's going to be. Because your Ember has a bad game. He doesn't really have too many heroes to play through, as Varish, and dead, probably.
Yeah, counter ward, but that's going to cost him his life. And now Medusa, Cursed Crown, she'll be fine, but scared off the stack, and that's some stolen farm. They're going to reclaim some vision themselves, because they sentry as well. So, this is past the tier 1 tower, obviously, deep south.
Yeah.
Not where they should be, but it's working.
AG need to stabilize the map, but they cannot do it in an aggressive manner. They need to do it in a defensive one, like stack up and try to play like a very open map, put one guy bottom to just farm there, like maybe Grimstroke or Ember, and just farm. Because how is this Ember supposed to kill anyone? OD has like over 1k HP, Sven has over 1k HP, there's a Brewmaster with Vanguard, and your Ember has no levels. So you just have to farm, sit back, and wait a little bit.
Yeah, similar theme to last game, and again, they were able to hold out and fight pretty strong last game, but ultimately wasn't a losing effort, so for their sake, hopefully not the same result, but it's proven to be an uphill battle. I will say Grimstroke doing a lot of stacking as Ember Spirit. Close call there once again, managed to get the regen. Here comes Enigma, Carl overstepping. Puts him under with the Astral Imprisonment, has the hammer ready to go. So he's burrowed, baby.
Midas.
You might like the call. I mean, it has charges, to be fair.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Oh, bottom. Medusa having a fight. Curse Crown. It's up. Doom lifted up in the air thanks to Brewmaster with a primal split, but he's going to have to run. Numbers favoring the Radiant side right now. Brewmaster coming back together. Can he make his way out again? Has that Vanguard, so extra tanky, going for the Lotus Pool, but... Oh, even Tim's. He's like, oh, am I going to get myself denied here? What are you going to make me do?
Still alive for now. And he will finally die.
All right, a lot of numbers, but they do kill at least one.
Yeah, no, that was very good. Like getting Carl killed, first of all, and then the first split not giving Blacklist the bottom tier 1 tower and more tempo is very big. The only problem that they still have to deal with is Raven on Sven, but they might be dealing with him, double TP.
And Doom is ready to go. He's got the flank. There's the Doom. Sven knows he's in a little bit of trouble now, and he's in a lot of hurt. OD running in, Astral Imprisonment ready to go.
Cool, Astral.
Gonna use it on his teammate. Save him for the time being. The Supernova goes off. Sven coming out. He's might as well do damage. He knows he's dead. Does set up the turn kill on Doom at least. Of course, Sanity's Eclipse even used on top of that, but does make it a 1-for-1. Still a good kill in Sven.
Well, nice play from both teams. Like the fact that Blacklist get a turn kill out of that was pretty good for them, but overall I like that AG just bring all the heroes. Now they denied the tower and they killed Raven. And he was getting out of hand. I mean, let's be real. He's still out of hand, but they slowed it down a little bit.
Look at these stacks, though. I was mentioning earlier, Grimstroke stacks. Is that going to be another successful one? No, the Ancient, it says it's enough. But they got to take this too, because Phoenix did scout this, so you got to farm this.
It is time for In Your Dream, I think, to pop the TP later. He can farm the Ancients. Maybe he wants a couple more levels. He only has 2 levels in split shots, so yeah, probably wants like level 9 or level 10 maybe. Get that maxed out and then head on over there.
I mentioned the Yasha. Mid lane, they're diving Carl.
Chains.
Ink Soul stun. No TP support yet. Who's that coming to Sunray? It's not nearly enough. Only level 1. Not going to keep him alive, so good pursuit. And we mentioned how Ember Spirit, they need him to be active. He's had a rough start. Hey, they still make it work, and they get another kill on OD.
This team's post-laning stage, I think, is actually very impressive. That must be something that they actively worked on. Like the way they're positioning the heroes, who's playing with who, you know, like what are the kind of kill combos for us, because they're doing that very well.
Yeah,
more Ancients.
Keeping Good Hope alive. God, those Ancients are stacked, though. I mean,
both teams are just, they've got the farmers.
Yeah, you know that it's coming. Obviously, yeah, Sven versus Medusa. You knew this was going to happen.
It's
but
a battle of the Ancients.
Yeah. You could even say defense of the Ancient. Okay.
Get it? That was a good one.
That's the name of the game.
Woo! Let's go. Up. Here we go. It's triangle time, baby. Triple 3-level split shot. Yasha. It's going to have a Manta stab when all of this is done. To be fair, it might take him like, they're smoking. Let's see if they go for DB or if they look at the Medusa.
Oh, nice scan, though. The scan hits them as they're coming in.
That's a good one. Guys, it is time to protect this triangle for Medusa.
Yes,
okay, 40-minute Wisdom Rune as well.
It's the awkward spot. Oh, you're right. Yeah, they're going for the Wisdom Rune. They're going to take it from Doom. They're trying to get to it. The Curse Crown. Okay, it's picked up by Phoenix. Got to fight this, though. The chase is on. Phoenix.
Good chains.
He TP's out. The chains, though, stalling OD, so OD's in some trouble. Inkswell stun hits. Can put himself under. No, he's going to put Ember Spirit under. And he'll live because of that. Oh, he killed him. Sorry.
He TP'd out but couldn't heal, so he just died out in the fountain. That's actually funny. I have not... With the new Doom interaction, I haven't seen that yet, so I like that.
I saw him TP out. I thought for sure he's good, but you're right. Kind of forgot about that. That's a nice benefit of the Doom ability itself, so TP no longer going to guaranteed save you. At least they get something, but I mean, the target they really wanted was that OD, but obviously he's a little too slippery and makes his way out of there.
As looks like we've got another Midas being queued up by KP this time around. And I must say that I'm a fan. Brewmaster Midas is good. You use the levels. You're just running around a lot as well. And this game, probably going to take a while.
Well, speaking of that, Medusa finally able to make the time. They protect the Ancients over here, and they are going to allow Medusa to farm it up. So you see her net worth starting to rise quite a bit, on par with now the Doom team.
Ooh.
That's a lane. That's a kill. Ember Spirit found down there. Astral Imprisonment. You got Dark Willow. Could not get away.
Nope, just a easy setup. I think anyone that these two heroes find together like that, you're just gonna die, right? Astral, Bramble, Terrorize, too much damage.
KP is still hanging around this mid lane. He's got the Primal split. They want to put some tower presence. You got Mask of Madness. You have Echo Saber ready. Raven trying to find the Grim Stroke, but good job evading. Gonna pop the God Strength though, really committing to this mid-tier 1 and fortification immediately, but do they stick this?
It looks like they will get it. I mean, AG in the meantime, they're just pushing the top tower. Varus is holding his ground.
There's the tower kill. How much of a fight comes from this though, Enigma? Using that pig pull to get a little bit of distance. Is it enough though? Enigma gets run down, the blink in, and Raven's able to find that kill. Now he wants more. He wants Ember Spirit as well. That God Strength still 4 more seconds, getting some good damage, puts him under with the hammer, and that likely is going to be the end. Ember Spirit's out for 30. That mid push, so confident, the early God Strength, that it gets them even 2 kills.
Yeah, and this is, to go back to the pick, this is what I love about heroes like Sven or carries that will have a good lane and they can push forward. You know, he sees it, he understands it, he sees it in the lane. Now he has a Blink Dagger. Like, he's the one that will push this entire game, like, for his team. Raven is doing a great job at that.
God, that was even pre-BKB. And of course, at this rate, he's certainly going to have a pretty good timing on that. Always sees Doom.
Mr. Doom.
Oh! Stun. Bramble Maze is too late. He just used his stun for some farm. Yeah. Unfortunate. Well, good for Doom.
Yeah, definitely very good for Doom. He needed to get out. He is, well, doing well in his net worth. But this one mid play, it went from, I think, a 1k lead back up to a 4k lead. So that was a big move for Blacklist.
Phoenix, certainly a different build this time around. Actually going the full Solar Crest. Last game we saw the Villa Discord popping out, but much different style. Of course, you have your Sven that you're backing up here.
Yeah. I mean, pumping attack speed into your Sven, even like not just him, but like OD as well, is a huge deal. So I really, really like the switch up of his items here. Ooh, Carl.
Enigma mirroring that, by the way, is actually going to Solar Crest himself, funny enough. Is that Doom? Oh, he gets it onto OD. That is a kill. That's the big one. Here comes the God Strength, though. Sven wants immediate revenge, and looks like Doom will be the target of choice. So once again, an eye for an eye.
Okay. I would say getting the kill on Carl is good. And you also have Doom, who has he has Midas, he has Devour, he has Octarine Core. He's all the gold he just lost, he'll pump it out within 2 minutes.
To that point, OD does have his Midas charge coming up.
True,
as well,
true.
So
Midas for Midas.
He throws out the tip right there as like a little bit, all right, you got me, but I'm going to be resurrecting sooner than you. Haha. This Ember Spirit, though, you know, what else more to say? He's had some impressive plays, even in the first game. Similar story, though. It's just been a recovery game. He's trying to farm that Maelstrom, which just around the corner at least, but he at least needs the BKB follow-up to start feeling a bit more confident.
Yeah, like if you're Blacklist now, I think you just wanna continue to tempo up the game. Looks like that's what they're looking to do. Blink, stun. Yep, that's another kill.
Good execution. Terrorize to guarantee it. That's a 5,000 net worth lead now. So, of course, Sven leading the way with that. But a lot of that really is the Brewmaster as well. Brewmaster keeping up with the OD. Obviously, you mentioned the Hana Midas build on him. certainly helping there. And he has an Assault Cuirass in the works. He already has the Hyperstone, so that's big for his Sven as well.
Oh, Doom?
No.
A little bit alone. Oh, still Soulbind.
And the double Doom. So maybe a chance for a turn. Sven and Dark Willow. Okay, Dark Willow. Okay, there's a deny.
Deny.
They do kill the Grimstalk, though. More so does Brewmaster as he splits up. So, again, really a 1-for-1, but with the deny factor and the Doom usage. Still pretty good for the Dire side, but it could get worse, though. KP, he's in trouble. No more problem split, of course. The Black Hole.
Black Hole.
Phoenix wants to get that kill as well. The rundown on a KP also still happening. Phoenix, oh, the Icarus dive away. He actually escapes. So they kill the Brewmaster, but the Black Hole unsuccessful to get a kill himself.
Drop him the tip. In the meantime, Carlos like, thumbs up, guys. Doing great. I'm farming. 6k lead now. There's a lot of strong timings coming Blacklist way that AG, they need to do something similar to what they did in the last game, where they held on. Because what they're going to have to hold on. This is a BKB Blink Mask of Minus Echo Sven. You touched on the AC that's coming out on KP as well later, so it's trouble time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sven able to blink away from the potential action at the bottom. Where does he go from here? We're just gonna, I love that. He's had 2 players on him, he blinks away, escapes, and he just goes back to the creep wave. It's like, yeah, I dare you to jump me.
Yeah.
They're not going to.
Oh, looks like it's Roche time. OD very good at Roshing. Sven is decent if you pop God Strength, and on top of it, be the Solar Crest on Cuckoo.
And that with the Warcry, I mean Bosku.
Yeah.
That's his name.
Bosku, indeed.
It does feel weird. Cuckoo does feel pretty good to say, but
yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure he's fine with that.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine with it.
They scan to confirm, but there's the actual confirmation. It's the Aegis, and they give it to Carl on OD.
Yeah, makes sense. I think, again, like, Raven is in such a position where he's going to go in with his BKB. His BKB is basically his Aegis at this point, but instead you give it to Carl. Make sure that he can continue to scale and kind of, like, stay in this topper area of the net worth too. And, yeah, net worth and the map. Not going to be too nice here for AG.
So I was mentioning Enigma working on his own Solar Crest, but again, similar to last game, a bit behind the other supports for the time being, but getting close to finishing it. Trying to help out the team there. Bottom lane, though, Blacklist Rivalry is interested in being a bit more aggressive, understandably, with the Aegis. And the question, if you're Army Geniuses, do you really defend a Tier 2, knowing you're up against an Aegis? Unless you find the right opening, probably not. So
yeah, you're likely just going to be looking like for you drop like a Midnight Pulse, maybe some Grimstroke Qs and chill a bit, because yeah, as you can see, Mantascati is completed on Dusa. I think you would still like perhaps like another half of your next item before you do go fight, because it is a good Medusa game. Like Medusa eventually against Sven and OD, if you just get to tank through the start, you're good to go.
Sven says it's go time, jumps in, popping everything, including that God Strength. However, Doom, not the easiest of targets, as well as the Inkswell, is going to keep him alive. You do see the Axe Shard on Grimstork as well, where you're talking about that. It's a good combo.
I mean, Doom actually has a decent amount of armor, right? They popped the Solar Crest on him. He has the Ring of Aquila helping him out as well. Devour gives you armor. So Raven didn't actually get to cut through him there. I thought that would be a bit of an easier play.
No, he certainly stood his ground, and that with a supporting cast, so... And I think to that point, I mean, Blacklist Rivalry maybe even a bit surprised how well he survived right there. Obviously, they went for that jump expecting a kill, but they do get a tower kill in the end. And Assault Cuirass is also just finished on Brewmaster. We were talking about that earlier. It's now completed. So that's obviously even good for him, but especially good for his teammate in that Sven.
Yeah. This is another one of these like annoying things. If you're Medusa, you have like all this like split damage. So any aura and plus armor is very annoying for you to deal with. And it's not just the AC, right? It's the Warcry that you talked about earlier. But now AG looks like they want to go for an aggressive move. Push up mid with your Mantis and look if you find a Bystrander somewhere.
They're not really going to find anyone for the time being, unfortunately, though, because the Wisdom Room control being taken by their side as well as the Tormentor, so they'll clean that up as well. But yeah, for the first time, it feels like really this Radiant side is starting to infest the Dire jungle and certainly get a bit more aggressive. Doom with an Octarine Core. No blink yet, though. Still a bit of ways looking for that next. You talked about Medusa. Another 2,100 gold saved up, so working towards that third item.
Yeah, wants to... Looks like he wants to go for Butterfly, which, yeah, very good against Sven, also against Brewmaster, OD as well, so definitely going to be a good choice for him, but it's more so on... Blacklist still have the tools to deal with him in these fights.
A shard given to Brewmaster, that means that duration increased on the Primal split, and now up to 30 seconds here at level 2.
And it's actually a crazy good shard. The fact that it gives you the duration, and you get to choose where you cancel it, so your split can basically never die unless you just don't press R. So really, really good shard.
A lot more control to work with. Oh, mid lane. Ember Spirit. Ember's probably an easier target to kill. Yeah, he's definitely an easier target to kill. So he's out for 45, has buyback, but...
It's hard for him to play the map on Ember. Like, Raven's just got his number. He's doing so much in this game on the Sven.
He's got the BKB queued up. Is there any thought of a transition into a Lincoln's instead of a BKB, or he just needs a BKB?
I guess it's just gotta be BKB. It's Raven. Looking for more. With Joken very ready with the Inkswell, so he could always pop it later as well if he had to.
10 more seconds before Ember Spirit's back up, but Blacklist Rivalry certainly positioning themselves fairly aggressive. 30 seconds remaining on the Aegis, so gotta wonder what they're gonna do knowing that's the case. It looks like they are gonna start falling back a bit, take out some jungle creeps in the Radiant jungle, and farm bigger and better items even. Sven now working on the Silver Edge next that he wants.
Ooh, good D-ward at least, but yeah, I think already Tim's already placing another one. He's like, sure, you kill one. Here's another. Silver Edge is gonna help with even more of just like trying to find these heroes on the map. I wonder if they're putting less emphasis on trying to kill in your dream on the Medusa just because they have such good tools to deal with him in the team fights later, as we touched on already, right? You've got the display to just keep putting him up, and sure enough, Carl, he bought the Ags on OD.
Yep. That's what you're talking about. The potential certainly there, and here it is. It's in more than just the theory of it. It's in use at least. He has it in his hand, so we'll see him make use of that. There's the split mentioned, 30-second duration. Has that benefit here. Gonna lift up the Ember Spear for the time being, but they're taking some good damage actually. Got the Storm Brewling lurking around still. He's got another lift. Not gonna use it yet. Smoke play coming. Doom, he thought he could jump somebody.
They're looking.
Dark Willow goes under though, prevents from being doomed initially. Bramble Mace put down. Ember Spirit in the front lines continues to chase, but Doom's in a horrible spot. DB is gonna be picked off. He gets blown up, no Doom activated. Meanwhile, Grimstorm trying to run against KP. That ain't gonna work. And a defensive Stone Gaze being heard by In Your Dream. But
they're just gonna be ran down. Nice terrorize.
He's gonna be dreaming soon.
Yeah.
He's going to sleep. Maybe.
Well, staying alive for now, but yeah, 1v5, a little hard.
Well, that's 3 kills. The big one, of course, at the end there as they take out Medusa. I mean, Doom, they scanned, so he got antsy. He jumps in, hoping to doom somebody off the bat. Didn't get it, and he saw the turn.
I mean, he just evaporated to Raven's damage. Like the God Strength, Mask of Madness, there's a aggressive AC aura on you. Maybe you even get solar crested by Cuckoo. It's just like, okay, I'm just dead.
Much more control this time around, it feels like, by Blacklist Rivalry here in Game 2. Pretty confident with where they are at, and especially with Sven now finishing a Silver Edge. And he's already got his next item queued up, that being the Satanic, so why not bigger and better? But yeah, all 3 cores. There's a lot of focus on Sven, but both OD and Brewmaster are also very strong right now.
No, they're all doing very well. I like what KP is doing. I like what Carl is doing. Just all of them. In this game around, I think it's looking a little more clear. Maybe that's also like the difference of Raven being able to push forward with his hero, as opposed to Naga, where you help more. But on a hero like Sven, you can just do it actively on your own.
Mm-hmm. How about this collapse here at the bottom lane? KP is going to finally just poke out. Ember Spirit was getting a little antsy maybe to check it out, but For good reason, he keeps his distance, so avoiding getting jumped for now. But this is the three other heroes besides the Sven and the OD that are pushing bottom here on the side of Blacklist Rivalry and putting a lot of pressure on. So Medusa does finish the butterfly, as we see there on the screen. So she has her third tool now to go with the Manta style and the IF Scotty. Certainly need her presence to start being felt in this game.
Yeah. I think he may even like need a Chrysalis into BKB or something like that. I'm still just afraid of this, like the lifts up happening and the bonus armor of him just not dealing enough damage. Like Medusa has always had this issue where if people can ignore you, you're just not the same hero.
Blacklist Rivalry just basically claiming the Radiant jungle for themselves, as they've been camping down here for the last 2 or 3 minutes at least, as we're about to approach 30 minutes into the game. And right now, Raven, I saw the slide coming out, maybe gonna jump, but unable to find him. Goes to kill the catapult, and has their own creep wave coming soon. So they don't have an Aegis or anything like that. Roshan is up, down at the bottom, of course. So they are kind of clearing out the bottom right now to make their way over there, it looks like.
Well, that will just be the play. Carl also working on a Hex, and honestly, he is not far away from that. And when it comes to Blacklist wanting to push high ground, I think they can, but it's more so you probably get this Aegis, and I think then like you smoke up and you want to surprise this Radiant draft in the high ground if that's what you want to do.
Dark Willow pushing out the mid lane slightly before teleporting in and getting here just in time to help finish the job. Carl, once again, picking up the Aegis. Cheese. Who got the cheese? Wait, was there cheese?
Oh, it should have been. No, it's dropped on the ground outside the pit.
There it is, yeah.
They're leaving it for later. It's fermenting right now.
I was going to say, maybe it'll grow into cheese trees or something. I don't know.
Well, maybe Carl is moving back to it. Eventually someone will be like, yeah, I gave you the cheese. No, you got the cheese. Who's got the cheese?
They both thought they picked it up, and neither one did. Either way, it's on the ground for now. We'll see if that actually comes into play later. In favor of the Radiant side especially. As wouldn't be the first time we've seen that happen, but for now it's chilling. But yeah, Harpoon finished on Sven. Why not? He's also level 20, so that Warcry armor is now in play. Yeah, I mean, 25 armor from pressing E right now for his team. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you're just not going to be dealing a lot of damage into that. That's why it will be important that like you have some good chains, maybe a Midnight Pulse drop there as well, because it's still, I think In Your Dream has still not hit the timing. I think he's going to need like another 3-4 minutes, maybe even like a tier 4 item to like buff him up. The Quiver is not too bad for that, so it's already a good start.
Yeah, they're getting 30 armor between the Assault Cuirass and his impressive Battlecry as a team. So yeah, they certainly need more damage, but they're not going to get a lot of time to do much about that just yet.
They're looking.
Medusa the blow up that half mana currently. The soul binds up, the BKB activated though by Sven. They break through the mana, but Medusa's able to finally start holding her ground. In the backline's Doom. He gets killed. He did Doom, but in the end, it's just too much.
They're just dying.
And Ember Spirit is also just dead. Brewmaster, he's been doomed this whole time, and it's going to wear off. And so now he could primal split if he wanted to, but yeah, it is just too big of a lead at this point.
Damn, that is putting quick work into these heroes. So now Split is still up. Also, okay, we have a buyback. Let's see. Well, Medusa's lifted for now. I have her.
Dead. There's the hammer, doing some good damage. Ember Spirit, this would be a dieback, so have to be careful. Nice Sunray heal. Brewmaster finally able to primal split effectively. Running out for now. And they're just going to
clean. Yeah, very clean disengage. You get the racks, you get buybacks, you get kills. I wanted to mention that perhaps when you're doomed, I mean, you can use your items, so I guess it makes sense that Ogre Steel Totem goes off, but KP just like hopped out of the last fight while being doomed by just flopping away. It looked pretty funny.
Ogre Steel Totem, good getaway tool, good kind of reset, and yeah, I mean, the initiation was solid. Doom it makes sense as far as a target choice, right? But Medusa was nearly dead by the time they got aggressive, and she could not position herself to be able to assist in any bit of damage. And that's just going to happen, though. You talked about how just on paper, it seems like an easy strategy for Blacklist Rivalry, and it's proved to be in that last fight.
Yeah, and so you have 2 more minutes on the Aegis. They've got the Hex. I mean, they need to take some tier 2s, right, if they want to continue to go on. But now KP, BKB, I feel like this is a rapier time or something in your dream. You need something drastic to win this game.
Yeah, just like last game with the Morphling, eventually went it, made sense, and it's not queued up yet, anything of that sort. I mean, it's 34 minutes in, still a little bit earlier on in the big scheme, I suppose you could argue, but something to think about certainly. Brewmaster, BKB this time. Doom holding on his ultimate.
Good clap.
Brewmaster, though, over the ledge, charge it on through, and Grimstrone is going to end up falling because of that. Doom, nice double Doom.
Double Doom.
Dead spin. OD's getting low, actually. The shield keeping him alive, though, for the time being, and now he's turning some damage himself. Ooh, Ember Spirit nearly died from it. Now Doom's turn and takes some good damage with the BKB, keeping him alive. Astral Imprisonment on himself. Only the 1 death so far. Just the Grim.
Damn, this Essence Flux is really strong, especially when you play into Medusa where you just steal so much mana off of your Astral. Like, this shield was, I don't even know how much mana it was, but I think that was effective 2k HP on him.
He had like 10% life, but yeah, he just couldn't kill. Oh my god, he might die. Okay, well, here's an 8.
Some free region, all good.
I suppose, yeah. It was getting lower. I think I had about a minute or so remaining, right? So maybe a might as well kind of deal, but yeah.
Nope, KP.
Full mana Brewmaster. He's gonna be put under. Can he prep a split in time? There's the hammer.
He can.
Split, and now it's turn time, baby. If you're Blacklist Rivalry, Sven looking for his target to hit. Can't really hit anyone currently. It goes for the tower instead. And that's the tier 2 tower down mid. The top one is still alive, but they don't want to give this up, though, does the Radiant side. I mean, Genius is thinking about putting a fight up still.
Yeah, I guess with the God Strength and Split being down, I think In Your Dream doesn't have too much to worry about, as once again, he's just kind of the saving grace for the team, right? It's like gonna be on him to try and bring this game back.
Yeah. Set up again, Inkswell, ready to use. OD goes in, gets the Doom again, the double Doom. They got the synergy, but every single time it just doesn't seem like it's mattered. The reset is here, and both Sven and Phoenix will run. So I mean, it's good. It's fun to watch, but yeah, it's just not really what they want.
It's too hard for them to follow. Like, maybe Ember needs to like get the Inkswell, then like just BKB and go in, or you need to smoke around, so instead of running at them from the front, like you just get around so they can't really run away from you to like pincer them, because yeah, it's just, it's not doing anything. It's looking cool, but if it doesn't do anything, then who cares?
Yeah, they could just kind of run away, reset, and then eventually go back in, and yeah, it's Doom. Gotta be a little bit frustrating because he's sitting here like, guys, I'm doing my job. I'm really doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Same with Grimstroke, but yeah, so Medusa just really... Certainly not every Medusa game by any means, but Medusa just feels like one of these heroes sometimes where she can get crazy farm like this, similar to like a Naga Siren in some ways. But anyway, when these fights happen where she can either, if she gets off those multi-shots, all of a sudden, yeah, that farm is being shown here. But then there's cases like this where she just simply can't, and she feels overall pretty weak, despite her farm.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot of farm, but it's just about the fact, how can you transition it into actual right clicks and damage? And that, for now, is just the biggest, I think it's the biggest hurdle for them to try and overcome.
Yeah. So it's no easy answer, especially when you have a Sven that's so farmed. He's got the Harpoons, got the Blink, he has the MKB now. We mentioned he was thinking about the Satanic earlier.
Sorry, she's still on the ground.
It is. Okay, it's still fermenting.
They'll find it on maybe Roche number 3, if it doesn't die on nighttime top. Someone will have a nice present.
I mean, yeah, it's just it definitely could be found here by Army Geniuses. Just having a walk on by in that area eventually, and a piece of candy, piece of cheese. But for now, it stays there. Brewmaster, though, we talked about his potential. I mean, his farm, he's level 20, 80 attack speed talent, so his right clicks are really becoming something as well.
Especially with the buffs to like the fire stance as well, where you just get more attack speed there too. It's KP leading the charge.
Is that a spinner or Brewmaster? What? No, he's in trouble. He's actually...
Oh, he's dead.
Okay. Maybe a little bit too greedy.
Oh, did they get Ember though?
Oh, that they did. Yeah, and that's a dieback actually on the Ember Spirit. So an eye for an eye there. OD taking some damage from Medusa. Gonna be glimmered. Doom is still ready, but not able to find the chance this time. So, yeah, again, it seemed okay for the rating, but then seeing that Ember also got traded, not as good.
Yeah, I see what KP is going for there. You know, you have this attack speed talent, you feel like, yeah, I'm going to clap some guy, and oh shit, I'm dead.
Just as we're talking, he just got that 20. Yeah, it feels good. He's like, I can now be the carry if I want to. And it's all the potential, but he's going to have to wait another 35 seconds. It's time to ponder it over. He'll be back, though, ready to do more damage. Gem in the hands, or I guess more so the wings of Phoenix. Using that to their advantage and building up the Ags as well. Has the shard, the scepter. Yep. It's coming.
It's a big one. Last game it was a lot easier, I would say, for Army Geniuses to kill the egg, but this time around, not so much. I mean, Medusa is your best one, and even then, we already touched on all the things that they have to deal with her.
Well, it's going to be a top Roshan. 15 more seconds. They are going to kill it in time, it looks like.
But then they won't know about the cheese, Breaky. The bottom lane cheese will just be there forever.
It'll just chill. It's just not going to be used. It's going to be forgotten. Dark Willow picks up this cheese, so she has. And now he got the Aegis again to OD. So there's never a thought to put the Aegis on Sven here, you think?
I guess not. I mean, you can, but I just think it makes more sense on Carl. He seems to be more of the, like, I think he's the hero that will take, like, the super long, dragged-out fight. Because his damage, it doesn't rely on time, right? His Arcane Orb, no cooldown. Sven is more like, go in, use all your stuff, wait, and then do it again.
Yeah.
And he can do this with the Aegis, which is Scout. Yeah.
Get aggressive.
Refresher on Doom. That's potentially a big one.
Refresher shard picked up by Sven, but yeah, Doom with that refresher. Do they commit to this? Lincoln's
Soulbind.
The Soulbind. Where's the Doom? He's coming. Okay, he gets it off. Him and Phoenix. OD. Remember, has the Aegis in the back left. Brewmaster jumping in, though, going for the support kills. At the proper split. Yeah, Medusa, Stone Gaze. OD's still alive. That's still the Aegis. Yep. Finally goes down. Phoenix dead. He's out. No buyback. But now it's Sven's turn. He jumps in. Medusa. No more mana means no more life as well. The hammer's laying down with Insanity's Eclipse. And Medusa is evaporated. Doom is going to die on top of that. No buybacks to be had. You know where Blacklist Rivalry is going.
Yep. Straight into your goddamn base after. Oh, hold.
Okay.
Where'd he go? TP? No mana.
Oh, that attack speed. Yeah. Holy shnikes.
I do like these spells. That's okay. We're just watching heroes die left and right. Double buyback. But those are the only buybacks they have.
Yeah, it's desperation at this point. They know this is all but over. I'm sure on the side of Army Geniuses, but doing what they can, which frankly isn't much. The creep wave pushing in now, and you see Raven's just lurking. He's waiting for somebody to leave the fountain and jump them, but they're not going to. So having fun with it now, but Blacklist Rivalry is going to be advancing onto the winner bracket. GGs are officially called. It'll be Army Geniuses still alive. They'll just have to have a lower bracket run themselves.
Yeah. No, Blacklist just they had a much cleaner game too. I would say, like, some small change up in the draft. I think Raven on the Sven really doing a lot. And Army Geniuses, their mid games are still very good, but their mid lane isn't like going too good, given that Ember will generally get counterpicked, and this Medusa last pick really did not do it for me.
Yeah. Yeah, again, just one of these cores that can be underwhelming a lot of the time, even with some farm, and unfortunately it just happened to be the case right here, and not necessarily to his fault, just with the game state and with what Sven was able to do, especially on the other side. And you talked about even going in when the draft took place and that Medusa pick came out. It was going to be a worrisome issue. It's just a matter of how they would deal with it. And well, they just never really were able to find the answer. As we're taking a look back here at some of the highlights, of course, this was earlier on, only at 16 minutes, but already making statements, showing some combo off. And you got Ember Spirit, who frankly just never really had a game. Unlike game one, where he at least was able to recover and start making plays, this time it was an unfortunate start and just never got better.
Yeah, it's like in game one, he had like these other tools that could help him get back in the game, right? He had an offlaner that wants to do the same thing with Nightstalker and the Sky 4. He doesn't really have it in this game. And instead, Blacklist, they have more power and more speed with Raven on the Sven, Tim's just running around on this Dark Willow, KP on the Brew. Blacklist played very, very nicely and clean in this game.
Yeah, again, a lot of big name players and teams here in the Southeast Asian qualifiers. Blacklist certainly up there as overall even the number 3 seed coming into this event. So understandable that we saw some plays like we did throughout this one, and definitely a team that could go the distance. But still a long journey ahead. But hey, they get step one out of the way of remaining in the winner bracket themselves. So that has to feel good. Certainly, as we see what inevitably was going to be this final fight essentially taking place. And again, these double dooms, they're impressive. It's fun to watch. Just that you get that adrenaline, especially if you're the Radiant team here, I'm sure, every time it happens. But quickly just dies out. And we see right here, Medusa eventually gets blown up. And that was surely the beginning of the end at that point.
Yeah, because what AG are showing me is that they have a lot of skilled players and they understand how to use their heroes, but I do think that it is just a little too hard for them to do it. So I would like them to have a little more cohesion and like have all the heroes that do help out each other. And for Blacklist, I don't know if they need to change anything. Sure, game one was maybe not super clean, but coming into this game, I feel like they made a few changes, and then that's it. Like, look at this. This was such an easy game for them.
Yeah, Raven between the two games, obviously a great stat line for him. But the Sven, 11-1-7, 30,000 gold. Only half the amount of gold farmed as last game. So, not as strong. But no, obviously a very successful game. Much shorter game, especially in comparison. And in the end, Blacklist Rivalry, again, got to be satisfied with the outcome over a solid team. And Army Genius is certainly on the other side. And definitely could see them make it a run in the lower bracket. But they'll have to prove everyone that is the case, because that's where they will be now. So, as far as MVP for this one, KZU, I think, let's go maybe KP, the Brewmaster. It's I'm pretty good plays there.
Yeah, I would say I'm okay with him doing it. I think he played well. I liked his items. I liked their laning stage as well. And I think with the recent buffs to Brew, I mean, it was also a first pick Brew, so got to put some respect on that. And I would say, apart from that, some honorable shout out, I think, to Raven. I'm really impressed with carry players that can not just farm, but play aggressive on the map and speed up the game.
He's won plenty of MVPs.
That is true.
This time around. I mean, KP's won plenty of MVPs as well, to be fair. So maybe not the best argument right there. Either way, again, certainly one of those games where you could hand that MVP award out to anyone on the team, and understandable argument for each and every one of them. But the point is, like I said, they win the game. That's what all they care about, not necessarily about the individual MVPs, I'm sure. So a team, I mean, from what you saw here, is this a team that you can see going the distance, KZU?
Oh yeah, they're gonna end up at least in the later stages of this tournament. I think I saw some of their earlier games where, of course, Execration are the top seed, but I did see some shakiness from like SMG. Granted, it was only one series, but what I saw here was impressive.
Well, who they're going to be playing in the next round, that's what we're going to be finding out next, as we are, of course, going to be going on our break here. But our next series, Bleed Esports versus Boom Esports. The 2 versus the 7 seed is how it's setting up, but certainly don't let that fool you. The Esports, the 7 seed, they got some big name players themselves. This is definitely setting up to be another great series ahead of us here, and looking forward to that one here, KZU.
Yeah, this is, I think that's a series that's going the distance, or at least I would be surprised if, this is some easy 2-0 for either side. So, yeah, you better be ready for some longer games.
Definitely. Could have plenty of more Dota ahead of us. That will be the final series here for Southeast Asia of the day, but certainly should be some good games to come. With that said, I'm Breaking CBK, joined by KZU. Ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast Asian qualifiers continue, our final series of the night. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So what's going to be our final series of the night here for the Southeast Asian qualifiers? As I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Keizu once again. We're coming off a really good series there. Ultimately ended up being a 2-0. But this one, we got the 2 versus 7 seed in Bleed Esports versus Boom Esports. This again, don't let the seedings fool you, especially for this whole event again. Southeast Asia, these teams are stacked.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, we all know Boom Esports. They're a big name. They've got good. Both teams have some incredible players. So don't care about the seeding. Don't care about the drafts they have, because this is going to be. I think it's going to be mainly about the players we've got in this game.
Yeah. Speaking of that, the players on either side, just to kind of reiterate here, Bleed Esports, a roster of Jackie, Corden, Ice, DJ, and Dubu. Obviously, again, very recognizable players. On the other side, it's Natsumi, Yopaj, WS, Boboka, and X Nova. Like we said, don't let the seeds fool you. It certainly is a matchup where anything can definitely happen here between these two teams. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what takes place. And what we saw, though, from the first series, like we talked about, each region maybe gets, they, of course, have their own vibes, especially with the newer patch, what they're going to be running. I mean, if that's a taste of things to come, so maybe some Brewmaster is going to be higher priority, for example, maybe the Enigma, we'll see.
It's also, I think, for Boom Esports, this is the type of team where, like, last season, you heard this name all the time. And then this entire year, you didn't really see them anywhere. I think they failed to qualify to the first major. They dropped to Div 2, went back to Div 1. Like, this is not the results that this type of team wants. So you can redeem your entire year by, showing up in this qualifier. So they better be fired up.
Yeah, this is definitely a team, at least the name itself, to even further. Of course, they went to TI last year. Yep. Obviously not the same roster by any means, but a couple of players still hanging around from that. So, yeah, again, anything can certainly happen. But, Keizu, speaking of that, as you can probably hear in the background, we're going to start finding out what truly is going to happen here. So, again, the gyrocopter was banned both games, although that first game made it all the way to the end banned before finally being banned out. But you and I come from the South America region. No, in general, the numbers back it up. Is the second most overall picked hero, the top position 1. That's kind of the first one that I'm always looking out for in these drafts, at least for myself.
Yeah. Yeah, same. I would say like the gyros, I think these invokers. Also, we talked about Veg many times now, but this hero does look incredible. So I'm not too surprised that in this region, it is either banned or picked in every single game.
And there we go. Take a look at the teams currently with the view of Boom Esports, of course. And talking about strategy, what direction they want to go, and already dipping into reserve time. I mean, again, this being game 1, we talked about the previous series. You've had a lot of time to prep for it. You figure you're pretty confident maybe going into the bans at least, let alone the picks. But taking a bit of time there to do the Undying eventually.
It's Undying, first phase ban. Somewhat interesting, but I guess just a bit more of the team fighters are being taken out, right? You've got the Earth Spirit, you've got the Undying. Shaker as well. Seen it a few times now. Hero does look strong. Also seen it played as a 4, mainly as a mid. So not too crazy, I think, when it comes to the bans here in this game.
So looking at the pictures right there, I had to absolutely confirm. But yeah, Misery, of course, the coach there of Bleed Esports, a name that's obviously been around for a very long time and doing its coaching. So like we keep going back to, there's plenty of star power here throughout the Southeast Asian region. And we finally got our first pick, and it is a Doom opener for Boom Esports.
Okay, so Doom definitely seems like he does make it into quite a few games, and I would say I still have not fully made up my mind yet. I think it's also not the hero. Like, when a hero gets such a drastic change, it does take a while to adapt, but he's still on the slower side. So I'm interested to see if Bleed want to maybe look to, just make sure you have a very good lane and have heroes that want to play fast, at least in the early and mid game.
Now Bleed, I'm going to figure out how they want to respond. Again, knowing they're up against a Doom especially, that does kind of, eliminate some potential options, maybe, including the gyrocopter. I mean, again, we've seen this here, like we talked about. We see this hero picked up against the gyro. Obviously, it's been in losing efforts still in the end from what we've seen, so it still could pick him up, but we'll see.
I think it's like the type of thing where in regions, a lot of the times it may feel hard for teams to do it until they see someone else in their own region do it early, where it's like, oh yeah, we can just pick Gyro first. So perhaps we just take a slightly more passive approach. I think Treant has always been very annoying for Doom in multiple ways, even if it's not like a direct counter. But overgrowth against your beekeeper when you run people down. Doom is bad at taking towers, therefore you can have an easy time healing them. And Doom doesn't deal quick damage in the lane, so Leech Seed also very good. So I like this response.
Yeah, Treant, just a sound support option up there with some of the best as far as this patch is showing us so far. So understandable why Bleed settles on that. But yeah, again, much more slower pace to the draft early on here. Already both teams using a bit of reserve time. But we got one more band to go for either side before we start to have those surge of picks. And obviously, again, the teams are also still getting used to that itself, the actual drafting itself, where it is kind of different now than what it's been for so many years. So that's I think, one of the bigger things to reiterate as we are still in this newer patch. That really was one of the biggest changes of the whole patch.
Yeah, for sure. I think the draft being, I don't know, a mess, I would say, for a while until you get really used to it is always a big change up. So I'm just looking at some of the heroes. Generally, when you play against Doom, it's nice to, well, sure, you want to have heroes that if they get Doom, they can still do stuff. But I would say the other thing you would like are either A, heroes that are strong in lane, or B, heroes that help you with the map. I think TB, he fits quite a few of these boxes, so that could be a hero that Bleed may look for.
When do they pick him up, though? Is that's kind of the next question then, if that's something they want to go with. But they need to figure out their final ban before they'll get what's the first pick of the next order of picks. Oh, okay. Well, they
JK.
terribly themselves. So then
that's because
Gyro.
they want Gyro Man. Okay, well, solid lane, good against Doom. Works for me.
Yeah, the one thing why we keep bringing this up in the matchup is, like you said, that the whole with how the Doom works now, especially you can't use the item. So Satanic is, for example, a very good item build on Gyrocopter. Not as effective if he's going to get doomed, of course. And just in general, being in the front lines against a Gyrocopter usually pretty good too. So
let's see, for Boom, we had this last time where I'm not too sure what type of supports are incredible against Gyro, but Boom's approach is going to be team fight and lockdown, which I think when you have Doom, this is definitely something you want to like double down on and try to help him with.
You know, you got like Grimstroke certainly could have been on the menu too, especially having the Doom opener. But yeah, Lion is certainly a great lockdown hero that we have seen several times throughout these qualifiers. So yeah, I like that. And Phoenix is clearly they like their Flappy Bird over here in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, Phoenix just definitely a banger hero, and yeah, it's just like some regions really have the flavor. I think China has always been very known for Phoenix, so maybe that spilled over a little bit. So for Bleed, probably want to look to solidify your team fight as well now. Like you see them, they bust out a Phoenix, you generally have to answer this hero one way or the other. You either take team fight yourself or you take a team fight breaking lineup. Maybe you can jump him in the back, have some silences, because you need to answer this hero.
Speaking of Silencer is still on the board for Bleed potentially. They want to go, I guess they have Treant though already, so we want more of a position for Coddle. So is that support, you think, or could that even be mid Coddle here?
It could be mid, but I would assume for now that it's going to be a 4. So it's going to be DJ and Ice. They're going to lane together with whatever it will be later. So it looks like we'll just pick the Storm here. Okay.
Interesting. Am I wrong? Like, against both Doom and Lion, Storm Spirit feels already a little bit susceptible.
Yeah, a little bit. So they must have just wanted a type of playmaker in a way. I feel I would be quite... Ember's already banned. Okay, otherwise I'll be like, oh, yeah, sure. If you're Boom here, I think you pick Ember. I think Puck is still pretty good. Yeah. I don't think that should be too surprising for Bleed as well to... I think see that coming. Yeah, I would say this Storm pick is more for Bleed's own lineup rather than being good against Booms, because I don't think it's necessarily good against Doom or Lion, but it is good to get on a backline against Phoenix.
Yeah, so it's obviously they're confident with it. They knew that the puck was also a possibility, which sure enough comes out as you called. So, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be the friendliest game for Corden playing the Storm Spirit here, but sure they're up for the challenge as we got now the final picks to come. So both teams have their mid. I guess Boom needs their safe lane, and then Bleed will need their off lane most likely.
Yeah, so then Boom will pick first. Yep, against a Gyro and a Storm. So it's hard to pick stationary ranged heroes because they have Storm who can kind of jump you. So I don't know if Drow Ranger is a hero that you would want as Boom, but I think... I mean, people hate Life Stealers, so I'm not even going to suggest that hero. Because I still think Nyx has to be good against Gyro as well, but, you know.
Yeah. Keep throwing it out there. I mean, it's like, yeah, on paper, but teams just don't listen, Casey. So
yeah, like I'm not gonna be the one that is like I call it out 20 games in a row, it happens, and then I like, oh my god, I'm so good. Like I'm just gonna drop it after 2 times. I'll find new examples.
We'll see if he eventually comes out. But yeah,
eventually.
Has not been picked really. In fact, now you got me curious. Has he been picked at all? Been picked twice. Okay, so
okay. See, yeah, some people they at least look at a hero, you know, they know he exists.
1-1 record in those 2 games. So yeah, it's at least they remembered he exists, but yeah, not a popular choice for most. Beastmaster, there's a Phantom Assassin ban from Blade. They're trying to think about this final ban here. They're spending most of the remaining reserve time, and they settle on a Slark.
I was looking at some of the other carries. I think Void is okay, but you run into some issues. I think Storm can be annoying. I think Overgrowth can be annoying. Also, you're getting counterpicked. You need to remember that is very annoying as a carry when you don't see your lane matchup yet.
Oh, true.
I feel like Razor could actually be okay. You build BKB and potentially Manta against Treant. You're good against Gyro, as we've seen plenty of times. You have lockdown from Lion and Puck, and you're getting counterpicked. So I think Razor is pretty okay. Luckily for them, they have a lot of reserve time, because there might be a better hero than Razor out there.
Well, not only to think about the pick, but their ban as well. They're putting a lot of thought into Beastmaster already. I mean, as far as notable options, you know, Bat Rider comes to mind, or more of like a front letter like a Tidehunter.
What else is there?
Visage could go more the summoning route.
Yeah, Visage, Lycans, depending on what you want. I think these heroes could be pretty annoying. I think the Visage is a pretty decent call out.
Esports turn to pick.
Brood is in that area. It's like the same hero. I have Morphling. I think that's pretty decent. Buys Manta against Tree. You're pretty tanky. Should have a good matchup against Gyro from what I understand. Obviously, you can also just become Gyro, so can't be that bad.
It's one of those position ones that, you know, maybe isn't as concerned about who he's matched up against in the lane as well, right? So it's kind of the safety net, I guess you could say.
Well, looks like they know what they want. Lycan, Underlord, Tide. What's it going to be? I feel like there's a lot of very solid picks here for Bleed.
Yeah, they're putting on the headset.
Something else. Yeah. What does Ice Eyes want? Ooh, another Night Stalker.
I like it. It's night and day. You got Night Stalker with a Coddle. That's fun.
Yep.
Against a Phoenix.
And Phoenix. Yeah, it is literally night and day. So we obviously saw it before. And I would say upon seeing it and having something similar in this game where we weren't so sure about the Storm before, but I think this pick also helps your Storm a lot. It's going to give it vision. You can help each other. The Night Stalker shows the Storm the Phoenix, which will then also help your Night Stalker to play the game again. Ennis has always been incredibly good against Morph as well, so I really like this pick from Bleed.
Yeah, I definitely, you know, get what you're saying there. The Night Stalker kind of just that second option with the Storm Spirit to just really annoy those back lines and get the quick kills. And kind of be a target that you have to deal with even before the Storm Spirit comes in, maybe with that crowd control, and then Storm Spirit can zip in and take care of business. So yeah, even in the losing effort though, with DB playing in the last series, still was some impressive play and showed potential even in the Phoenix matchup. Certainly a hero you got to look out for, even potentially scaling, dare I say, throughout the game. But they got the Gyrocopter, so, I mean, personally, maybe leaning more towards Bleed, if anything, for that reason. But, yeah, Boom certainly up for the challenge here.
Yeah, no, these are 2 very good drafts. I would say I like Bleed slightly more. But, you know, there's a lot of X factors in this game. Even just some Baboka Lion in this game. I didn't expect to cast Baboka without even casting the Chinese region, but, you know, here he is. I'm sure my man wants to go to TI, so...
he wants to play some Earth Spirit too, I'm sure, but that hero got banned, unfortunately.
I got insta-banned.
Understandable. But yeah, we're going to see him on Lion instead, and I am excited for that, as I know many others are as well. Certainly. All right, so going to be loading into our first game, I should say, of... what's the final series here of the night? So here we go. Again, that Morphling. Another series where we see the Morphling, and... it seems like across the board, you know, again, just kind of a safe pick. You're kind of going over against the hero matchups that he's up against. Makes sense. It's another tool even to just get on top of a gyro and try to blow him up.
No, for sure. And I think like an added bonus when you play against Treant, you don't want these heroes who just like, you only buy BKB and every time you get Overgrowth, you have to use it. No, you're going to buy a Manta. You're going to be chill. You can push out some waves. And I guess they were also lacking a Roche/building hitter, right? They have all this team fight with Puck, with Lion, Doom, Phoenix, but no one to really hit the bad boy Roche or Tower, so Morph will also do that for you.
Yopaj on Puck. He gets the early Observer Ward down in the mid lane, and Ice is going to just stand right on top of it.
If Ice clicked on Yopaj, or I didn't see now if they saw Yopaj. No, he was still smoked. Okay. I thought they maybe saw him like drop out, like pull in an item in and out because he placed the ward, but he did a good job just orbing away, so they did not see it with the Night Stalker vision. But they know that there's a mid ward because of Night Stalker. Well done.
Yep, that's the research being done, and sure enough, the counter ward is successful. So, well played. A lot of pings coming out, but don't expect too much action from the looks of it. It's about 20 more seconds before those runes are to spawn here.
I mean, more if not like the greatest of one hero, so let's see if Bleed wanna like maybe play a little more aggressive. I'll say both heroes have okay level 1. Like, Phoenix isn't like incredible, but he's a bit annoying when it comes to some smaller fights here.
Yeah. Oh.
Looks like a 2-for-2.
Yeah, just gonna be the 2-for-2 trade in the end. Coddle thought about it, but thought differently pretty quickly. Runs away, and there is the official 2-for-2. So, and now we got a mid lane matchup though, Puck versus Storm Spirit. This is certainly one that, you know, we've seen throughout history quite a bit. Sounds like right now you know, slightly favor the Puck from the what you were saying earlier, but still Storm
I would say it's fairly, I would say like fairly even early on. It's like very farm heavy. I think Storm can like push the lane in a little more. You have slightly more damage, but then later when you get these levels on Puck, you need definitely have to look at Baboka, like maybe being able to move over to mid or something like that.
Well, speaking of Baboka early on, putting some damage on a Treant Protector, he ran up and threw out his Leech Seed, so already the harassment begins. Certainly setting up for an aggressive top lane, mid lane also. Already proven to be pretty aggressive. You got Puck at about 200 life, but the regen's kicking in. Star Spirit, though, not afraid to get those auto attacks in there.
I mean, Puck's early armor is just pathetic. So, like, Yopaj has to be very careful, even just about, like, creeps pushing into you. Looks like Corner's doing a very nice job. He's got every single CS in the first 2 waves, so he's already got his bottle coming out, which means he will continue to pressure, get that 2-minute water rune straight up as well.
See the top lane, the creep wave getting pushed up in Doom's favor, so Doom will gladly accept some free farm for the meantime, as the lane will kind of start swinging back the other way. But this is why we see a lot with these gyrocopter picks. Using that flat cannon, pushes in the lane, gets some easy CS, and he's even doing the pull here off to the side. So Treant Protector taking the Earth Spike stun initially, but he was just there as a body to allow gyrocopter to get in some more hits.
Looks like Doom did get the big creep with the Scorched Earth, but yeah, I would say both lanes are pretty happy for now. Just we'll have to see with some of these levels. Last time we saw a gyro lane against Doom, there was someone who also went levels in the Rocket Barrage, and that proved to be very successful.
Water Rune going to be picked up here in the mid lane. Both sides, or Puck more so controlling his still. Wants to get the deny first before.
WS.
One more. Trying to hunt him down. Gyrocopter flying in. Baboka.
They got him.
Dead. Very much a matter of time right there. But yeah, Doom going the other direction, says, you're on your own, buddy. That he was.
Yeah, I mean, they saved Doom's life, but they still have to pay the price. First blood still going to Gyro's way. And yeah, Gyro just seems like the type of hero, when you give this hero a good start, he accelerates pretty damn hard.
Yeah. And I feel like we're saying that, and we
every time.
Every time, just about. Yeah, I'm trying to recall, like, Gyrocopter games mid lane. That's a dead Storm Spirit. There we go with some rotations early on. Yopaj says thank you very much. Baboka quick for the kill, but he'll take it.
Very nice move. I didn't see the start of that. Like, I don't know if he was smoked or maybe he just caught Corden by surprise out of like the tree line maybe, but really nice move by Baboka here.
Yeah, especially when you factor in the ward there they have at the top at least, in that mid lane. So that's very good. Successful gank to say the least. So, of course, he's back to the top lane and already taking flat cannon attacks as he enters the lane again, but making use elsewhere.
I mean, this is why also when people die in the game, you shouldn't always like be super sad about it, because he dies, he respawns, but you can like also make something out of it. He TPs mid, somehow gets a kill, and now your puck was losing mid. And I guess he still slightly is, but it makes it more even. It's a very nice attribute shift here down bottom. Did not get caught by surprise here.
Night Stalker trying to with that crippling fear, but unsuccessful. So Natsumi pulling the group wave back to the tower. We still have another minute before we're in our first nighttime, and so far ISSI seems to be doing pretty good, about 3.5 here, so he's definitely going to be level 4.
Yeah.
At the very least.
He is queuing up a Meteor Hammer. Very interesting. I have not seen that on Night Stalker in my entire life. But it's good regen. It will allow you to take the tower. I don't know if I love it yet, but this is the type of thing where you just got to see it.
If he goes through with it, we'll see. I don't know.
That's true. It is ice as ice. True. It is true.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
That's true. My bad. Really You're right.
Speaking of him, he's pulling the creep wave back as Phoenix is forcing him to, essentially. But yeah, that's Natsumi on the morph lane. He's fine with it.
It's coming.
Is it?
The crown is coming.
Okay. Well, it's becoming a reality.
Yep.
Not an item we really see a whole bunch of. Nighttime, it's also in 10 seconds, by the way. So top lane getting some action too. Baboka, he's running away from this big bad treant chasing him down. A homing missile. I think it's going to be fine. It just...
Yeah, you better run, Baboka.
Yep, that he is. But he's good. Level 2 homing missile.
Happens a lot when we see Dooms. I feel like they don't have a good time in lane.
Yeah.
Like maybe people are just getting better at laning against him, or it's too many micro nerfs that he received. But Doom's early game just does not seem impressive.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about that, because it's like he got some changes, but we talked about the Doom ability itself. Not really much. It seemed like on paper that should have really affected the laning phase, because this is a hero in recent history that's been top farm coming to the laning phase in a lot of ways. But yeah, it has had a bit of a struggle, certainly. We've seen.
Active runes soon for both teams, so this is why we're about to see 6 dots come up in the mid lane.
Night Stalker's not one of them. He's still at the bottom lane. Just continues to farm against the morph lane. But yeah, mid lane, top rune. Contesting for it. It's going to be regen bottled up by Yopaj. That's big, getting that instead of the Storm Spirit. And he's level 6, by the way, on Puck before Storm's level 6. Although he's going to hit it here. Yeah. Both will now have access to their ultimates.
That's just Baboka's move from earlier, kind of helping out. And okay, I like the D-Ward from X-Nova on the hard camp, but DJ already made quick work of that as well. Took it out just to make sure you can continue to stack. Yeah, Meteor Hammer will be completed soon. There might be like this idea that when there's Phoenix Morph, it's very hard to take this tower and like pressure Morph out, even though you're Night Stalker. So the Meteor Hammer will just kind of offset that matchup. Ooh, Yopaj is TPing.
Man, ISSS could be in trouble, but no, something was tingling. The spider senses, whatever. Maybe they got some info on the puck, but either way, it gets out.
The ward.
Dream Crowd comes in.
Good ward by DJ early on, especially like when he TP'd in the side up top. They just saw it. Oh, this might be just a double wisdom rune. They're TPing on X-Nova. Nice job.
That was well played by X-Nova right there. And
that's
getting himself.
Very necessary move. And that is some quick communication. But Woka's like, I can't take it, you got a TP. And they just go for it. Because otherwise you're just losing both.
Wisdom Rune Objective Edition has honestly been one of the cooler objectives I think that they've added in the game in recent history. It's just, it does, especially that first 7-minute one. You see,
it's so important.
certainly contesting for it and moving around it. And as you said, because it is very important.
Well, it just is. Like, it will change the entire game. You need to remember that there's no tome in the game anymore for your supports. So if they lose this, like, you're basically sacking their ult for like a whole minute or maybe more.
So the meme hammer, aka the meteor hammer, is almost finished on Night Stalker. He is committed to it, as you talked about. No boots just yet, but in the nighttime especially, he's not too concerned about that.
It's going to be A-okay as they already have a 2k lead for now. Natsumi, what's a little annoying maybe in this matchup for Morph is that not just later, but even now, if you play on, you cannot play on full agi because you get silenced. You might just get pressured.
Bottom. Puck is coming. He's got that Dream Quell. He hasn't used it yet. He's eager to. And they're going to put Stalker, but nice positioning fairly well considering, but okay, the whole team is...
A lot of heroes are here.
Jackie's here on the other side looking for some return fire. Using those twin gates.
Nice TP.
Great TP out. I thought the final auto attack was coming, but it never did. Okay.
We'll just got off the double fire spirit into the TPL, just a quick kill. I mean, Bleed were kind of going for the same move, right? Trying to bring everyone down. Yopush, just taking a bit of pressure.
Ooh, he thought about it. Yopush could have certainly tried to commit more, but he had the wand charges. Yopush, not worth it.
So now we just have your Storm playing with the Kato, so mana being refilled. Lots of stacks going on, of course, for both sides, as we can see already. Yeah, Doom gonna be doing Doom things, which is sit in his lane, devour creeps, and try to get some gold.
And Storm Spirit doing Storm Spirit things. Zip-zapping around, he finds a Phoenix. Coddle support, as mentioned.
Yep.
Ends up being an easy kill. They use that vision. How is Storm looking? He's got a Falcon Blade early on. Cues up the Orchid. Of course, that's a ways away, but that's gonna be a nice item to have.
Nope, like the Orchid a lot. I mean, it's powerful against all these heroes. Sure, Morph will have a Manta, but most notably, it's gonna annoy the Puck a lot. Phoenix as well, makes it harder for the egg to pop off. I would assume Ice will slowly look to like whittle away the spot tower with some meteor hammers whenever he feels like he's got a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah. Right now, doing some creep pull. Meanwhile, Puck is keeping the stacks going. For his teammates here, specifically Morphling, I'm sure. We'll see who ends up farming that. Speaking of Morphling, that is a dead Morphling. Night Stalker gets on top and gets the kill.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I caught it right as the death took place. Yeah, you see right there, Meteor Hammer. So that was the Meteor Hammer play.
I guess so. He just started channeling from Fog and hit him and ran him with Silence. As in the meantime, really good return kill on Jackie because you just lost your Morph and your Doom.
Yeah, position one for position one. You mentioned the Doom also going down, though, so still slight advantage for Bleed, but, well, they take out Shreen for a consolation prize. Does Boom Esports, including a double kill for Yopaj. This Puck,
very big.
He's starting to get up there on the net worth.
Yeah, he has to do that, especially when this thing happened to your Morphling. I don't know how it happened, but I don't think Natsumi is allowed to die like that. At least not again.
Yeah, is it because, I mean, they knew he was going the Meteor Hammer, so that didn't necessarily catch them off guard. It's just more so.
It's probably more like the fact that this has never happened to him. You know, like, you've not played against the Night Stalker with a hammer, I guess, but even then, not the best excuse, but either way, nice play from Ice to, you know,
mid-lane,
make it happen. As X-Nova.
Can't get away.
Mid players are popping off in this game so far.
Yeah, both of these heroes had that potential, of course, of the Storm versus the Puck. So it's with both popping off, you start to look around them, how our thing is going, and it is definitely going better for Bleed. All three cores, in fact, are doing very good, as Puck's really the only one right now on the other side you can consider that to be the case.
Yeah, and mid tower as well. During all of this, it dropped very low, 160 HP on that, and we need to think about the bot tower as well, 100 HP. So two of these tier 1s for Boom might just be dying, like, excuse me, very soon here.
There it is. There's the bottom tier 1 at least. Just going to be denied by Natsumi at that point. So the Meteor Hammer, as well as Night Stalker, just natural pressure is doing work. He's still at that bottom lane, mid lane. Potential action as they're battling for the runes. It's going to be a shield rune. Puck will manage to get it while still smoked. And he's heading elsewhere for now. We'll see about maybe bottom lane, but he's going to farm in the meantime in his own jungle.
Alright, X-Nova will look to try and get his level 6 up, or at least get close to it, which he will have in a couple of creeps. WS looking for the Midas, so it looks like game will be slowing down a little bit, but I think Ice will probably look to get his hero involved with maybe an ult. He's got the Storm, he's got the Caudal, so I think they're kind of good to go.
Obviously, it's, you know, many more thought into it, and eventually we'll see, but curious, if you're morphling here, is there an obvious hero to you that you're looking to morph into?
Probably just the Gyro, right? With a flag cannon later on. I think that just seems like the most notable one here. Neopatch will farm some stacks. Of course, he's been having a good game, as we touched on already. Witchblade, Shield Rune, Treads, looking into his next set of items.
They push out the mid lane and smoke play coming out from Bleed. He might catch the Lion, although top lane, that's setting up for some action itself. We saw Puck there using the Illusory Orb in the flank, though. Who did they catch? That's Lion. They did eventually find.
Easy kill.
And DJ, credit for the kill. And Spirit form there to make it happen. But yeah, it almost looked like Boom was making a play at the top lane, but then Lion gets caught in the back lines and stops those efforts.
Yeah, just a nice play, right? They just go around. Here you see it hammer. Not quite connecting this time around, but either way, Ice is just living down here, and all their net worths going up. And I guess Morphling will have not the easiest time for now to catch up. His Yasha is coming out, so his net worth, of course, gonna be okay. But Jackie is just gonna continue to rise.
Arcane Rune bottom, they both contested top, it wasn't there. Yopaj making his way over, but there's the zip, gets the silence off. Oh, he managed to bottle. No, it's actually picked up by Cordon, and now it's a dead Puck as a result. He goes under.
Ooh.
Oh, maybe not actually.
He lived.
God, he's actually good.
What? Egg pop?
Crap, the Dream Coil even used. The egg pop goes off, and Storm Spirit's dead. Are you kidding me? I thought for sure Puck was gone there.
Yeah, it looked like he was supposed to be dead there, but they did not quite catch him. He lives with 1 HP. Nice coil into the egg with the Fire Spirits as well. And suddenly you just have a turn play.
A massive turn play. Not only does he live, but they kill the Storm Spirit on the other side and slow him down a bit. So, mentioned Yopaj needs to have big plays this game. Be that temple setter, and he is absolutely doing. He almost has his blink now. 2,000 gold saved up, and we certainly know what a pretty farmed early Puck can do with a blink dagger.
Yeah, he's doing well, and he has to, because there's a couple problems that he's going to have to deal with, right? There's the Orchid that will come out later. Night Stalker is always incredibly annoying, which is also why he's already got the 4-step queued up on Yopaj as well, so he knows what he's dealing with.
Yeah. Well, top lane, they keep trying to kill this top tower. It does boom, but Trian's doing a good job of protecting the bottom lane. A Meteor Hammer use coming out from my side. I mean, Night Stalker's literally been living at the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's just been kind of chilling bottom, right? Apart from this one quick like chip move to mid where they tried to kill Puck. Yopaj, Orchid, I think was on him.
He was no Orchid, it's just a kill. That's just too much.
They just caught him off guard. Okay.
Yeah. Let's see, he wasn't able to get away right there at that point. Yeah, Orchid is going to be delivered, and now after that kill, Dubu goes down elsewhere, but that still feels pretty good if you're Bleed, because you obviously got the mid hero and the mid tower.
Mid kill into the tower. Yeah, that's a huge deal. And you did it without Orchid. Now you actually have it. So okay, at least in return, you try and take the top tier one, so that will help your Morph to try and play up here, because he's also not fully safe against this Orchid for like another 1.5 minutes until he has the Manta style.
Caudal's been doing a great job of roaming around with the Storm Spirit. Obviously, on paper, it makes sense. A great combo, and they are executing it very well, DJ and Corden. So, well, certainly a lot of credit deserved there for the side of Bleed, as there's the official delivery.
He also hid the Orchid in fog, so they don't know yet that he has it.
God, Ice. I just love how he just camps down here. Another Meteor Hammer. That tier 2 is taking some good damage. You see, meanwhile, Morphling's recovering in his Ancients. And I say recovering, and I don't mean that lightly. Again, he's down there on the net worth. The Morphling usually like to see that.
Well, definitely not. It's doing okay, but it's more about the fact of all the other heroes, right? It's okay, boom. They've had enough of this goddamn Meteor Hammer being dropped in their tier 2, so they're gonna smoke up. Oh, DJ breaks
they go
it.
For Dark Ascension is activated. So any chance of a catch for Boom is now lost, and now Night Stalker's thinking, what does he want? And trying to find somebody. Has Backup coming. Storm Spirit, the Orchid. Phoenix is certainly dead with that. Nice Stalker avoids the stun, kind of toying with them.
I mean, they still have full vision of everything, so Boom have to be a little careful.
Doom farming creeps in the meantime, but he needs to worry about action. Even Gyrocopter showing up to this fight. Homing missile use. There's the call down, the silence on a puck.
Nice overgrowth.
Yes, the overgrowth hits the Poland with a vortex. He slipped out before. It is Puck. And this time he ain't getting out the Waning Rift. Not nearly enough. Lion, he just gets run down by Ice. I do like the way Ice played that on the Night Stalker.
Oh, yeah. No, he played that very well.
Did his own game, yet it worked out so well.
Hey, it's like doing his own thing. He's just showing vision, getting a silence off on the puck at the start, and continuing to chase. When you play against Night Stalker and they start the fight like this and they have the momentum, the problem is that you're not really getting to run away from them. So you need to really decide if you take the fight that it will be a good one, because you're losing more than one hero.
Oh, definitely map control now for Bleed. Feeling pretty good about how things are going because we saw a glimpse of it there, but something else is now the factor that you really got to be concerned about if you're Boom Esports is Jackie on the Gyrocopter. He's got the Axe, of course, the Chrysalis. He's going to have a beat here soon. And that's going to start to feel like where he's becoming not unstoppable, but very difficult to deal with.
I mean, this hero is so tanky too. Like, it's not just the damage you deal. Like, it's like, sure, his auto attack damage is what, like nearly 200, but he has 2600 HP somehow. It's only 90 minutes in the game. They have to like drop every spell on this guy to kill him.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And just cleaves down the triangle over there. Again, Morphling can't do it as fast as a flat cannon Gyrocopter, that's for sure. But he's trying. As tier 2 items will start dropping for them too. Look at the bottom. Storm Spirit and the Night Stalker, they're hunting. They're not going to find anyone unless they jump Yopaj over here, but he'll be good.
The map is just...
Night Stalker hasn't gone north. He's just staying down here. I love it.
Yeah, like it's honestly just kind of hard for them to kill him because he sees so much. He's so tanky. He's also good at blink, so like if they break on him, he just blinks out, and they're kind of happy just playing like this. Like whenever Boom don't see Bleed on the map, they actually have to be so scared, right? Like, just imagine you play this map, you don't see Night Stalker, you don't see Storm. You're like, oh, I can die at any moment.
Yeah. Well, Train can die at any moment. And the moment's now, the finger of death. Babokas, thank you very much. I'll take a charge. So, nice find there from Boom Esports. I believe that was a smoke gank coming out. So, it's one of those kills a kill, but it was only on the Treant. Now, they're going to re-smoke, though. And
I like that. Yeah, I'm a fan of it. You get one kill. Let's try to turn it into more. As it's 20-minute time. So, there's a Solar Crest on Duba. When they respawn, there's a high chance they will start setting up for Roshan.
DJ has to be careful. Glimmer Cape. Yopaj jumping on the uphill. And some vision. Gonna orb on down, of course. The scan hits. They do hit Night Stalker. Know somebody's in the area, and they'll find him. Dark Ascension, he's gonna take the snap.
Nice on.
The Earth Spike, though, and the crowd control from Lion is going to be too much. Yes, finally goes down. It took a little bit, though. But they do kill the Night Stalker.
Good kill for them. Also, the fact that it goes to Natsumi, he needs any net worth that he can get really pushed into him. Very important.
800 plus net worth going his way, so that feels pretty good. Called on mid lane, silence Doom. BKB though, and he is going to walk it off. That's a good BKB, because without it, he certainly is dead there.
Yeah, he's just straight up there, but Bleed, get to hold the tier 1 tower, you have Treant, and you get a BKB out of just a call down. So they will also take that, and I would assume once Ice, once he's closer to having his ult again, Roshan is definitely going to be on both teams' mind here.
On the menu, as we're about 21.5 minutes in. So wait for this resurrection. He's up now. We'll see what the call is for Bleed. Night Stalker is trying to finish his own BKB as usual, and no different here. We've seen how impactful it is. You got heroes like Puck on the other side, especially or Lion even. I mean, yeah, there's plenty where BKB is going to be very useful with. So
yeah.
Wants that.
Oh, they playing in a ward here. They do take it out, Yopaj.
Yeah, this was a deep ward to counter with the two of these, and they might pay for it. Treant certainly going to pay for it. The overgrowth. Here comes a Storm Spirit, though. Zip-zapping in. Phoenix. Target of choice off the bat, but he gets away. And there's the Sunray with the Supernova. Blinded by pushback. Flanking attacks with Gyrocopter, but he gets stunned out. As well as the Supernova. He's going to die, actually. So they kill Lion, but it comes at a massive cost. Doom, he's in hot pursuit. Spirit Vessel's ticking him down, though. Coddle is caught up to by the puck. But guess who's here? It's Night Stalker. Well, not really. He's hunting.
Taking this fight without your tree, without Ennis all being ready, that looked very scattered. I like that Boom. Like, yeah, what the hell are these guys doing here? They're way too deep. They go in, they take the fight. Because if you're Bleed, you should feel good enough to just set up a fight or set up Roche and just go and force a fight there. So they've got to be more careful about these plays.
Yeah, when I saw it was just Gyro and Treant right there, I was questioning it because that's one of those. Obviously, if you're counter warding, they know you're there. So it was an ambitious and bold play, and clearly backfires in the end. So, but hey, credit to Boom Esports for
absolutely
capitalizing on it. And you have a Morphling now who's suddenly much more comfortable in this game. His own BKB is in fact almost finished, and we've stressed how great of an item that it is this game.
Absolutely, and you're getting the levels on Phoenix. You think it was like level 9 before the fight. Now he was close to level 11, so maybe you can even squeeze in a second level of the egg before this Roche fight comes out. I still feel like the game plan should not have changed. If I'm Bleed, once you have your spells up, take a smoke with Night Stalker or just force the Roche and get a fight going there. But Boom know this.
Yeah, pushing the bottom lane right here is Night Stalker with that hammer of his. But I was going to say with Gyrocopter, I do remember seeing this down covering the South America region, that is. Daedalus pick up on Gyrocopter, how it actually was undefeated with this item, something like 5-0 specifically on the Gyro. So Jackie does finish, or he's going to. Oh, he still needs actually bid, so it's not going to be finished soon, but he's going for it at least.
Not a BKB pop. Yeah, Daedalus on Gyro is just so strong. Side Gunner, the damage kind of explains itself. Was just really damn good. And it's just like, I think this is exactly where you get it. You have your Ags, Falcon Blade, BKB, and you just go for it.
Now, as you said, like on paper, it just kind of explains itself. But to be fair, Boom has already shown that they can deal with this Gyrocopter to an extent. And you know, if they do get the jump and prevent him from just sitting there raining down flat cannon attacks, then certainly they still have good hope.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of stuff themselves, right? You've got the what's good against a super fat hero? Well, a bunch of lockdown. You have Hex, you have the Lion Stun, the Egg on top, as fight is about to break out.
Oh no,
Natsumi?
Morphling left by himself! Oh, the twin portal was used by Lion right as Morphling gets chopped. He's like, no, take me instead.
They were... I wonder what they were talking about. Probably like, oh, we should go top because Roche will go there soon.
Yeah.
But because they were kind of hugging these twin gates for like 20, 30 seconds. I mean, that's just unfortunate timing.
Yep.
And they find more.
And it's going to be more. Phoenix is dead. Baboka, he's now to a buyback for
Coil
misses. Oh, no. Feels like Boom Esports in pure panic now. Baboka, he's dead too.
Dead.
And yeah, I don't know about that buyback. I mean, with Morphling staying dead, that seems very ambitious there.
I mean, they want to see if they can slow down the Roche until your Morph is up. I mean, there's no overgrowth and there's no Ennis ult, but still very hard to... Like, look at Ice. He's just staying in an aggressive position and like giving all the vision into the lane until they push forward. Now he backs off a bit. His team is roaching. This is a very important timing for Boom.
I saw them running over. So Roshan still has plenty of life. We've got Bleed is gonna decommit from the Roshan pit, and Morphling is back up, so it is a 5 versus 5.
Ice did get to finish his BKB, so it did just fly out for him. It's going to make it even easier for him to try and frontline in these fights, because he's not killing them, but that's not his job either. He's just on top of them, silencing, giving vision, and now the BKB furthermore enables that.
Yeah, especially with the way he built right here with the hammer. He is, again, his kind of solo player experience in a lot of ways, and certainly makes sense to continue that trend. And we're definitely having a clash soon. It's just a matter of...
Oh, yeah, we are.
Yeah, Morphling poking out. You got the scan. I don't think that hit anyone. It's still green, so they figure they're probably north, which would be right.
Oh, I think this is just a ticking time bomb, because once you have Night Stalker ult, like right now, Bleed are happy with every second that passes by. But once Ice gets his ult, I think if they smoke, go around, because they know where they are. So if you can angle around, pop the ult, you see everyone, and you take the fight. I think that will definitely favor Bleed.
Oh,
let's see.
Going for the play, though. But Boca, smoke play, jump in, tree protected the target of choice. Not going to kill him off the bat. Now ISSI's, he goes in with the silence. Phoenix does a dieback. Lion is dead as well. And the scatter commences. Morphing into Gyro, of course, but not Sumi. He needs to be worried about surviving more than doing damage. Or does he? He goes back in. They want
nice overgrowth.
It's an ambitious play, but the overgrowth comes out. The Doom on the Gyrocopter. It's effective, but is it effective enough? Natsumi has to get out of here. Spirit Vessel on him. They are able to pick off the puck, and now Doom is also pulled right back in. So they don't kill Morphling, but they essentially kill everyone else around him, including the Lion again. And this game has opened up wide for Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, call me biased all you want because I'm an offlane player, but ISI's is putting on a hell of a performance in this game. Like, he's just on the right heroes, getting off proper silences, sticking on the right targets. I mean, I think they're all playing very well, but this Night Stalker he's doing way too much in this game.
And Phoenix wasn't a hero in that last fight because of Night Stalker. It just could not get away, couldn't press R, couldn't do anything. Just got jumped and dead, and again, that was a dieback, so no chance at returning into the fight. And this is an easy Roshan now, but yeah, absolutely agree. Big factor for why Bleed is able to be successful right now. But looking strong as a team. Also, Gyrocopter, Daedalus is finished. There's the Aegis, the ultimate protection in the hands of Gyro.
A very nice spell usage too in the start. Like, they get off the Glimmer on Dubu. I think there was no dust available on Boom, so Dubu got to disengage and gets off a good overgrowth on the Morph as well. Yeah, now he's got the Aegis complete. A nice gold lead too. So what more can you ask for?
You just see right there, it's even though Night Stalker didn't go this heavy right-click build like we saw last game with the last series with the Echo Saber and stuff, he's still able to kill a line from basically full to nothing by himself.
Like just like his skill set in nature, it gives him so much damage and like being able to stick on top of you that you don't need too many items to deal a lot of damage. Well, easy Torment time.
Well, they take the Tormentor, so that's Shard going the way of Storm Spirit now, and they could even go do their own if they would like. Oh, never mind.
I mean, yeah, your supports already have all the shards, so you've got the the recall on Kato. So if Corden ever uses all his mana, or even now, he can farm the map because you can just recall him into the fight when you want. And Jackie, coil into the aggressive Force Staff.
I mean, that's good execution, but it is just an Aegis. BKB from Natsumi used. Corden out of mana. Zip-zapped around on the back lines. Doom, he dooms up Storm. Storm low on mana, though, is just going to walk it off. And Jackie, as soon as he got back up, he BKB'd Flat Cannon and kills the tower. Storm TP'd out for the time being. Doom getting low. Night Stalker unable to finish him, but the positioning of Bleed's so aggressive. They know the two supports are dead, and thus a lot of crowd control is missing on the side of Boom.
Yeah, it's just Storm. Yeah, he just gets recalled. He's back in. I mean, that was a very nice play, right? The aggressive coil, force back, force him in and try to get the kill, but that also means you have no force staffs available to save your Phoenix. And I think X-Nova, he's got to invest in a defensive item so that Ice doesn't just chonk him down from full HP to 0. Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, even if that forces Ice to buy a Nullifier or whatever, if it saves you one fight, I think that's worth it for me.
Yeah, and you know, if it does force a reaction of another item being bought, then something too. But yeah, it's got to do something because currently this Phoenix is not really being felt with their presence and just in a very difficult time dealing with the likes of that Night Stalker specifically. So Radiant side, Boom trying to make a play right here after what just happened. They kind of run into their jungle hoping to catch somebody, but unable to find anyone. Good discipline coming out from Bleed, and now Bleed is grouped up on the right side of the map, actually. It's almost as if they expect this tier 1 to be attacked, but not going to be the case.
But it reminds me a little bit of a other game we had where I think even though Boom are down a significant amount in this game, if they can find the proper smoke and get on the gyro, he will die from full to 0. You've got the coil, you can doom him so he can't heal. Your Morph can just wait for him in. Maybe you egg on top because right now, I think there's only 2 ways for your Phoenix to get into the game. Either A, he has a defensive item, which he now does with Force, but even better, if they can just start the fight, then it's harder for ISS to do what he has been doing the entire game. So I think it's on Boom to find a smoke themselves, to get themselves like the angle that they need.
Yeah. Yopaj trying to make a play. It's just going to push out the mid lane and farm it up.
Well, that's some big items. Hex on Storm, Satanic on Gyro.
Oh, wow.
AC nearly completed on your Night Stalker as well. So it's not getting easier, my friends.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, Dream Protector even getting a blink soon. He's got 2,000 gold saved up, so
oh, yeah.
his positioning for these overgrowths are going to be that much stronger. And, of course, he has the Shard with the Nature's Guise, allowing him to run freely in the trees.
There's a Smokey.
Gonna go mid with it. They draw the line down mid. They just say, let's smoke. Go.
Run it down mid, boys.
Simple strat.
It's Zip Zap. Not finding anything yet, but they know where the couriers are coming from.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Storm Spirit, Ball Lightning ready. You mentioned the Scythe he just picked up.
That's a dangerous sound
Yeah,
when you're
like,
camping and
where-
there's
where are
NSOs.
we? Oh god, where are they? Oh, here they come! Doom! Grabbing a BKB, gets a nice hex on the Night Stalker off the bat, but he runs away for the time
Okay,
being and
Egg.
also flies away. Egg with the Sun Ray is gonna deter the fight from continuing. And boom, gets out. No, yes. Oh, close call.
Okay, actually do get out. Yeah, so NS ult was used, so you can maybe try to disengage and look for a new play, or at least like try to stabilize the map. Egg also down. I would probably, I think that's a small win. I would like to trade Egg for NS ult at this point. Especially it's daytime.
Yeah, well, that too. Yeah, certainly. In Dark Ascension, of course, on cooldown, they know. So, yeah, Night Stalker, still scary, but not nearly as scary. Yeah, no, I call that a minor victory, certainly for Boom. There's feels like there's no way they should have actually all escaped right there, especially with that jump that happened. But well played. It's just now, what do they do after it?
Maybe try to like play the map a bit, but even that, like Storm has a Hex. Even, I mean, Baboka's got a Hex and he has it now, actually. I mean, not Baboka, sorry, DJ. Baboka has a built-in Hex, of course.
Yes. Pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Good old Hex ability there. Also the 2 charges on that Finger of Death. Not nearly what you'd like to be, but it's something.
We'll take any little boost we can get, I guess.
Yeah. Doom. Shiva's in the works. Okay. You're going to go the Shiva's direction. More bulky armor to work with, and the effect could be solid. Morphling, I have Scotty. 2,000 gold saved up, so he's going for it. He doesn't have it yet. You see Storm Spirit there. And yeah, he's just farming up the Ancients. Going to take over the outpost. Going to figure out where they want to go from here. I mean, objective-wise, there's still the tier 2 mid. A minute 30 on Roshan red timer.
It's still gonna be a while before the big man comes up, but we've got a smoke. Top lane incredibly pushed in.
Oh, yeah.
And there's already 1 or 2 TPs. 3 TPs.
Yeah, you got to get back and defend that, of course. So,
yeah.
And that's Bleed knew that, and now Bleed's trying to take advantage. They see a couple TPs, they're like, oh, they're split now. Maybe we can catch somebody. Oh, Doom.
Oh, hello.
There's a present for you guys. It's Doom, and he's dead with no buyback. That's a yikes.
Good. Oh, yeah. Got 2, but good 4 staffs.
Well, the
Time to push.
patience pays off. There's the Meteor Hammer, and this tier 3 tower, it's dead. Without Doom, they lose a lot of their initiation. They still have a Dream Coil, as they do right here, but Storm Spirit pulls in the Puck with the Hex as well, and Puck just melts. He buys back immediately, but you see what could happen, and now with no Dream Coil, what do you do?
Not much. Maybe just watch, because I feel like Jackie, he's such a monster. There's also this AC aura, like the continuous heals behind him. Unless his Gyro gets doomed, you are not dealing with him. No way.
Yeah. Dubu is the one with the tree. He's just sitting on top of it, as any good treant would. But yeah, these racks, they're just dead. I mean, it's going to be mega creeps. You got to accept that fact, I guess, and say, all right, let's see if we're up for the challenge. But there it is. Doom is now resurrected, and it's just too little too late. So not giving up, but now you got megas to deal with.
That's, okay, next Roche, 1 minute. So you've got like, try to wait and maybe do some incredible smoke to contest this Roche. But yeah, you're playing into megas at 36 minutes. You're not really equipped for this yet.
Certainly need a lot of time. I mean, they're pushing out even off the bat. They just push out the creep waves quickly. It's understand maybe the play is for Boom, just go quick here. Try to get like a, catch like 1 or 2 players off guard, get a numbers advantage. Roshan potentially could be up now. We see it's about 45 more seconds. So not being done just yet. But yeah, by the time they're out near the Roshan pit, their mid and bottom lanes are already being heavily pushed in. Welcome to Mega Groups.
Okay, yeah, it's just hard at this point to really like do much. Like, it's so hard to find these small like timings and angles where you get to leave your base for more than 10 seconds.
So it's going to be a free Roshan at this point. Once he is up in about 15 seconds, at least that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Storm Spirit goes bottom now. Just picking up a Witchblade even. Oh, tier 4 items as well. There you go. Aesthetics cap. We've seen that come into play a couple of times as tier 4 defensive item, but allows Storm Spirit even more mobility.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to take this guy down. And it already was that case, so... Gonna have a free Roche coming up. You've got the gem, hexes. I think everyone in Bleed has all the items that they want. All the items they want, and probably a couple bonuses.
Feeling pretty good about where they're at this time. Level-wise as well. I mean, Morphling is level 20. Has that waveform attacks target. Puck is close. Almost gonna have that for a little bit more mobility as well, but Puck's focus, just as everyone else's focus right now on the Radiant side, is just push out the lanes the best that you can. And even with that, you still got this top one is hard to be dealt with. The middle is still getting some good pressure, and you know the inevitable's coming. That Bleed has got the Aegis now, they got the cheese, and they're just going to let the creep waves do their thing and eventually catch you.
It is time for them to push, and it's time for you to try and defend.
Keyword try.
Yeah. Eating the eggs, he's got the Aegis, he's got everything he wants. Ice as ice, he's here. We'll pop the ult and force everyone to back off.
Yep, that means more pressure though from the creep waves, and now Doom is trying to figure a time. Oh, he got stunned. I think his blink was also deactivated as he was walking in there, so maybe he wanted to go, but unable to do so. Just the slow burn here, KZU. It's like your base is just evaporating in front of your eyes, and there's just not a damn thing you can do about it now. Steven says, all right, we got to try the flak cannon.
Ooh, it's a lot of flags.
Oh God, that damage. Gyrocopter. But Gyrocopter's going to live? He's turning? He actually lived right there.
All right, Egg will live.
And there's a buyback from Morphling, but Boca, he goes down, though. He could buy back as well, as he does. Overgrowth immediately hits, though. Morphling, call down. He's adapting, but
force
too much. I thought I saw the GG there. Never mind, that was just a well play coming out. But either way, they're still hanging in there, kind of.
They're getting flagged.
Founted, and yeah, the flak cannon is going into it. So the Ancient below half-life now. Dubu might go down. There we go. They kill Trine as well. So Storm and Trine dead.
Oh, the push.
And I mean, they might actually save the Ancient, so they're not giving up yet.
Nope, they're holding. It will take 4 buybacks, but they hold another round. Next wave of tower defense is coming up in 40 seconds when people will start respawning. Aegis, the problem is that one's still going to be there. They try to all in him, but they can't. And if you can't all in a hero without Doom, you've got a problem. Because you need to kill this man twice, not just once.
Yeah, I mean, it was impressive. We did see morphing into that gyro as expected, and those flat cannon attacks certainly dealing some good damage and putting at least some threat out there, but the big picture, it's still much of an uphill battle. So yeah, I apologize. I saw the well play come out. I actually thought it was just called right there, but no, they have not called it yet. It's the Boom, to their credit. They hold, and they are going to continue to try in this one here in game number 1, push out the lanes. And you know, we've certainly had mega creep comebacks before, although very rare in Dota's history. Is this the makings of a team that you say? I don't need you to like oversell it, but I mean, it's a morphling after all with some.
That is always like a 1% chance.
Okay.
You know, it's small, but it's there. But don't know how long you get to hold on to this 1% because the Bleed are coming.
And Bleed is certainly running down into the base, and the Ancient at half-life gonna get the fortification off the bat. The Hex They lock down Gyrocopter right away, but Puck is also hit in the backlines as well. He gets the ultimate off, but they kill Gyro. But again, the Aegis will bring him right back up. Doom and Lion dead in the midst of this. They do lose Puck. And now a Jackie back up, good to go. There we go. The GGs are called and the Ancient destroyed. It's official. Bleed takes game number 1.
Yeah, they just looking good. I think from start to finish with even like the whole draft, the way they're setting it up and helping each other with how they're moving and just like, yeah, helping each other, making it easy and good teamwork.
Yeah.
Whereas from Boom, looking a little shaky, I think.
Definitely the laning phase was a very good performance across the board, obviously from Bleed.
Yeah.
They were able to translate that very nice. We mentioned early on, especially, as we even see a bit right there, Night Stalker. Yeah, that was the catch on Morphling. That was kind of the point of the game where it was still certainly hope. The net worth wasn't that big of a lead, but losing your Morphling like that to the 5 heroes and what they were able to do after that is where things certainly got out of hand.
I would say that this Night Stalker pick just did too much. I'm never the fan of just like blaming everything on the draft because I don't think this is an unplayable game at all for Boom. But I feel like there's just a few things that happen in this game that probably shouldn't. Like, first of all, I don't know how the bottom kill happened, and I think Bleach just kind of outplayed them on the map. But overall, I'm starting to feel a trend in these TI qualifiers. If you play passive and you just have to sit back, I don't see these lineups win. Like, Doom is just not doing it for me. These aggressive carries are looking way better. Gyro, Sven, all of these that actually do something.
Yeah, maybe teams need to start factoring in which casters are commentating their matches, because
that's true.
Doom as a hero is, overall, in fact, 25 games, 15-10. So it's actually pretty respectable there.
He loses every game we cast.
Yeah, what is he? He's got to be like 0-5 for us. I'm not even joking. Like, I feel like that's his record actually with those guys. So take that into consideration. But I know, but. First pick Doom, didn't really have the impact that you're hoping, but again, across the board, all 3 lanes just really kind of, because you got to give credit to Yopaj, certainly.
He played well, for sure. I feel like even with all the teams that are losing, there's always like 1 or 2 players who are performing really well, but you can see that it's just too hard for them, and that is generally like gonna be a mixture of maybe someone isn't holding their weight, whatever happens, but sometimes maybe it's just not easy enough with the draft, for you to do the things you want. Because I feel like Ice as Ice, he presses R, and the fight is over. They just cannot play.
Yeah. You see right here the final fight that eventually was. Thought that was going to be multiple times, but this one truly was the end. And no buybacks to be had, and the GG's called at that point. But of course, by then it was already the near impossible task of making any sort of comeback. But in one of these games, you certainly have plenty of respect across the board as far as players doing their part. Even DJ on the Keeper of the Light, we didn't really talk about it much, but from the ganking, roaming with the Storm Spirit that he was doing to helping to create the map control, to even just, again, we saw one of the fights where Storm Spirit ported back to base, recalled right back in thanks to Keeper. He was basically pulling the strings for him and allowing Storm Spirit to have so much freedom there too. So
DJ's just been a incredibly solid +4 player for the longest of time. So I think they all played very well, just like healing each other and whatnot. I do think we can probably speed up the scoreboard and MVP a little bit by handing it to Ice Ice Ice. Oh. I think so. The fact that he goes Meteor Hammer, which if other people have seen it, my bad, but I have not. I'm not sure if this is a very common thing, but I think it's not. He somehow kills the Morphling on his own and has like very nice teamfight execution. Ice is Ice, no stranger to the offlane. You give him a good hero in a good game, I think he will bust out a performance like this nearly every time.
Yeah, and this, you even commented like maybe some offlane bias. I don't think so at all. Ice absolutely, you could suggest it was the game controller and the one that really allowed for his team to do as well as they did throughout most of it and eventually win it in the end. So great performance by him, good performance all around as a team. And this is a team that's looking pretty clean right now. Bleed clearly has, they're aware of how big of a deal this is, obviously with TI on the line and just getting things kicked off right here. They got to feel good about this one, but there is that game number 2 inevitably going to be coming up. And I guess it'll continue to be the same story for me, Casey. Now, how is Gyrocopter going to be dealt with in game?
Yeah, I will just, like, if you give Gyro, like what we've seen beat Gyro or generally be successful is if you have heroes that can jump and like go together. And I think Doom just seems so slow. I mean, I might be biased because I've been in these positions before, and I think it hurts you a lot as a team if you feel like you just have to wait, and the enemy team is always the aggressor. Like, my one takeaway from game 1 to game 2 would be, I want to play something more aggressive. If I see these heroes, I want to counter them, and I want to murder them. I don't want to have a hero that's like, oh, I need 5 items, and then I'm ready. Like, screw that. That's not the way to go.
Play fast. Play fast, and you'll see what happens. We'll see what they're up for when it comes to their draft. I think we're good for the break, though, as we got a series ahead of us here to continue with game number 2. Bleed versus Boom. We'll see what happens. Can Boom come back, or will Bleed close it out? I'm Breaking CBK, joined by KZU. Game 2 coming up next. All right, welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got game number 2 ahead of us here. Bleed versus Boom Esports in this best out of 3. This is, of course, the winter bracket portion of this TI Southeast Asian qualifiers. So you still have that second chance, but as we always go back to, you want to stay alive here in the upper bracket if you can help it. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Keizu once again. The winner of this to play Blacklist International in the next series. But enough about all that. We got this game to focus on.
You are absolutely correct. So this time around, do we have the same pick order? We do not. Bleed were second pick last time. They're now first pick. So at least we have a little bit of a switch up for Boom. I feel like that could maybe, I think it generally serves you well to have a switch up when, I would say the last game did not go according to plan for them. So mix it up, switch it up, and take it as a new game.
Yeah. Yeah, this time around, of course, swapping sides to that point. Bleed obviously on the Radiant side. Boom on the Dire side. But still going through the ban. So, yeah, weird to see the Doom ban actually happening from Boom Esports. So we've been mentioning how us personally, at least, the success hasn't really been there. Obviously, another example that last game, but Boom doesn't want to give it up either.
Yeah.
So.
10 seconds.
Lycan as well.
Offlane heavy.
Yeah. Oh, not too surprised. You're playing against Ice. Like, if you hand him Lycan, he'll be very annoying with like some of the scouting, maybe blocking camps. Maybe they want to set up a gyro for themselves, as they also ban Night Stalker, but okay. I'll take it.
I was just about to say that too.
Respect.
Well, if they want to deal with Ice, I think Night Stalker has to be up there because he just got the MVP last game for a good reason with that hero. So yeah, it's understandable there.
So Bleed, what shall it be? Do they want to pick a support early? Do they feel good about like some of the cores? I think even at this point we've seen plenty of different openings. We'll have an Earthshaker.
Okay, we have the potential for a mid Earthshaker. We've seen that ourselves as well.
Yeah.
I still think it's safe to say like usually would be more ran as a support, but again, there's that.
I would say maybe right now it's more of like a 50-50 maybe. It used to be more support heavy, I think. Yeah, maybe now it's like shifting a little more like even-ish maybe. I guess this is like on Boom, I would say. If they show you like a melee mid quite early on, then maybe you just go for that. But I think this Rubik response is kind of nice, right? We all know the Rubik Shaker matchup. Once you get Fisher, it's just incredible. Maybe that makes it even a bit nicer to play it as a core, because then you max out Fisher last. You just play on the other spells, but yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah. Boom Esports. That is a good answer. Rubik certainly up there on the tier list as far as you're dealing with the first pick Earthshaker. Let me go ahead and get that fissure for myself and use it even better than you. I will say Earthshaker, 32 games, 22-10 record throughout these qualifiers.
That is really good.
Very impressive. Yeah, nearly 70% up there with the best of them.
Yeah, 22-10. Okay, I guess it's probably also like a mixed role, so probably is having success in, either of the roles that you do play it in. But I'm not too surprised. He's been receiving some healthy buffs.
And always a fan of that. I know you made the kind of the joke earlier, but with TI coming up, Earthshaker needs buffs. Got to make sure he's potential to be picked. And right now he's a top 20 hero, and we just talked about the win percentage. Feeling pretty good in these qualifiers. So there's the gyrocopter ban. All right. Kind of, again, whether or not he was going to be addressed, it's a matter of he was going to be addressed, just a matter of ban or pick, and he is banned.
So I guess they just ban it because like Boom have the pick out of the phase. They could like, I don't know, ban one of the heroes that you would want against Gyro and then just pick it. So instead of, throwing some of that out there, just ban it, move on.
Conversations being had on the side of Boom Esports. See the perspective right there. The reserve time dipping into. Again, very heavy on the offlane bans, and certainly could continue if they really wanted to, as I don't think Ice is going to be playing the Earthshaker, but obviously plenty to think about here as well. Hero like Beastmaster even comes to mind. I mean, I noticed that got through as well, Alaskan clearly. But it's a silencer ban, and then they snatch up the Dawnbreaker pretty quickly.
I think silencer ban is pretty good. It does protect your Rubik quite nicely. I mean, it generally protects your supports. Dawnbreaker also does not like to play into Global Silence, of course, as your ult may just get owned right away. And Dawn, okay, it's don't quite know where this hero is going to yet. I assume it's going to be a flex, because I don't see the full potential of it being a support yet. Like, all you see is an Earthshaker. I feel like that doesn't really warrant me to pick a support Dawn.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of carry Dawnbreakers throughout this event when we happen to see her, even in position 1, let alone position 3. So would almost certainly say kind of leans that direction. But yeah, it definitely has that flex of being support as well. So now Bleed with that Earthshaker first pick could definitely use their own support. Vengeful Spirit is still there. We've talked about her quite a bit. Banned last game, so maybe one that's on the board to think about.
And Caudle once more. I like Caudle in the lane against Dawnbreaker a lot. Like, whether you... There's a chance you could lane against her, because if she goes in with Starbreaker, you can always just push her away with the Blinding Light. You can also like push in the waves. I think Rubik also very annoying against Dawnbreaker for similar reasons. Can just permanently stop all the spells. So kind of like this combo, which now just generally will put the Shaker into a core role.
So Clockwork, kind of looking up his stats actually.
Should be picked like a few times. Probably okay win rate, because I assume he's more so picked like when he has purpose in the game.
Yep, and I think that's pretty spot. He's actually 20th overall, 31 games, 16 and 15 records. So.
Oh, I just think that's pretty solid for Clockwork, because I wouldn't say he's like a... It's not a crazy hero, but, you know, it's going to give you some vision. It's going to go in if he has purpose, you know, which I think he does here. So, yeah, I like what both teams are doing so far.
Now it's back to Boom Esports to go their 3-4 picks. Should help give us a little bit more insight as far as where the Dawnbreaker is going to end up. So yeah, with that Clockwork pick, I guess that does, I don't know, is it double so support Clockwork with the Caudle and Earthshaker core there, we're thinking, or?
Probably, unless, I mean, there's always like a small chance, maybe, you know, some offlane Clockwork with Caudle 4 or some Clock 5 with Shaker 4 and Caudle mid, but I would just assume Caudle 4, Clock 5 and Shaker mid. It's like the most safe assumption for now.
Yeah. All right, 30 seconds, reserve time.
Esports
They certainly had plenty of time to think about it, and they settle with an Ember Spirit, at least for now. So that's their mid option, and knowing that it could potentially be up against an Earthshaker.
Yeah, I must say I'm not the biggest fan of that pick. I'm really not like now. You know that Shaker's most likely mid. They're playing from first pick. Like, you have the counter picks, but you're kind of countering yourself. I understand you probably want this for your own draft, like into Caudle and Clock. You want yours to get on top of them, but I feel like you could have done that maybe with Storm or a range hero. But either way, it just means that you're going to have to perform even more.
X-Nova definitely going to have to perform even more. I mean, and I say that only as a result of that first game. Obviously, throughout history, he's certainly a fantastic player, but the first game wasn't the greatest performance really across the board. Obviously, that wasn't the case for in general. So, but they're still confident to pick up the Phoenix. With that said, that's a Drow Ranger. A very quick answer to the Phoenix pick.
Okay, I like the Drow. I think if the Dawn is an offlane, which most likely it is, you can always gust her away as well. Similarly to, you know, if Caudle has an answer, you have similar. You're a range carry that lanes well with Clock, so you check that box. You can hit the egg or disengage from it if you want. Yeah, solid pick.
Boom Esports.
Slark ban from Bleed is pretty obvious here. Boom certainly, well, again, not very obvious, I guess. Dawnbreaker could still be position 1, but
could be. I guess it's most common here that it's going to be a last pick carry. Depending on the bans here, I could actually see Boom go for a potential Spectre. I know the hero's very slow, and I think it's not easy to make work, but it is very good against Bleed's heroes.
Interesting, yeah.
Turn to ban.
That would be a bit of a curveball one to think about.
Storm ban, so they think it could be a Shaker offlane, maybe. Wouldn't be too opposed to it.
Or Clock offlane, like you're talking.
Or Clock offlane, yeah.
But they think that they still need their mid is the point there. At least.
I mean, actually, yeah, I wouldn't even hate that if Bleed did that. Like, let's say Bleed even go for something completely different. They go Shadow Fiend mid. You have SF mid with a Drow Aura. You have Shaker offlane. You lane into Ember. So yeah, Bleed actually have a couple options. So that means you've got a good draft.
yeah, I mean, it kind of shows right there with Boom that, again, they're just kind of taking away options that overall would potentially go against our lineup because, that's form an off-lane ban with the LC and then the mid-ban with Storm Spirit, so not really sure of themselves, and that's good for Bleed in that sense. They're keeping things somewhat hidden.
Yeah.
But yeah, Boom will have the overall final pick to that point, so they will at least have a better idea.
I mean, Slark. What else are you banning next? If you ban like another anti-melee hero, you could even go some casual Tide Hunter. You just have Tide, Caudal lane. You buy some auras against Phoenix, Rubik, Dawn. You lower their damage. That's okay too. I don't see like a super standout pick to me that is like, woohoo, game breaking. They just all seem very good.
So I'm thinking along the lines of like, again, this would be Dawnbreaker would be a position 1, but maybe like an offlane Bat Rider. Cause just trying to think of heroes that can get on top of the drought.
I kind of like that. Yeah.
That way.
Like if you have the confidence of your carry player that he can play Dawn, you know, I would be totally okay with that. Oh, Razor. So off lane Razor then, or maybe that's still the side. You know, like
I like it because you know it's one of those. Okay, that didn't really help us there.
That could be
doing.
Yeah, it could be a mid Razor against Ember. Off. Either way, I like this. The range hero that will get buffed up by the Drow and buys like a BKB in the mid game, because I think that that puts an absolute stop to Boom's lineup. So I like it.
Is there a good synergy with the Drow, if anything? So, hey.
I'm not too surprised they picked Spectre, but I don't know how much I love it when you see it's going to be a Razor in your lane. I think it would have made more sense. Well, like it still makes sense against Bleed's other heroes, but I think you are going to struggle in this lane. And Spectre needs at least like a good start. Not flawless, but good.
So, liked it up until maybe that Razor pick, but in the end, they're still confident with it. Natsumi will be playing a Spectre for the Boom Esports, so it is going to be that offlane Dawnbreaker, and mid Earthshaker also worth pointing out here on the other side. So, have some answers now as far as what's going to be where. Ice on the Razor. Yeah. There you go. Sounds like you like Bleed's lineup.
I like Bleed's lineup more. Like, if I just see this trend, and I can tell you from an offlane player myself, if I pick my hero blind and I still have a good game, I feel that the enemy team messed up. They're supposed to pick a carry that is good for the game and slows me down. And all these offlaners, I just see them have a free game over and over, because I think they're only checking some of the boxes. It's like, it's good against some and I have a good way, but that's all.
This is a lineup that definitely on Bleed's side is one that could be fast. One that is, you got the Earthshaker mid is going to be looking to make plays sooner than later. Of course, Doral can get her enhanced farm pretty quickly. This is a team that could be grouping up, pushing objectives, and before you know it, you could be find yourself in a net worth hole, especially with a hero like Spectre, who wants a bit of time to farm. So, yeah, the questions are there as far as Boom's lineup. It's a matter of can they answer them, and we're going to find out here in game number 2 now.
Yeah. I mean, they can make it work. You've got a lot of like global presence, right? With the Dawn and the Spectre, if you get off to a good start, I think all of these heroes can, I think they can fall pretty quickly. And also with the changes to Spectre nowadays, where your ult is now Shadow Step. So you basically, your Axe is your ult. So you're more active earlier on lower cooldowns. Maybe that can be a difference maker, but I just feel like if Bleed have good lanes, which I really think they should, then they should be in for a clear game here.
Yeah. Drow's chilling next to Coddle in the mid lane to begin. You got Dubu and a very defensive posture on his side, as we see there, just in case they look to come uphill. It's going to be a deep ward, though, as Baboka put some damage into his own observer ward there.
Just getting ready to blow it up later.
Yeah, getting amped up.
Okay, well, speaking of the lanes that, you know, we touched on a little bit, Shaker should do very well against Ember mid. It's also not the easiest for Ember supports to play through. Like Rubik, Phoenix don't enjoy high HP heroes because they have low damage. Razor Caudal should do fine top. I think Clock Drow, that's the most important lane. I think for Boom, this Dawnbreaker needs a good start.
We've seen it before, especially even in the offlane role. She's a hero that she can transition into a true carry for your team.
Yeah.
If you need her to be. So, yeah, definitely Dawnbreaker. Keep an eye on that. The triple gauntlets of strength build to start.
Ready to fight. I like it. It's a good build.
3 gloves for the 2 hands she has. She'll make it work.
Yeah. The only thing maybe in the top lane for Bleed that I would like them to not overdo, you have Razor and Caudle, you can push the lane a lot, but if you push the lane, I think Spectre is very happy. She'll just CS in the tower, so I think they should be playing more on the Link, but we'll see how that goes.
Up in the flank, Clockwork. He's there with the battery assault, looking to be the nuisance that he can be, and Jackie's poking off some damage with some frost arrows in the meantime. See the mid lane matchup. We mentioned the Earthshaker versus the Ember Spirit. Early on, Ember is doing what he can, but as you're talking about, as the levels start picking up, Ember Spirits may have a little bit more difficult of a time.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think for like in the earlier stages, we've seen Embers like do fairly well. You have like all the pressure and so on. But I think we can see top lane is kind of already being stabilized by Bleed. Maybe they can even try to like open up the hard camp, open it up, pull it. And yeah, you just see Shaker rack up the denies. So it's just a very classic thing for this lane.
Those heavy hitters. Saw with the Primal Beast earlier, just these bulky melees that make your life difficult. So
yeah.
Bottom lane, Drow's having some comfortable farm as well. 5-0 start. I know it's still early, but you talked about how Dawnbreaker especially needs to have a good start and maybe also deal with this Drow early on. But up to 2 minutes in, pretty neutral play so far.
Very chill. As for bottom, you know, it's just going to be Dubo's job to keep the Drow Ranger safe, make sure he's free farming. I mean, if Natsumi can have close to free farm up top, then I think they're in a very good spot with the Spectre. Because for now, he's doing very well. 10-1. I think he's overperforming when it comes to the CS in this lane so far.
Yeah, good news there for Natsumi and the team. I was looking into it as well between the games right there, especially Corden, this mid player here for Bleed. A bit of a newer player on the high-tier competitive scene at least. You know, has definitely been in Tier 2 in the past, in recent year, but joining Bleed Esports going into this season, and you know, definitely seems like a very solid mid player that they found. Always intrigued, especially by these mid players that, you know, seem to almost come out of nowhere and have high success.
There's a lot of those, the youngsters. As the mid lane, I think it's the coolest lane on the block, right? It's what everyone wants to play.
Yep. That's the highlight lane for sure.
Indeed. Everyone wants to be Miracle. Even I want to be Miracle.
But you settle for the off lane.
Yeah, gotta settle what you gotta settle for, right? Eventually it's... You've got too many maniacs who want to play mid, so...
And then Sumail starts playing off lane, and all these bits. It's like, wait a second, this is my territory.
Exactly.
All right, enough about you, Keizu. Come on.
Yeah, my bad. I don't want to hijack his cast. Okay, we've got a good lane control for Bleed, but Natsumi's still chilling in this lane so far. 17-2 by the looks of it.
I was just about to say, I mean, even putting some pressure on a Razor right there with some Phoenix assistance, so... Yeah, not going too shabby. Now, Curly is lacking a little bit of regen. I guess so is Razor, as they're trading blows quite a bit. But so far, so good in that sense, at least. I will say the bottom lane is going pretty good for the Drow, on the other hand. A slight lead over the Dawnbreaker.
Not too surprised. I mean, the lane is like somewhat even, so it's like... not too crazy, but yeah, this easy camp being open. For now, I feel like Bleed are playing more of a like farming trade up top, but I feel like their top lane should be in a winning position. Man, all in all, you know, boom, that's good news for them.
20-11, 21-11 Earthshaker now versus a 13-6 Ember Spirit. So there's that discrepancy that knew was coming. It's just a matter of time as the levels start adding up. But even with that, Yopaj is still playing pretty aggressive right here. Has that slide and getting Cordon low, but not low enough. He's got stick, he got Fairy Fire, so he knows he's fine. At least he figures that.
He's doing very well on this Ember. Like keeping the Shaker this low HP is very nice. Like it just means that he can't really play overly aggressive on you. There's also no way for him to refill the bottle. Lift back on Dubu. Blood grenade.
That might be a First Blood. Dubu.
Yep, there it is.
There's the Starbreaker, and certainly that's one of Dawnbreaker's power points early on in the laning phase. He gets a couple levels. He can start being a big damage threat.
That's very big news for them, because maybe we talked about it for now. Of course, all their 3 heroes are like kind of tempo heroes with Ember, Dawn, Spectre. But if any of them can have a slightly better performance than average, it will help all the other 2 as well to be activated in this game.
See rotations happening. Never mind. Ember Spirit just going to get the bounty rune and going to make his way back to the mid lane. So just going for that bounty rune control. Got the top lane, Ice. Having a very solid time on the Razor, 23-5. He's got the brown boots, Wraith Band, and that full Magic Wand to go with it. He's currently by himself. His teammate's a little bit far to the right. That's DJ, who's farming the jungle, but he'll be fine. But yeah, mid matchup, a catapult wave. And Earthshaker's almost 6, by the way.
Yeah, we've seen it before. Like the echo on the spawn.
There it is.
Stick.
There it is. Oh my god, the damage! His life just evaporated. There's
Yeah,
coming in. He doesn't even need help, though. The solo kill is there.
Is under attack.
All right, just a nice play, right? He goes for the totem, gets the last hit on the 6 as Dubu on top of Buboka.
Radiant structures
Is it going to be
Not
enough? The assault.
quite enough. I mean, the saving
thinking
grace still for Boom, if we can look at the net worth soon. I think Spectre's net worth this early on against the lane that he's playing into is actually illegal. I think they are... he's doing incredibly well. I think this is not okay.
Oh, that's, again, that's obviously...
It happens, you know? It happens. That's
No
Dota.
matter how it happens, it happens. And now can they capitalize with it? Because this Ember Spirit... we've been saying this a lot today.
We've seen it every time. Yeah.
Ember Spirit's struggling,
Yeah.
to say the least.
They're just, I don't know. It's like they're playing... It's like they're playing Dota where they get no passive gold. That's what their net worth looks like every game. Ice forced to TP out.
Oof, close call. Yeah, to that point, Ice certainly not having that dominant performance that he had last game on Nightstalker. Obviously a completely different hero, but still.
Oh, yeah.
Much different game.
Because one thing that I can see now, this easy camp has been alive the whole time, allowing Spectre to farm in tower. So he has very high experience. His Phoenix is level 5. When he hits level 6, if they can put the Phoenix to bottom and then just make like a quick play on this Drow Ranger, suddenly everything can snowball into different lanes. So they need to be careful when it comes to this. And on Boom, it's on them to kind of try and set up this play to happen.
Yeah. Earthshaker even gets a Tumbler's toy from the jungle, so...
That's a great one. He has Echo up soon. They've buffed this cooldown. You can... I remember reading it, but I can feel it as well.
130 seconds at that level 1, so in about 10 more seconds, it'll be good to go. And Yopaj is, I'm sure, keeping that in mind as well. And he'll have a nice little regen rune that he can bottle up, will Ember Spirit, so something that he certainly has needed. As we got both teams wrapping around in the mid lane.
Okay, active was already taken.
Nothing.
Well, let's see. So Dawn is also level 6. So yeah, wherever they put a couple heroes, they can be 5 heroes there. As Corden trying for the Echo.
Yeah, using that Tumbler's toy, get that positioning. But that is a good point, though. When you have a Dawnbreaker 6 good to go, I don't know if you want to be going for those ult-in plays necessarily. Knowing that that's a possibility, but see how confident they are. Meanwhile, Corden actually taking this nice stack here in the jungle. As you look at Dawnbreaker there setting up bottom lane. They're going to go. It's the ultimate coming through from Spectre. And Jackie is going to fall. Dubin going for the TP play. He is going to get out barely. But hey, they got the main objective as they kill the Drow.
Yeah, there's not a lot of counterplay for you, right? Like Kato, not the best hero at counterplaying. Your Shaker doesn't have Blink. Your offlane has a Razor. So they're just... When you make this play, you're just basically going to kill whoever you go on. Because the counterplay is just not there yet.
Shadow Step. Good job making use of it on Spectre and Natsumi. Continues to have a very effective game. I would certainly say that, not only with his farm on the lane, but of course getting a kill in the Drow. He's back at the top lane, and he's going to pressure Razor once again, as he's also got Phoenix backing him up, and Ice has to respect that. I'll back off for now. So yeah, Drow's farm, it's not necessarily, you know, going off. And I know that was one of the points you were talking about favoring Boom, that they really needed to make sure to address Drow early on. And
yeah,
I think that they have.
He's, for now, I would say yeah, but it's more so that it's a good setup to continue to do it. So it's like the next minutes will continue to just, well, as it is in Dota, every minute is very important. For now, I think Drow is still doing okay. And this WS just gonna hammer on out.
Yep, so see you later. No hook shot. No really chance of catching him there. I suppose they have a gust, but Oh, what's going to happen? Nope. Top lane. That's a big fight. Solar Guardian coming through. And that's a dead Razor. All by his lonesome against 4.
Yep, just doing good stuff on the map right now. Whereas with Bleed are a little like, maybe not greedy, but the timings aren't there yet. They're about to have this Blink on Corden, and then someone is getting blown up.
Yeah. That's the objective, at least, certainly, as there's the purchase. Just a matter of it being delivered now. As the Enchant Totem going. So going to look for that opportunity. Spirit Vessel going to be the item of choice on Spectre, meanwhile. His priority is where else is he going? He's going to be going to the bottom lane on top of Clockwork. Saw him use the ultimate somewhere, and there he is. Clockwork dead. Gets a free kill.
Well, I like it. Stuck on the high ground for a few seconds, but that's okay. As a neutral item, Raindrop, more mana regen. And yeah, I just like this new type of build that Spectre seem to be going for. With the lower cooldown on the ult, as it is now Shadow Step and not Haunt, you're more of an aggressive type assassin with your Vessel. So you're farming more with like daggers and getting these kills.
Yeah. Yeah, gets the charges right away. So now has 2 on the Spirit Vessel. Thanks to that kill right there, and now he's back on top of the net worth chart, so it's got to feel pretty good. We talked about the blink on Earthshaker. Has had it for a little bit. He goes to the top lane. Obviously, he shows it, so no secret now, if it was before, as Razor will help clean up the creep wave, but still, with it not being a secret, a lot of potential to get a kill out of it. They're going to push this top lane while Dry, you see at bottom, is just trying to find any farms she can get. Mid lane, Dubu around, but not going to protect the tower himself.
Yeah, just going to pull off some waves. I mean, Boom's tower push is kind of pathetic. Maybe like siege creeps minute 15 or overall just creeps as they're looking up top. Yopaj finding a small play. Natsumi is here.
Where's Earthshaker?
That's just a kill.
Bye. There's the fissure. There's the kill. Does he go in? No, Earthshaker not finding the opportunity to go in for an ultimate play. Kato went a little too deep. Solar Guardian now coming out. And DJ is the one in trouble. So yeah, committing, maybe over-committing. Although Dubu, he comes in left with the hook.
They're going for more.
Ember, but Ember's fine, and Jackie, he's going to be run down too. You look at Earthshaker just on the cliff. He's just going to teleport out, trying to save his teammate. Not to be. And what was just the 1 kill initially turns into 4 somehow.
I mean, they're just doing good stuff. Like, it's just a Vessel continuing to play forward and like this entire global essence that we talked about. Like, when you have these offlane Razors, the way that these heroes usually function is that they win their lane and then they get to sit up there forever. But when they don't win, it can quickly look like this, where now Bleed, they don't have too much map play. And if you have a lot of map play and global presence, you just get to pick whoever you want to kill on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems very odd to me. I mean, the Coddle going, or excuse me, the Razor going down initially, it seemed like a lost cut, but Coddle he had other plans. Really diving deep right there, and there seemed a bit of disconnect, frankly, on the side of Bleed and what they wanted to do with it. And Boom's like, all right, we'll take this fight and we'll win it as well. So they did, and they increased the lead of sorts, around 2,000 to 3,000 net worth lead. But a smoke play here from Bleed, with Earthshaker leading the way.
Yeah, they need to get Corden, I think, like heavily activated with this blink, try and open up the map a little bit. Jackie's going to try to rush the Pike, which, I mean, he will desperately need it to try and get away from some of these heroes, right? The Shadow Step, Ember getting on top of you, or even Dawnbreaker. There's just too many sources of catching up to you.
Top lane, they're chasing out ISS, but he has backup coming. Might fall, but there's the opening that we're waiting for. They lose the Razor, but Spectre and Phoenix will fall.
It's just a good bait. I like that ISS. This guy doesn't care. He just walks in. If I die, sure, but we need to get the Spectre killed. So kind of baits them out. They get this kill. Good move by Bleed.
Yeah. Saw it coming. They were smoked up in the mid lane. They were just waiting to figure out where they wanted to go with that smoke, and then they found their cue. Now, top lane, DJ might be hanging around a little too long. Here comes Ember Spirit. Clockwork nearby as well, but...
Oh, Slight on one.
Oh, no, the Slight with a double damage.
Yeah, physical damage against Kato. It goes through it like paper.
I love this. You see, Clockwork goes through, and Ember Spirit's like, yeah, I'm going to join you.
Yeah.
As Cogs. Is that going to work? Oh my god, it does.
That's going to work. Dubu the God makes it out.
Time waster, I guess.
Yeah. Dawnbreaker as top net worth now. So WS having a great time, as Dawnbreakers generally do when they do have a good lane or when your team is winning the map.
3-0-3, very solid stat line.
Dire's top tower has
And
fallen.
with the blade mail first, gonna go BKB next. So really just being this beefy presence that can also dish out some decent damage. Dubu, meanwhile, cogs are up. They trap Ember. The silence. Here goes. No Echo Slam doesn't matter. He takes out the Ember. Still deals plenty of damage. And now Razor shows up. Eye of the Storm activated. Blade mail. It's gonna be
Egg.
wearing off.
Oh, that's dead.
The egg is just evaporated. So no chance there for Phoenix. And now Spectre. Oh, that's
a lot of slows.
They're connecting. The slows are real, and down goes Razor. Excuse me, more so Spectre. Razor help kill.
But they look